Chapter 150. The Unmatched Momentum. Boom! As Yun-Yi moved, he struck with the force of thunder, his fist aimed directly at the head of Hun Feng, enveloped in black flames that radiated an intimidating heat, as if it could evaporate the very heavens. Trivial skills. In the face of Jiang Yun's sudden and fierce assault, Hun Feng remained unfazed. With a mighty roar, he did not retreat an inch. Instead, he unleashed the full extent of his internal fighting spirit. From within him, countless dark flames surged forth, rapidly coalescing into a tangible black shield in an instant. Black flame shield. Bang! Yun-Yi's fist did not waver, striking heavily against the shield, and in that moment, two distinct yet remarkably similar black flames intertwined with the speed of lightning. However, the flames within Hun Feng were merely a lesser fire, not the highest grade of elemental fire. The sacred heavenly demon flame was incredibly domineering, swiftly overpowering the rich black flames in Hun Feng's palm, which began to dissolve rapidly. Seeing Yun-Yi's flames display such dominance, Hun Feng's brow furrowed, and he recalled Yun-Yi's identity as the sole disciple of the void-devouring flame. Surely, Yun-Yi's fire would surpass his own in potency. This thought deepened Hun Feng's jealousy of Yun-Yi's status. Boom! A terrifying force surged forth as Yun-Yi refused to relent in his assault. As the void-devouring flame within Hun Feng was pushed back, Yun-Yi intensified the might of his sacred heavenly demon flame. Not good. Sensing the raging sacred heavenly demon flame, Hun Feng snapped back to reality, realizing the gravity of the situation. His form flickered, and after a moment, he appeared suspended in midair. At this point, a shadow of gloom crossed his countenance as he gazed at his right arm, where a charred mark, approximately 3 inches long, had manifested. No blood seeped from the wound, for upon contact, the surrounding blood vessels had been incinerated by the terrifying residual heat of the void-devouring flame. With no time for recovery, Yun-Yi followed up with an even more ferocious assault, denying his opponent even a moment to breathe. Yun-Yi's eyes opened and closed, harboring a terrifying energy within. In an instant, he unleashed a dreadful beam of flame, which cleaved through the void ahead. Shortly thereafter, a colossal hand reached out, accompanied by a horrific roar, as if it sought to drag the enemy's soul down to the depths of hell. Get away. Hun Feng let out a long howl, the aura of a 5-star Dou Qi erupting fully. To be suppressed by a mere 1-star Dou Qi filled him with uncontainable humiliation. With a roar, he raised his fist to strike that a series of formidable high-level fighting techniques were unleashed with astonishing speed, and at that moment, the sky erupted with energy, drawing a crowd of onlookers to witness the awe-inspiring battle. It is Lord Hun Feng. Engaged in battle with him is none other than Yun-Yi, the disciple of the Lord of Nihility. Upon recognizing the identities of the two, a wave of astonishment swept over the Soul Clan. The crowd recalled the words spoken by Soul Wind when Yun-Yi first arrived in the Soul Realm. Upon entering the Dou Qi, a fair battle awaits. To their surprise, Yun-Yi had swiftly ascended to the Dou Qi realm, coinciding perfectly with Soul Wind's emergence from seclusion, thus leading to this confrontation. However, it seemed that even with his superior cultivation, Soul Wind was in a precarious situation. Can he win? Murmured some spectators, harboring a desire for Yun-Yi's defeat. An outsider, suddenly becoming a disciple of the Lord of Nihility, was a bitter pill to swallow. Furthermore, witnessing Yun-Yi's meteoric rise from Dou Wang to Dou Qi in merely 3 years was astonishing, a pace that even those of divine bloodlines could scarcely match. Surely, the assistance of the Lord of Nihility played a crucial role in this rapid advancement. As this possibility dawned on them, the crowd's gazes toward Yun-Yi grew increasingly envious. An indigenous outsider had surpassed the prodigies of the imperial lineage, creating an overwhelming disparity that weighed heavily on their hearts. Yet, as the battle unfolded, it appeared that Soul Wind's situation was deteriorating. Rumble, the sky trembled and the earth quaked. The ferocity of their battle transformed the heavens and the earth into their arena, breaking Soul Palm. In an instant, Yun-Yi's figure flickered, appearing directly above Soul Wind. With a swift motion, he unleashed a colossal energy palm that surged downward, aimed directly at Soul Wind. Oh, you dare to wield my clan's martial arts against me? Despite facing such a formidable assault, Soul Wind merely smirked, shaking his head with a chilling laugh. 10,000 souls to the grave. Soul Wind rapidly formed seals with his hands, and a cacophony of anguished howls erupted as countless spectral skulls emerged from behind him, coalescing in the sky into a chilling, violet-black mass that, as the skulls took shape, they surged toward Yun-Yi, colliding with the descending palm strike. In that fleeting moment of impact, There was no explosive energy release instead. Both attacks began to erode one another upon contact. Boom! Yun Yi's onslaught continued unabated, his Dou Qi seemingly inexhaustible. In stark contrast to Soul Wind, he appeared to be the one with a more profound cultivation. A pitch-black halberd arced through the air, enveloped in dark flames, casting Yun Yi in the guise of a demonic deity, exuding an overwhelming aura. Kill. Yun Yi's assault intensified as he raised the formidable halberd, imbued with terrifying power, and struck down upon Soul Wind with ferocity. Poof! Under the relentless barrage from Yun Yi, Soul Wind could only struggle to defend himself, however. The pressure of prolonged defense inevitably led to a lapse. In the face of Yun Yi's might, he ultimately revealed a fatal opening, resulting in a violent blow that sent him reeling, blood spewing forth. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding members of the Soul Clan erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the more formidable Soul Wind would be utterly subdued by Yun Yi from the very beginning, leaving him with no room for resistance. Now he found himself ensnared in a precarious situation, on the brink of defeat. Yun Yi, with a massive halberd in hand, advanced step by step towards Soul Wind, each footfall resonating with an overwhelming aura, suffocating those present. At that moment, a notion of Yun Yi's invincibility began to take root in their hearts. Cough, cough, cough. Soul Wind clutched his collapsed chest, coughing up blood, his crimson eyes fixated on Yun Yi as he bellowed in fury. How could I possibly lose? I possess the divine bloodline of the Soul Clan. No one can defeat me. As he gazed up at Yun Yi, who approached with a measured pace, a glint of malice flickered in Soul Wind's eyes. He coldly declared, "Do you know the greatest difference between us?" Before Yun Yi could respond, a proud arrogance enveloped him as he continued. "It is the bloodline of the Battle Emperor. You mortals will never comprehend the might of the Battle Emperor's bloodline. Now, let me demonstrate the power of the Battle Emperor's legacy and allow you to feel the chasm that separates us." As his words fell, a purple-black radiance began to swirl within Soul Wind's pitch-black pupils, and a rune gradually materialized at his brow, the clan's symbol of the Soul Clan. Having undergone his Commingafage ceremony, Soul Wind, due to his divine bloodline, was bestowed with the highest tier of clan insignia. With the manifestation of the clan symbol, Soul Wind's aura surged dramatically, instantly propelling him to the pinnacle of 9-star Dozun. Feeling the explosive surge of power within Soul Wind, Yun Yi's eyes ignited with intense brilliance as he howled. What is this Battle Emperor's bloodline? Merely a legacy of the past. One day, I shall become a sovereign of my own realm. Upon hearing Yun Yi's audacious declaration, the surrounding members of the Soul Clan were rendered speechless, their attention drawn to the spirited figure of Soul Wind, who, despite the onslaught of punches, unleashed his clan symbol, was now bloodied and battered. I could see that moment. Their only sentiment was one of shock, to the extent that they overlooked Yun Yi's disdainful remarks regarding the Battle Emperor's bloodline. Bang! Soul Wind was sent flying by Yun Yi. Crashing into the rocky mountainside below, he appeared utterly wretched, his body marred by charred wounds, a stark contrast to one who wielded the void, devouring flame. It was hard to fathom how someone with such power could be so grievously injured by flames. He lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, his dark robes soaked in crimson blood. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of his chest, the onlookers might have doubted if Yun Yi had indeed killed Soul Wind. Someone, take Soul Wind for treatment. After dealing with Soul Wind, Yun Yi turned and scanned the crowd, speaking with an air of indifference. Having said this, he strolled leisurely into the distance, his demeanor so nonchalant that it seemed as if he had not just engaged in a fierce battle. Observing the composed figure clad in white, a profound sense of reverence filled the hearts of all present. The Soul Clan epitomized the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. After Yun Yi triumphed over Han Feng, there remained no rival among the prodigies of this generation. The Han clan boasted 3 individuals with divine bloodlines: Han Feng, Han Yu, and Han Ya. Of these, Han Feng was the most formidable. With Han Feng's defeat, the Han clan found itself devoid of any contenders capable of challenging Yun Yi. Moreover, the invincible demeanor exhibited by Yun Yi had indelibly etched itself into the minds of the onlookers. I could see that moment. An overwhelming sense of admiration enveloped everyone present. Alas, from where did Lord Shuwen Tunyan find such an extraordinary youth? A weary sigh resonated through the air as an elderly figure, slightly stooped and frail, materialized beside Han Feng. His eyes, deeply sunken, resembled black holes, exuding an irresistible allure that seemed to draw gazes into their abyss, imparting an aura of profound mystery. Elder Han Shang. Upon the elder's appearance, the surrounding crowd hastily bowed in respect, their voices filled with reverence. Elder Hun Shang nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward Hun Feng. With a soft sigh, he extended his withered hand, directing a gentle stream of energy that enveloped Hun Feng's entire form. Under the caress of this soothing energy, the burns on Hun Feng's body rapidly faded, and within the blink of an eye, all external injuries vanished. While external wounds were easily treatable, internal injuries posed a far greater challenge. Casting a glance in the direction from which Yun Yi had departed, Elder Hun Shang grasped Hun Feng and vanished from sight. In the wake of Hun Feng's defeat, this alarming news swiftly permeated every corner of the Soul Realm. Hun Feng, one of the 3 prodigious bloodlines of the Hun clan, was regarded as the most promising candidate to become the clan's junior leader, epitomizing the pinnacle of the Hun clan's talents. It was no wonder he had been bestowed the sacred fire by Xu Huantunyan. Yet now, he had succumbed, without a shadow of doubt, to Yun Yi, the disciple of the enigmatic lord. Although Yun Yi had become a disciple of Xu Huantunyan, the members of the Han clan still harbored a sense of superiority, believing themselves to be bearers of imperial bloodlines. While Yun Yi was merely an ordinary person. However, the downfall of their most exceptional prodigy, who had been utterly crushed by Yun Yi, was a stark reality that none could deny. Those who witnessed the battle understood that this was an unmitigated rout, and no one could fathom the extent of this man's strength, as he dominated Hun Feng without resorting to any tricks, showcasing an unfathomable combat prowess that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Furthermore, Hun Feng had invoked the clan's emblem, enhancing his strength to the rank of a 9-star Dozun, yet he was still obliterated without even a ripple. This reality left the members of the Hun clan, who once took pride in their bloodline, feeling deeply disheartened. Yun Yi's status as an ordinary person was no longer a point of derision. Rather, it now served as a legendary enhancement to his remarkable achievements. This singular identity has elicited profound admiration even among the venerable elders of the Dou Saint realm, who regard Yun Yi as a prodigy of unparalleled talent, suggesting that he may one day ascend to the heights of the Soul Emperor and the Void-Devouring Flame. Such accolades are of the utmost significance within the Soul Clan. The authority of the Soul Emperor and the Void-Devouring Flame is paramount, unencumbered by the constraints faced by the ancient clan, where Gu Yuan must navigate the intricate politics of the Elder Council, in the Soul Clan. The words of the Soul Emperor are akin to divine edicts, impervious to dissent, and the same can be said for the Void-Devouring Flame. One can only fathom the elevated esteem in which Yun Yi is held within the clan. Your flames have already regained a stature within the top 10 of the Yulong, capable of surpassing even a fraction of my own fire. The Void-Devouring Flame observed with a sense of nostalgia as he regarded his junior disciple. Indeed, Yun Yi is an extraordinary talent, and were their positions reversed, it is uncertain if the Void-Devouring Flame could surpass him. Could it be that Yun Yi's flames, originating from the vast universe, carry an inherent weight that is diminished upon his descent to the lower realm? Such accomplishments are not to be trivialized. Although I am trained within the systems of the Dou Qi Continent, my flames are fundamentally derived from the vast universe. My Dou Qi is considerably denser and more potent than that of my peers under comparable conditions. If one cannot achieve this, then they are unworthy of collaborating with you. Yun Yi spoke with conviction, asserting his superiority derived from his origins in the upper realm. Moreover, you are merely wielding a fraction of your fire, the weakest of your flames. Indeed, while you have yet to fully recover your strength, the ability to suppress even a portion of my flame is a remarkable feat. A glimmer of understanding crossed the Void-Devouring Flame's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Realizing that this explanation sufficed, he then confidently responded to Yun Yi's assertion. Chapter 151, Dragon Island. Are there still matters within the Soul Clan? Yun Yi inquired as he gazed at the Void-Devouring Flame, and then continued, if not, I shall resume my travels. I have heard that you have ridiculed the daughter of the ancient clan in the Northwest Continent. The Void-Devouring Flame retorted, his eyes fixed upon Yun Yi with intrigue. Merely a trivial altercation, Yun Yi replied with a nod, not expecting to conceal such a matter from the Void-Devouring Flame. His tone casual, as if discussing something of little consequence. A minor altercation? The Void-Devouring Flame chuckled meaningfully. I have heard that you have found yourself on the blacklist of the ancient clan's Black Yin army, and they are quite eager to capture you for retribution against their lady. Humph, a group of ignorant fools living in arrogance. If they wish to come, let them. Yun Yi scoffed disdainfully, rising to face the Void-Devouring Flame. If there are no issues within the Soul Clan, I would like to visit Central Continent and test whether those individuals truly dare to confront me. Let us remain discreet for a while. Do not provoke the ancient clan further. Due to your previous actions, my strength has already been revealed, and the ancient clan is exceedingly sensitive at present. If we incite them again, it will adversely affect our plans. For now, the Soul Clan must refrain from engaging in conflict with the ancient clan. The voice of the void-devouring flame resonated from behind, a rare note of caution evident in his tone. I understand. Yuni nodded and turned to exit the hall. Ah, what an intriguing flame. The void-devouring flame continued to observe Yun's retreating figure until he vanished completely from the grand hall. After a moment of silence, a soft chuckle reverberated through the space. On this day, many gathered in Jiang Yun's courtyard. Jiang Yun looked at Su Qian and the two elders who had recently attained the rank of Dou Zun, smiling lightly. Elder, it may be many years before we meet again. I hope that by our next encounter, you will have reached the rank of Dou Zun. With a sigh, Su Qian gazed at Jiang Yun and Ziyin, feeling nostalgic as if it were merely yesterday when he first met them. Ultimately, he chose not to express his thoughts and simply said earnestly, "Be safe." Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Yun and Ziyin understood this was the elder's concern for them. To travel from the northwest continent to central continent, one must utilize a spatial wormhole. The nearest wormhole from the Black Corner domain is located in Tianya City, a journey of great distance. Let us use the Griffin Beast for transportation. Su Qian waved his hand, and a massive shadow descended from the sky with an eagle's cry. Its enormous wings stirring a tempest that caused the surrounding saplings to bow. As they beheld the Griffin Beast, Jiang Yun and Ziyin exchanged glances, suppressing their amusement. With Zhu Kuan, a powerhouse equivalent to a 9-star Dou Sheng, present, did they still need to traverse a spatial wormhole? It was perhaps their own fault for not disclosing Zhu Kuan's true strength, fearing it would incite panic among the onlookers. Thank you, Elder, Jiang Yun said with a respectful gesture towards Su Qian, then added, with Uncle Zhu Kuan's formidable power, we need not travel to Tianya City for the wormhole. As Jiang Yun's words lingered in the air, Su Qian and the two elders stood momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Zhu Kuan waved his right hand through the void, and a spatial rift nearly 3 meters wide materialized before them. Observing this astonishing sight, the Grand Elder and the two elders were momentarily taken aback. Gazing at Zhu Kuan in disbelief, swallowing hard, the power of Ziyan's father appeared to be unfathomable. Grand Elder, I take my leave. A light-hearted chuckle snapped the three back to attention. Jiang Yun waved farewell alongside Ziyin before stepping into the spatial rift. Qing Lin, little medical sage, and Medusa followed closely behind, and as the last to enter, Zhu Kuan nodded at Su Qian before gradually vanishing from their sight. Ziyan's father is likely even more formidable than we imagined. After the group departed, the two elders couldn't help but express their astonishment. With such a formidable ally, how much more unruly could Ziyin become? Su Qian mused, then couldn't suppress a soft laugh, with Jiang Yun watching over her. There's no need for me to worry. Within the void passage, Zhu Kuan summoned an ethereal image of the ancient void dragon, propelling the group at an exhilarating speed towards a specific direction. Along their journey, violent silver spatial currents surged past them. Ahead lay an endless expanse of void, within which Zhu Kuan carved out a seemingly infinite spatial transmission route. Enveloping them was an unsettling darkness, from which intense spatial fluctuations emanated, rendering the entire passage eerily silent. At that moment, Zhu Kuan conjured a protective shield, rich in spatial energy, which danced with an otherworldly aura, safeguarding the group. This barrier, effortlessly cast by Zhu Kuan, was undoubtedly more stable than any external spatial vessel. On the Dou Qi Continent, Zhu Kuan's mastery of spatial pathways was unparalleled, surpassing even those of the same rank, such as Gu Yuan and Han Tiandi. The four women, including Ziyin and Medusa, curiously surveyed their surroundings, having never encountered such a scene before. Jiang Yun, however, was quite familiar with this spectacle. He turned to Zhu Kuan and inquired, Uncle, you have been missing for over 10,000 years. The ancient dragon clan must have changed significantly during your absence. Hearing Jiang Yun's words, the group's attention was drawn to Zhu Kuan. Indeed, the Dragon Emperor had not simply vanished for a decade or a century, but for millennia. Even for the long-lived ancient void dragons, such a span could erase much. It was uncertain whether Zhu Kuan's contemporaries still existed. When I departed, there were still several high-ranking Dou saints within the clan. With their prowess, coupled with the ancient dragon clan's extended lifespan, as long as the imperial family does not attack, the situation should remain stable. Zhu Kuan exuded calm confidence in the clan's stability. As long as those senior Dou saints remained unharmed, no one could threaten the ancient dragon clan. Upon hearing these words, the women nodded in agreement. Zhu Kuan's formidable strength and extensive knowledge rendered him a credible source regarding the internal affairs of the Taishu ancient dragon lineage. However, while Jiang Yun feigned acceptance on the surface, he could not suppress his inner skepticism. My esteemed father-in-law, your confidence in the ancient dragon clan is rather misplaced. The three dragon kings of the northwest have fractured. Your esteemed elders, the high-ranking Star Dou saints, are unable to bear the sight of their kin at odds. Thus they have ventured into the void in hopes of finding you to restore order. How has such a vast lineage as the Taishu ancient dragons been reduced to the point where not a single formidable figure above a 4-star Dou saint remains? As a result, the descendants of the ancient phoenix and the leader of the Tengu clan, Huang Tian, have emerged as the most prominent force in the realm of magical beasts. I wonder how Zhu Kuan would react to such a disheartening situation. Would he not be driven to the brink of despair? Truth be told, had it not been for the geographical advantages of Dragon Island, which are difficult for ordinary people to discover, the news of the internal void of the Taishu ancient dragon clan would not have remained concealed for over 10,000 years. Once this information reaches the outside world, I am certain that those imperial clans will not be able to resist the temptation to carve up the ancient dragon lineage. The blood and core of magical beasts are treasures indeed, especially given the impending extinction of 9th-tier magical beasts. An ancient dragon clan, possessing strength comparable to that of the Soul Palace, would surely be seen as prime prey. By the time Zhu Kuan and his adept companions return, it may well be too late. Upon their return to Dragon Island, Xian would also be eligible for her baptism. Zhu Kuan looked at her with a tender gaze and then, recalling something, his expression grew solemn. Earlier, when I sensed the bloodline within you, Xian, I discovered that your bloodline had been stimulated by external forces, awakening prematurely. Additionally, after several powerful techniques were employed, the strength of your bloodline became somewhat unstable. A flicker of concern crossed Zhu Kuan's face as he spoke, and Xian lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. Fortunately, it seems that some heavenly materials and earthly treasures have stabilized your bloodline remarkably, allowing it to advance beyond its previous state. After this return to the clan, and following your bloodline baptism, your bloodline's quality may very well surpass mine during similar times. A sense of pride illuminated Zhu Kuan's countenance. As a devoted father, what could bring greater joy than witnessing his daughter's exceptional accomplishments? That is splendid. The others breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing this. At that moment, Zhu Kuan seemed to recall something and turned his gaze toward Xian and Jiang Yun, inquiring, "Did you encounter any heavenly materials or earthly treasures that might have positively influenced Xian's bloodline?" Jiang Yun exchanged glances with Xian and Medusa before responding. This matter traces back to the Yunlong sect. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's brief account, a glimmer of excitement shone in Zhu Kuan's eyes. Indeed, there existed a broader world beyond the veil of reality, which explained the disappearance of the Dou Emperor over millennia. Thus, it stands to reason that fragments of such a world might still linger in the void outside the Dou Qi Continent. With this thought, a spark of exhilaration flickered in Zhu Kuan's eyes. Jiang Yun, do you suppose there might be opportunities for breakthroughs to the rank of Dou Emperor within? The title of Dou Di has been the lifelong pursuit of his aspirations. Had it not been for the hindrance posed by the source energy, he would have ascended to become the new Dragon Emperor long ago. Consequently, he has been ensnared within the ancient Emperor's cave for over 10 millennia, and it can be said that the mere mention of Dou Di nearly drove Zhu Kuan to madness. Until now, I have remained uncertain about the nature of the source energy required to break through to Dou Di, thus I have refrained from making any definitive assertions. Jiang Yun slowly shook his head, pondering the elusive essence of the source energy necessary for this breakthrough, a mystery that eludes even the wisest. It is evident that this energy enables a Dou Sheng to transcend into a Dou Di, marking a profound transformation that ordinary spiritual power from the vast cosmos cannot achieve. It is likely a force of primal origin. Is that so? Zhu Kuan remarked, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he shook his head. Let us not dwell on such matters. After all, I remain trapped in the ancient Emperor's cave. The prospect of breaking through to Dou Di rests upon you and Xian. When the time comes, assist me in my complete liberation, so I may bask in your radiance and venture to the upper realms to witness broader vistas. As they continued their journey, the group had traversed the spatial passage for half an hour, and finally, amidst the relentless darkness, a glimmer of silver light emerged. Upon closer inspection, they discerned a faint silver ring manifesting at the terminus. Are we nearing our destination? Upon sighting the ring, the spirits of the group were invigorated, and the massive dragon beneath them quickened its pace. Moments later, they transformed into a streak of flowing light and surged into the silver ring. Upon entering the ring, their vision, initially blurred, suddenly brightened, revealing a landscape no longer characterized by monotonous silver, but instead filled with lush greens and towering peaks. This is, hovering in the sky, they marveled at the land that unfolded before them. Enormous islands sprawled across the horizon, each vast in expanse. Above these islands, a faint silver dome of light enveloped them, casting a protective embrace over the entire territory. Surrounding this radiant shield was an abyss of darkness that sent shivers down one's spine. This is the innate advantage that renders the ancient dragon island impervious to defeat. These islands are suspended within the void. The void is a realm where even Dou Qi experts tread lightly, which explains the enigmatic reputation of the ancient dragon clan. What a grand spectacle! Medusa mused, her heart stirred by the scene before her, contemplating whether the Tianming clan had survived. Would they have thrived similarly to the ancient dragon clan? Congratulations, Sister Xian. You are about to become a true little wealthy lady. Qinglin, snapping back to reality, teased Xian with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Xian adopted a commanding demeanor, pulling Qinglin close and thumping her chest in assurance. From now on, you shall follow me. I promise I will not let you down. Observing Xian's exuberance, Jiang Yun shook his head in bemusement, while Medusa turned away in disdain. And the little medical fairy stifled her laughter beside her. In this moment, none noticed that Dou Qi's countenance, once brimming with excitement, gradually darkened into a contemplative gloom. Jiang Yun turned his head and was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He quickly comprehended that Dou Qi, being a soul of the imperial realm, had likely discerned everything about Dragon Island the moment he emerged. Just moments ago, he had confidently assured his companions that there would be no issues on Dragon Island, only to be faced with a sudden contradiction. How could this not infuriate Dou Qi? He silently mourned for the three great dragon kings. Had something transpired? Father. At this moment, Xian also noticed Dou Qi's unease, a flicker of concern passing through her eyes as she softly inquired, sensing the gazes of several individuals upon him. Even Dou Qi's usually thick skin felt a twinge of embarrassment. He loathed the traitors who had divided Dragon Island for causing him to lose face before Xian. Are there no capable members left in the ancient dragon clan? Come forth. Boom. Dou Qi's fury shook the heavens and the earth, causing the space around him to tremble and collapse, with energies from miles away surging forth. Waves radiated outward from Dou Qi, as the oppressive force of an imperial soul enveloped the entirety of Dragon Island. A chilling voice echoed in the ears of every ancient dragon present, causing their souls to shudder violently. Chapter 152, Dou Qi's Suppression. The voice not only carried a pressure from the realm of the soul, but also emanated an irresistible force rooted in bloodline. Meanwhile, deep within a towering hall on East Dragon Island, an ancient figure with hair and beard as white as snow sat in tranquil meditation. His presence exuded an aura of age and wisdom, as if he had existed since time immemorial. He was the eldest elder of the ancient dragon clan, having witnessed the clan's peak under Dou Qi's leadership and the subsequent division of Dragon Island. He was Zhu Hua, the current Grand Elder of East Dragon Island, a two-star peak battle saint, the strongest among them. At that moment, as Dou Qi's voice resonated, brilliant golden beams suddenly erupted from Zhu Hua's forehead, where a radiant dragon seal flickered into visibility. The commotion startled Zhu Hua, who had been deeply immersed in his cultivation. Boom. Zhu Hua abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, instantly flooding the dim hall with light akin to that of day. Rushed from his state of seclusion, Zhu Hua covered the dragon seal on his forehead, momentarily stunned, before collapsing to the ground in reverent tremors. It is His Majesty. His Majesty has returned. A cry filled with profound emotions resonated within the hall, and tears streamed down Zhu Hua's face, reminiscent of a child's weeping. In the next moment, with a swift motion of his right hand through the air, a spatial rift nearly 3 meters wide appeared in the hall, and Zhu Hua vanished into thin air. In stark contrast, the three great dragon kings were far from exhilarated. Upon hearing the voice and feeling the overwhelming pressure of the royal bloodline within him, the West Dragon King gazed in horror at the void, trembling as he stammered. The bloodline of a perfected dragon king. Could it be that the old dragon emperor has returned? As the gravest possibility dawned upon him, the West Dragon King's complexion turned pale, and he quaked uncontrollably, lacking even the courage to step out of the grand hall. No one understood better than they did the might and cunning of Dou Qi. The South Dragon King, equally as pale, fell to the ground in despair, murmuring, "It's over. The old dragon emperor has returned. It is all finished." Meanwhile, the North Dragon King, his demeanor darkened, smashed the table before him with a furious strike, bellowing, "Impossible. It cannot be him. After nearly 10,000 years, why has he returned? Why has he not perished?" After venting his frustration, the North Dragon King whispered menacingly, "If he wishes for my demise, the ancient dragon clan shall not fare any better." With this thought, he gradually vanished from the resplendent hall. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared nearby, and Zhu Hua's trembling figure emerged. Upon his arrival, Zhu Hua stood transfixed, gazing at the middle-aged man with flowing purple gold hair before him, as though his very soul had been lost. "Is it truly you, old dragon emperor?" Looking upon Dou Qi's familiar yet unfamiliar visage, Distant memories surged within him, causing Zhu Hua's body to tremble with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face once more. It is Zhu Hua. Observing the frail figure of Zhu Hua, Zhu Kuan remained expressionless before inquiring, "Where are Zhu Mu, Zhu Wu, and Zhu Ming? Where have so many others perished?" Witnessing the dire state of the ancient dragon clan, Zhu Kuan could not suppress his anger, chiding coldly, "When I departed, I entrusted them with the care of the ancient dragon clan. And this is how they have upheld that trust?" At Zhu Kuan's words, Zhu Hua trembled even more violently, collapsing to his knees in the void, weeping, "Your Majesty, it truly is you, Your Majesty." Although Zhu Hua was now the eldest dragon of the ancient dragon clan, during Zhu Kuan's reign over the Tai Su ancient dragon clan, he had merely been a youthful boy. Behind him, the other dragons from the 4 great dragon islands, arriving from Tai Su, were unable to contain their shock at this scene. No one had anticipated that the legendary former dragon emperor, long thought lost, was still alive and had returned. At this moment, the people of the East Dragon Island could not help but tremble with excitement, while those from the Southwest and North Islands were gripped by fear. They were, after all, clear traitors, though not the principal offenders. Accomplices cannot escape their fates. Now that Zhu Kuan had returned, what would their end be? All hail the Dragon Emperor! All hail the Dragon Emperor! All hail the Dragon Emperor! The people of the East Dragon Island were the first to react, fervently kneeling behind Zhu Hua, chanting in unison. Beside them, the powerful figures from the other 3 dragon islands slightly changed their expressions upon witnessing this scene. They were not inhabitants of the East Dragon Island, and having long submitted to the 3 dragon kings, they momentarily failed to react. "Xia Sha, Qing Yan, how audacious you are, to stand before the Dragon Emperor without kneeling." Zhu was suddenly turned, bellowing at the individuals from the 3 dragon islands. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhu Hua's words, the remaining strong figures from the 3 islands could not help but change their countenance. Looking at the grim, dripping face of Zhu Kuan, they felt a tremor in their hearts and hastily followed behind the people of East Dragon Island, trembling as they proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Dragon Emperor. Oh, it has been a long time since I returned, and the ancient dragon clan has transformed into such a state." Zhu Kuan could not help but sneer at the sight. Hearing his icy tone, the members of the ancient dragon clan shuddered involuntarily, and as Zhu Kuan's cold laughter fell, the oppressive aura emanating from him grew even more formidable. "Zhu Hua, do enlighten me. When did the ancient dragon clan come to resemble this? I was unaware that the ancient dragon clan had any dragon kings at all, let alone 3 who are merely 3-star battle saints. Are you not afraid of being laughed at? Where have Zhu Mu and the others gone?" Zhu Kuan's gaze turned to Zhu Hua, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Zhu Hua, a bit ashamed, lowered his head and sorrowfully replied, "Your Majesty, we must start from the moment you left the clan with the princess." As Zhu Hua was lost in a lengthy reminiscence, Jiang Yun and his companions had been mere bystanders from the very beginning. Upon hearing Zhu Hua's narrative, Ziyin could not help but mock. "With such a lack of control, how dare you wander freely? After living for so long, you cannot even discern the ambitions of others." Hearing Ziyan's words, Jiang Yun and the others could not suppress their laughter. In this solemn atmosphere, only Ziyin had the audacity to speak so casually. Of course, Ziyin was not merely ridiculing her father. She was also lamenting Zhu Kuan's past arrogance. After all, it was his hubris that led to their exile and caused the ancient dragon clan to fracture. Fortunately, the clan's geographical location was advantageous. Otherwise, their stronghold might have been uprooted several times over a millennium. Indeed, upon hearing Ziyan's remarks, Zhu Kuan's expression darkened, while Zhu Hua and the others bowed their heads deeply. This was not something they were meant to hear. It could lead to trouble. "You 3 wretches, come forth at once." Unable to vent his anger on his daughter, Zhu Kuan could only unleash his fury upon the 3 instigators. With Zhu Kuan's rage, the sky above the ancient dragon island began to darken considerably. The vast energies of the universe howled behind him, connecting heaven and earth. From afar, it appeared as if an endless tide of energy surged forth, the sound of crashing waves resonating incessantly. Energy tides typically manifest only during extraordinary celestial phenomena. Such a magnificent spectacle is beyond human reach. Yet now, this rare energy tide, which occurs but once in a century, was coalesced into form by a mere thought of Zhu Kuan. In the present realm of the Dou Qi Continent, only the 4 illustrious figures, Gu Yuan, the Emperor of Souls, Su Wu Tunyan, and Zhu Kuan, masters of the 9-star Do Sheng, possess such formidable prowess. Although Zhu Kuan currently manifests merely as a soul avatar, his imperial soul grants him the capacity to execute equivalent feats. Observing the tumultuous energy tides, the members of the ancient dragon clan fell silent, paralyzed by the oppressive force that pervaded the atmosphere, despite their affinity for the spatial realm. They could traverse the void with ease. Yet they harbored no doubt that should they be ensnared within that dreadful pressure, their corporeal forms, and even their very souls would disintegrate into nothingness. Suddenly, two golden streaks of light surged into the distance. Jiang Yun focused intently, recognizing the figures of two middle-aged men, the West Dragon King and the South Dragon King, who, in a desperate bid for survival, were racing away. Could they truly escape? Upon witnessing this scene, Dou Qi let out a cold sneer, extending his hand to summon a golden longsword that appeared to flow like liquid. A sense of annihilation quietly emanated from it, while a chilling voice imbued with an extraordinary pressure resonated through the air. The Dragon Slayer's sword. It was indeed the Dragon Slayer's sword. As all present knelt in reverence, they quivered at the sight of the sword in Dou Qi's grasp, a primal fear coursing through their veins. The Dragon Slayer's sword was the most dreaded entity in the hearts of the ancient dragons. In that moment, they could not help but yield, not merely to Dou Qi's formidable reputation and might, but with genuine submission. Many had never experienced the era of Dou Qi's dominion and were unfamiliar with him. However, once the Dragon Slayer's sword was summoned, everything transformed. Ziyan, take heed. This is the ancient dragon clan's method of exterminating traitors. Only by summoning the Dragon Slayer's sword can one ascend to the true status of Dragon Emperor. Dou Qi's expression remained icy as he gazed into the distance, his voice deep and resonant. Ziyan, with a grave demeanor, fixed her gaze upon the longsword, unable to suppress a nod of acknowledgement. Traitors, the Dragon Slayer's sword shall cleave them. With these words, Dou Qi unleashed two strikes towards the distant West Dragon King and South Dragon King, who had fled far away. As the Dragon Slayer's sword descended, a peculiar wave emanated from its tip, spreading like lightning. The fleeing figures sensed a disturbance, yet Dou Qi's assault was too swift, piercing through the void with an uncanny precision, gliding gently across their bodies. With a swift slash, the air crackled, leaving behind 4 segments of their forms. The West Dragon King and South Dragon King were cleaved in twain, the severed edges remarkably smooth, with blood gushing forth like a torrent from beneath their dragon scales, revealing the pulsing innards within. 4 ninth-tier magical beasts, their vitality was immensely robust. Even when bisected, they would not succumb immediately. However, the attack of the Dragon Slayer's sword seemed infused with obliteration, plunging the West and South Dragon Kings into darkness, devoid of any trace of life emanating from their beings. Boom. At that moment, a scarlet light emanated from North Dragon Island, resembling a landscape tainted by blood, casting an ominous aura. The Dragon Transformation Demon Array. This wretched North Dragon King. How could he possibly wield such an ancient forbidden technique of the Dragon Clan, which was eradicated thousands of years ago? Upon witnessing this scene, countless powerful members of the ancient Dragon Clan could not help but curse in outrage. Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor. There are numerous innocent descendants of the ancient Dragon Clan on North Dragon Island. We implore you to intervene and save them. The recently subjugated warriors of North Dragon Island, suppressing their trepidation, bowed deeply towards Dou Qi from a distance. Ziyan, what is your perspective on this? Dou Qi, unperturbed by the desperate pleas, calmly inquired of Ziyan, who stood beside him. To save, or not to save? Upon hearing Dou Qi's words, all gazes turned toward Ziyan with anticipation. For the first time, a look of bewilderment flickered in Ziyan's eyes. Listening to the wails echoing from North Dragon Island and witnessing the pleading expressions of her kin beside her, she felt a pang of compassion and earnestly stated to Dou Qi, Father, they are my kin of the ancient Dragon Clan. They have merely been misled. We cannot turn a blind eye. Upon hearing Ziyan's words, gratitude washed over the faces of those around her, with a sudden realization dawning upon them. She was the daughter of the Dragon Emperor. Thus, she was a princess. Very well. Let us heed Ziyan's counsel and grant them a chance, Dou Qi remarked, his eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. Ultimately, the fate of the ancient Dragon Clan would rest in Ziyan's hands. A benevolent ruler is far more fitting than a ruthless one. Ruthlessness? There is already enough of that. At the very least, that lad Jiang Yun is no pushover. Kindness shall not lead Ziyan to ruin. For now, the members of the ancient Dragon Clan were filled with appreciation for her. Haha, what of the Dragon Emperor? As the Dragon King of the ancient Dragon Clan, dragging a quarter of the clan down with me would not be in vain. Amidst the rich scent of blood, the maniacal laughter of the North Dragon King echoed. Are you the one who decides the fate of my subjects? Just then, Dou Qi's icy voice resounded, and a terrifying soul pressure descended, rendering the North Dragon King's mind blank, momentarily halting the operation of the array. In the next instant, a dazzling sword light sliced through the air, and upon regaining his senses, the North Dragon King heard a chilling voice, plunging his consciousness into darkness. Foul dragon, you shall be punished. In the following moment, A magnificent violet-golden radiance surged forth, swiftly dissipating the blood-red light that enveloped North Dragon Island as if it had encountered its nemesis. Shortly thereafter, observing the revitalized North Dragon Island, Dou Qi disdainfully remarked at the corpse of the North Dragon King. Forbidden technique? Merely remnants of what I have toyed with. Chapter 153. The Three Sacred Grounds of the Ancient Dragon Clan. Forbidden technique? Merely remnants of what I have toyed with. Dou Qi's scornful voice became the final memory of the North Dragon King's life. With the demise of the three Dragon Kings, the long-standing division of the Ancient Dragon Clan, which had persisted for millennia, has come to a close. Dou Qi cast a sweeping gaze over the kneeling assembly and solemnly commanded, Zhu Hua, hasten to the three Dragon Islands and seek out any remaining dissidents. Should you encounter those who refuse to repent, show them no mercy. Understood. Zhu Hua and the others replied with fervor, their hearts racing at the prospect of unifying the Ancient Dragon Clan, a long-held aspiration on the brink of realization. Alongside the emergence of Zhu Hua, a two-star Dou Saint, were powerful allies already aligned with the three Dragon Islands, diligently restoring order throughout the territories. Dou Qi sighed and turned his attention to Jiang Yun and his companions, delivering a weighty admonition. You see, a leader who remains absent for too long invites chaos within their ranks. Even the mightiest forces can crumble from within. Henceforth, take heed of your own safety and refrain from reckless actions. The group exchanged glances, suppressing their amusement at Dou Qi's awkward attempt to deflect the tension. Observing their barely contained mirth, Dou Qi could no longer endure the discomfort. He hastily declared, I shall unify the four Dragon Islands myself. Those younglings lack the strength to manage it alone. With that, he hurriedly departed, soaring towards the four Dragon Islands. In the resplendent and towering hall, Dou Qi gazed upon the Dragon Emperor's throne, a complex expression crossing his face. Under the expectant gaze of the Ancient Dragon Clan, he gradually took his seat. All hail the Dragon Emperor. Upon Dou Qi's seating, the standing elders of the Dragon Clan excitedly bowed in reverence. Rise, Dou Qi gestured calmly. On one side of the hall, Jiang Yun and his companions observed the proceedings, excitement flickering in Ziyan's eyes. Jiang Yun surveyed the assembly. All present were elders of the semi-holy rank, as the other Dozuns were deemed unworthy to enter. Once the assembly had risen, Dou Qi addressed Zhu Hua. Ring the dragon bell and summon those scoundrels back from the void. If they do not return within 2 years, they need not come back at all. I shall personally retrieve them from the void. His voice, grave as water, carried an unusual hint of anger by the end. Yes, Zhu Hua promptly affirmed, silently mourning for the elder predecessors, knowing that the old Dragon Emperor was in a foul mood. He wondered which elder would be the first to return. After issuing his orders, Dou Qi waved his hand. You may leave. During this time, resolve your private grievances. I do not wish to see discord within the Ancient Dragon Clan upon the return of those individuals. The amalgamation of the four Dragon Islands is far more complex than mere appearances suggest. Although Dou Qi's voice alone now echoed within the Ancient Dragon Clan, he recognized that he could not swiftly dissolve the personal enmities forged over millennia of conflict among the four Dragon Islands. This would require the passage of time. Ziyan, prepare yourself. In a few days, I shall bestow upon you the baptism of bloodlines. After this rite, your strength will undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. As the others departed, Dou Qi turned to Ziyan and spoke softly. Understood, Father. Ziyan nodded gently in response. Dou Qi then directed his gaze towards Jiang Yun and the others, inquiring, what are your plans moving forward, Jiang Yun? Medusa, Qinglin, and the little medical sage exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately settling on Jiang Yun, as they were unfamiliar with the central state and relied on him to make the decisions. Before Jiang Yun could speak, Ziyan eagerly interjected, of course. We must remain on Dragon Island. Look at it this way. Little Yun is an 8th-grade alchemist, capable of concocting various elixirs for Dragon Island. Surely, Father would not be so stingy. Dou Qi felt a bit embarrassed. Was he truly such a miser? Given Dragon Island's resources, it would be no issue to support Jiang Yun and the others, even with the presence of the mighty 9-colored devouring python. However, wasn't every ancient dragon a creature that devours gold? He merely asked out of habit, sensing that Jiang Yun would not linger in one place for long. He was a young man with aspirations. Indeed, Jiang Yun did not prove him wrong. Scanning the group, he spoke softly. Dragon Island has just unified, and the powerful beings from the void will soon return. Uncle will undoubtedly be very busy, and Ziyan, you will soon enter seclusion. Moreover, the outside world is far more conducive to our growth than Dragon Island. What do you mean? Ziyan exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Once you complete the baptism, you can seek us out. Qinglin has the Bi-Snake's 3 flower eyes. The fastest way to grow is to venture into the beast domain and seek the 9 nether earthly python. Additionally, Medusa, as the nine-colored devouring python, would thrive in the same domain, and the little medical sage must connect with the Bodhi ancient tree, so Jiang Yun patiently explained to the anxious Xian. The nine-nether earthly python is one of the three great beasts of the demon world, and it is certain that there will be numerous Dou saints among them. It is far too dangerous for you all to venture there. Xian frowned in opposition. Observing Xian's distress, Zhu Kuan interjected, Xian, do not worry. I will assign a Dou saint elder to protect Jiang Yun and the others. Furthermore, having a Dou saint by their side will facilitate their travels between Dragon Island and the mainland. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's words, Xian's face lit up with joy as she leaped into Jiang Yun's arms, exclaiming, that's wonderful. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Kuan found himself at a loss for words. It was he who was resolving the dilemma, yet it was Jiang Yun who reaped the benefits. Should he consider binding Jiang Yun to Dragon Island and compelling him to tirelessly practice alchemy for 3 years? Jiang Yun too was moved, thinking, my esteemed father-in-law is formidable. A Dou saint dispatched at a moment's notice. He had considered that Zhu Kuan might send ancient dragons to protect them, but he had only anticipated a 9-transformation Dou Zun at best. He had never imagined that Zhu Kuan would actually send a Dou saint. As for the reason he did not possess the remains of the 3 great dragon kings to forge puppets of the saint level, it is because, after unifying Dragon Island, they were reduced to ashes by Zhu Kuan, truly obliterated into nothingness. The division of Dragon Island prevents the punishment of all involved. Otherwise, aside from East Dragon Island, the other 3 Dragon Islands would scarcely have any inhabitants left. Thus, the 3 Dragon Kings naturally became the ones to bear the consequences. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Yun respectfully bowed to Zhu Kuan from a distance. Do not concern yourself with such formalities. Regardless of your relationship with Ziyin, you have rendered me assistance and have been a benefactor to the ancient dragon clan. There is no need to mention such trivial matters again. Zhu Kuan waved his hand, and an exquisite force of spatial energy surged forth, pressing down Jiang Yun's hands, which were about to clasp together in gratitude. Let us set forth in a few days. In the meantime, I shall prepare a small gift for you. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Kuan addressed the group, leaving them in suspense. With their minds filled with curiosity, the group departed the grand hall and proceeded to the accommodations Zhu Kuan had arranged for them. In the dim, ancient atmosphere, an aura of antiquity permeated the space, and the sky above seemed to be shrouded by this ancient essence, thick clouds gathering, resembling a scene from a painting, imparting a sense of profound mystery. The tranquility of this timeless realm was abruptly disrupted by the sound of footsteps as Zhu Kuan led Jiang Yun and the others deeper into the abyss. Father, you mentioned taking Xiao Yun and the others to a wonderful place. Where are we headed? Ziyin inquired curiously, holding Jiang Yun's hand as she gazed at Zhu Kuan's silhouette ahead. The ancient dragon clan boasts 3 sacred sites, one of which is the Dragon Tomb, where our fallen kin are laid to rest. After a brief pause, Zhu Kuan continued, of course, the 3 rebellious wretches do not possess the privilege to be interred there. The Dragon Tomb houses the remains of countless powerful members of our clan. After their demise, their dragon essence fills the tomb, making it an exceptional place for body refinement. Every true void ancient dragon is granted a singular opportunity to enter this sacred space during their lifetime, dependent on their contributions thereafter. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, recognizing that the mightier the beast, the more they valued the remains of their kin. Take, for instance, the celestial phoenix. Should anyone dare to disturb their ancestors' remains, they would face the wrath of the entire clan. The ancient dragon clan operates under a similar ethos. In addition to the dragon tomb, our clan possesses the dragon blood pool, which, as the name suggests, is formed from the coagulated blood of our formidable warriors. Bathing in it has the effects of cleansing marrow and enhancing one's physique, among other benefits. Only those of great merit may enter. This is also our intended destination. As he spoke, Zhu Kuan cast a glance at Jiang Yun and the others. For the true void ancient dragon clan, the return of the old dragon emperor Zhu Kuan and the princess of the ancient dragon clan by Jiang Yun and his companions was an immense favor. Moreover, who would dare to oppose Zhu Kuan's decisions? After mentioning the 2 sacred sites, Zhu Kuan fell silent, prompting Ziyin to curiously inquire, what about the 3rd one? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze towards Zhu Kuan, who appeared to be engulfed in a myriad of complex emotions. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed and remarked, that place is far too distant from my clan. I wonder if I will ever have the opportunity to witness anyone enter it in this lifetime. With a look of earnestness, Zhu Kuan turned to Ziyin and said, Ziyin, I hope that person is you. Ziyin, taken aback by Zhu Kuan's unexpected declaration, instinctively nodded in response to his fervent gaze. Jiang Yun and the others were equally bewildered, pondering the significance of this 3rd treasure site. Observing Xian's nod, Zhu Kuan seemed to regain his composure and urged, "Let us proceed. We are nearly there." Xiaoyan watched Zhu Kuan's retreating figure, while Xian cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Yun. "Do not worry, everything will fall into place in due time. When the moment is right, you shall know," Jiang Yun gently reassured her, ruffling her hair with a comforting smile. As they delved deeper, the countenance of the group grew solemn, for they sensed an ancient pressure permeating the atmosphere. This oppressive force rendered the air sluggish and weighed heavily upon their inner energies. "Here we are." After an indeterminate time, Zhu Kuan's serious voice echoed, prompting the group to gaze ahead. Before them lay a fractured expanse of earth, revealing a profound pit that plunged several thousand fathoms into darkness. The abyss appeared as a gaping maw, reminiscent of a demon's lair, sending shivers down their spines. "What of the blood pool?" questioned the petite healer, observing the empty depths of the pit with a hint of bewilderment. Qinglin and Medusa furrowed their brows, scanning their surroundings with scrutiny. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Xian exchanged contemplative glances, fixated on the enigmatic chasm. With a light chuckle, Zhu Kuan waved his sleeve, and a ripple of spatial energy surged forth. In an instant, the ominous pit vanished, replaced by a vast pool of water suffused with a purplish hue. As the waters churned, ancient dragons emerged, their resonant roars echoing in the air. A rich, intoxicating fragrance wafted through the atmosphere, stirring the blood within the onlookers. It is indeed a spatial layer. The innate talent of the Taishu ancient dragon in the realm of spatial pathways is simply breathtaking. Medusa marveled at the sight, her violet eyes narrowing with a newfound envy for the bloodline of the Taishu ancient dragon. "You shall cultivate here for the time being. Endure as long as you can. But do not force yourselves if it becomes unbearable." After activating the dragon blood pool, Zhu Kuan advised Jiang Yun and the others. "Thank you, uncle." They chorused in gratitude. "Xian, come with me for your bloodline baptism," Zhu Kuan instructed, nodding toward her. "Very well." Xian, akin to a deflated balloon, responded in a dispirited whisper. She then lifted her gaze to Jiang Yun and said, "Xiaoyun, I do not know how long my seclusion will last this time. If you decide to leave before me, I will seek you out on the continent. Do not be idle. I shall demonstrate my strength by overpowering you with one hand." Observing Xian's playful demeanor, the melancholy of their impending separation lightened considerably. Jiang Yun chuckled softly. "You should seek guidance from your esteemed uncle, the formidable expert on Dragon Island. Do not be too eager to emerge from your retreat. I will return to visit you." Xian nodded earnestly, her eyes shimmering as she looked at Jiang Yun. Suddenly, her gaze flitted to Medusa, and a mischievous smile graced her lips. She stepped forward, encircled Jiang Yun's neck, and gently pressed her lips against his, catching him unawares. Startled by the sudden softness, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the presence of Zhu Kuan beside them. He wished to maintain some decorum, but Xian's allure was unexpectedly compelling. Resolute, he disregarded his reservations and embraced Xian's delicate waist, which, though slender, exuded a formidable strength. Humph! Two dissatisfied huffs pierced the air as Medusa and Zhu Kuan turned away with icy expressions, their clenched fists betraying their inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Qinglin and the little medicine fairy, with flushed cheeks, watched the entwined duo with keen interest. Chapter 154, Breakthrough. After a prolonged moment of reluctance, Xian was forcibly escorted away by Zhu Kuan, who turned back thrice, embodying the role of a quintessential villain. Once they had departed, Jiang Yun turned to Medusa and the others, earnestly advising, "The dragon's blood is exceedingly potent. One must act with prudence. Cultivation requires a gradual approach. Do not act recklessly." "Understood, Brother Jiang Yun." Qinglin and the little medicine fairy nodded obediently, adopting the demeanor of dutiful younger sisters. Medusa shot Jiang Yun a sidelong glance, her graceful form transforming into the enormous nine-colored sky-swallowing python. With a swift flick of her mighty tail, she plunged into the dragon's blood pool, creating a tremendous splash that sent waves crashing. As Medusa submerged, the blood pool began to bubble vigorously, as if it had been stirred to a boil. Jiang Yun sensed that the very essence of the dragon's blood pool had been stirred into motion. This fellow, standing by the pool's edge and recalling Medusa's earlier gaze. Jiang Yun shook his head in resignation. Brother Jiang Yun is such a lecher. Qinglin and the little medicine fairy giggled at the scene, with Qinglin teasingly saying, "You little rascal." Jiang Yun's expression darkened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Qinglin, fuming. With a playful grimace, Qinglin leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light that darted toward the dragon's blood pool. "You're quick on your feet. Truly a hidden lecher." The little medicine fairy approached Jiang Yun and, in response to his astonished gaze, uttered those words. Before he could gather his thoughts, she too leaped into the dragon's blood pool. "Has this been collectively endorsed?" Regaining his composure and gazing at the now tranquil dragon blood pool, Jiang Yun absent-mindedly touched his nose, pondering to himself. In the next moment, he dispelled all distractions. His figure shifted, and he transformed into a streak of light, plunging directly into the depths of the dragon blood pool. Splash! The purplish-red waters erupted. Yet each droplet felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, crashing down like waves surging within the pool. As Jiang Yun immersed himself in the dragon blood pool, an immediate sensation of heaviness enveloped him, as if the surrounding waters bore down upon him like towering mountains, causing his muscles to throb with piercing pain. Faced with this formidable pressure, Jiang Yun remained unperturbed. He gradually sank to the very bottom, the area where the pressure was most intense. The energy of the entire pool bore down upon him, causing fine cracks to appear on the surface of his skin. Feeling the terrifying weight akin to mountains stacking upon him, Jiang Yun slowly spread his arms, and as he formed seals with his hands, a powerful suction erupted from within him. Buzz! A colossal vortex formed at the bottom of the dragon blood pool, the purplish-red waters howling around him. The dense energy cascaded onto Jiang Yun's skin, penetrating through his pores, and in that moment, a radiant purple light began to emanate from him, accompanied by a faint sound of dragon roars. Gradually, dragon patterns appeared on his skin, but as they emerged, the 9 ethereal lights within him, reminiscent of the Milky Way, began to bloom, causing the dragon patterns to dissipate as if they were merely illusions. The rich energy seeped into his flesh and blood, causing his corporeal form to writhe and gradually strengthen. Time slipped by quietly as Jiang Yun and his companions each entered their respective meditative states. After an indeterminate period, a faint purple glow began to suffuse Jiang Yun's flesh, spreading throughout his body, exuding an aura of formidable vitality. The surface of his skin also shimmered with purple light, which gradually coalesced towards his arms, revealing delicate purple-golden scales that began to surface. His entire being seemed to undergo a profound transformation at that moment. Boom! A brilliant radiance burst forth from Jiang Yun's opened eyes. From the placid surface of the dragon blood pool, a dark figure soared into the sky. He let out a thunderous roar, a sound that resonated with the essence of a dragon. Surrounding him, a robust aura of fighting spirit manifested, conjuring a massive dragon silhouette behind him, evoking an overwhelming sense of pressure that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Standing aloft in his black robe, he was accompanied by a colossal black and white dragon, exuding an aura of divine majesty. A 4-star Dozuan. Jiang Yun lowered his head, his palms gradually closing together. As the power within him surged like a raging flood, a profound sense of strength poised to erupt, as if it could rend the very skies asunder. With an impressive surge in power, Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of elation as his gaze swept across the depths of the pool, where 3 distinct auras ebbed and flowed, poised to emerge at any moment. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun lightly tapped his toes and descended toward the ground. Behind him, a colossal dragon silhouette spiraled, ultimately merging with his being amidst a thunderous roar, vanishing into nothingness. Upon landing, Jiang Yun retrieved a pitch-black scroll, immersing himself in its contents while awaiting the emergence of Medusa and her companions. The scroll contained the method of resurrection, a gift from the revered Lord of Heavenly Fire that had been in his possession for some time, yet he had not found the opportune moment to enact the revival. Moreover, the rapid enhancement of his and his companions' powers rendered a Dozuan somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, having promised to fulfill this obligation, Jiang Yun resolved to resurrect the individual, thereby honoring his earlier commitment. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yun produced a pure white spatial ring, unsealing its enchantment, from which a mist billowed forth, coalescing into the form of the Lord of Heavenly Fire. The latter gazed around in bewilderment, but upon sensing the potent aura emanating from Jiang Yun, he trembled in disbelief and exclaimed, "Have you truly surpassed the realm of Dozuan, my young friend?" Although he could not discern the specifics of Jiang Yun's cultivation, he recognized the formidable strength exuding from him, surpassing even that of his own peak condition. Much had transpired during this time, and now it was indeed the moment to fulfill the promise made. Jiang Yun did not directly respond to the Lord of Heavenly Fire's inquiry. However, this undoubtedly affirmed the latter's suspicions. Contemplating this, the Lord's eyes reflected not only gratitude but also profound respect. "Young friend, such a great favor warrants no thanks. I shall forever hold this in my heart." In response to the Lord's heartfelt gesture, Jiang Yun chuckled softly and presented him with a 2-colored bone-melding blood pill, which he had previously concocted. "Consume this pill, and then provide me with a fragment of your soul's essence. When I instruct you to enter my body, there must be no hesitation." The Lord of Heavenly Fire accepted the pill, his demeanor solemn as he nodded in understanding. He then raised another hand to press and draw a thread of spiritual essence from his brow, which floated toward Jiang Yun. In a swift motion, Jiang Yun conjured the corpse of an unknown Dou Qi, previously arranged with the ancient dragon clan, whose vast influence made such tasks remarkably convenient. With a deft gesture, Jiang Yun guided the Lord of Heavenly Fire's soul thread into the cadaver. He quickly retrieved a jade vial from the spatial ring, filled with a purplish-red liquid that radiated an astonishingly violent energy. This was the essence of the primordial ancient dragon. These were once the staunch loyalists of the three great dragon kings, rebels whose transgressions barred them from rest in the dragon tomb. Thus, taking their essence, I bear no burden. With a forceful squeeze of his palm, the jade vial shattered, releasing a torrent of blood that scattered forth. As Jiang Yun waved his hand, the crimson liquid was cast upon the lifeless body suspended before him. The moment the blood touched the corpse, a hissing sound erupted, and under the corrosive effect of the blood, the skin of the body began to decay rapidly. Observing this, Jiang Yun summoned the undying sacred flame, enveloping the corpse within its embrace. As the flame scorched, the blood on the surface of the body gradually seeped in. Under the continuous infusion of vital energy, the skin and muscles that had been ravaged by blood began to pulsate with newfound vigor. Approximately half an hour later, as the essence of life permeated the corpse, its tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Within the hollow gaze of death, a flicker of vitality emerged, sparked by the infusion of the soul of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. At that moment, Jiang Yun exclaimed, "Now is the time, enter the body." Nearby, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, having already consumed a medicinal pill and poised for action, felt a jolt at Jiang Yun's command and surged toward the corpse. As his soul entered, an unusual dark red ripple surged forth, swiftly enveloping the entire body. Instantly, the corpse was shrouded in the dark red waves, and the flesh that had been corroded by blood began to sprout anew, as if the essence of the blood-bone fusion pill was at work. Next, I must harness the power of flames to scorch this body. I must not lose myself. I must seize this opportunity to gain control over this vessel in order to achieve true resurrection. Jiang Yun cautioned the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, and with a thought, the white flames encircling the corpse surged violently, incinerating the freshly sprouted flesh once more. Yet, under the cover of the dark red ripples, the flesh began to regenerate again, and the speed of growth accelerated, each reformation deepening the bond with the soul of the radiant Heavenly Fire. After 2 days of annihilation and rebirth, the body finally reformed its flesh and skin, transforming entirely into the visage of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. Moreover, a vast aura gradually blossomed within this new form. At a certain moment, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign rose abruptly from the flames, and Jiang Yun timely ceased the fire. In the next instant, a 6-star Dou Qi aura erupted explosively from the Sovereign's body, not only restoring him to his former strength, but elevating him even further. "Ha ha, thank you, young friend. I am immensely grateful." An exuberant laugh resonated as the Heavenly Fire Sovereign landed, expressing his excitement to Jiang Yun. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained seated on the ground, undistracted by the Sovereign's exuberance, as the black and white flames danced in his eyes. Within him, the black and white Dou Qi intertwined slowly, showcasing the interplay of life and death. The mysteries of existence and rebirth unfolded before his gaze. To his astonishment, the revival of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign had yielded such unexpected rewards. The sacred fiery demon flame embodies the opposing forces of life and death, steeped in mystery. This recent experience has allowed Jiang Yun to gain a deeper understanding of the profound intricacies that lie between existence and oblivion. Perceiving Jiang Yun's unusual state, the Fire Sovereign, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of envy in his gaze. He quietly approached Jiang Yun, standing vigilantly by his side. It was only at that moment that he realized they were ensconced in a dim, gray space. Before them lay a blood pool emanating a chilling, terrifying aura, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast, causing the very blood within him to tremble. "What manner of place is this?" the Fire Sovereign murmured, his voice quavering. Had it not been for Jiang Yun's ongoing enlightenment, combined with his inherent trust in the young man, he might have already fled with Jiang Yun in tow. Amidst this tranquil waiting, a barely audible sound of footsteps emerged from behind, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. "Who are you?" Medusa materialized silently before Jiang Yun, coldly regarding the Fire Sovereign. A sudden voice from behind startled the Fire Sovereign, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Turning to see the icy visage of Medusa, he hastily introduced himself. "I am Yaotian Fire, residing in a soul form within the spatial ring of my young friend Jiang Yun, and I was recently resurrected by him." Medusa nodded in acknowledgement, but did not depart, instead remaining poised in front of Jiang Yun. Watching the somewhat subdued Medusa, the Fire Sovereign wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that had circumstances been different, he might have faced dire consequences. What a collection of terrifying beings. He mused. It appears your gains have been substantial. Time passed as the Fire Sovereign endured his anxious wait. Eventually, after an unknown period, Jiang Yun, having broken through to the 5th star of the Dou Sovereign rank, cast a surprised glance at Medusa, who had emerged from her meditative state. Indeed, Medusa replied, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yun. The bloodline of the ancient dragon clan has not only fortified my physical form, but has also further awakened the bloodline of the devouring celestial python within me, allowing my power to ascend to the 7th star of the Dou Sovereign rank. That is splendid news. The 9 Nether Underworld Python clan possesses immense opportunities that could propel your strength to new heights. Your growing power is most welcome. Jiang Yun responded thoughtfully. With a peculiar look, Medusa regarded Jiang Yun, softly nodding her head. Congratulations, young friend Jiang Yun, on your remarkable advancement. The now somewhat flustered Fire Sovereign interjected hurriedly. Observing the tense Fire Sovereign and the frosty Medusa, Jiang Yun seemed to grasp the underlying dynamics, offering a few words of reassurance that ultimately eased Medusa's wariness. Chapter 155, Departure from the Island. Subsequently, the atmosphere in this space returned to tranquility. After several more days, Qing Lin and the little medical sage emerged from their own meditative states, having experienced significant enhancements in their abilities. At this juncture, Qing Lin had ascended to the 7th star of the Dou Emperor rank, while the little medical sage, though slightly behind, had achieved a formidable 6-star strength. After gathering, several individuals departed from the Dragon Blood Pool, standing amidst the void surrounding Dragon Island. The first glimpse of Dragon Island left the venerable Tianhua in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What place is this? This is the ancestral land of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, with which we share a connection. Once we bid farewell, we shall head to Zhongzhou. Do not be surprised later," Jiang Yun softly explained to the venerable Tianhua, before surveying the transformations that had taken place on Dragon Island. In stark contrast to his previous retreat, Dragon Island had undergone significant changes. Shadows of numerous individuals patrolled the void surrounding the island, their sharp gazes sweeping across the area. Any sign of hostility from a passerby would be met with a tempest of fierce attacks. These forces formed an impregnable web of defense, safeguarding the island. Deeper within Dragon Island, robust auras resonated, and Jiang Yun chuckled softly, glancing at the 3 women beside him. It appears many of our esteemed predecessors have returned. This is the prowess that the supreme beasts of the Taishu ancient dragon should possess. Ha ha ha, the lad speaks true. This is the strength of our clan. Not the earlier pitiful display of a few insignificant beings and a mere 4-star Dou Saint, which brought me such embarrassment. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed, as several figures silently emerged in the space ahead. Among them was Zhu Tian, but Jiang Yun and his companions exchanged glances, noticing that those accompanying Zhu Tian bore bruised faces. Standing awkwardly behind him, "It seems you have made commendable progress over the past year," Zhu Tian remarked, nodding in approval as he observed Jiang Yun and his companions. His gaze lingered longest on Jiang Yun, not only due to his status, but also because he sensed a notable transformation in Jiang Yun since their last encounter. As for the suddenly appearing venerable Tianhua, Zhu Tian chose to disregard him. With his strength, he had recognized Tianhua's presence upon seeing Jiang Yun. However, he deemed the latter insignificant, as anyone below the 7-star Dou Saint was hardly worthy of his attention. "Uncle, who are these individuals?" Jiang Yun inquired softly, a hint of amusement in his tone as he looked towards Zhu Tian. "Humph." Upon hearing this, Zhu Tian's expression soured, and with a cold snort, he glared at the elders of the ancient dragon clan, who appeared as if they had been caught misbehaving like wayward children. "What are you all standing around for? Speak for yourselves, you inept fools." At Zhu Tian's words, the unfamiliar Taishu ancient dragons exchanged glances, and eventually, the eldest among them, a white-haired elder, stepped forward and said, "I am Zhu Tian, honored to meet you, young friend Jiang Yun. We are immensely grateful for your return of our princess and for bringing news of His Majesty Zhu Tian to our clan." "Enough, enough. My daughter has already been returned to you. Must you, you little rascal, also express gratitude?" Zhu Tian interjected irritably, his displeasure evident as he glanced at Jiang Yun and the 3 enchanting figures beside him. Upon witnessing the situation, the crowd exchanged awkward glances, uncertain of what misstep His Majesty Zhuquan had committed this time. His countenance, much like the capricious weather, changed swiftly. Jiang Yun, equally perplexed, rubbed his forehead. He had certainly noticed Zhuquan's unfriendly gaze. However, the truth was irrefutable, and given Zhuquan's superior status, Jiang Yun had no choice but to acquiesce. Behind him, Medusa and her companions appeared to be reveling in the spectacle, as it was rare to see Jiang Yun at a loss, unable to retaliate. "This lad was once one of my close guards. After millennia, he has only ascended to a mere 6-star Dou Saint. What a disgrace." Seemingly aware of his overly harsh reaction, Zhu Quan took a deep breath and pointed at Zhuzhou. What are you all laughing at? You're all a bunch of failures. After so long, you have made no progress. Why do you stand there dumbfounded? Speak up. He then turned his sharp gaze toward the few chuckling figures behind him. Young friend Jiang Yun, I am Zhu Yu. And I am Zhu Xian. Subsequently, Jiang Yun and his companions were introduced to these venerable elders, with Zhuzhou being the most formidable. Currently at the initial stage of 6-star Dou Saint, while the others were all above the 2-star Dou Saint level. Most of them had once served as Zhu Quan's close guards. After Zhu Quan's disappearance, they had ventured into the void in search of him, a journey that had spanned millennia. Once in the prime of their youth, they now gradually approached the twilight of their years. Observing their condition, it was likely that a portion of the powerful beings in the Taishu ancient dragon clan had succumbed to eternal silence in the void, as none could withstand the ravages of time. Moreover, there had been several formidable elders whose ages surpassed even that of Zhu Quan. Now, it seemed that fate alone would determine their future. Presently, only these few inept individuals had returned. One could only wonder how many familiar faces would eventually come back. At this moment, Zhu Quan sighed, his eyes clouded with nostalgia. Upon hearing this, the others felt a sense of melancholy, but were at a loss for words to comfort Zhu Quan. Ultimately, it was Jiang Yun who spoke up. With the strength of the esteemed elders, it is not yet time for the great calamity. It is likely that they have ventured far, and, upon learning of your return, are currently on their way back. Hearing Jiang Yun's words of solace, Zhu Quan felt a flicker of warmth within, realizing that, for now, all he could do was await patiently. Uncle, the ancient dragon clan has now regained its footing. Since Xian has yet to emerge from her seclusion, we shall proceed to Zhongzhou to seek opportunities. Observing Zhu Quan's idle state, Jiang Yun clasped his hands in respect. Very well. I shall notify her upon her emergence. Here, take this. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, crush it. Zhu Quan nodded, handing Jiang Yun a dragon scale the size of a palm. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, esteemed elders. After receiving the dragon scale, the four bowed in gratitude to Zhu Quan. Zhu Feng, you shall accompany Jiang Yun from now on. After receiving the respectful greeting from several individuals, Zhu Quan addressed one among them, affirmatively responding, Yes, your majesty. Zhu Feng, his countenance austere and his eyes glimmering with a chilling aura, exuded an intimidating presence that made others hesitant to meet his gaze. With utmost respect, he replied to Zhu Quan and subsequently positioned himself silently behind Jiang Yun and the others, uttering not a word. Witnessing this 2-star Dou Saint pinnacle of the ancient void dragon lineage, even though they were already aware of it, Medusa and her fellow companions still felt somewhat entranced, as the reality of the situation was undeniably extravagant. As for the heavenly fire venerable, he had long since lost the capacity for rational thought. After bidding farewell to Zhu Quan, Jiang Yun turned to Zhu Feng and said, I appreciate your assistance, Senior Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng silently nodded, his hand slicing through the air, creating a rift in space. Jiang Yun, along with the 3 women, swiftly dove into the tear. Once they had entered, Zhu Feng respectfully acknowledged Zhu Quan and the others before grasping the heavenly fire venerable as one would a small chick, vanishing into the spatial rift with a soft hiss, disappearing simultaneously with the fissure. Within the depths of the rift, Medusa inquired of Jiang Yun, Shall we proceed to the beast domain now? Jiang Yun nodded, softly replying, There lies an abundance of the 9 nether earthly serpents and a tremendous opportunity pertaining to you. Let us venture there first. There was one thing Jiang Yun refrained from mentioning. In the original text, the Bodhi ancient tree appeared in the primal wilderness, which was inherently within the realm of the beast domain. The little medical fairy and the Bodhi seed shared an inexplicable resonance, and Jiang Yun pondered whether this expedition to the beast domain might yield unexpected rewards. The 3 women naturally offered no objections to Jiang Yun's decision, and Zhu Feng had no dissent either. He led the 4 of them at a swift pace toward the beast domain. Within the beast domain, the 3 major races of magical beasts truly reigned supreme. Among these, the weakest yet most numerous was the 9 nether earthly serpent clan. Their stronghold resided deep beneath the surface of the beast domain, yet they also maintained numerous branches above ground. This clan boasted the largest population among the 3 races, but their sheer numbers resulted in a bloodline purity that paled in comparison to the ancient void dragons that had been passed down through the ages. They even fell slightly short of the descendants of the ancient phoenix, the heavenly demon phoenix. It is estimated that within a millennium, as they naturally proliferate, the ancient bloodline contained within the 9 nether earthly serpents will be nearly exhausted. At that point, they will face a fate similar to that of the once mighty Shao clan, grappling with the depletion of their bloodline. The underground world possesses an exceedingly complex terrain, yet with Zhu Feng, the ancient void dragon, present, everything seemed almost illusory. A radiant purple-gold light surged swiftly through the depths of the earth, soon breaching multiple layers of defenses and arriving at the heart of the subterranean realm. Several figures gradually emerged, and the group had arrived at the stronghold of the 9 nether earthly serpent clan, the Underworld Serpent's domain. As for the revered Lord of the Celestial Fire, Jiang Yun relinquished his hold on him halfway, granting him his freedom. However, the Lord of the Celestial Fire was no fool, desperately clinging to Jiang Yun's leg. In preparation for their forthcoming journey to the central region, Jiang Yun first directed the Lord of the Celestial Fire to the alchemy domain to gather intelligence. The Underworld Serpent Veins served as the headquarters of the 9 nether Underworld Python clan, a sacred site revered by numerous serpent tribes. As a sanctuary, the defenses of the Underworld Serpent Veins were exceptionally formidable, rendering even ordinary serpent folk unable to gain entry. While the 9 nether Underworld Python clan may not boast as many experts as the ancient Dragon clan, they certainly possessed a significant number of combat masters at the first level of the Battle Sovereign realm. On a mountain peak outside the Underworld Serpent Veins, the group gazed into the distance, where Qing Lin softly remarked. As a member of the 3-flowered azure serpent, she could perceive the number of powerful beings within the 9 nether Underworld Pythons with utmost clarity. They are merely a mix of bloodlines, relying solely on their numerical advantage. The taciturn Zhu Feng could not help but scoff at that moment. Who would have thought that such a colossal serpent tribe could be found in the central region? They are exponentially stronger than our own clan, Queen Medusa exclaimed, gazing at the densely populated serpent tribes on the plain below. I once saw in our genealogy that our branch had also migrated to the Tagore Desert, though I wonder if it was from this beast domain. Upon hearing Medusa's musings, Jiang Yun spoke up. In the future, perhaps we could relocate the serpent tribe here, under your dominion. Medusa was momentarily taken aback, meeting Jiang Yun's gentle gaze. Her heart warming as she smiled proudly. In the world of magical beasts, bloodlines reign supreme. My 9-colored devouring python bloodline is the pinnacle among serpent magical beasts in the continent of Battle Aura. It is indeed my rightful place to rule here. Then let us now acquire the strength for you to govern this land. Following Jiang Yun's guidance, Zhu Feng led a few individuals as they traversed towards their destination, the 9 nether Yellow Spring. The spatial talents of the ancient dragon were unparalleled. Zhu Feng had mastered the manipulation of spatial power to perfection, effortlessly navigating through space towards the depths of the Underworld Serpent Veins, going unnoticed along the way. Deep within the Underworld Serpent Veins lay a vast, dark chasm, measuring 100 feet wide and seemingly bottomless. An astonishingly chilling aura surged upward from its depths like a gale. Even ordinary powerful beings standing here would feel their blood and battle aura turning numb. Without Zhu Feng's assistance, it would have been challenging for the others to withstand such immense power. At the bottom of this chasm lay the sacred pool of the 9 nether Underworld Python clan, the 9 nether Yellow Spring. This was where the greatest opportunities for the devouring Python clan resided, a place that would catalyze a transformative leap for Medusa. Strangely, there were no defenses beside the chasm. The howling cold winds emanating from within served as the most natural guardian. Faced with these fierce winds, even Battle Sovereign level experts would not dare approach lightly. This was indeed the legendary 9 nether Yellow Spring. Gazing upon the yellow lake before her, Medusa felt the chilling energy that emanated from it, awakening the vibrant power within her. Indeed, this was a splendid place for cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Medusa turned to Jiang Yun with delight. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Little Jiao appeared on Medusa's shoulder, reveling in the comfortable surroundings, playfully hissing at Jiang Yun. It seems that a formidable being is sealed beneath. Zhu Feng spoke solemnly at this moment. Sealed? The others expressed their confusion in unison. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired, Can you bring him out without alarming anyone, senior? Lowering his gaze to the tranquil lake surface, Zhu Feng pondered before nodding in agreement. It can be done. Thank you, senior, Jiang Yun said with a smile and a respectful gesture. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhu Feng moved swiftly, diving directly into the depths of the 9 nether Yellow Spring, his form darting towards the bottom like a flash of lightning. With a splashing sound, as Zhu Feng plunged into the 9 nether Yellow Spring, a column of white smoke began to rise from the lake's surface, bubbles continuously surfacing. Chapter 156, Conquest. Rumbling. The 9 nether Yellow Spring was frigid and silent, with only the occasional howl of the cold wind breaking the stillness. Jiang Yun and the others awaited Zhu Feng's return. And soon, a dull sound emerged from the nearby spring, followed by a terrifying whirlpool that churned the waters violently. With a splatter, 2 figures soared into the air, with Zhu Feng gracefully landing beside Jiang Yun. The other figure, frail and emaciated, was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by Zhu Feng, yet he bore no resentment. His eyes filled with excitement as he broke into wild laughter. Ha ha ha! I, Yao Ming, have finally emerged. His boisterous laughter caused Medusa and the other 2 women to frown slightly, prompting Zhu Feng to admonish him sternly. laugh again, and I shall seal you away once more." Upon hearing Zhu Feng's rebuke, Yao Ming, as if having his throat grasped, suddenly remembered the powerful presence beside him and immediately composed himself, surveying Jiang Yun and his companions. Upon noticing Zhu Feng standing behind Jiang Yun, subtly indicating his leadership, Yao Ming's heart trembled. Zhu Feng was a mighty ancient dragon of the fighting saint level, and it was astonishing that a mere human could command such respect. Cough, cough, I am Yao Ming. I thank the friends of the ancient dragon clan for their rescue. Yao Ming adjusted his attire and offered a respectful salute to Zhu Feng. Do not thank me. Had it not been for the young master, I would not have bothered with your fate. Zhu Feng responded coldly, unappreciative of the gratitude. Instantly, Yao Ming felt a wave of embarrassment, scratching his head. A fighting saint-level ancient dragon was not someone he could contend with, especially considering that the dragon was his benefactor. Nevertheless, Yao Ming turned his gaze towards Jiang Yun, the leader of the group, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young friend, for your assistance. Every action has its purpose, and I now grant you your freedom. In return, you shall serve me for 10 years. Quite fair, don't you think? Jiang Yun gazed impassively at Yao Ming, his voice calm as he spoke. You seek to enslave me. Yao Ming was taken aback, staring at Jiang Yun in shock. Suddenly, a powerful aura, akin to that of a peak 2-star Dou saint, erupted from Zhu Feng, pressing down upon Yao Ming, caught off guard at his most vulnerable state after just escaping confinement. Yao Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly to the ground. The sound of approaching footsteps resonated, and as Yao Ming looked forward, he beheld a pair of pitch-black shoes. Jiang Yun's indifferent voice echoed from above. Reflect on how you found yourself in this dire situation. The ones who harmed you back then are still living freely. I merely require an obedient leader of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent. It need not be you. With each word Jiang Yun uttered, Yao Ming trembled, his eyes filled with hatred. Should the 9 Nether Earth Serpent resist, next time it wouldn't just be Zhu Feng. This 2-star Dou saint, who would arrive. Do you understand? At Jiang Yun's words, Yao Ming, incredulous, lifted his gaze and asked, the Taishu ancient dragon seeks to unify the beast domain? Jiang Yun replied calmly, you must understand, it has never been the Taishu ancient dragon that needs the beast domain. Rather, it is the beast domain that requires the Taishu ancient dragon. The beast domain has managed to exist securely beneath the watchful eyes of the 7 great imperial clans. Not solely due to the balance of power and environmental factors, but also because of the enigmatic beast sovereign, the Taishu ancient dragon clan, which resides within the beast domain. Should the Taishu ancient dragon clan depart, how could the 5-star Dou saint, Huang Tian, withstand the iron hooves of the imperial clans? I understand. Yao Ming was a clever individual. Moreover, as he found himself at the mercy of others, he realized that refusal could lead to a fatal outcome. With a vendetta yet to be avenged, he could not perish here. Yao Ming pays his respects to the young master. Observing Yao Ming kneeling before him, Jiang Yun spoke in a tranquil tone, release your soul. Yao Ming trembled all over and, under Zhu Feng's watchful gaze, slowly lowered the defenses of his soul. In the next moment, a jet-black flame surged from Jiang Yun's brow, gently descending into Yao Ming's sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun discerned Yao Ming's soul realm, which was in the early stages of the celestial realm, considerably surpassing his own. This was precisely why he needed Yao Ming to willingly let down his guard. A forceful approach would be far too exhausting. A dark flame pattern manifested upon Yao Ming's brow, and aside from that, he experienced no discomfort. With the seal broken, Yao Xiaotian would soon sense the changes in this locale. Zhu Feng's methods could only conceal the situation for 3 hours, ample time for you to regain your strength. I care not how you do it. The 9 Nether Earth Serpent shall regard you as its sovereign. Handing Yao Ming a jade vial, Jiang Yun gazed ahead at the 9 Nether Yellow Spring and spoke calmly. Yes. Feeling the unmistakable authority in Jiang Yun's tone, Yao Ming's heart quivered, and he nodded, promptly consuming the entire vial of elixirs before swiftly exiting the valley, seizing every moment to restore his power. Next, let us watch the unfolding events. After the departure of Yao Ming, Jiang Yun gazed at Medusa and the others, slowly speaking. The 3 women nodded, intrigued by the impending battle. Although they had witnessed Zhu Kuan's overwhelming might, it had merely been a one-sided affair, devoid of the extraordinary prowess of a Dousheng. This time, they would be treated to a visual feast. With a flourish of his sleeve, Zhu Feng conjured the power of space, and in an instant, the group vanished. 3 hours swiftly passed. At this moment, within a grand palace situated in the depths of the Nether Serpent's veins, an atmosphere of revelry reigned supreme. Numerous leaders of serpent tribes gathered here, their laughter echoing throughout the hall. Upon the throne sat a man clad in black, flanked by 2 enchanting women who delicately kneaded his shoulders. In turn, his large hands roamed over their soft forms, leaving their gazes slightly dazed and extraordinarily alluring. The man possessed strikingly handsome features, yet his brows betrayed an unmasked chill. As he slightly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flickered within, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike, sending a shiver down the spine. Suddenly, the man in black abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of shock. He forcefully pushed the two serpent women away. Damn it, the seal has been broken? Chieftain, what is the matter? Below him, an elder with a crimson serpent coiled around his shoulders furrowed his brow and inquired. Yao Xiaotian's expression darkened as he whispered, Elder, we are in grave trouble. The seal-suppressing Yao Ming has unexpectedly shattered. What? That is impossible. The elder instinctively retorted upon hearing the transmission, but upon seeing Yao Xiaotian's earnest demeanor, he swiftly composed himself. Stealing a glance at the elders and tribal leaders in the hall, he quietly conveyed, You must go at once. Do not let Yao Ming escape. I will hold the fort here and quickly come to your aid. Yao Xiaotian replied with a sinister smile, his figure vanishing from the throne. He cannot escape. This time, he shall find no burial ground. The sudden departure of Yao Xiaotian puzzled the onlookers, but under the elder's reassurance, their attention shifted back to the alluring dancers in the hall. Whoosh! A figure hastened toward the Nine Hells' yellow spring, abruptly halting as it neared the valley. For there stood a familiar yet strange silhouette gazing intently back. This figure was Yao Ming, who, contrary to his previous frail state, now stood significantly taller and more robust. His face, though somewhat darkened, bore eyes that shimmered with a hint of malevolence. Yao Xiaotian. Upon seeing his nemesis, Yao Ming bellowed with rage, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a two-star Dou Sheng that surged like a tempest, locking onto Yao Xiaotian. My dear brother, why did you have to come out? A two-star Dou Sheng, how could this be? Yao Xiaotian gazed at Yao Ming, a cold smile dancing upon his lips. Suddenly, sensing the explosive power emanating from his opponent, his countenance turned pale. To his astonishment, after being suppressed for so many years, Yao Ming's strength had not waned but instead surged, ascending from a mere half-saint to the formidable level of a two-star Dou Saint. My dear brother, all that you have done in the past shall be repaid today. With a few flickers, Yao Ming materialized before Yao Xiaotian, a menacing grin slowly unfurling across his face. As a palm summoned forth an overwhelming, terrifying black aura. Why do you still cling to life? Why have you returned? Why do you not perish? Yao Xiaotian was driven to madness, an immense, chilling aura erupting violently from within him. The very fabric of the world quaked, as a colossal hand, towering 1,000 feet above, began to coalesce above him, imbued with an extreme, frigid power. The yellow spring palm is not to be wielded by you. Observing Yao Xiaotian's onslaught, Yao Ming scoffed, raising his own hand to unleash a strike that twisted and shattered the space around them. Yellow spring finger. A mere gesture towards the yellow spring, severing life and death. At that moment, an icy voice resonated from behind Yao Ming. In the next instant, a massive, deep yellow finger, measuring hundreds of feet in size, tore through the space, descending fiercely upon Yao Ming's back. The surface of the fingertip was coarse, yet it radiated a subtle force of destruction, appearing as a colossal pillar reaching toward the heavens, standing tall between the earth and sky. Did you think I had not noticed your presence? Yao Ming abruptly turned, confronting the elder who had appeared unbeknownst to him. With a chilling smile, he opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of black light that transformed into a half-foot-long black staff. The wrath of the Underworld serpent. Yao Ming bellowed, raising the Jiu Yu Ming staff high. A circle of pitch-black light erupted instantaneously, coalescing into a massive black serpent, 1,000 feet long, with an overwhelming aura of ferocity emanating forth, resembling an evil deity amidst the cosmos. As the three figures engaged in their formidable techniques, a profound silence enveloped the world, swiftly followed by a tempest of energy that surged forth, causing the space within 1,000 feet to nearly collapse entirely. The terrifying commotion finally drew the attention of the clan members of the Jiu Yu Ming Python. Come forth, and assist me in subduing this villain who dares to wreak havoc upon our Jiu Yu Ming Python clan. Yao Xiaotian roared, detecting the presence of his kin. Underworld serpent guards, seize this individual. The elder echoed, intent on executing a decisive blow before Yao Ming could be recognized. Yes, indeed, amidst the chaos, the members of the Jiu Yu Ming Python chose to heed the elders and Yao Xiaotian's commands, figures clad in serpentine armor darting forth from the surrounding peaks, each aura locking onto Yao Ming with unwavering resolve. Impudent fools, the Jiu Yu Ming staff is here. Ming Chong, do you dare to rebel? Yao Ming took a step forward, the black staff hovering above him, his eyes fixed intently on the Underworld serpent guards. The Jiu Yu Ming staff? How could it be the long-lost treasure of a century? This is the emblem of the clan leader. You are the leader of the Yao Ming clan. As the 9 Netherdark staff emerged, the expressions of all the elders shifted dramatically, soon replaced by an overwhelming fervor in their eyes. From that staff, they sensed an oppressive force resonating with their very bloodline, prompting several to kneel in reverence. Yao Xiaotian, your power has waned. You treacherous wretches. Despite my unwavering trust in you, you have betrayed me. Today, I shall rend your bodies into 1,000 pieces and cast you into the abyss of 10,000 snakes, where you shall face the most excruciating of fates. Yao Ming's voice echoed like the mournful wails of vengeful spirits, laden with boundless hatred. Grasping the 9 Netherdark staff, he launched a furious assault against Yao Xiaotian and his companion. Yao Ming, drenched in blood, bore a visage of sheer ferocity. His animosity towards Yao Xiaotian was indeed like an unfathomable tide, and each strike he unleashed was merciless. With a thunderous impact, Yao Xiaotian was sent hurtling away, crashing into a distant peak and reducing nearby boulders to mere dust. Following this brutal blow, Yao Xiaotian spewed forth a mouthful of blood, interspersed with fragments of his own shattered innards, a sight that caused many members of the 9 Netherdark Python clan to flinch. Unbeknownst to them, Yao Ming possessed such a trump card, effortlessly reclaiming his authority. Observing Yao Ming's ease in restoring order, Medusa remarked with a hint of astonishment. After all, the previous lessons from the Void Ancient Dragon clan were vivid. It was unexpected that the 9 Netherdark Python clan could reverse their fortunes so swiftly. If it had been Zi Yin returning alone to the Dragon Island, even with her pure bloodline, unification would likely have proven arduous. It can only be said that each side has its disadvantages, Jiang Yun mused softly after a moment of contemplation. With Yao Ming having quelled the unrest, the path for Qing Lin was now clear. It was her turn next. Jiang Yun gazed into the distance, watching as Yao Ming, having subdued Yao Xiaotian and the Grand Elder, ascended once more to the position of clan leader amidst the support of the people. He turned to Medusa and the other 2 women, stating, I have a feeling you wish to send us 3 away to enjoy a moment of solitude with the little medical fairy. Medusa shot Jiang Yun a sidelong glance. Her eyes filled with suspicion. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, casting a shy glance at Jiang Yun, her heart racing like a startled deer. Qing Lin, too, regarded Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy with a dubious gaze. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Yun chuckled softly. Nonsense. Let us proceed first to explore the half-emperor inheritance of the 9 Netherdark Python clan. Chapter 157. Bring it forth. Now reinstated as clan leader, Yao Ming sat enthroned in the grand hall, a look of rapture upon his face as he declared, This was always mine. No one can take it from me. Indeed, clan leader Yao Ming must tread carefully henceforth to avoid any similar incidents. Just as Yao Ming reveled in the joy of reclaiming his position, Jiang Yun's calm voice pulled him back to reality. In an instant, the previously enraptured Yao Ming exhibited an actor's swift change of expression. Regarding Jiang Yun and the others who had mysteriously appeared in the hall with a fawning demeanor, respectfully addressing them, it is entirely due to the young master's grace. Had it not been for the young master's assistance, Yao Ming would still be suffering in the depths of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. The young master's benevolence in resurrecting me will be met with utmost loyalty. From this moment forth, the 9 Nether Earth serpent shall revere the young master. Medusa and her companions gazed at the obsequious Yao Ming, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Jiang Yun's expression was equally peculiar, as he did not anticipate that Yao Ming possessed such remarkable qualities. Yao Ming, with the Azure Scale, you are aware of what must be done. Facing the fawning Yao Ming, Jiang Yun's dark eyes remained calm as he spoke in a flat tone. The Azure Scale. Yao Ming trembled, casting a shocked glance at the diminutive Dou Emperor Qing Lin, his heart in turmoil. No one understood better than he did the dominance of the Azure Scale over serpent-like magical beasts, except for a few ancient bloodlines, such as the rainbow-devouring serpent and the ancient celestial serpent. The majority of magical creatures were utterly subdued by the Azure Scale. In truth, the Azure Scale is a form of ancestral bloodline, akin to a divine bloodline of the serpent tribe among humans. However, due to its magical beast lineage, its restraining power is even more profound. Under the scrutiny of his companions, Yao Ming fell silent for a long time, almost opening his mouth, but ultimately stammered, I will. Casting a glance at the troubled Yao Ming, Jiang Yun said calmly, as you reclaim your position as clan leader, there will undoubtedly still be remnants of Yao Xiaotian's faction within. You bear no burdens regarding these individuals, do you? The 9 Nether Earth Serpent only had Yao Ming as a Dou Saint. Unless he were to be controlled by Qing Lin, it would be a long time before Qing Lin could elevate to the rank of Dou Saint. Jiang Yun never expected that the clan of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent would directly elevate Qing Lin to the status of Dou Saint. Achieving the rank of half-saint was his true aspiration. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Yao Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. They were merely traitors. Not worth his sorrow. As you command, he said gratefully, bowing to Jiang Yun. He understood that with the azure scale in play, Jiang Yun could easily unify the 9 Nether-Earth serpent by force, yet he chose to rely on himself, which filled him with gratitude and a quiet warning to himself. This is the only chance. In the future, I must not bargain with Jiang Yun, for he now possesses the power that could render my existence a struggle for survival. Lead us to the Yellow Springs stone tablet, Jiang Yun said calmly, glancing at Yao Ming. Yes, Yao Ming replied, his body trembling slightly, but after a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward to guide them deeper into the ancestral land of the 9 Nether-Earth serpent. During this time, Jiang Yun also enlightened Medusa and the others about the legend of the Yellow Springs demon saint. It is unexpected that the 9 Nether-Earth serpent clan possesses the legacy of a half-emperor. As a mere human, why would one leave such a legacy in the ancestral land of the 9 Nether-Earth serpent? Xiao Yixian inquired with curiosity after hearing about the origins of the Yellow Springs demon saint. What you may not know is that although the Yellow Springs demon saint is not of our lineage, there exists a significant connection to our clan. When this unparalleled powerhouse fell, the legacy he left behind had long since dissipated over time, leaving only the heritage of our 9 Nether-Earth serpent clan to endure. As the little healer posed her question, Yao Ming immediately responded with enthusiasm, recognizing that she was the cherished companion of the young master, and thus deserving of utmost respect. He found himself pondering who was mightier, Uncle Zhuquan or this Huangquan demon saint. At that moment, a playful voice chimed in, as Qinglin winked at Jiang Yun. The Dragon Emperor is invincible, came Zhufeng's voice, laden with unwavering conviction. Yao Ming was jolted, his heart quivering at the enormity of the revelation. Had he misunderstood? The Dragon Emperor of the Taishu ancient dragon was, astonishingly, a half-emperor? This was utterly astounding. Just how formidable was the ancient dragon clan? The 3 great beasts of the monster realm suddenly felt diminished in comparison. Had the Taishu ancient dragons truly maintained such a low profile over the years? With such prowess, they had remained hidden in the void until now, revealing themselves only recently, a testament to their noble character. Almost there. Jiang Yun remained silent in response to Zhu Feng's assertion. Although Zhuquan was the strongest among the 3 pinnacle 9-star Dou saints, he still fell short of reaching half-emperor status. However, such distinctions seemed trivial. Jiang Yun's gaze drifted towards the distance, where an ancient altar captured everyone's attention. This altar was exceedingly grand, constructed entirely from massive green stones, towering so high that it allowed one to overlook the surrounding peaks. Jiang Yun and his companions gradually descended upon the summit of the altar. At its center stood a colossal, pale yellow stone tablet, approximately 100 feet tall, exuding an ancient aura that seemed to transcend time itself. Master, this is the Huangquan stone tablet, Yao Ming declared, pointing at the immense stone, a smile illuminating his face as he addressed Jiang Yun. The group's gaze fell upon the Huangquan stone tablet, their expressions growing solemn as they sensed an overwhelming soul pressure emanating from it. The little healer, her brow furrowed in confusion, stared at the gigantic fingerprints and palm prints etched into the stone, inquiring, "What are those?" Yao Ming elaborated. The Huangquan demon saint possesses 3 renowned combat techniques: Huangquan finger, Huangquan palm, and Huangquan heavenly wrath. All are of the heavenly rank, with Huangquan heavenly wrath being a high-level heavenly rank technique. Those imprints represent the inheritance of the first 2 heavenly rank high-level techniques. The group could not suppress their astonishment. Even Zhu Feng was no exception. Such techniques were exceedingly rare, even among the Taishu ancient dragon clan, each considered a treasured legacy of the clan. Why is there no record of the cultivation method for Huangquan heavenly wrath? Qinglin pointed at the stone tablet and asked Yao Ming. With a sigh, Yao Ming expressed his regret. Though Huangquan heavenly wrath is formidable, acquiring its inheritance is fraught with challenges. This technique is concealed deep within the tablet, and for many years, no one from our clan has passed the trials. Moreover, it is said to harbor the blood essence of the Huangquan demon saint, and out of fear of damaging it, no one has dared to forcibly breach the tablet. As Yao Ming spoke of the Huangquan demon saint's blood essence, a glimmer of longing shone in his eyes. Half-emperor blood essence. Upon hearing the words of the demon lord, everyone was taken aback, for this was the blood essence of one closest to the Dou Emperor. A treasure that even a master of Zhuquan's caliber found intriguing. The Huangquan demon saint, without question, dominated an era of semi-emperors. His power had truly reached the realm of creation, and such formidable beings possessed bloodlines that were gradually mutating. His blood essence was immensely precious even to the Dou Saint Masters, rivaling that of a 9th-grade medicinal pill. Jiang Yun, within the 9 Nether Earthly Serpent, there are many Dou Saints, yet they are unable to acquire the cultivation method of Huangquan Tian Nu. You should refrain from taking risks. It is merely a scroll of high-tier heavenly combat skills, and we have no shortage of such. At this moment, Medusa turned to Jiang Yun, her tone laced with concern. Upon hearing this, Qinglin and the little medical sage promptly advised him. Jiang Yun, you must consider carefully. Even Dou saints cannot obtain the inheritance, and it is undoubtedly fraught with peril. There is no need to risk your life for a drop of blood essence and a high-tier heavenly combat skill. The little medical sage gazed anxiously at Jiang Yun. Medusa, the little medical sage, speaks the truth. Brother Jiang Yun, we do not covet this. Uncle Zhu Kuan is a 9-star Dou saint and a Tai Su ancient dragon. If you require blood essence, his is no less valuable than that of the Huangquan demon saint. Qinglin echoed, even managing to utter a remark that brought a smile to the crowd. Young master, we could invite His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Surely, a semi-emperor's inheritance would pique his interest. Zhu Feng suggested hesitantly. After years of probing by our clan, it is understood that one must at least possess a mid to late heavenly realm soul to extract Huangquan Tian Nu and blood essence from the remnants of the Huangquan demon saint's soul. Although the young master has reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm, he still falls short compared to the heavenly realm. It is prudent to proceed with caution. The demon lord looked at Jiang Yun with a worried expression, urging him. Despite being enslaved by Jiang Yun, at this moment, his concern was genuine. If Jiang Yun were to encounter misfortune, not only would he face the wrath of the holy heavenly demon flame within the sea of consciousness, but the 9 nether earthly serpent clan would also face dire consequences if the Tai Su ancient dragon were displeased. He hoped that upon learning of these stringent conditions, Jiang Yun would reconsider. Unfortunately, the opposite occurred. Jiang Yun looked at the concerned Medusa and the other 2 women with ease, saying, "Do not worry. I am well aware of my capabilities and will not undertake reckless actions." Yet, seeing Jiang Yun's determination, a still apprehensive Medusa wished to persuade him further. However, Jiang Yun gently grasped her hand and spoke softly. "Do you not know my hidden cards?" At his words, Medusa's heart stirred as she recalled the towering giant structure, and she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. The warmth of Jiang Yun's hand quickened her heartbeat, prompting her to withdraw suddenly. Seeing that Medusa had relaxed, even Qinglin and the little medical sage, despite their lingering anxiety, found themselves compelled to trust Jiang Yun, with Medusa and the others unable to dissuade him. The demon lord was left with no recourse but to silently pray for this extraordinary young man, hoping he possessed unknown means to succeed. Jiang Yun nodded slightly to the few individuals, his figure shifting as he appeared atop a stone pedestal directly before the stele. Gradually, he settled into a cross-legged position, and the soul within his brow surged forth instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, a tempest of spiritual energy spiraled upward, and a spectral figure began to materialize. Darting toward the stele, the surface of the stele rippled as if it were liquid, and Jiang Yun's soul entered seamlessly within. In the pale yellow expanse, clouds swirled tumultuously, and bolts of lightning roared like furious dragons. At the very moment Jiang Yun manifested, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens like a swift sword. This greeting was rather overwhelming. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Yun chuckled softly, raising his hand to unleash a conflagration of black and white flames. With a muffled crackle, the lightning was absorbed into the sacred heavenly demonic flame, rapidly refined. Yet, more ferocious assaults followed. The deep yellow clouds continued to churn, and an extraordinarily powerful gust of wind appeared, as if tearing the very fabric of existence. A colossal, deep yellow energy finger, towering 100 feet, emerged. Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, bringing his hands together as a violet vertical eye manifested. The raging spiritual energy coalesced into a flying sword, striking fiercely at the yellow spring's finger. With a resounding impact, the space quaked, the deep yellow realm clearing momentarily as the fierce wind rent the air, creating fissures within the fabric of space. In the next instant, both attacks obliterated each other, vanishing without a trace. You are quite formidable, managing to withstand 2 of my attacks with your peak spiritual power. At that moment, a faint voice resonated from afar. As the clouds receded, a mountain suddenly erupted from the ground, soaring majestically into the sky. Atop its summit, a throne stood resolutely. Seated upon the throne was a figure clad in yellow robes, emanating an aura that caused the very heavens and earth to tremble. The Yellow Springs Demon Saint. Jiang Yun regarded this legendary semi-emperor with calm eyes. Young one, you possess commendable strength, yet your arrival is premature. Depart, for this is not a place for you. The Yellow Springs Demon Saint's voice, imbued with a soul-stirring pressure, carried a subtle appreciation. Since I have come, it would be illogical to leave empty-handed, Jiang Yun replied, fixing his gaze on the Yellow Springs Demon Saint. A light-hearted smile gracing his lips. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. At Jiang Yun's words, The Yellow Springs Demon Saint's expression shifted abruptly. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surging forth like a blade, fiercely aimed at Jiang Yun. "If you wish to slay me, then show me your true prowess," Jiang Yun remarked with a slight smile, waving his sleeve. A torrent of black and white flames surged forth, coalescing into a vast yin-yang eye in midair, successfully countering the soul attack of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint. "You are not from the Dou Qi Continent." Suddenly, the Yellow Spring Demon Saint rose abruptly, and as he did, the very fabric of the surrounding mountains and heavens began to fracture. With a gaze as cold as ice, he fixed his eyes on Jiang Yun and spoke in a chilling tone, "An outsider like you cannot be spared." Upon finishing his words, the Yellow Spring Demon Saint shot upward, his hands swiftly forming an enigmatic seal. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. In that moment, under the weight of this dreadful force, the world around began to tremble violently. Enormous spatial rifts erupted with a deafening roar, and it was as if the heavens and earth themselves were tearing apart, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. The wrath of the Yellow Spring was upon them. What wrath of the Yellow Spring? Bring it forth, if you dare. Chapter 158, The Proud Queen. The atmosphere was charged with unrest, and space itself quaked violently. Surrounding the remnants of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, peculiar ripples suddenly emerged, coalescing into an immense, formless figure towering over 1,000 feet high. Confronting this apparition evoked a profound sense of terror, as if facing the very world itself. With a resounding moo, the sound wave manifested into the true form of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, his indifferent gaze locking onto Jiang Yun in the distance. An ancient resonance echoed forth, transforming into an intangible assault directed at Jiang Yun. The surrounding space visibly fractured under the expansion of the sound waves. A cataclysmic force surged forth at a speed surpassing light itself. What wrath of the Yellow Spring? Bring it forth, if you dare. Yet, when faced with the frightful wrath unleashed by the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, Jiang Yun merely chuckled mockingly and laughed. What is this? In the next moment, it seemed the Yellow Spring Demon Saint had witnessed something unfathomable, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Yun. Behind Jiang Yun, a seemingly ordinary 7-story tower hovered in midair. It appeared plain at first glance, yet it emanated an ancient, sacred, and ineffable aura. Senior Qingming, I entrust you with preserving this fragment of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint's soul. Jiang Yun spoke softly, his eyes fixed on the Qingming Tower above him. The path of reversing life and death. It intrigues me to see if you can succeed. A light laugh echoed as Qingming's figure gradually materialized beside Jiang Yun. He regarded the Yellow Spring Demon Saint with a calm demeanor, extending a finger towards him. As the sound waves approached Jiang Yun, a tower-shaped phantom slowly emerged before him. Boom! Countless deep rumblings erupted before the Qingming Tower's apparition. Its colossal form stood like an unshakable pillar of heaven, while the Yellow Spring Demon Saint's massive figure, towering hundreds of feet, visibly diminished and became increasingly ethereal in that instant. Is it truly possible for such a terrifying existence to arise from this world? As the sound waves swept past, everything around was obliterated into nothingness, cloaked in a shroud of darkness. A feeble voice emanated from the distance. As a solitary peak loomed amidst the shroud of darkness, the sole sovereign of the Yellow Springs, unbeknownst to the passage of time, had returned to his throne, his increasingly translucent visage reflecting a hint of awe as he gazed upon Qingming. In the next moment, the Qingming Tower swelled in the wind, enveloping him under the watchful gaze of the sole sovereign, who met his fate with a noble resignation. After subduing the sole sovereign of the Yellow Springs, the Qingming Tower gradually diminished, returning to Qingming's grasp. Observing the slumbering luminescence of souls within, Qingming spoke softly. This continent of Dou Qi has birthed numerous prodigies. Should they ascend to the higher realms, they could become renowned figures in their own right. Alas, what a pity. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a radiant orb emerged from the Qingming Tower, landing before Jiang Yun. This was a gleaming mass of golden liquid, indeed, the essence of the sole sovereign's blood. Upon its arrival, Jiang Yun felt a violent surge of power within his veins. The blood of a half-emperor is no ordinary substance. After examining the precious drop of blood, he carefully stored it within his spatial ring and turned to Qingming, inquiring, Senior Qingming, the remnant soul of the sole sovereign has not dissipated, has it? Look, was Qingming's only reply as he handed over the Qingming Tower. Jiang Yun focused intently, and within the third tier of the tower, he beheld a droplet of golden liquid floating, radiating tiny points of soul light. This was indeed the last trace of the sole sovereign in this realm. Yunner, do you possess the means to revive them? Qingming asked with keen interest, observing Jiang Yun's withdrawn gaze. Not at present. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. He continued, The souls of those at the Emperor's realm possess immortal properties, even after their demise. They linger within the fabric of existence, albeit difficult to discern. According to legend, the void-devouring flame can allow the deceased to traverse between reality and illusion, becoming living dead. I have recently grasped a fragment of the path between life and death, and there lies a fallen emperor's soul, which would serve as excellent experimental material. The sovereign of the myriad worlds, the master of immortality, is the consummate practitioner of life and death. Yet, even he cannot fully unravel its mysteries. Your ability to comprehend even a fraction of it is indeed fortuitous, and may grant you more means in the future. Qingming nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Zhang Yun agreed, nodding in affirmation. Just then, within the void, the mountain and throne began to rumble and collapse, dissolving into nothingness. The two exchanged glances, and Qingming transformed back into the Qingming Tower, retreating into Zhang Yun's consciousness. Zhang Yun's figure quivered slightly, his ethereal form gradually vanishing from this space. As he disappeared, the surrounding realm also dissipated with a soft sigh. It has surely been half a day. On the altar, Medusa and the others gazed at Zhang Yun, who had remained seated on the stone pedestal for nearly an entire afternoon. Medusa could not help but furrow her brow slightly, though she held faith in Zhang Yun. Reassured by the presence of the formidable Qingming, she could not shake off her concerns. Among them, Qinglin, unable to contain her impatience, turned to Medusa and posed a question. Upon hearing this, Medusa furrowed her brow and inquired of the leader of the Yao Ming clan, Leader Yao Ming. Did your previous entries into the steel also require such an extended duration? In response, Yao Ming hesitated briefly, shook his head, and was about to answer when the steel suddenly erupted with a brilliant radiance. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhang Yun's soul phantom swiftly emerged from within, making its way towards his seated physical form. Simultaneously, the towering steel, apart from a single finger and a handprint, began to reveal the imprint of a mouth, slowly manifesting from its surface. It is the wrath of the Yellow Springs. The young master has succeeded. Gazing at the mouth shape, Yao Ming was initially taken aback. But soon his face lit up with ecstatic joy as he exclaimed, suppressing his eager desire to delve into the learning. Zhang Yun, are you all right? Upon Zhang Yun opening his eyes, Medusa and the other two hurriedly approached, inquiring with concern. I am fine, Zhang Yun replied slowly, shaking his head as he rose. He then turned to Yao Ming and said, the wrath of the Yellow Springs lies here. However, without a soul realm at the mid-stage of the heavenly realm, do not forcefully cultivate. We shall proceed to the 9 nether Yellow Springs now. Thank you, young master. Yao Ming nodded respectfully, choosing not to mention the blood of the Yao Saint, for it was no longer something he could covet. Upon arriving once more at the 9 nether Yellow Springs, Zhang Yun observed the quietly standing Medusa beside him and remarked, the chilling power contained within the 9 nether Yellow Springs is extraordinarily formidable. It can be fatal to ordinary strong practitioners. Yet, the 9-colored devouring python inherently possesses a heavy Yin energy, and only you can freely absorb the energy within. Once you emerge from your cultivation, you should be able to break through to the Dosheng level. This round of training will likely require a considerable amount of time, and we shall not linger here. However, I will instruct Yao Ming to seal this place until your emergence. He then added, moreover, take this. With a flick of his finger, a dazzling golden vial appeared in his hand, instantly captivating everyone's attention as they felt the energy emanating from it, leaving them in awe. What is this? Medusa trembled slightly, raising her gaze to Zhang Yun, already aware of its contents. This is the blood of the Yellow Spring Yao Saint. About 80% of it is contained here. I have invested heavily in you, so you must become stronger. Otherwise, I will feel quite insecure. Zhang Yun chuckled lightly, gazing at Medusa with a teasing tone. Medusa cast a complex glance at Zhang Yun, biting her lip lightly, with a faint emotion flickering in her eyes. Under Zhang Yun's gentle gaze, she smiled radiantly, her exquisite features exuding an enchanting aura. With every subtle expression, she momentarily captivated Zhang Yun's attention. As her alluring eyes sparkled mischievously, unexpectedly, a cool red lip gently pressed against Zhang Yun's mouth. Zhang Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile flickered in his eyes as he gently wrapped his arm around the alluring, fragile waist of the enchanting beauty. As she gracefully swayed, her serpentine form exuded an irresistible charm. After a long pause, Medusa subtly turned her head away, her delicate voice reaching Zhang Yun's ears. This king concedes that you have one, but whether you can have this king serve you depends on your abilities. At these words, Zhang Yun felt a slight daze. He never expected this proud beauty to utter such sentiments. In the next instant, the enchanting figure in his embrace transformed into the colossal 9-colored devouring python, her massive tail sweeping through the air as she plunged into the depths of the 9 nether Yellow Spring, creating a tremendous splash. Remember, until this king emerges, you are forbidden to perish. The gentle yet commanding voice echoed in Jiang Yun's ears, a faint smile gracing his lips. The nine-colored python, indeed, was the legendary creature. At that moment, a voice of astonishment broke the silence. Yao Ming stared in disbelief at the resplendent giant python, a tumult of emotions surging within him. The nine-colored devouring python was a mythical beast, mightier than the ancient celestial serpent, the progenitor of serpent-like magical beasts, and had appeared only a handful of times throughout history. He could hardly believe his eyes. In his lifetime, he was witnessing a creature that existed solely in legend. Yao Ming, you are aware of Medusa's identity and know what must be done, Jiang Yun calmly addressed the astonished Yao Ming. Indeed, rest assured, young master. I will ensure the safety of Our Lady. Yao Ming, jolted back to reality by Jiang Yun's voice, patted his chest in assurance. His spirits lifted once more. The nine-colored devouring python was the most formidable serpent-like magical beast in the existing continent, since he had already pledged allegiance to Jiang Yun. Supporting Medusa's rise to power and unifying the serpent clans of the magical beast realm would be a significant achievement. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Yao Ming resolved to ensure Medusa's smooth emergence. Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction at Yao Ming's attitude, and then said, have the faction of Yao Xiaotian been distinguished? Next, we shall address the Qinglin. At Jiang Yun's words, Yao Ming trembled slightly, and quickly replied, everything is prepared. Those traitors are unworthy of pity. Aiding the young master is their fortune. Observing Yao Ming's increasingly sycophantic demeanor, Jiang Yun fell silent. Turning to Qinglin, he inquired, is Qinglin prepared? Everything is at Brother Jiang Yun's command. Qinglin replied with a sweet smile, obediently. Subsequently, Jiang Yun and his companions remained with the Nine Nether Earth Python clan for an additional 3 months, departing only after Qinglin was firmly established. Regrettably, the little medical sage had yet to sense the bodhi ancient tree. It was uncertain whether the tree had not yet arrived in the wild ancient domain or if his assumptions were erroneous. In the central continent, amidst a lush and expansive plain, a dark fissure suddenly appeared, and in the next moment, 2 figures emerged from within. It is indeed Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy, while Zhu Feng has concealed himself in the shadows. Is this the central continent? The little medicine fairy curiously surveyed her surroundings and softly remarked. The air here seems to be imbued with a greater abundance of elemental energy than that of the northwestern continent. Naturally, the central continent is incomparable to the remote regions of the northwest. The opportunities here vastly exceed those found in the northwest, and the number of formidable individuals is significantly higher. Let us proceed to the alchemy region, Jiang Yun chuckled softly, gazing at the surrounding landscape. The little medicine fairy had no objections, especially since Zhu Feng had placed them in close proximity to the alchemy region, sparing Jiang Yun and her the need to traverse nearby spatial passages. In the span of half a day, they arrived at the most prosperous location in the Dou Qi Continent, the central continent's alchemy region. In the distance, a crimson plaza was nearly overflowing with figures, a veritable sea of humanity. The cacophony of voices rose and swelled, ultimately ascending to the heavens, where even the clouds above seemed to fade in the presence of such fervor. Is this truly the alchemy region? As she observed the throngs of people and the numerous figures clad in alchemist robes, the little medicine fairy couldn't help but exclaim, so many people, and so many alchemists. Not only was there a substantial flow of people, but the typically rare alchemists were abundant here, as if one could strike down 3 or 4 with a single brick. Holy Dan City, the sacred ground in the hearts of all alchemists. This is the allure of Holy Dan City, although the continent boasts a majority of high-ranking alchemists. In terms of sheer numbers, the alchemy region surpasses all. Let us explore thoroughly and see if we can find suitable herbs. You should also take the opportunity to certify your alchemist rank. Jiang Yun smiled, taking the little medicine fairy's hand as they slowly ventured towards the center. Holy Dan City sprawls impressively, rivaling the Blackhorn region. Even a Dozong expert would require nearly half a day to traverse from the north to the south. By evening, Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy had not traveled far before they found an inn to stay for the night, planning to embark on a swift exploration the following day. Chapter 159, Alchemist Certification. Is this Holy Dan City? Truly extraordinary. Gazing at the towering, solid walls engraved with the characters Holy Dan City, the little medicine fairy couldn't help but marvel. Before them lay the true core of the alchemy region, the sacred ground revered by alchemists worldwide. Holy Dan City. Jiang Yun looked up, feeling an intense spiritual essence emanating from the 3 characters of Holy Dan City. Anyone who gazed upon it would undoubtedly sense an overwhelming pressure that directly impacted their soul. It was undoubtedly crafted by the hands of a master alchemist. However, for Jiang Yun, given his current level of cultivation, this pressure was negligible, Nonetheless, it imparted a sense of the Dan Tower's might to every individual entering the city. As they entered Holy Dan City and walked along the main thoroughfare, shops on either side were filled with a dazzling array of goods. While the bustling crowd moved to and fro, waves of sound rippling through the air. The resplendence of St. Dan City is unparalleled, a sight that Jiang Yun has never encountered since his arrival in the Dou Qi Continent. Even the cities of the ancient dragon clan pale in comparison, largely due to their meager populace. Jiang Yun, where shall we go? Asked the little medical sage, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings before turning to him with a beaming smile. First, we will visit the Pill Tower for an alchemist level assessment. And then we shall contact Elder Yao, Jiang Yun responded, a warm smile gracing his lips as he observed the little medical sage, who appeared remarkably more animated than usual. All right, she replied, nodding obediently. Suddenly, a tumultuous wave of spatial energy rippled through the sky, heralding the arrival of a carriage borne aloft by several fiery red beasts known as the Scarlet Carbon Blush Beasts. Their appearance immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers, a cacophony of astonished gasps filling the air. Is that truly a Scarlet Carbon Blush Beast? Who could it possibly be that commands such grandeur? At the sound of awestruck exclamations below, Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow. The Scarlet Carbon Blush Beast is a formidable fire attribute magical beast, boasting a 6th-tier strength in adulthood. Notably, its speed is impressive, and its rarity often renders it a coveted prize at auctions, though it remains elusive. Could it be one of the 5 great families? Jiang Yun pondered, his gaze drawn to the emblem on the carriage. Just as the vehicle was about to pass by, the Scarlet Carbon Blush Beast came to an abrupt halt, eyeing Jiang Yun and the little medical sage with wary vigilance, emitting a low, ominous growl. What is happening? The little medical sage looked bewildered at Jiang Yun, trying to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Jiang Yun, equally fixated on the beast, noted the fear flickering in its eyes. A conjecture formed in his mind. They had just emerged from the dragon blood pool of the ancient dragon clan, and some residual essence of the Tai Su ancient dragon lingered upon them. As the supreme being among magical beasts, it was likely that this connection incited the Scarlet Carbon Blush Beast's trepidation. How audacious to dare obstruct our carriage. Do you have any idea who resides within? A sharp, commanding voice rang out, and the guards surrounding the carriage swiftly encircled Jiang Yun and the little medical sage. The leader, a middle-aged man, regarded them with a malevolent glare. Are we being set up? The little medical sage's expression turned grave, her icy gaze fixed upon the guards, while Jiang Yun maintained a light-hearted demeanor, though a fierce glint shone in his eyes. I am rather curious to know who is inside. To be so presumptuous, Jiang Yun retorted, his gaze icy as he locked eyes with the middle-aged man, an overwhelming aura of a Dou Zun erupting from him. The earth-shattering force surged forth, merging with the heavens, sweeping through the surroundings like a torrent. A Dou Zun expert. The middle-aged man was visibly taken aback, and not only he, but even passers-by in the distance were struck with astonishment. No one anticipated that among these youthful individuals, one possessed the formidable strength of a Dou Zun. In the absence of a Dou Shang, a Dou Zun stands as a pinnacle of power within the Dou Qi Continent, sufficient to uphold a dominant force. Concurrently, the crimson carbon beast behind him emitted a mournful cry, teetering as it plummeted below. Bang! Shaolin, what is happening? A somewhat disheveled figure erupted from the carriage, clad in a purple alchemist's robe, exuding a youthful and handsome demeanor. Yet beneath that charm lay an undeniable air of arrogance. A badge representing a 6th-tier alchemist adorned his chest, justifying his pride. At that moment, he regarded the middle-aged man named Chao Lin with a displeased expression. Young Master Chao Xian observed Chao Lin with a troubled gaze, subtly signaling him. Upon receiving this cue, Chao Xian furrowed his brow and stared at Jiang Yun, his body trembling as he gasped in horror. Dou Zun. If this is the caliber of the Chao family, it is indeed disheartening, Jiang Yun thought, furrowing his brow at Chao Xian. Though you are a Dou Zun, is it not somewhat inappropriate to underestimate the Chao family? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Chao Xian gritted his teeth, his brows knitting together as he suppressed his fear. He looked at Jiang Yun, dissatisfaction evident in his questioning demeanor. Is it not true? Jiang Yun cast a scornful glance at Chao Xian and retorted, what transpired earlier has nothing to do with me. What sort of display did your guard put on? Chao Xian frowned deeply at Jiang Yun's statement, responding somberly, even if we were at fault, you have no right to insult the Chao family. Jiang Yun ceased his argument, instead wearing a smile that sent chills down Chao Xian's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. Watch out, young master. A cry of alarm rang out, snapping Chao Xian back to reality. He realized Jiang Yun had vanished from sight, and in the next instant, a slender finger loomed larger in his vision. Instinctively, he attempted to flee, but the surrounding space was ensnared, leaving him helplessly watching that finger descend. Boom. A pained wail echoed as Jiang Yun's finger struck the center of Chao Xian's brow, causing him to collapse to the ground, howling in agony. Young master. Chao Lin gasped in shock, unleashing the might of a two-star Do Zone, leading numerous Do Huang guards to charge at Jiang Yun. Utter nonsense. Jiang Yun scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he waved his sleeve. A terrifying force surged forward, and in an instant, Chao Lin and his entourage were struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting blood and crashing back beside Chao Xian. This is merely a minor reprimand. Do not be so ostentatious next time. The Chao family is no Dan Tower. After resolving matters with the crowd, Jiang Yun took the little medical fairy by the hand, passing by the fallen individuals and casting a cold glance at the pained Chao Xian. You, ignoring the reactions of those around him. Jiang Yun continued onward with the little medical fairy. Shortly after their departure, a large contingent arrived to escort Chao Xian and the others away. As the crowd dispersed, the events that had just transpired swiftly spread throughout the entire Dan domain. Navigating through the bustling streets, after a brief walk of about 10 minutes, they arrived at the grand tower-like structure situated at the intersection of two broad thoroughfares, buzzing with activity. The expansive entrance stood wide open, with individuals adorned in alchemist badges, exuding an air of arrogance, continuously entering and exiting. Let us proceed inside, Jiang Yun remarked with a gentle smile towards the petite healer beside him, stepping forth towards the open gates of the Alchemist Tower. Sir, to enter the Dan Tower, please present your Alchemist rank badge. It is explicitly stated that non-alchemists are not permitted within. Two guards of the Do Huang rank obstructed their path, just as Jiang Yun and his companion were about to enter. Observing this, Jiang Yun produced his certified 5th-grade alchemist badge from the Canaan Academy, stating, I have just arrived in St. Dan City. Is it permissible for me to enter with this badge? Certainly, please proceed, the guard responded, a newfound respect gracing his features upon seeing the 5th-grade badge. While 5th-grade alchemists were not rare, a 5th-grade alchemist of Jiang Yun's age was indeed remarkable. Nodding, he took the petite healer by the hand, and together they ventured into the tower. Inside, the atmosphere thrived with alchemists bedecked in their badges, their expressions tinged with a subtle pride. Familiar faces exchanged reserved smiles as they passed each other. As they traversed a corridor within the tower, after a few minutes, they were greeted by a spacious courtyard, which rivaled the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild in the Jummu Empire in size. At that moment, numerous alchemists donned in robes representing various ranks wandered about. To the north of the tower lay the trading area, where many alchemists engaged in transactions for the necessary herbs or elixirs. Additionally, powerful individuals who were not alchemists frequented this area to procure medicines and materials. The attendant guiding Jiang Yun and his companion elaborated on the tower's layout, and then pointed towards a specific area. The certification area should be located to the south. Upon reaching the examination zone, they found a considerable queue already formed. After leading Jiang Yun and his companion to the back of the line, the attendant departed, leaving them to patiently await their turn. Their striking appearances and distinguished demeanor naturally attracted many gazes, particularly that of the petite healer. However, upon noticing Jiang Yun's 5th-grade alchemist badge, many turned their attention elsewhere. It remained true that youth was the greatest asset. Being a 5th-grade alchemist was markedly different from merely being a 5th-grade alchemist. After an hour had elapsed, most ahead of Jiang Yun had completed their assessments, and they were ushered into an exceptionally spacious room. This chamber was not only expansive but also remarkably tranquil, with no sounds from the outside world penetrating its serenity. Inside, nearly a dozen individuals stood, their gazes fixed upon a rather haughty elder at the center of attention. The elderly man wore a badge upon his chest, upon which flames danced, revealing a towering structure. 6 amethyst stars adorned the tower, radiating a blinding brilliance. Behind the elder stood 4 grand doors, each crowned with an ancient inscription, heaven and earth, profound and yellow. Upon the entrance of the crowd, the elder spoke, now that everyone is present, let us commence the assessment. Please indicate the rank you wish to test for, so that I may arrange the appropriate examination chambers. 3rd rank, 4th rank. When it came to Jiang Yun and the young medicine master, he gazed at her and calmly stated, I am here to accompany her. The elder furrowed his brow slightly but refrained from comment, turning his attention to the young medicine master, likely a junior sister, appearing somewhat anxious on her inaugural assessment. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him. 6th rank. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the young medicine master smiled gently and replied with serene confidence. This declaration drew the attention of the alchemists in front. 6th rank? Did I hear correctly? This young lady appears to be no more than 17 or 18 years old, and she isn't even clad in an alchemist's robe. Can she truly qualify for the 6th rank? If memory serves me right, the Chao family's prodigy is also only at the 6th rank. Could there be another genius? Hearing this, the crowd shook their heads. If Chao Ying's talent were so commonplace, she would not have earned the title of a prodigy. Unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes, the young medicine master maintained her composure, exuding tranquility. This caused the elder in charge of the assessment to hesitate, prompting him to reconfirm, "Young lady, are you certain you wish to be evaluated as a 6th-rank alchemist? Is there a restriction on the testing rank at the Alchemist Tower?" she inquired in response. "Not at all." The elder was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a chuckle, saying, "Very well, you may each enter your respective chambers, and your assessments will be conducted. As for this young lady, I shall personally oversee her examination." With that, Elder Zhao rose and made his way towards the heavenly door amidst the inscriptions of heaven and earth. The clear distinction in treatment left the onlookers feeling helpless, yet resigned. Within the realm of alchemy, ranks were rigidly upheld, and lower-ranked alchemists typically lacked the standing to voice their opinions regarding their superiors. "Go, and believe in yourself." Jiang Yun encouraged the young medicine master, gently ruffling her hair. She nodded, feeling the warmth of his gesture. Her heart filled with reassurance as she turned towards the heavenly room. As time passed, those who had undergone the assessment emerged, some elated, others disheartened, a spectrum of emotions. Nevertheless, they all shared a quiet anticipation, eager to witness whether the young medicine master would succeed, perhaps revealing yet another prodigy of the Chao family caliber. In the midst of this prolonged wait, the tightly shut heavenly room finally creaked open with a soft sound. As the door responded, the spirits of those within perked up, their focus honing in on the entrance, hearts racing with a mix of anxiety and excitement that surpassed even that of the participant. The door swung open, revealing the elder who had conducted the assessment, emerging with a furrowed brow and a visage marred by disappointment. Behind him, the petite alchemist approached Jiang Yun with a buoyant stride, brandishing a newly acquired badge. With a playful smile, she exclaimed, "I did it. I am now a 6th-grade alchemist." Her excitement led her to embrace Jiang Yun, whispering into his ear, "I didn't let you down, did I, teacher?" Chapter 160, Alchemy. It truly succeeded. Within the room, gazes fixated on the dazzling badge in the alchemist's hand, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie silence. A 6th-grade alchemist is a figure most present could only aspire to. Yet this emblem of glory now rested in the hands of a seemingly delicate and youthful woman. Witnessing such a surreal scene, a singular thought crossed everyone's minds. The Chao family's enchantress has found a rival. The assessor, regaining his composure, cast a complex glance at Jiang Yun and the alchemist, stating, "I can only conduct a low-level 6th-grade assessment here. However, the performance displayed by the young alchemist could certainly qualify for a higher grade. If time permits, I recommend pursuing a more advanced evaluation at the headquarters." "Thank you," the alchemist replied with a beaming nod, and together they exited through the door. As they stepped outside, the sight of the 6th-grade alchemist badge adorning her chest instantly captured the attention of passing alchemists. Her striking appearance lingered in their memories, and they were taken aback to learn that the girl who had just been an aspiring alchemist was now a 6th-grade practitioner. This revelation caused their pupils to constrict, and they found themselves unable to suppress their nervous gulps, their minds racing to identify which family this prodigious alchemist belonged to. Unfortunately, after much deliberation, none could conjure a fitting name. By the time they regained their wits and sought to establish connections, Jiang Yun and the young alchemist had already departed. Once they left the assessment area, Jiang Yun and the alchemist ventured into the trading district. Although he had received a plethora of medicinal herbs from the ancient dragon clan when departing from Dragon Island, most of which were of considerable quality, the thrill of treasure hunting still captivated him. It was one of the few activities that could bring him unexpected joy in the Dou Qi Continent. At this moment, Jiang Yun and the young alchemist paused before a jade stone platform. A chilly mist emanated from the platform, gradually enveloping the surroundings and significantly lowering the temperature. Scattered atop the jade platform were various herbs, scrolls, and even elixirs, all appearing rather extraordinary. A crowd had gathered around the platform, clearly intrigued by its offerings. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon a pale yellow copper plate nestled in the corner of the jade platform, momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting surprise. "Young one, do you recognize this object?" In that fleeting moment of peculiarity, the disheveled old man across from them sensed something amiss. He extended his hand, and a copper piece fell into his grasp as he regarded Jiang Yun with a keen interest. His gaze swept over the 5th and 6th grade alchemist badges adorning Jiang Yun and the little healer's chests, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Recognizing the significance, the old gentleman contemplated his approach. Nodding slightly, Jiang Yun refrained from contradicting him, meeting the old man's gaze with composure, and softly inquired, "I can sell it to you. But first, you must enlighten me about what this is." The scruffy elder chuckled, his tone shifting as he responded with a grin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun merely shook his head indifferently and replied softly, "There's no need for games, old sir. If I tell you, what if you decide to raise the price on the spot? A scroll of a 7th grade advanced pill formula. Will you make the trade?" The old man felt a stir of surprise, casting a glance at the two. To possess a 7th grade advanced pill formula was no small feat. Moreover, this copper piece appeared to be exceedingly valuable, a remarkable item indeed, adding a 7th grade advanced pill to the mix. With this thought, a glimmer of greed flashed in the old man's eyes as he regarded Jiang Yun and spoke. "Let us proceed." Unwilling to indulge the old man in his attempts to raise the price, Jiang Yun did not even spare him a glance. Taking the little healer by the hand and walking away, the elder was taken aback by their decisiveness. Were they not going to haggle? "Oh, it is merely a scroll of a 7th grade advanced formula," he called out as they retreated further. "A 7th grade intermediate formula." Jiang Yun turned his head, his dark eyes calmly meeting the elder's gaze. The old man felt a surge of anger at Jiang Yun's attempted reduction, instinctively ready to unleash a tirade. But upon locking eyes with Jiang Yun's deep, dark gaze, he felt an uncomfortable tightening in his chest, an invisible pressure emanating from his very soul. This sensation he had only ever experienced with the 8 elders of the Pill Tower. Now, he felt it emanating from Jiang Yun as well. A sudden jolt coursed through his mind. An epiphany struck him. Noticing Jiang Yun's tranquil eyes, a chill enveloped him. "Will you trade for a 7th grade intermediate formula, old sir?" Jiang Yun's voice remained steady, yet to the elder's ears, it resonated with an undeniable force of authority. "Very well." His mind momentarily blank. The old man slowly uttered a single word. In the next instant, a pale green scroll materialized in Jiang Yun's hand, which he tossed to the scruffy elder, who hastily caught it. Simultaneously, with his hand now empty, the copper piece soared towards Jiang Yun. After accepting the copper piece, Jiang Yun took the little healer's hand once more and continued toward the distant counter. Where did this little prodigy come from? After Jiang Yun and the little healer departed, the elder finally regained his composure, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he gazed at their retreating figures, his voice trembling. Taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, he excitedly unfurled the scroll in his hands, revealing the bold characters. Yin Yang Soul Commanding Pill. The Yin Yang Soul Reviving Pill, a mid-tier 7th grade elixir, possesses the remarkable ability to merge souls and restore life. The materials required for its creation include the soul-reviving demon fruit and the soul face ghost flower. After witnessing the effects of the Yin Yang Soul Reviving Pill, the elder could not help but curse the miserly little ghost. This pill is intended for the resurrection of souls, although it is exceedingly rare. Providing such a potion to a living person is akin to wishing death upon him. What a tremendous loss. After venting his frustrations, the elder promptly stored the pill's recipe into his spatial ring and waved his hand to collect the items on the jade platform. It was ill-fated to set up a stall today, as he had neglected to consult the almanac before leaving. Meanwhile, within the inner domain of Holy Pill City, in the Chao family, a middle-aged man clad in a purple alchemist robe gazed at Chao Lin with a furrowed brow. "You say that Chao Xian was injured by a young Dozuan?" This man was none other than the current head of the Chao family, Chao Cheng. Indeed, head. That person, relying on his status as a Dozuan, spoke disrespectfully towards our Chao family. When the young master attempted to confront him, he unexpectedly retaliated fiercely, injuring the young master in the process. Listening to Chao Lin's incessant and exaggerated account, suddenly, an aged voice erupted. "Enough." At the sound of this voice, both Chao Cheng and Chao Lin shuddered. Shortly thereafter, a venerable elder, with hair and beard as white as snow and an imposing aura that demanded reverence, entered. He was one of the 8 elders of the Pill Tower and an 8th grade alchemist, the former patriarch of the Chao family. "Father, we pay our respects to the elder patriarch." Upon seeing the newcomer, Chao Cheng and Chao Lin immediately bowed respectfully. "I have already seen Chao Xian. That individual possesses formidable strength, rivaling my own. However, he did not take Chao Xian's life, merely delivering a minor reprimand. Chao Lin, you shall recount the events truthfully, for if there is even a hint of falsehood." Upon hearing the elder patriarch's admonition, Chao Lin trembled and promptly recounted the events as they transpired. "You troublemaker." After listening, Chao Cheng's anger flared. With a wave of his sleeve, a surge of energy struck, causing Chao Lin to cough up blood and be sent sprawling outside the door. "Go to the law enforcement hall and accept your punishment." After dealing with Chao Lin, Chao Cheng solemnly addressed his father. "Father, while Chao Lin and Chao Xian were at fault, the opponent undeniably lacks respect. That young man possesses unfathomable strength. Even I cannot guarantee victory. The flame he left within Chao Xian is something even I cannot contend with." The elder patriarch responded gravely. "What?" Chao Cheng looked incredulously at his father. "First, discreetly investigate their origins. When the time comes, I shall pay him a visit." he did not resort to lethal force. So he likely does not wish to provoke our Chao family, the elder patriarch remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the astonished Chao Cheng. Understood. Later, Jiang Yun, accompanied by the little medical fairy, spent the day wandering without any further discoveries before returning to the temporary residence they had found in Holy Pill City. In the chamber, Jiang Yun gazed at the pale yellow copper plate before him, which was adorned with numerous twisted green patinas resembling wriggling earthworms. It was precisely these verdant, corroded markings that obscured certain intricate designs etched upon the copper surface. What secrets lie within this? Jiang Yun pondered, for it was indeed worthy of a scroll containing a high-grade 7th-tier pill formula. The little medical sage, observing the seemingly unremarkable copper plate, regarded Jiang Yun with curiosity, her violet eyes sparkling gently as they fixed upon him. This contains spirit-nurturing dust, Jiang Yun declared, as his soul force delved into the object, detecting a familiar resonance. With a light chuckle, he continued, spirit-nurturing dust? What a name both familiar and foreign, the little medical sage murmured softly. Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed in astonishment. Could this be the ancient substance said to cultivate the soul, gradually enhancing the spiritual energy within, thereby allowing one to step into the realm of spirits? Indeed, Jiang Yun affirmed with a nod, and with a flick of his finger, a cluster of black and white flames erupted, enveloping the copper plate. To his surprise, the plate did not immediately melt under the sacred heavenly demon flame. However, moments later, it began to liquefy. The green patterns on the copper gradually faded, and tiny specks of pale yellow dust gently detached from the molten rust, floating within the flames like glimmering sprites, exuding an intense aura of spirituality. With a beckoning gesture, he gathered 5 grains of spirit-nurturing dust, feeling their ethereal luster, and with a serene smile, he placed them into the hands of the little medical sage. Take these. They are sufficient for you to enter the realm of spirits. The little medical sage, feeling the peculiar dust in her palm, gazed warmly at Jiang Yun, her eyes shining with an inexplicable light. Without hesitation, she accepted them into her storage ring. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun turned to the little medical sage and said, Next, I shall refine an 8th-tier pill. Let us create a stir. How much we can learn depends on our own efforts. Jiang Yun was not one to be passive. Upon arriving in the sacred pill city, he preferred to draw people in rather than making individual acquaintances. Very well. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the little medical sage became serious. For alchemy was an endeavor that demanded focus and could not be disturbed. With a wave of her hand, the 10,000 beasts cauldron gently landed on the floor before her. Following that, one by one, jade boxes materialized, floating in front of Jiang Yun, arranged in a neat row, enveloped in fighting aura. With the primary and auxiliary materials numbering in the hundreds, the crafting of an 8th-tier pill was indeed a monumental task. Moreover, the pill Jiang Yun intended to concoct was the royal pill, an improved formula based on the initial royal pill. The ordinary royal pill could enhance a Dou Zun's rank by 1 star, summoning 2 or 3 colored pill thunder. However, the royal pill was different, according to Jiang Yun's calculations. It could summon at least 5 colored pill thunder at its minimum, and with better quality, it could potentially call forth 6 colored thunder. This pill could elevate one's Dou Zun rank by 2 stars, and with a stroke of good fortune, it might even enhance it by 3 stars. It is truly fitting to describe this as extraordinary. With this elixir, I shall make my name resound across the continent. With a mere flick of his finger, a delicate white flame surged forth, causing the temperature of the entire room to rise sharply. Upon closer inspection, the edges of the white flame revealed a distortion in the void, subtly glowing with an inky darkness. Jiang Yun flicked his finger once more, directing the immortal sacred flame towards the beast cauldron. In an instant, the flames within the cauldron blazed fiercely, illuminating the grotesque beast forms etched upon it. As if they had come to life, they writhed and clawed, vividly animated. With another flick, the primordial yang ginseng was cast into the medicinal cauldron, enveloped by the white flame in a swift motion. Sizzle. Under the extreme heat of the immortal sacred flame, the ginseng only endured for a brief moment before withering rapidly, transforming into a mound of yellow powder. As the powder materialized, Jiang Yun did not immediately withdraw the flames. Instead, he repeatedly tempered the powder until it exhibited a lustrous sheen. Only then did he focus his mind, enveloping the yellow powder with a flame that suspended it in one corner of the medicinal cauldron. Once the primordial yang ginseng was refined, Jiang Yun did not linger. He procured a fist-sized purple spiritual mushroom, from which a gentle and soothing aura continuously emanated. Following the same procedure, he introduced it into the immortal sacred flame for refining. As Jiang Yun entered a state of mastery, a myriad of medicinal herbs flowed in and out under his deft control, resembling a well-oiled assembly line. The rapid refining of the herbs unfolded with an air of order and a unique aesthetic, as an enigmatic aura spread throughout the room. The little medicine fairy gazed at Jiang Yun's fluid and graceful alchemical techniques, her face betraying a look of rapt fascination and her eyes alight with fervor. This meticulous extraction of herbs continued for approximately 2 days. After observing the nearly 1,000 different colored medicinal liquids suspended before him, Jiang Yun took a brief respite. Then, with his hands moving swiftly before him, he conjured countless afterimages, dazzling to behold. Suddenly, Jiang Yun's hands, in their intricate dance, came to an abrupt halt, entering a somewhat peculiar state. With a sharp command, he uttered, "Coalesce." Chapter 161, renowned throughout the central continent. With the transformation of his hand seals, the fighting spirit and soul power within Jiang Yun began to deplete vigorously. The various colored medicinal liquids in the cauldron arched and converged towards the center. Boom. In an instant, the differing natures of the surging medicinal energies collided violently, creating intense ripples of energy that caused the flames to quiver and the cauldron to tremble. However, under Jiang Yun's adept manipulation, stability was ultimately restored, and a vibrant emerald green light emerged within the cauldron, pulsating with an extraordinary brilliance that radiated an otherworldly aura. Spirit gathering. Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled as his soul power, at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, erupted forth in full force. In his perception, countless twinkling lights surged towards the medicinal liquid, merging with it gradually. As the infusion of spiritual energy continued, the emerald green liquid seemed to pulse rhythmically, reminiscent of a beating heart. Jiang Yun had succeeded. As Jiang Yun entered the final stage, within the elixir, the anxious little healer beside him suddenly exhaled in relief. Reaching this point signified that the concoction had achieved a remarkable 90% success. Now, all that remained was to wait patiently. 3 days later, with his eyes closed, Jiang Yun slowly opened his star-like eyes. Within the cauldron, white flames danced around a cerulean pill, rising and falling within the fire. A glimmer illuminated Jiang Yun's gaze, and the crisp buzzing from the beast cauldron resonated, releasing an aura of formidable power. Accompanying this was an exceptionally rich pill essence that erupted from the cauldron like a volcano. With a thunderous bang, the cauldron lid was thrust open, and a beam of blue light shot skyward. Within this light, a blue phoenix soared upwards, radiating an astonishing energy wave. Almost instantaneously, this intense pill essence attracted dark clouds that swiftly gathered above. In the holy pill city, countless alchemists simultaneously raised their heads. In that moment, the entire city could witness the spectacle, and the terrifying energy fluctuations instilled fear even in the hearts of the strongest. Countless eyes turned this way, filled with excitement, desire, and greed. Boom. In the slightly heated atmosphere, deep rumbles of thunder suddenly echoed across the sky. Was this the fluctuation of pill thunder? Pill thunder? Had a 7th-grade pill emerged? Numerous gazes hastily shifted upwards, revealing a dark cloud that had mysteriously formed in the sky, from which low thunderous roars emanated, clearly indicating the formation of pill thunder. A select few adept alchemists gazed at the towering light beam, their faces reflecting astonishment, fully aware of the terror contained within the pill. Furthermore, the blue phoenix was a clear manifestation of the technique of condensing matter into pills, demanding an exceptionally rigorous level of fire control and soul power. Even 8th-grade alchemists barely met the threshold to employ such methods. Boom! The forces of nature converged fiercely upon this place. As the winds and clouds transformed, under the gaze of the multitude, the thunderclouds swiftly coalesced from all directions. This did not seem like the fluctuation of a 7th-grade pill. I have had the fortune of witnessing an elder from the pill tower concocting an 8th-grade pill. This was evidently the birth of an 8th-grade pill. Which esteemed elder from the pill tower was making this happen? As the pill thunder grew increasingly ominous, the crowd finally regained their senses, gazing up at the terrifying sight in the sky. 8th-grade pill. Figures were seen darting through the streets, rooftops, and skies, restlessly attempting to approach the vicinity. At that moment, the expressions of the crowd shifted, for within a 10,000-meter radius of Jiang Yun's chamber, a terrifying spatial seal manifested, sending shivers down their spines, as if taking a single step forward would result in being torn apart. From this moment until the emergence of the pill, no one was permitted to approach this area. Those who dared to disobey would face death. A cold and indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears, its mundane tone growing increasingly chilling. From a distance, a graceful white silhouette stood suspended in midair, the dual wings of battle energy behind her signifying her formidable prowess. However, the sensation she exuded was far beyond what a mere battle emperor could possess. With a mysterious identity, protected by a fearsome powerhouse, and attended by a prodigious woman as her retainer, the onlookers silently labeled this enigmatic alchemist as one not to be trifled with. In the heart of St. Pill City, a towering black spire, nearly 100 meters high, loomed ominously, its pinnacle piercing the clouds, rendering its summit nearly invisible amidst the swirling mist, which added to its air of mystery. At this moment, three figures stood quietly atop the colossal tower. These three were the esteemed leaders of the Pill Tower, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lazy. The commotion caused by Jiang Yun naturally drew their attention. Observing the crowd gathered below, Xian Kongzi remarked with a smile, "It has been a while since the city has witnessed such liveliness." Xian Yi nodded in agreement, and then turned to gaze at the frenzied gathering of energy by Dan Lei, chuckling softly. "What color do you think this Dan Lei will be?" After a moment of contemplation, Xian Kongzi responded first, "I have not encountered this particular Dan before, but judging by the spiritual fluctuations it emits, it must be at least a 4-colored Dan Lei." I share Xian Kongzi's assessment, though I speculate it to be 5-colored. Tian Lazy chimed in, nodding solemnly. 4 or 5-colored Dan Lei. How long it had been since they last beheld such marvels. They wondered which old acquaintance was engaged in the alchemical crafting. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded, shaking the air as 6 colors materialized simultaneously. In an instant, the atmosphere altered dramatically, the surrounding area feeling the intense impact, an oppressive aura pervading the air. "It is indeed 6-colored Dan Lei," exclaimed the three in astonishment, exchanging glances filled with surprise. "This is perilous. The power of 6-colored Dan Lei is immense, and if it descends upon St. Pill City, it could lead to unnecessary casualties." Xian Kongzi thought of something, and his expression changed abruptly. In the next moment, he pierced through the void, vanishing beside Xian Yi and Tian Lazy. Likewise, within St. Pill City, countless individuals witnessed this spectacle, erupting into cheers and cries that reverberated throughout the city. Under the watchful gaze of innumerable excited eyes, the 6-colored Dan Lei hovered ominously in the heavens. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun's figure abruptly appeared beside the little medical fairy, gazing up at the rolling thunderclouds. He addressed her. "Stay at a distance. Leave this Dan Lei to me, all right?" Sensing something, Jiang Yun chuckled lightly. "It seems we one team need to. Assistance is on the way." With a sudden appearance, Xian Kongzi stood before them, his gaze landing on the youthful Jiang Yun, astonishment flashing in his eyes. He marveled, truly, talents emerge in every generation. "Young friend, how remarkable it is that you can summon 6-colored Dan Lei at such a tender age." President Xian Kong. "It would be prudent to first address the Dan Thunder before we engage in further discussion." Jiang Yun cast a fleeting glance at the token hanging from Xuan Kong's waist, then respectfully regarded the impending Dan Thunder in the sky. As his words echoed, a thunderous roar resounded, and a 6-colored lightning bolt descended with ferocious intensity, striking towards the azure Qinghuan. The devastating aura surged forth, violently tearing through the fabric of space, accompanied by a terrifying crackling sound as it plummeted. As the Dan Thunder descended, Xian Kong, with little time for hesitation, tore through the air with a swift motion. In that instant, a terrifying force erupted, as if the sky were rent asunder, and the Dan Thunder was obliterated by the formidable spatial power unleashed by Xian Kong. With Xian Kong, the diligent warrior, stepping forth, Jiang Yun found himself at ease. Observing Xuan Kong's magnificent display of power, the 6-colored Dan Thunder posed no threat before the might of the 9-turn Dozuan. In a mere span of time, it endured over 100 strikes. A deafening boom echoed, and with that, the once dense thunderclouds dissipated into nothingness. In midair, the azure Dan pill spun and rolled, its internal Dan energy surging forth, coalescing into a vividly animated little Qinghuan. Joy sparkled in its large eyes, and with a flutter of its wings, it chose a direction and darted away like lightning. The higher the grade of the Dan pill, the more pronounced its inherent spirituality and intelligence, nearly akin to that of a human. It understood that Jiang Yun was both its creator and potential destroyer. The instinct for survival drove the Dan pill to flee immediately upon completion. As the Dan pill took flight, those around began to stir restlessly. "Oh, but where do you think you're going?" At that moment, Jiang Yun's calm voice resonated, and a terrifying sense of pressure erupted from within him, causing the onlookers to shudder in astonishment as they gazed at him. To their shock, he was indeed a Dozuan powerhouse. In that instant, everyone regained their composure, realizing that this entity was not one to be trifled with. Before Jiang Yun's voice had fully faded, ripples surged along the path of the fleeing little Qinghuan, and a colossal hand reached out, forming a complex pattern in its grasp. In an instant, the little Qinghuan disintegrated, reverting back into the azure Dan pill. After collecting the Dan pill, Jiang Yun turned to Xian Kong and respectfully stated, "Thank you, President Xian Kong, for your assistance. No need for thanks. I act for the sake of Shengdan City. However, I must inquire what sort of Dan this is, for I have never encountered anything like it." Xian Kong stroked his long beard, gazing at Jiang Yun with admiration, unable to suppress his curiosity. Upon hearing Xuankong's inquiry, those around perked up their ears, equally intrigued about the nature of the Dan Jiang Yun had concocted. With a light chuckle, Jiang Yun replied, "This is the Wang Dan, which I have refined based on the Zuanshi Dan. It has the potential to elevate a Dozuan by 2-star levels, with a certain probability of enhancing it by 3-star levels." As Jiang Yun's words echoed in the air, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. In the next moment, countless fervent gazes fixated on him and the pill in his hand. Was this statement indeed true? Xian Kongzi felt a tremor within, not solely due to the fact that this 6-colored pill thunder was a creation of Jiang Yun himself, but also because of its remarkable effects. If this pill were authentic, the entirety of Zhongzhou would surely descend into madness, and the threshold of Jiang Yun's family would be trampled by eager visitors. Would the pill tower be interested in testing this elixir? Jiang Yun toyed with the pill, a smile dancing in his eyes as he regarded Xian Kongzi. Haha, since you are so generous, how could the pill tower be stingy? Xian Kongzi was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, only to burst into laughter shortly thereafter. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of countless eager onlookers, Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy followed Xian Kongzi towards the headquarters of the pill tower. After their departure, news of Jiang Yun and the esteemed Wang Dan spread rapidly to every corner of Zhongzhou, prompting a multitude of individuals to set forth toward the sacred pill city. At this juncture, Jiang Yun, under Xian Kongzi's introduction, had made the acquaintance of numerous elders from the pill tower, including the prominent figures Xian Yi and Tian Leizi. The pill tower ultimately proposed a sincere and generous offer in exchange for the esteemed Wang Dan held by Jiang Yun. To those present, a brand new elixir was undeniably precious. The pharmacological properties and the alchemical techniques involved were worthy of extensive study. Who knew? Perhaps one day, inspiration would strike, leading to a breakthrough. Following this, Jiang Yun engaged in discussions regarding alchemy with many elders from the pill tower. Each elder possessed unique legacies and had devoted years to honing their alchemical skills, providing Jiang Yun with numerous insights. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun also left the elders astounded, akin to a sponge absorbing knowledge, and he demonstrated an ability to draw parallels, compelling the elders of the pill tower to feel the pressure of an academic prodigy for the first time. As Jiang Yun delved into discourse at the pill tower, the news of the Wang Dan continued to proliferate, particularly after an elder from the pill tower refined the esteemed Wang Dan half a month prior, ascending from a 6-star Dozuan to a 9-star Dozuan. This renewed the fervor surrounding the elixir, and Jiang Yun became a coveted figure in the eyes of many Dozuan, with an increasing number of them waiting outside the pill tower, yearning for a chance to meet him. Some even offered mid-level Do techniques in exchange for just a moment of Jiang Yun's time, a testament to the madness surrounding him. Indeed, during this period, Jiang Yun emerged as the most prominent figure in Zhongzhou. On a particular day, a group arrived at Jiang Yun's residence, led by the 8 esteemed elders of the pill tower, accompanied by the head of the Chao family and followed closely by Chao Cheng, along with the pale and tormented Chao Xian. However, the most striking presence among them was a graceful figure, a woman clad in a black dress that exuded an air of cold elegance. Her skin resembled snow, and her long, flowing hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her face, though slightly gaunt, possessed an exquisite beauty akin to porcelain, evoking an irresistible allure. Her eyes, elongated and somewhat languid, scanned the surroundings, hinting at a captivating charm that was both enchanting and beguiling. After the appearance of Jiang Yun, the slender corners of the woman's lips gradually lifted into a faint arc. In that fleeting moment, her delicate and enchanting face was instantly imbued with an alluring charm. Although she was still youthful, with a hint of innocence in her brows, it was precisely this combination of naivety and seduction that added to her allure. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Yun wore a gentle smile and said lightly, "I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be Elder Chao gracing us with your presence." Chapter 162, The Soul Hall's Branch. Hee, my young friend Jiang Yun. Elder Chao's face broke into a smile as he regarded Jiang Yun with kindness. Over this period, Jiang Yun had won the favor of many elders from the Dan Tower. There was even a sense of regret expressed in private, wishing he were a descendant of their own family. As one of the key figures in this exchange, Elder Chao was acutely aware of Jiang Yun's formidable prowess. Thus, upon learning that the one who had clashed with the Chao family was Jiang Yun, he hastily brought his entourage to visit. "Elder Chao, what brings you here today?" Jiang Yun asked with a puzzled expression, completely disregarding Chao Xian, who had previously crossed paths with him. At this, Chao Xian's face flushed with anger, but a sudden, intense pain shot through his mind, awakening him to the reality that Jiang Yun was not someone he could afford to offend, nor was he someone the Chao family could provoke. "Get over here and apologize to Master Jiang." Elder Chao bellowed in anger at Chao Xian, who appeared pale and trembling as he approached. With a thud, he knelt before Jiang Yun and respectfully declared, "Master Jiang." Chao Xian acknowledges his mistakes. Jiang Yun regarded the prostrated Chao Xian with indifference, showing no signs of reaction. Beside him, Elder Chao cursed under his breath, likening Chao Xian to a cunning fox. He then produced a scroll containing a rare 8th-grade alchemical formula. A smile gracing his face as he said, "The mastery of alchemy exhibited by young friend Jiang is evident. Coincidentally, my Chao family possesses a treasured 8th-grade formula, which contains some complexities that I am currently unable to decipher. I humbly seek your guidance." As he finished speaking, Elder Chao waved his hand, and the scroll floated towards Jiang Yun, drawn by the power of his soul. Jiang Yun extended his palm, gently receiving the scroll. With a benevolent glance at Elder Chao, he remarked while toying with the scroll, "I dare not presume to be overly ambitious before Elder Chao. Let us study it together." Then, turning his gaze toward Chao Xian, he added, "This shall serve as a small reprimand. The Dan Tower still has adversaries, and the Chao family has yet to reach the point of lawlessness." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's somewhat dismissive words, Chao Ying and the others frowned slightly. However, Elder Chao showed no signs of displeasure. Observing Jiang Yun's calm demeanor, he began to speculate inwardly. It seemed that Jiang Yun was not merely a wandering cultivator without backing. His background might very well be more formidable than that of the Chao family, perhaps even rivaling that of the Dan Tower. This thought sparked a flicker of inspiration in his mind as he glanced at the petite medical sage beside Jiang Yun, then at his own graceful granddaughter, igniting a newfound vigor within him. Regardless of the reactions of those present, Jiang Yun extended his hand and pointed. In the next moment, the flame burning within Chao Xian instantly collapsed, transforming into scattered sparks that dissipated within him. A muffled grunt escaped Chao Xian's lips as he felt his body begin to heal. With a grateful expression, he looked at Jiang Yun and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master Jiang, for your guidance." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, considering the matter closed. Noticing that Jiang Yun did not seem inclined to keep them, even though he had other thoughts brewing in his mind, Elder Chao understood that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future and that this was not the right moment. He promptly took his leave, accompanied by Chao Ying and the others. As for the previously mentioned pill formula, it was not brought up again. It merely served as a way for both parties to gracefully exit the situation. The Chao family wished to avoid offending Jiang Yun, a mysterious prodigy of remarkable origin, while Jiang Yun was reluctant to let a trivial matter with the Chao family tarnish his relationship with the pill tower. Thus, the issue was handled with a light touch. On the following day, the Master of Heavenly Fire arrived, and Jiang Yun immediately entrusted him with the responsibility of accommodating those requesting alchemical services. Over the course of the next year, Jiang Yun resided within the pill tower, occasionally engaging in discussions on alchemical techniques with several 8th-grade alchemists, and at times mentoring the little medical fairy in her alchemical endeavors. His days were filled with leisure and joy. During this period, Jiang Yun also selected several rare pills to refine, successfully producing a number of 8th-grade elixirs. As news of Jiang Yun's alchemical prowess spread, he garnered universal admiration. Not only did he consistently fulfill requests with perfect efficiency, but the quality of his creations was also exceptional, leading to a significant rise in his reputation. Given his youth and considerable cultivation strength, whispers began to circulate in Zhongzhou, proclaiming him as a potential sage of medicine, subtly bestowing upon him the title of the region's foremost genius. Within the inner domain of Holy Pill City, atop a picturesque mountain peak, a graceful woman clad in white was tending to a variety of flowers and plants with a serene demeanor. "Little medical fairy, I have successfully refined the Emperor's pill." At that moment, an excited voice resonated from afar. The little medical fairy, withdrawing her internal energy, exhibited a fleeting expression of helplessness. Unable to sense the bodhi ancient tree, she had spent most of her time in the medicinal fields, surrounded by various herbs. Thanks to the bodhi's transformative essence, her wood attribute energy became even more attuned to the plants. In the medicinal fields, she not only tended to the herbs more effectively, but also accelerated her cultivation, a testament to her unique talent. As for how she found herself in the Pill Tower's medicinal fields over the past year, both she and Jiang Yun had joined the Pill Tower. Although they did not attain the rank of elder, they had become guest scholars. This lifestyle was precisely what she had longed for, yet upon hearing the distant voice, a hint of unexpected resignation flickered in her eyes. In the next moment, a pair of hands encircled her slender waist, and the excited voice rang in her ears once more. "Little medical fairy, I can now refine the Emperor's pill. Just wait. I will soon reach the 7th grade, and I promise not to let you surpass me by too much." Feeling the mischievous hand at her waist, the young healer shuddered, forcefully pushing her assailant away. In the next moment, she gracefully floated in midair, gazing at Chao Ying. "How many times must I tell you not to touch my waist?" Chao Ying, having been staggered back by the young healer's force, was utterly oblivious to her words. Her expression one of astonishment as she beheld the young healer suspended in the void. You have broken through to the Do Zone level. Chao Ying's heart sank upon witnessing the young healer's advancement. The joy she had just felt from concocting the Emperor's pill evaporated. They had both reached the pinnacle of Do Huang and Do Wang. Yet now it was the young healer who had surged ahead. Although her own cultivation talent had always been somewhat mediocre compared to her alchemical prowess, she had previously dismissed it, believing that as long as her cultivation kept pace, all was well. But now, the circumstances had shifted. Setting aside Jiang Yun, the prodigious child of destiny, even the young healer, her newfound confidant, had made simultaneous strides in both alchemy and cultivation. As a fellow woman, this ignited a sense of comparison within Chao Ying. However, with the young healer achieving breakthroughs in both alchemy and cultivation, a sense of anxiety gripped her heart. What misfortune had led her to associate with these two prodigies? Under the relentless pressure exerted by Jiang Yun and the young healer, Chao Ying, celebrated as a genius since birth, felt on the brink of despair. Noticing her distress, the young healer sighed softly and descended beside her, intending to offer comfort to her plastic sister. Yet, the young healer had underestimated Chao Ying's resilience. After a brief moment of gloom, she swiftly regained her composure and renewed her fighting spirit. I will catch up soon. By the way, where is Master Jiang? Why isn't he here? As she spoke, Chao Ying glanced around, curiosity evident in her eyes. Observing this, the young healer felt a twinge of frustration as she rubbed her temples. Over the past year, Chao Ying had visited frequently. Her intentions unmistakably clear. She was always seeking Jiang Yun. This left the young healer feeling anxious and helpless. A year ago, Jiang Yun had embarrassed the Chao family. Yet as the leader of her generation, Chao Ying's frequent visits were not only tolerated but seemingly encouraged by the family. Elder Chao, in particular, greeted Jiang Yun with unwavering warmth, and each time Elder Chao appeared, Chao Ying inevitably followed. The implications of this were glaringly apparent, even to the dim-witted. Even with the young healer acting as a shield, their enthusiasm remained undiminished, leaving her with a sense of powerlessness. Most importantly, the Chao family had not explicitly stated their intentions. Instead, they employed subtle tactics akin to boiling a frog in warm water, making it difficult for Jiang Yun to respond. After all, one could not restrict another's freedom, especially since Xian Kongzi was still Chao Ying's mentor. At this juncture, Medusa proved to be an effective presence. She need not lift a finger, merely standing beside Jiang Yun rendered ordinary women too timid to approach. The Elder of Fire has arrived. They are discussing matters inside. Even amidst her helplessness, the petite healer gently elucidated, her gaze fixated on the bamboo cottage nestled deep within the medicinal field. Pointing to the yellowed map upon the stone table, the venerable Tianhua softly remarked, based on the information provided by the young master, coupled with intelligence from the Dan Tower, I have conducted investigations. These locations are the most likely candidates for the Soul Hall's branch. Jiang Yun's attention followed the direction indicated by the venerable Tianhua, and he nodded slightly, murmuring, understood. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Continue your inquiries regarding the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire, particularly around the three earth sects. Exercise caution. The so-called three earth sects refer to the largest black market on the Dou Qi Continent, the organizers of the space trading fair. While the world perceives the Black Corner region as the most chaotic locale, replete with a vast black market, it is the space trading fair that stands as the pinnacle of such establishments. It is jointly hosted by three formidable factions: the Earth Walking Sect, the Void Profound Gate, and the Appraisal Mountain. On the surface, the central continent boasts one hall, one tower, two sects, three valleys, and four pavilions, yet the clandestine forces are innumerable. The power of the three sects is such that even the likes of the Burning Flame Valley and the Heavenly Underworld sect dare not underestimate them. The remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Saint will not manifest for over a decade. However, Jiang Yun is not inclined to wait. With the last vestiges of the pure Lotus Demon Saint's soul remaining, he feels compelled to act. Whether it be to revive the pure Lotus Demon Saint or the Yellow Springs Demon Saint, he is determined to explore every possible avenue. If no news ultimately arises, it shall simply be deemed fate. Yes, the venerable Tianhua cast a reverent glance at Jiang Yun's retreating figure, sensing the terrifying aura that perpetually emanated from within him, causing his heart to flutter. The youth before him had become increasingly inscrutable. The perceived bottlenecks that one might expect seemed non-existent in his presence, as his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. A year prior, Jiang Yun was merely a 5-star dozun. Now, no one could ascertain the true extent of his formidable power. With the ancient dragon clan as his backing and his own prodigious talent, one can only imagine the brilliance of his future. All that he could do was hastily cling to the young master's coattails. After the venerable Tianhua departed, Jiang Yun's gaze lingered thoughtfully upon the map laid out on the table. The tranquil soul hall was anything but benign. The Mountain of Lost Souls, located in the northwestern region of the central continent, is renowned as a perilous place. It is said that countless battles erupted here long ago, leaving innumerable skeletons buried beneath the soil of the mountains. The area is imbued with an intensely frigid aura, resulting in a perpetual shroud of cold mist enveloping the range. Within this chilling fog, even the perception of souls is adversely affected. Reckless individuals might find themselves ensnared within the mountains, facing dire consequences. It is indeed a realm shunned by all, and the Soul Hall is known to seek out such locales. However, were Jiang Yun to select a stronghold, he would unequivocally avoid this desolate place. Such a villainous hideout is bound to attract suspicion. If it were he would establish a stronghold in the Dan domain and recruit several insiders from the Dan Tower, a scheme that would undoubtedly catch everyone off guard. In the forest shrouded in a chilling mist, a white haze obscured visibility. In such an environment, the clarity was exceedingly low, even with soul perception. Unless one possessed an extraordinarily powerful spiritual consciousness, it would be impossible to extend beyond 100 meters. At that moment, a pitch-black spatial rift abruptly manifested at the scene, and a shadowy figure emerged from within. This figure suddenly became indistinct, slowly dissipating into the surroundings, while the rift gradually faded, as if everything was merely an illusion. Not far away, on a steep slope, a figure cloaked in black gazed toward the vast valley in the distance. Within the valley stood a colossal black edifice, towering 100 feet high, resembling a sprawling primordial beast, exuding a chilling and dreadful aura amidst the shadows. The space surrounding the Black Palace seemed to shimmer with an unusual distortion. Jiang Yun's gaze pierced through the outer spatial barrier, sensing the atmosphere within, and murmured, "For Dozuns and dozens of Dozongs, the Soul Palace has deployed quite a formidable force here." Simultaneously, a subtle, intangible spatial fluctuation emanated, enveloping the dark palace and instantaneously severing its connection to the outside world. A knowing smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he slowly approached the Grand Hall. Although this palace could be easily obliterated by Zhu Feng with a mere gesture, he chose to handle it personally. The Tai Su Ancient Dragon was a trump card, and its current state remained a mystery to all, since the Imperial clan had previously chosen to ignore the Tai Su Ancient Dragon. Let them continue to do so for now. Boom. In the tranquil mountains, the space suddenly trembled violently, and the pitch-black sky shattered, revealing a colossal hand that seemed to pierce through from beyond the dimensions. An ambush. Chapter 163. Conquer the Four Halls. A thunderous roar echoed in the sky above the Soul Mountain range, as a gigantic hand swept across the heavens, causing the entire Soul Palace to tremble. A piercing scream resonated, shaking the very foundations of the Soul Palace. The chilling cry reverberated, and the Grand Hall was partially uprooted, illuminating the space before the esteemed elders of the Soul Palace and the many protectors, as the passageway to the outside world and the hall's apex were suddenly torn asunder. Boldness! How dare you invade my Soul Palace? The air filled with ominous shouts, accompanied by a dense black mist from which emerged wails of despair, shooting forth eerie glances directed at Jiang Yun in the distant sky. Who are you, and do you comprehend the consequences of trespassing into my Soul Palace? The four esteemed elders of the Soul Palace encircled Jiang Yun, one elder in purple robes glaring at him with fury. A powerful pressure descended from the heavens, stirring up dust and debris in the valley, causing the expressions of some Soul Palace protectors to shift dramatically. Do you not realize the peril you invite by daring to wreak havoc in my Soul Palace? I, naturally, will be the one to extinguish you. Beneath the black robe, Jiang Yun chuckled lightly, displaying no regard for the surrounding Dozun and Dozong. What audacity to disturb my Soul Palace! Are you seeking death? His words instantly provoked the ire of the crowd. In the next moment, a shadow surged forth, and a colossal black chain, resembling a venomous dragon, pierced the void and rushed towards Jiang Yun. Your people of the Soul Palace possess no real skill, yet your bravado is unmatched. Jiang Yun, with a detached gaze, lifted his eyes slightly, releasing a surge of energy that struck the massive chain, sending it crashing back violently until it collided with the Grand Hall. A torrent of fighting spirit erupted from Jiang Yun, momentarily dimming the heavens and earth. 9-star Dozun. Upon sensing Jiang Yun's formidable power, the people of the Soul Palace gasped in horror. Their strongest warrior was merely a 5-star Dozun, wholly incapable of contending with a 9-star Dozun. Damn it, elders! Activate the 10,000 souls devouring spirit formation. In an instant, a thick black mist enveloped the area, forming a significant array under the coordination of 4 Dozun, resembling a shroud intended to ensnare Jiang Yun in a sinister abyss. A cacophony of ghostly wails echoed from within the dense black mist, causing disarray and bewilderment. Chains, each as wide as 100 feet and akin to giant pythons, shot forth from the fog, causing the void to tremble and distort, leaving behind dark traces in their wake. Childish tricks, Jiang Yun remarked calmly as he observed the incoming assaults. Great compassion hand. Boom. The surrounding energy surged like a volcanic eruption. Jiang Yun's hand descended into the void before him, causing the entire sky to seemingly freeze in that moment. As a cataclysmic force erupted from his palm, sweeping forth like a tempest. Boom. The ground beneath erupted violently, magma gushing forth, and a colossal hand of magma, towering 1,000 feet, broke through the surface, radiating intense heat. In a flash, it appeared above the gathered crowd of the Soul Palace and came crashing down upon them. Under this strike, all vitality was extinguished in an instant, and the void along its path fractured, creating a spatial rift stretching 1,000 feet. Heavenly Tier Dou Technique. The elders of the Soul Palace widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming in terror. Soul-devouring 100 Python strike. Sensing the overwhelming threat emanating from the magma hand, the elders of the Soul Palace hastily joined forces to counteract it, unleashing a surging black mist that generated colossal waves. As the mist writhed violently, it transformed into enormous black pythons, each several hundred feet long, howling towards the heavens. With their mighty tails, they lashed out, cleaving the void and rushing to meet the giant hand. Boom. The two parties collided with a terrifying force, akin to the impact of meteorites. A surge of destruction ascended, sweeping forth like a tempest, obliterating the mountaintop where the black, colossal palace stood. In that instant, the entire mountain range trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, enormous fissures radiating from the valley in all directions. Amidst this tumult, the grand hall teetered precariously, while numerous powerful beings of the Soul Palace were left in sheer panic, clutching their heads and fleeing in disarray. However, what filled the members of the Soul Palace with even greater despair was the fact that the massive hand of magma, after enduring their assaults, displayed no sign of reaction. Their strikes disintegrated upon contact with the palm, swiftly melting away like ice confronted by searing flames, all under the watchful eyes of astonished onlookers. The aura emanating from the hand showed no sign of waning, advancing relentlessly towards them. This being is overwhelmingly powerful. Retreat. Sensing the terrifying prowess of the heavenly ranked combat techniques, and witnessing their attacks crumble without even shaking the colossal hand, the elders of the Soul Palace, previously united, scattered in fear, retreating in all directions. In the face of such overwhelming force, even the combat masters of the Soul Palace fled in terror, scurrying away like lost dogs. Think you can escape? Observing the mass of fleeing figures, Jiang Yun let out a cold laugh, his gaze indifferent as he extended his hand and forcefully clenched in the direction of their escape. Boom. The fabric of space collapsed, a dreadful suction pulling at their forms. In that fleeting moment of suspension, the magma hand swiftly closed in on them, descending amidst their expressions of despair. No. Rumbling echoed as the storm raged, the waves of destruction rippling outward as if in a gentle tide. The immensely sturdy black palace vanished, and as the destructive waves engulfed them, many powerful souls of the Soul Palace disintegrated into pure essence. The waves of annihilation continued to spread for nearly 1,000 meters, transforming the land into barren desolation. Lush forests and towering mountains were obliterated in an instant, leaving behind only a vast expanse of blackened ash. After annihilating the members of the Soul Palace with a single hand, Jiang Yun waved, drawing the massive essence of souls floating in the sky into his grasp. Subsequently, he struck downward with great force. The already ruined Soul Palace branch erupted, sending towering stone pillars soaring into the air and displacing countless stones, as the ground cracked open to reveal a massive pit. Within the depths of this chasm hovered a luminous orb, approximately half a foot in size. This orb represented the essence of the soul, perhaps numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Gazing upon the translucent sphere, Jiang Yun felt an extraordinarily pure essence, devoid of any impurities. The soul is the very essence of life. All beings possess a soul, and within the depths of each soul lies the potential for the very essence of existence. This essence may be regarded as one of the purest forms of extraordinary energy in the universe. This peculiar energy, once refined, has the capacity to enhance an individual's spiritual essence and depth, facilitating a breakthrough in the realm of the soul, a feat notoriously difficult to achieve. When one's soul realm ascends, transcending the boundaries of cultivation becomes significantly less arduous. However, for the void-devouring flame, a manifestation of ethereal fire, the path of soul cultivation is exponentially more challenging. It can be said that the Soul Clan has expended an astronomical amount of spiritual essence to elevate its soul realm to the imperial stage, a figure that is truly unfathomable. As Jiang Yun gazed upon this mass of spiritual essence, he raised his hand and unleashed a surge of energy, shattering the chains that bound the essence. With a swift motion, he absorbed it into his being. The moment the essence entered his body, the sacred heavenly demonic flame surged forth, enveloping it completely. After securing the spiritual essence, Jiang Yun ascended to the skies above the mountain range, surveying the ruins below, before stepping into the dark spatial rift behind him. With Jiang Yun's departure, the spatial seal here was also dissolved, leaving behind an eerie silence, reminiscent of a desolate wasteland. It would likely take some time for the Soul Palace to detect any anomalies in this location. The following day, in the sacred dance city, at Jiang Yun's residence, he tended to the medicinal herbs before him with his customary calmness. The previous night, he had swept through the Soul Palace's branches across the four corners of the central continent with remarkable ease, for with the presence of the ancient dragon, Zhu Feng, there were no obstacles in Jiang Yun's path. Jiang Yun. At that moment, a transcendent voice approached from afar. In the next instant, a fragrant breeze wafted through as the petite figure of the little medical fairy, clad in white, appeared behind him. Is there something you need? Jiang Yun inquired softly, glancing at the blooming purple bamboo orchids. The valley master of the burning flame valley, Tang Zhun, requests an audience, the little medical fairy replied gently. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Yun's back. Tang Zhun. Jiang Yun paused, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes as he murmured to himself. You do not wish to meet him? I shall send him away. Misinterpreting Jiang Yun's tone, the little medical fairy instinctively turned to refuse Tang Zhun. There is no need. It would be prudent to meet him. The strength of the burning flame valley is not to be underestimated. Jiang Yun interjected, gently grasping the little medical fairy's arm to halt her departure. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Yun beheld a somewhat frail old man with red hair, dressed in coarse garments, seated before him. Beside him stood a woman in a striking red outfit, her slender waist adorned with a dark red whip that accentuated her form. Her features were exquisite, with finely arched brows that hinted at a spirit of determination, and her fiery attire radiated an undeniable charm. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, both Tang Zhun and Tang Huo exchanged looks of astonishment. Despite having heard of Jiang Yun's remarkable prowess at such a young age, renowned as the greatest talent in the central continent, they were nonetheless taken aback by his youthful appearance. Tang Zhun even found himself questioning whether Jiang Yun was older than Tang Huo. Regaining his composure, Tang Zhun hurriedly rose and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, I am Tang Zhun, honored to meet Master Jiang Yun. The reputation pales in comparison to the reality. Master Jiang truly possesses extraordinary talent, having already made a name for himself in Zhongzhou at such a young age. Jiang Yun raised his palm lightly, responding politely, Lord Tang, you flatter me. One must remember that there are always those greater than oneself. My current abilities are hardly noteworthy. Tang Zhun nodded, feeling a surge of surprise at Jiang Yun's demeanor. With such remarkable accomplishments, his humility and courtesy were indeed commendable. It was no wonder he had reached heights unattainable for many in a lifetime. Tang Huo, with her captivating eyes, could not help but scrutinize Jiang Yun, pondering whether he possessed extraordinary powers, for how else could he achieve such success at his age? She, too, was the pride of the Fengyan Valley in her generation, considering herself among the elite in Zhongzhou. Yet she remained at the Emperor Dou stage while he had already attained Dou Zun and the rank of an 8th-grade alchemist. At present, even her father, Tang Zhun, the Valley Master, regarded Jiang Yun with respect. The chasm between them was not merely a gap. They were as if from entirely different worlds. What brings you here, Lord Tang? Jiang Yun inquired, gesturing for the petite healer to take the seat of honor, disregarding the curious gazes of the two. Master Jiang, I seek your assistance in concocting a 7th-grade high-level elixir, Tang Zhun stated directly, surprising Jiang Yun with his forthrightness. After speaking, he anxiously awaited Jiang Yun's response, fearing rejection. A 7th-grade high-level elixir is within my capabilities to craft effortlessly. However, I presume that with the resources of Fengyan Valley, it should not be difficult to find an alchemist who can forge such an elixir at the Dan Tower, correct? Jiang Yun nodded, then curiously asked. With a sigh, Tang Zhun explained, Fengyan Valley has indeed sought several 7th-grade alchemists in the past, but all have ended in failure. This elixir is of great importance to me. Yet the ingredients are challenging to procure. To ensure a higher success rate, I initially considered inviting an 8th-grade alchemist, but he left the sentence unfinished. But Jiang Yun surmised that although there were 8th-grade alchemists within the Dan Tower, most were reclusive, engrossed in their research, and Tang Zhun likely lacked the means to entice them. I can indeed craft this elixir. However, I require the Jiolong Lei Gang fire, Jiang Yun stated. His gaze fixed firmly on Tang Zhun, his tone calm and unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter. What? Tang Jun's expression darkened instantly as he gripped the armrests tightly. A formidable and overwhelming aura surged throughout the grand hall. Humph. The petite healer, observing the scene, snorted softly and stepped protectively in front of Jiang Yun, her eyes narrowed with a hint of menace directed at Tang Jun and his daughter. Lord Tang, it would be wise to temper your demeanor, Jiang Yun remarked, his expression unchanged as he observed Tang Jun, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, Tang Jun felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively sensing that should he fail to restrain himself, he might not leave this hall unscathed. My apologies, Master Jiang. Tang Jun composed himself, yet his tone grew rigid as he addressed Master Jiang. The Nine Dragons' Thunderfire is a unique and inherited flame of my burning flame valley, marked distinctly by its origin. Even if you were to acquire it, Master, it cannot be refined. Moreover, the matter of the Nine Dragons' Thunderfire is not solely for me to decide. However, within the valley, I possess the Mountain Melting Cauldron, which holds a place on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, and it may serve as compensation for your intervention. Casting a glance at Tang Hoyer beside him, Tang Jun's demeanor softened once more. Chapter 164, The Revenge of the Soul Palace. Father, we need not seek his favor. We shall forego this pill. You are the esteemed leader of Burning Flame Valley. How can you lower yourself? Tang Hoyer's melodious voice rang out as she observed her father's submissive posture. At this moment, she gazed at Jiang Yun, her eyes no longer filled with curiosity and admiration, but rather brimming with indignation. Tang Jun looked at Tang Hoyer and sighed gently, his face radiating paternal affection. Hoyer, do not speak further. I will certainly procure this pill. You are my only daughter, and I shall ensure your safety. Seeing her father's resolute expression, Tang Hoyer's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The little medical sage, observing this scene, cast an indignant glance at the father-daughter duo. Regrets surged within her. Why hadn't she just expelled them both moments ago? A transaction should be based on mutual consent. Yet it now seemed as if Jiang Yun were the villain in this scenario. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained a detached observer, calmly sipping from a cup of exquisite tea placed before him. Master Jiang, I apologize for Tang Jun's earlier impertinence. The Mountain Melting Cauldron, which I fortuitously obtained, is a treasure among the Heavenly Cauldron ranking. A fine blade deserves a worthy hero, since Tang Jun is not an alchemist. The cauldron is merely a diamond in the rough in my possession and could serve as a reward for your assistance. Noticing the reddening of Tang Hoyer's eyes, Tang Jun felt a pang in his heart, and his tone softened once again. As he spoke, Tang Jun waved his sleeve, and a colossal object soared from his spatial ring, landing heavily at the center of the assembly, causing the ground to tremble slightly under its weight. It was a grand medicinal cauldron, towering over 10 feet tall, its fiery red surface adorned with patterns reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, exuding a wild and tempestuous aura. The Mountain Melting Cauldron. Jiang Yun observed this cauldron, comparing it meticulously with the Black Devil Cauldron and the Beastmaster Cauldron, each possessing its own merits. He then turned his gaze to the little medical sage and inquired, "Do you find it appealing?" Taken aback by his question, the little medical sage quickly shook her head with a smile. "I hardly require such an abundance of cauldrons." Upon hearing her response, Tang Jun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Jiang Yun possessed another cauldron from the Heavenly Cauldron ranking? Very well, I shall forego the Nine Dragons' Thunderfire. All I need is a small flame along with this Mountain Melting Cauldron. Jiang Yun chuckled softly, turning to Tang Jun and speaking in an even tone. To him, the Nine Dragons' Thunderfire held little significance, merely promising a marginal enhancement in power. It was not worth the considerable effort. What he truly sought was the understanding of the principles behind this extraordinary flame, which could allow him to explore the mysteries of the indestructible body of 10,000 fires. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's conditions, a flicker of hesitation and conflict crossed Tang Jun's eyes. However, glancing at Tang Hoyer beside him, a resolute determination surged within him. Very well, I accept. As his words echoed, Tang Jun produced a spatial ring from his hand and presented it to Jiang Yun, saying, "Within it lies the formula for the Fire Bodhi pill, along with 3 portions of the necessary herbs. Once the pill is completed, I shall offer you the essence fire of the Nine Dragons' Thunderfire." Receiving the spatial ring, Jiang Yun cast a cursory glance at its contents before addressing the father and daughter with an indifferent tone. "Return in 3 days to collect the pill." Hearing this, Tang Jun clasped his hands in gratitude and quickly departed with the still disgruntled Tang Hoyer in tow. "Jiang Yun, why do you agree to concoct pills for them?" After their departure, the little medical sage could no longer contain her curiosity. The Burning Flame Valley houses a Dou Qi, and the ancient dragon clan must remain concealed. We cannot apply too much pressure. Moreover, I have obtained what I desired, Jiang Yun explained, as his fingers deftly tapped, causing an abundance of herbs to cascade from his spatial ring, swirling in the air before him. The sheer quantity suggested at least several hundred varieties. As the herbs manifested, a rich aroma of medicinal essence pervaded the atmosphere. This is the perfect opportunity to experiment with the differences. Retrieving the formula for the fire bodhi pill, he scanned the steps with his spiritual sense, committing them to memory. He then turned his gaze to the mountain melting cauldron, a playful smile gracing his lips. In the midst of his discourse, he flicked his fingers, igniting a pristine white flame that enveloped the entirely crimson cauldron. One by one, the herbs danced into the cauldron under his meticulous control. The crafting of a 7th grade pill is an intricate endeavor, and the so-called fire bodhi pill, being of a higher grade, proves to be particularly challenging. Yet, in Zhang Yun's hands, the process appeared effortless and graceful, as each herb transformed into a medicinal liquid under the refinement of the eternal sacred flame, slowly beginning to merge. Within a grand, black edifice, figures began to materialize in the hall, where a solitary figure clad in black robes exuded an aura that instilled fear in the hearts of many. The attendees dared not utter a sound in his presence. He was none other than the revered and feared master of the Soul Hall, Soul Mieshing. Since the decline of the Dan Tower and the Burning Flame Valley a millennium ago, the Soul Hall had rapidly ascended, supported by the Soul Clan, with Soul Mieshing showcasing his terrifying prowess, establishing a formidable reputation. It was he who, in one fateful night, had eradicated numerous sects, causing the demise of 5 2-star Dou Qi strongholds. This cemented his infamous reputation as the master of the Soul Hall, rendering it the ostensible ruler of Zhongzhou. Even the Dan Tower, faced with the Soul Hall, found itself retreating at every turn, too fearful to confront it directly. At this moment, the sovereign of Zhongzhou radiated an icy demeanor, surveying the crowd below. His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated through the hall. My Soul Hall has been challenged 4 times by different subhalls. How many years has it been since someone dared to provoke the Soul Hall's reputation? And yet, you have only just now received word, with the culprit still at large. Huh, quite amusing indeed. Pray tell, what have you all been occupied with? In a fit of rage, Han Mieshing's thunderous voice reverberated throughout the entire Tiangang Hall, as a tempestuous storm swept through the assembly of formidable figures, prompting them all to bow in trepidation. Master of the hall, please quell your anger. In the face of Han Mieshing's fury, none dared to display any sign of dissent. He bellowed, in a single night, my 4 cardinal directions have each been infiltrated, with a branch hall seized, and the very essence of our souls, long sealed beneath the earth, completely plundered. You dare tell me that such a premeditated act has occurred, and yet you remain oblivious to the perpetrator? How am I to quell my rage? The deputy master of the hall interjected, in the open. The only faction capable of such a feat in Zhongzhou is the Dan Tower. None others, be it the Tianming sect or the Hua sect, possess this level of prowess, especially to simultaneously strike at all 4 of our branch halls. However, but what? Han Mieshing's gaze turned sharply towards the deputy master. Master, this situation seems suspicious. Such overt actions clearly signal that the Dan Tower is behind this. Yet, I doubt they have the audacity to provoke us so brazenly. Are you suggesting a frame-up? Han Mieshing retorted. Regardless of whether it is a frame-up, the fact remains that we have lost the sole essence of 4 earthly branch halls. We must contemplate how to address the ensuing ramifications, should the enemy strike again. The deputy master spoke solemnly. Han Mieshing fell silent for a moment before coldly declaring, gather all remaining soul essences from the earthly branch halls to the Tiangang 3rd Hall. I refuse to believe that the thieves possess the audacity to wreak havoc in my Tiangang 3rd Hall. This matter is entrusted to you, Deputy Master. Understood. The Deputy Master responded with a respectful gesture, meeting Han Mieshing's piercing gaze. It is time for the Soul Hall to take action. After uttering those words, Han Mieshing reclined in his chair, his expression distant and his tone frigid. Master, where shall we strike? Asked a member of the Soul Hall's elite, eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations after suffering the loss of the 4 branch hall soul essences, which would surely invite reprimands upon reporting back to their clan. If I am to endure hardship, then those in Zhongzhou shall not expect to fare any better. The loss of the soul essences cannot be overlooked. Since we lack a suspect, we must identify the most capable contender. Han Mieshing chuckled coldly. At his words, a tremor of anticipation surged through the hearts of all present in the hall. They were eager for action. The Dan Tower, the grandest prize on the Dou Qi Continent, would yield more than enough to compensate for the 4 branch hall losses, even if they were to double. Unlike the others who wore expressions of glee, the deputy master appeared pensive, a shadow of doubt clouding his brow. Speak, Han Mieshing commanded, casting a cold glance at him. Master, the old man from the Dan Tower has vanished, but he will undoubtedly not remain indifferent to their plight. The deputy master replied, concern flickering in his eyes. For the ancestor of the Dan Tower was a 6-star Dou Saint, a being more formidable than Han Mieshing himself. Humph. Han Miesheng scoffed, his demeanor turning grave. Do not concern yourself with him. Our clan possesses the means to deal with him. Upon hearing such words from Han Miesheng, the deputy hall master of the Soul Palace refrained from further discussion. Soon after, the assembly, having received Han Miesheng's command, gradually departed from the Grand Hall. Mobilizing their forces, once they had left, tranquility once again enveloped the Tiangang Hall. At that moment, a weary, ancient sigh resonated from the void. Han Miesheng, you have brought disappointment to the clan this time. With a sudden rift in space, an elder clad in gray, adorned with long, dark eyebrows, emerged. Elder Mo. Discussing this matter now bears no significance. Han Miesheng will provide an explanation to the clan, Han Miesheng remarked, shaking his head gently. I hope so. Elder Mo replied with an enigmatic smile, his demeanor indifferent. The sound of footsteps echoed from the spatial passage, indicating that others were about to emerge. Curiously, Han Miesheng turned to see a young man in white attire, exuding an air of detached elegance, following closely behind. It's you. Han Miesheng exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. Indeed, Yun Yi replied, meeting Han Miesheng's gaze with a nod, before addressing the two others. This time, I will act alongside you. The Dan Tower houses 3,000 yin flames. It is time to retrieve them. Rest assured, young master, with my presence. The 3,000 yin flames will surely be within our grasp. Elder Mo responded to Yun Yi with a gentle smile. Markedly different from his earlier demeanor towards Han Miesheng. I have heard that a remarkable genius has recently emerged in Zhongzhou. Yun Yi acknowledged Elder Mo's words with a nod, and then turned his curiosity towards Han Miesheng, inquiring further. Han Miesheng paused momentarily, surprised by the question. With countless responsibilities, why would he concern himself with a minor figure? Nevertheless, as Yun Yi had asked, he extended his spiritual force outward, quickly discerning the truth. Indeed, a noteworthy prodigy has appeared, named Jiang Yun. Remarkably, at merely 20, he has already attained the rank of Dozun and is an 8th-grade alchemist. Oh, Elder Mo inquired. Intrigued, which clan does he belong to possess such talent? He is not from an imperial clan. I encountered him once in the Northwest Continent. He is indeed a formidable character, Yun Yi replied, slowly shaking his head, a rare glint of battle intent flickering in his eyes. Seeing this, Elder Mo's curiosity deepened. It was worth noting that Yun Yi had recently ascended to the pinnacle of the Soul Clan's prodigies, and, just a month prior, had broken through to the 8-star Dozun, surpassing his peers in both cultivation and combat prowess. Elder Mo was astonished that a mere impoverished youth from the Northwest Continent could capture Yun Yi's attention so significantly. I shall personally pay him a visit, Yun Yi declared, surveying the two with resolute determination. He, it seems yet another prodigy will soon be left questioning his existence. Elder Mo chuckled, having never witnessed a battle between the two. Han Miesheng, observing the exchange, chose not to interject. After all, it was merely a Dozun. Given Yun Yi's enthusiasm, he would not intervene. However, he remained curious about the true extent of the young man's strength. Boom! A radiant beam, infused with hues of azure and crimson, suddenly erupted from the medicinal cauldron, soaring skyward like a celestial pillar, reaching a distance of over 100 meters. Observing this phenomenon, Tang Jun, who had been waiting outside, could not contain his joy and exclaimed, "This is the manifestation of success in alchemy. Have we truly succeeded?" Beside him, Tang Hor wore a conflicted expression, her gaze fixated on the luminous pillar and the firmly shut door. At that moment, a deep rumble resonated from within the room, accompanied by a formidable surge of energy that violently struck the cauldron's inner walls, producing a series of crisp clangs. The surrounding energies of heaven and earth began to oscillate dramatically. From within the cauldron, a fragrant aroma of elixir wafted into the air. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered in the sky without warning. Within these clouds, thunder rumbled, and silver lightning danced ominously. The sight of the thunderous phenomenon filled Tang Jun with exhilaration, causing him to tremble slightly. He immediately embraced Tang Hor, his eyes glistening with tears, and said, "Hor, you are saved." In that moment, Tang Hor tilted her delicate face towards the tumultuous clouds above, her slender figure quivering with uncontainable excitement. The ominous clouds in the sky had reached a peak of intensity, with silver lightning weaving like serpents. After the initial excitement, Tang Jun, gazing at the thunderous spectacle, solemnly remarked, "This thunder should be handled by me on behalf of Master Jiang." Suddenly, a mysterious and colossal finger shot up from within the room, drawing the thunder of elixir towards it. This gigantic finger emanated an enigmatic aura, a scent reminiscent of death. As the 7th-grade lightning tribulation descended with a violent force, it struck Jiang Yun's colossal finger. However, the mere 7th-grade elixir thunder could inflict no harm upon the finger, which effortlessly shattered and absorbed it. propelled by an unmatched force towards the tribulation in the sky. This act seemed to provoke the lightning tribulation, triggering a chain reaction within the storm clouds, as successive bolts of silvery lightning cascaded towards the immense finger. Yet, none could thwart its advance, and ultimately, the finger descended fiercely into the heart of the storm. With a thunderous crash, the once crackling storm clouds abruptly halted and eventually dissipated into the heavens. Tang Jun, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, stared in astonishment at the closed door, his heart racing. The power of Jiang Yun was likely far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. With such extraordinary talent and an impressive background, it was clear that the burning flame valley could not contend with him. As the elixir thunder subsided, Jiang Yun observed the swirling, vibrant elixirs within the cauldron and nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand, releasing a force that drew the fire bodhi pill towards him, which swiftly soared into his grasp. He then produced a jade bottle of mutton fat color and carefully placed the fire bodhi pill inside. Turning to the quietly standing little medical fairy beside him, he gently inquired, "Is there anything you do not understand?" No," she replied. The young healer pondered for a moment, realizing that there was nothing she did not understand. Jiang Yun had provided a thorough explanation during the refining process. She slowly shook her head, then nodded. Jiang Yun, having stored the elixir, rose and exited the room. Observing Tang Jun and his daughter waiting outside, he declared, "The elixir is right here," and casually tossed it towards the swiftly approaching Tang Jun. Tang Jun hurriedly caught the elixir, opening the jade vial to behold the round, plump pill nestled inside, adorned with mysterious and resplendent patterns, emanating a rich herbal fragrance. His eyes glistened with moisture. "Thank you, Master Jiang, for your generosity," he expressed gratefully, securing the elixir and gazing at Jiang Yun. "It is merely a matter of mutual benefit," Jiang Yun replied, his gaze steady upon Tang Jun. Tang Jun felt a tremor coursing through him, inhaling deeply as he clenched his palm. Suddenly, a silvery flame began to rise gracefully from his hand, within which 9 silver fire dragons could be faintly seen weaving through the flames. 9 dragons, thunderfire. Jiang Yun murmured to himself, captivated by the sight. In the same instant, in a realm of void, a desolate and barren expanse lay shrouded in a faint, searing mist, illuminated by countless cold starlight, rendering the atmosphere somewhat frigid. Amidst this emptiness, a blazing radiance shone forth, akin to a sun illuminating the space. Within the brilliant starlight, a colossal dragon, seemingly endless in form, lay in slumber. Its eyes tightly shut and its body coiled in serpentine grace, surrounded by a peculiar purple-black flame that distorted the very fabric of space as it swirled. Suddenly, the massive dragon's eyes slowly opened, and an icy gaze swept across the surroundings, followed by a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the entire star domain. Roar. Noticing the 9 dragons' thunderfire, Jiang Yun sensed an unusual disturbance in the sky and looked up in astonishment. "What is happening?" Tang Jun asked, equally bewildered, as he felt the unsettling aura emanating from the 9 dragons' thunderfire, with the 9 thunder dragons dancing, their eyes fixed upon the celestial expanse above. In the sky, figures exuding powerful presences swiftly traversed, leaving the inhabitants of St. Dan City in a state of confusion. Upon spotting the silhouettes of Xian Kongzi and others, Jiang Yun gradually withdrew his gaze, suppressing his thoughts, and subtly gestured to Tang Jun. "Oh." Tang Jun snapped back to reality, quelling his curiosity. With the 3 heads of the Dan Tower appearing together, there should be no cause for concern. Casting a glance at the 9 dragons' thunderfire in his palm, Tang Jun's expression shifted. In the next moment, he observed the peculiar flame beginning to condense into a small, yet exceptionally radiant seed of fire. Following extreme compression, the fire seed suddenly surged to a foot in size, trembling in the center, from which a diminutive yet vibrant flame slowly emerged. Though the flame appeared weak, it retained the essence of the 9 dragons' thunderfire. Once the child flame separated, the 9 dragons' thunderfire seemed to become exhausted, retreating into Tang Jun's body to temporarily slumber and replenish the energy it had just expended. His complexion paled slightly, his body trembling. "Father, are you all right?" Tang Hor, who had been closely monitoring Tang Jun, noticed this scene and her expression changed instantly. She anxiously supported Tang Jun, her face filled with concern. "I am fine," Tang Jun replied warmly, looking at Tang Hor with a gentle expression to reassure her. Suddenly, a jade-green pill floated before them, accompanied by Jiang Yun's voice. "Take this." "Thank you, Master Jiang," Tang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. A glance at Jiang Yun revealed that the pill before him was at least of the 7th grade, and the fact that it was so casually given to him left Tang Jun immediately bowing in gratitude. After consuming the pill, Tang Jun gestured, summoning the subfire of the 9 dragons' thunderfire before Jiang Yun. He cautioned, "Though this is merely a subfire, it is quite ferocious." My Burning Flame Valley has dealt with it for hundreds of years and has gathered some insights. If Master Jiang requires assistance, I am willing to provide it. Thank you. Jiang Yun acknowledged, sensing the sincerity in Tang Zhen's eyes. He nodded, and in the next moment, under the astonished gaze of Tang Zhen and Tang He, he swallowed the subfire of the 9 dragons' thunderfire. I fear I may disappoint the esteemed Master Tang. Given Jiang Yun's current strength, a mere subfire posed no challenge. However, as soon as it entered his abdomen, it was consumed by the holy heavenly devil flame within him. Master Jiang truly possesses extraordinary talent. Tang Zhen chuckled awkwardly, hesitating as he spoke. Suddenly, a faint yet deep sound resonated within Jiang Yun's spiritual perception. From the starry expanse above, a wave of chaotic energy surged forth. Jiang Yun's heart stirred as he observed the 3 individuals beside him, oblivious to the disturbance, and softly declared, "The transaction is complete. I will not detain Master Tang any longer." Very well. Regardless of the outcome, I must express my gratitude to Master Jiang for your assistance. If there is ever a need in the future, Tang Zhen will surely lend his full support. With these words, Tang Zhen promptly rose and bowed. After Jiang Yun nodded, Tang Zhen departed with Tang He. Little medical sage, there seems to be some trouble in the starry realm. I must investigate, Jiang Yun said, turning to the little medical sage once Tang Zhen had left. All right. The little medical sage responded, momentarily stunned. She had not sensed any anomalies. Since acquiring the spirit nurturing powder, her soul had made remarkable progress over the past year, and she was merely a step away from the spiritual realm. Thus, when Xiaoying claimed she would soon catch up, she merely smiled, believing it was impossible in the short term, and unlikely even in the long run. The fact that she did not detect the unusual occurrence Jiang Yun mentioned surprised her, yet she did not question his judgment. Nodding, Jiang Yun's figure gradually faded from the hall. Meanwhile, outside the starry realm, the 3 giants of the Pill Tower, accompanied by 8 elders, 4 of whom were present, worked in unison to seal the rampaging 3,000 flames back within the starry realm. Gazing upon the newly completed seal, the 7 individuals collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Xian Kongzi surveyed the group with a serious demeanor and uttered, "How could the 3,000 flames of Yin Yin erupt without cause? I have detected no anomalies. It appears merely to be an unfortunate incident." Tian Lazy's expression mirrored his gravity as he slowly shook his head. The paramount concern now is that the 3,000 yin-yin flames have amassed energy over centuries, although we have managed to seal it this time. The next attempt may prove insurmountable. Xian Yi looked anxiously at the seal in the star domain, feeling the intense energy it contained, and spoke. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the gathering. They had already sensed their limitations during this sealing. The 3,000 yin-yin flames had accumulated an overwhelming amount of energy, and even a half-saint would hesitate to attempt its refinement. Will they be victorious next time? Gritting his teeth, a fierce glint flickered in Xian Kongzi's eyes. Xian Kongzi, what transpired here? Just as the group found themselves in despair, Jiang Yun gradually appeared, inquiring with curiosity. Jiang Yun's sudden arrival startled the assembly, yet upon recognizing him, their vigilance waned. Having known him for a year, they acknowledged Jiang Yun, and even Xian Kongzi contemplated introducing him to the Little Dan Tower in due time. This matter is rather intricate, Xian Kongzi remarked, casting a complex glance toward the star domain as he began to elaborate. I never expected the Dan Tower to harbor an extraordinary flame. Jiang Yun expressed his astonishment with a sigh. For the time being, we must convene a pill conference and seek out any remarkable individuals on the continent capable of subduing the 3,000 yin-yin flames. After much contemplation, Tian Lazy spoke with a heavy heart. Alas, Jiang Yun, you already possess an extraordinary flame. Otherwise, you would have been the most promising and suitable candidate. Xian Kongzi gazed at Jiang Yun with a tinge of regret. Over the course of a year, Jiang Yun's immortal sacred flame had inadvertently revealed itself, and the group was now aware of his possession of a flame not listed among the extraordinary flames. Initially, it had indeed evoked envy among them. In response to Xian Kongzi's lamentation, Jiang Yun merely smiled nonchalantly. At that moment, a figure clad in white hurriedly approached, swiftly reaching the group. Bad news. Numerous alchemist guilds in Central State have been attacked by the Soul Palace. Before anyone could inquire further, Elder Qiuling solemnly addressed the group. What? Elder Qiuling's news astonished them. It is known that while the Soul Palace and the Dan Tower occasionally had skirmishes, they were generally manageable. However, the blatant assault on the alchemist guilds as described by Elder Qiuling was unprecedented. The Soul Palace has become exceedingly audacious. What are they planning? Do they seek war with our Dan Tower? Tian Lazy bellowed in fury, his hair bristling. Elder Qiuling, please elaborate on the current situation. Where is the Soul Palace now, and what are our casualties? Xian Kongzi urged, maintaining a composed demeanor as he regarded Elder Qiuling with a serious expression. The Soul Palace appears to be in a state of frenzy. This morning, nearly simultaneously, the alchemist guilds across major cities fell under attack. As of now, it remains uncertain how many guilds have been affected. Hill, equally grave, acknowledged the seriousness of the situation, realizing that a full-scale war with the Soul Palace could be imminent. Sky Thunder, gather a few elders and summon several Dozun to assess the situation at the attacked guilds. The Soul Palace seems to have lost its mind this time, but the Dan Tower shall not allow its recklessness to go unchecked. After listening to Xian Kongzi, Sky Thunder's eyes glinted with a cold light. Very well. I entrust the headquarters to you and Xian Yi. I shall handle matters swiftly and return. These lunatics are bound to commit even more outrageous acts. Sky Thunder replied with a serious demeanor before swiftly departing with 2 elders. Great Elder, assemble all the offerings of the Dan Tower and prepare for battle. Xian Kongzi instructed Hill solemnly after Sky Thunder's departure. Understood. No one anticipated that this confrontation would persist for an entire month, intensifying with each passing day. During this period, Central State was abuzz with activity, engulfed in the flames of war. The traditional notion of 1 palace, 1 tower, 2 sects, and 3 valleys seemed to have transformed into a mere jest after the true might of the palace and the tower was revealed. Each day, both the Soul Palace and the Dan Tower witnessed the fall of Dozun, while the leaders of the 4 Directions Pavilion and the 3 valleys were also Dozun, signifying that a first-rate power was annihilated daily. This left the once equal factions struggling to maintain their standing. The Soul Palace and the Dan Tower should not share the same arena with the remaining powers. Moreover, this event allowed the world to fully comprehend the terrifying prowess of these 2 top-tier forces, instilling a sense of dread among the populace of Central State. During this tumultuous time, 2 individuals emerged as pivotal figures in the war: Yun Yi, the young master of the Soul Palace, and Jiang Yun, a guest elder of the Dan Tower. Both were rising stars, with Jiang Yun first gaining fame across the continent and earning the title of Central State's foremost genius, largely due to his alchemical prowess. However, the ongoing conflicts unveiled his formidable combat abilities, as he wielded an enigmatic flame technique alongside unexpected array methods, slaying 8 Dozun and 9 Dozun of the Soul Palace in a single battle, thus becoming a thorn in the side of the Soul Palace. Conversely, Yun Yi proved equally fearsome. As the vanguard of the Soul Palace during clashes with the Dan Tower, he charged into battle, having already claimed the lives of no fewer than 10 Dozun from the Dan Tower within a mere month. Dressed in white, he fought ferociously, leaving no room for hesitation, and wherever he tread, it often turned into a graveyard, earning him the moniker of the white-clad Grim Reaper. Chapter 166, The Saint. Ancient Demon. Halt. In the mountains, 2 figures flickered, engaged in a relentless pursuit, one of whom was Gu Zhan, struggling to keep up with the figure ahead. Ancient Demon, return to me. Suddenly, the space ahead flickered, and Gu Qingyang silently positioned himself before Gu Yao, his expression grave as he gazed at the youth before him. Elder Brother Qingyang. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Gu Yao and Gu Zhan were taken aback. A sense of relief washed over Gu Zhan, for with Elder Brother Qingyang's arrival, Gu Yao would not be able to stir up much trouble. Elder Brother Qingyang, please step aside. Gu Yao's demeanor was serious, a strand of black and white hair gently swaying at his forehead, revealing a pair of eyes as cold as a Shura. Gu Yao, do you seek to court death? Gu Qingyang regarded Gu Yao with unprecedented seriousness, even tinged with a hint of anger. Gu Yao was momentarily speechless, but a flicker of reluctance crossed his face. Elder Brother Qingyang, I merely wish to take a look. I want to understand what kind of adversary I shall face in the future. He is not your enemy alone. He is a common foe of our Black Yin army, Gu Qingyang stated solemnly as he observed the unwillingness in Gu Yao's eyes. To this day, he could not forget the feeling of helplessness when confronting Yun Yi on the northwestern continent. Upon returning to the Gu clan, he had diligently cultivated his skills, now achieving the rank of 5-star Dozong, an impressive feat in a short span. However, recent news revealed that Yun Yi was nearing the pinnacle of Dozun, with numerous Dozun having fallen beneath his spear. The terrifying speed of such cultivation was truly alarming, and a heavy pressure bore down upon him like a mountain. Elder Brother Qingyang, he has insulted Sun'er. I wish to ascertain the extent of his strength, to have a tangible goal to strive towards rather than facing an elusive enemy each day. As he spoke, fury flashed in Gu Yao's eyes, enraged by the insult to Gu Sun'er and to the Black Yin army. You will perish. Gu Qingyang gazed sternly at Gu Yao, feeling somewhat helpless. The pressure posed by Yun Yi to the Black Yin army was indeed overwhelming, and he believed that if Gu Yao were to appear before Yun Yi, the latter would not hesitate to strike, disregarding the face of the Gu clan. Given Yun Yi's pride, as long as Gu Yao did not actively provoke him, he would likely be ignored. However, observing Gu Yao's stubborn expression, Gu Qingyang felt a headache coming on. It was evident that Gu Yao did not appear to be one who would refrain from instigation. He feared that a single punch from Yuan Yi could obliterate Gu Yao. Though he had not faced him for some time, merely hearing news of Yuan Yi's current prowess suffocated him with dread. Gu Yao remained resolute, his unwavering gaze fixed on Gu Qingyang, which caused the latter some distress. If this matter were not handled properly, it could become a thorn in their hearts and even increase the risk of a breakthrough. Qingyang, let him go. You all should proceed, with Gu Lin leading the way. Our Gu clan sons are certainly not the timid sort. Just then, an ancient voice echoed in the ears of the three. They paused momentarily, and Gu Yao quickly reacted. Respectfully addressing the void, Gu Yao is grateful for the elders' support. Go ahead, I shall have Tong Xian lead you. Remember, my ancient clan sons are not to be underestimated. Yes, with the elders' support, the trio reacted differently. Gu Zhen remarked, it is indeed Uncle Lin leading the way. Has he emerged from seclusion? Could it be that he has successfully broken through to the semi-saint level? Gu Qingyang pondered for a moment before shaking his head, responding. He emerged not long ago, yet breaking through to semi-saint is no simple feat. Gu Lin, the former commander of the Black Yin army, possessed a 7th-grade bloodline and had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9-turn Dozuan for many years. He had previously attempted to break through to semi-saint during his retreat, but it seems he has failed. What a pity. Gu Zhen expressed his regret upon hearing this. As the two were conversing, Gu Yao gazed intently towards the direction of Zhongzhou, brimming with battle intent. In Shengdan City, the atmosphere had transformed completely. Within the Dan domain, streams of soul perception swept back and forth, resembling an intricate web of defenses. Such vigilance ensured that even the smallest ant would be detected immediately upon intrusion. In the past month, we have clashed with the Soul Palace 27 times, each side suffering losses. Although we have repelled many of their assaults and slain numerous esteemed figures, we too have lost many warriors. Within the Grand Hall, Xian Kongzi surveyed the elders and guest elders seated around him, gravely stating, among them, the Soul Palace's young lord possesses terrifying strength. Most of our fallen were slain by him while we were restrained. Tian Lazy, visibly incensed, added, when mentioning Yuan Yi, many present displayed signs of fear, a few even trembling uncontrollably, having personally experienced the overwhelming might of their adversary on the battlefield. However, there is no need for alarm, for they have Yuan Yi, and we have Jiang Keqing. Sensing that Tian Lazy's words had dampened morale, Xian Kongzi shot him an indignant glare. He scanned the room and finally rested his gaze upon Jiang Yun, smiling as he proclaimed, Jiang Yun has consecutively slain 8 and 9 esteemed figures of the Soul Palace, rivaling the young lord of the Soul Palace. Indeed, Master Jiang is truly the foremost genius of Zhongzhou. That Yuan Yi can only act brazenly in Master Jiang's absence. Absolutely, when we next encounter Master Jiang, he shall surely meet his demise. As Xian Kongzi's words resonated, the atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably, with everyone turning their attention to the young figure seated behind the 8 elders, offering their praises. Your praises are unwarranted, but I too am eager to meet the young lord of the Soul Palace. Our previous battle in the Northwest Continent yielded no clear victor. Jiang Yun, invigorated by the compliments, spoke with fervor. Oh, Jiang Yun, you had a conflict with Yuan Yi in the Northwest Continent? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's mention, many in the Grand Hall turned their attention toward him. At that moment, just as Jiang Yun was about to elaborate, a tremendous tremor resonated from the horizon, causing Xian Kongzi, Tian Lazy, Xian Yi, Jiang Yun, and others to fix their keen gazes upon the outside world. Suddenly, a dark fissure split the sky, and a skeletal hand, emaciated and seemingly nothing but skin and bone, emerged from the crevice, accompanied by a terrifying gust of wind that struck towards the spatial nodes of the star realm. Alarmed, the Soul Palace sought to forcibly tear open the star domain. Witnessing this scene, Zhuangkongzi and the others were instantly struck with fear, their eyes widening in horror. In the next moment, several individuals raised their hands to rend the spatial rift, preparing to rush to the aid of the star realm. Cough, cough. It would be wise for you all to remain here. Reckless actions may cost you your lives. At that moment, a voice devoid of any emotion resonated through the great hall, causing the central space to slowly distort, dark mist seeping forth from within. Simultaneously, an elderly voice, frail and raspy, echoed, and an old man dressed in gray-white robes stepped forth from the rift, standing before the gazes of all. The old man was hunched, leaning upon a skeletal staff, with sunken eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light, instilling a sense of dread. Bone Ghost, the second heavenly sovereign of the Soul Palace? A half-saint. As they beheld the newcomer, Zhuangkongzi and his companions felt a chill wash over them. The 3 heads of the Dan Tower interconnected their energies to counter Bone Ghost's imposing presence, causing the space around them to tremble slightly. Cackling. Thee is a marvelous creation of heaven and earth. If your Dan Tower fails to treat it with respect, My soul palace is more than willing to assist. Bone Ghost chortled, disregarding the gazes directed at him. Begone. Sensing the imminent danger from the descending hand towards the star realm, Zhuang Kongzi shouted in urgency. And the three heads of the Dan Tower, their energies intertwined, unleashed 3 terrifying attacks towards Bone Ghost. Feeling the onslaught, Bone Ghost turned his green glowing eyes towards the trio. An odd smile creeping across his gaunt visage, cackling, "Let me demonstrate the disparity between a half-saint and a fighting sovereign." As his words fell, Bone Ghost's figure flickered. An overwhelming surge of battle energy erupted forth, and his withered hand, resembling an eagle's claw, effortlessly pierced through the void, shredding the trio's assaults with ease. Then, he shifted his gaze to Jiang Yuan, murmuring softly, "So this is the legendary #1 genius of the Central State? Let me test your worth. What makes you worthy of comparison with our young master?" As Bone Ghost's last words echoed, he mysteriously vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Jiang Yuan remained unfazed, suddenly retreating. His pale hand enveloped in white flames, emanating a terrifying heat as he struck towards the spatial expanse. With a resounding crash, his palm impacted, warping the space. And the hunched, aged figure of Bone Ghost reappeared, his palm now consolidating a formidable battle energy into a layer of strange black crystal, resisting the encroaching, undying sacred flame. The forceful impact reverberated, causing Jiang Yuan to stagger back, each step creating ripples beneath his feet. Observing this, Bone Ghost remarked curiously, "Ah, what an intriguing step, capable of dissipating force within the void." A faint sting coursed through him, and Bone Ghost, noticing this, lowered his gaze to his palm. To his astonishment, the energy crystal layer he had just constructed was already pierced by the undying sacred flame, leaving his palm scorched and crimson. Such a peculiar flame. Had it not been distinct from the flame of living beings, I might have mistaken it for that very essence. With a surge of fighting spirit, he extinguished the flames engulfing his palm, gazing at Jiang Yuan with awe, albeit with an underlying fervor that was hard to conceal. Even if it was not the flame of living beings, its vibrant vitality was unmistakable, truly the object of envy for all. Just then, a roar echoed through the air as Xian Kongzi and his 2 companions charged forth once more. All 3, being 9 transmutation dozuns, coordinated seamlessly after years of camaraderie. Unafraid of even a novice half-saint. "Then I shall deal with you first." Bone Ghost sneered coldly, turning to confront Xian Kongzi and his comrades. Boom. A terrifying ripple of energy surged forth, causing the Dan Tower to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, a withered hand descended, seemingly poised to rend the star domain asunder. "Enough!" A voice, calm yet laced with anger, rang out. In the next moment, a fire dragon abruptly appeared in the heavens, sweeping towards the withered hand. "Humph, old fool, you finally dare to show yourself?" The owner of the hand let out a cold snort, redirecting his palm to strike at the fire dragon. Bang! A violent tremor resounded above the Holy Dan City, as a horrific energy storm disrupted the surrounding void. Suddenly, the space above the Dan Tower warped slightly, and 7 aged figures materialized. Among them, for exuded an exceptionally powerful aura, having surpassed the Holy Realm, particularly the elder clad in coarse linen at the center, whose expression was as placid as a still pond. He was the Grand Elder of the small Dan Tower, a 2-star Dou Saint, currently the most formidable and seasoned individual within the Dan Tower. Aside from the often traveling ancestral figure, the Grand Elder's gaze swept across the battlefield below, and with a cold huff, he declared, "The Holy Ones from the Soul Palace dare to infringe upon my Dan Tower. Are you prepared for an all-out war?" In the midst of the battle, Bone Ghost suddenly felt a terrifying sound erupt within his soul, disorienting his mind. By the time he regained his senses, the attacks from Xian Kongzi and his companions were perilously close. "Damn it!" he cursed under his breath, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist. His disheveled figure appearing far off in the sky, casting a malevolent glance at the Grand Elder and the others. Since his ascent to half-saint, he had never felt so humiliated by a dozun. "Grand Elder." With Bone Ghost pushed back, Xian Kongzi and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, soaring upwards to meet the 7 figures in the sky, respectfully addressing the leading Grand Elder. Suspended in midair, the Grand Elder gazed into the distant void and spoke solemnly. "There are rules among the Holy Ones. Do you intend to disrupt them, O Soul Palace?" Cackling with a sinister glee, the old wretch mused that times have changed. Did he truly believe that we had come here with great fanfare merely for a leisurely excursion to your Dan Tower? A disquieting distortion reverberated through the void as a gaunt, skeletal figure emerged, exuding an aura of foreboding. Clad in a black robe, his visage appeared exceptionally parched, with sunken eyes that flickered with eerie flames, hinting at an unsettling mystery. At this juncture, both sides bore injuries and contemplated retreat. Did the Soul Palace truly intend to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation? The Grand Elder regarded the supreme being of the Soul Palace with a steely gaze. His face a mask of lethal intent. Fish may perish, yet the net need not tear. The supreme being slowly lifted his head, his withered face illuminated ominously. As the flickering flames in his eyes danced with a chilling resonance that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable tension as both parties faced each other in silence. Moments later, the Grand Elder regarded the supreme being with a quizzical expression. Uncertain of his intentions, it's about to begin. At that moment, the supreme being suddenly gazed upward at the celestial expanse, a strange smile gracing his lips, instilling an unsettling feeling among the members of the Dan Tower. Crack! A faint shattering sound pierced the tranquil void, causing the faces of the Grand Elder and others to change dramatically as they turned to see a fissure in the previously pristine seal of the starry domain. Within it stood a figure clad in white robes, quietly poised. Chapter 167. The Unsealing of the 3,000 Blazing Flames. Deeper within the fabric of space, a colossal fire dragon opened its wrathful eyes. Within the starry realm, the immense form of the 3,000 blazing flames was adorned with massive scales, intricately entwined with strands resembling spider silk, which constructed peculiar runes. These runes adhered tightly to the dragon's scales, forming an enormous black net that confined the 3,000 blazing flames within the celestial sphere. In that moment, the seals upon the dragon's scales shattered with a thunderous explosion. The cold eyes of the 3,000 blazing flames surveyed the multitude beyond the starry realm, and with a deafening roar, it released a sound that reverberated through the heavens. As the dragon's roar echoed, the violet-black flames enveloping its form surged violently, akin to a raging inferno that engulfed the void. The violet-black flames intensified, and the dense seals upon the 3,000 blazing flames erupted with a strange luminosity. However, the fractured seals were on the brink of yielding, unable to contain the immense power of the 3,000 blazing flames any longer. The violet-black flames ravenously scorched the black-threaded runes, while a continuous influx of stellar energy surged into the colossal form of the 3,000 blazing flames. The seal laid by the Dan Tower dimmed increasingly. Soul Palace, you court death. As the elder regained his composure, his countenance turned a pallid shade of iron, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a formidable attack infused with boundless fury and murderous intent upon the members of the Soul Palace. The ominous sound echoed through the air. Observing this, the great celestial sovereign sneered, his movements unfaltering as he swiftly formed a seal. Instantly, the surrounding void resonated with waves, and from the ethereal space emerged a multitude of sharp, white bones, darting forth with lightning speed. With a resounding crash, the elder declared, I shall hold off the two from the holy realm of the Soul Palace. Xian Kongzi, you must hasten to reseal the 3,000 yen flame. Following his fierce command, the elder charged towards the great celestial sovereign and the bone phantom, imbued with unparalleled murderous intent. The great celestial sovereign, observing the elder and a semi-holy figure from the small pill tower who obstructed his path, turned his gaze towards the starry domain where the members of the pill tower, under the guidance of a semi-holy leader, were advancing. He remained unperturbed, letting out a chilling chuckle. Heh, do you think your pill tower possesses personnel, while our Soul Palace lacks any? Upon hearing this, the elder's heart sank deeper into trepidation. It was evident that the Soul Palace had come prepared, and the number of hidden forces lurking in the shadows was profoundly unsettling. Meanwhile, Xian Kongzi and the others, under the leadership of the semi-holy from the small pill tower, arrived within the starry expanse. They beheld the impending unsealing of the 3,000 yen flame and also caught sight of a transcendent figure clad in white. It is you, Yuni, exclaimed Xian Kongzi and the others in astonishment. You are the one who unleashed the 3,000 yen flame. You are truly deserving of death. The elder, a venerable figure with hair as white as snow and a high-ranking semi-holy, clearly oblivious to the external circumstances and unfamiliar with Yuni, bellowed in rage and unleashed a palm strike imbued with a fierce gale towards Yuni. Unfazed by the semi-holy's assault, Yuni regarded the incoming attack with an air of tranquility. Is it the custom of the pill tower to bully the weak? At that moment, a chilling laugh resonated, and from the void behind Yuni, ripples began to manifest. A colossal black chain, resembling a venomous dragon, pierced through the ether. With a thunderous impact, the elder demanded, who dares? As the attack was thwarted, the elder's expression turned grave as he scrutinized the void. Just as his words fell, an overwhelming force of spatial energy surged forth, distorting the area where the chain had emerged and creating a fissure. From this rift, three figures, shrouded in black robes, stepped forth. followed closely by formidable celestial sovereigns of the Soul Palace. As these figures emerged, an immense aura, akin to a tempest, swept through the void. Even the second elder's eyes reflected a flicker of gravity as they sensed the vast storm. Particularly, the central figure among the three instilled in him a profound sense of dread. Clad in black robes, with strands of gray hair cascading down, the figure bore a visage devoid of wrinkles, strikingly pale, yet the inky depths of his eyes betrayed an ancient essence. The individual appeared rather ordinary. Much like any common person, however, to attain such a position, they could hardly be deemed mundane. Is it true that the Dan Tower now preys upon the weak? How disheartening. The newcomer surveyed the crowd with disappointment and then cast his gaze upon the struggling 3,000 yen fire. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Allow this saint to lend you a hand. In the next moment, with an unremarkable gesture, a terrifying phenomenon unfolded. The seal binding the 3,000 yen fire shattered with a resounding crack. Upon witnessing this, the second elder of the fighting saint reacted immediately. His expression one of horror as he beheld the figure's silhouette, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? Another fighting saint?" At the mention of the elder's words, Xian Kongzi and the others were filled with dread. Their Dan Tower possessed only one fighting saint, who was currently restrained, leaving them without a means to counter the opposition. Astute indeed, this saint is Hunqing. Hunqing turned to look at the group, his demeanor indifferent. Hunqing. The name echoed among them, a weight settling in their hearts. The Soul Palace had dispatched 2 fighting saints. It seemed their intentions were unwavering, placing the Dan Tower in peril. Are you so audacious that you fear the ancestors' intervention? The second elder suppressed his trepidation and glared at Hunqing. The ancestors of the Dan Tower? Hunqing murmured the name, then smirked coldly. Should he appear, many within the clan would take an interest in his esteemed presence. Upon hearing Hunqing's words, the second elder felt a profound sense of despair. Crack! Just as the confrontation escalated, a sharp shattering sound filled the air, accompanied by an enraged dragon's roar. The second elder and the others turned pale, their gazes fixed on the center of the star domain, where the colossal form of the 3,000 yen fire twisted madly in the void, absorbing the stellar energy from the cosmos, replenishing its depleting strength. Its increasingly formidable aura commanded respect, even from the second elder, who dared not underestimate it. Damn it! The second elder cursed inwardly as he observed the liberated 3,000 yen fire. He turned to Xian Kongzi and the others, saying, "Xian Kongzi, while I and several elders hold off the Soul Clan's fighting saints, you must ensure the 3,000 yen fire does not escape. The millennia of the Dan Tower's legacy cannot be destroyed by our hands." At his words, Xian Kongzi and the others trembled, their expressions turning grave. Without further ado, the second elder addressed the fourth elder. "Fourth elder, let us advance." Huh? A mere half-saint dares to challenge the might of a saint? As the second elder and fourth elder charged forward, Hunqing's face was marked by a chilling smile, and he suddenly struck out with a powerful palm, shattering the space around them and overturning the starry expanse. "Follow me." Paying no heed to the predicament of the elders, Xian Kongzi roared, rushing towards the 3,000 yen fire. Huh? Xian Kongzi, where do you think you are going? Suddenly, a swirl of black mist emerged on the path ahead, and a voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated through the air. A figure, shrouded in the ominous fog, materialized before the group. It was the 3 supreme elders of the Soul Palace. Zhuangkongzi gazed gravely at the apparition before him. These were the 3 supreme elders of the Soul Palace. Formidable beings at the pinnacle of the 9 transformations Dou Qi, legendary figures not to be underestimated, rivaling the 3 great leaders of the Dan Tower. Zhuangkongzi, thee is a rare treasure born of nature. Since your Dan Tower cannot wield it effectively, sealing it here is futile. Why not entrust it to my Soul Palace? The 3 supreme elders emanated an overwhelming malevolent aura, exerting a pressure that eclipsed even that of the 3 leaders of the Dan Tower. You must be dreaming, Tianlaizi bellowed, unleashing a fierce palm imbued with scorching flames toward the 3 supreme elders. Huh, if you refuse to cooperate. It seems today will mark the downfall of a giant from the Dan Tower. Observing the unfolding situation, a chilling glint flashed in the 3 supreme elders' eyes as they roared. Fourth brother, let us take action and eliminate these detestable foes. Just waiting for your words, third brother. As the words fell, streams of blood-red light surged skyward, coalescing into a colossal blood dragon that soared through the air, reeking of a grotesque odor, charging towards Zhuangkongzi and his companions. With the offensive initiated by the Blood River Supreme Elder, powerful figures began to emerge, as all the 9 supreme elders of the Soul Palace, except for the 8 slain by Jiang Yun, gathered alongside a multitude of Dou Qi experts, advancing menacingly toward the Dan Tower's side. Damn the Soul Palace. Zhuangkongzi's expression shifted as he uttered a low curse, then swiftly urged his companions, warriors of the Dan Tower, guard the star domain and prepare to face the enemy. As Zhuangkangzi's command rang out, the accompanying Dou Zun from the Dan Tower ascended, their collective auras intertwining, surprisingly matching those of the Soul Palace's forces. At this moment, no fewer than 60 Dou Zun had gathered, igniting a terrifying battle within the star domain. Such a congregation of Dou Zun was a rare sight, rendered almost commonplace in this instant. Only the Dan Tower and the Soul Palace could muster such a formidable force simultaneously. Frost that frees 1,000 miles. Frost that surpasses the heavens. The fifth supreme elder raised his palm, unleashing a surge of icy, white coldness that erupted from his hand, creating a swirling storm of frost that swept toward the Dan Tower's ranks like a flurry of snowflakes. Flames engulfing the starry sky. Zhuangkangzi was undeterred, summoning forth crimson flames that transformed into a vast sea of fire, surging toward the forces of the Soul Palace. Terrifying energies clashed in the sky, producing a cacophony that echoed resoundingly, while monstrous shockwaves unleashed fury akin to a tempest. At this moment, in a corner of the battlefield, two figures stood opposed, an aura of terror enveloping them. The menacing presence they exuded instinctively repelled both the Soul Palaces and the Dan Tower's Dou Zun. All kept their distance, anxious not to be caught in the crossfire of their impending clash. You have slain both the 8 and 9 celestial sovereigns. Though their demise was due to their own inadequacies, they were nonetheless subordinates of my Soul Palace. Therefore, I shall claim your soul as an offering to honor their memory. Yun Yi's gaze was devoid of emotion as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Yun, a chilling murderous intent emanating from him, with dark flames flickering in his eyes, radiating an astonishing aura of death. Humph, compared to our last encounter, it seems you have become quite sharp-tongued. Jiang Yun retorted defiantly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Boom. The vast energy surged forth, akin to a tempest, erupting from both of their bodies, sweeping across the heavens and earth. The ferocity of their power causing even the very fabric of space to tremble. During his battle with the Dan Tower, he had already transcended to the 9-star Dou Zun, now standing at the same level as Jiang Yun. Xianhua finger. Jiang Yun launched the first strike. His hand clenched tightly, summoning a torrent of fiery Dou Qi that coalesced in the sky, transforming in mere moments into a colossal finger. As the brilliance at its tip shimmered, even the space around it began to quiver. Jiang Yun flicked his finger, and the dazzling yet perilous imprint shot forth, piercing the void and hurtling towards Yun Yi with ferocity. An insignificant trick. As the finger imprint approached, Yun Yi's eyes shimmered with brilliance. With a disdainful snort, he stamped his foot into the void, his hand weaving complex seals. In the emptiness, a dark palm imprint formed with lightning speed, its hue so deep it instilled fear. Accompanied by the harrowing screams of souls, their ghastly faces faintly visible upon it. Annihilating soul palm. As the anguished cries from the palm imprint intensified, Yun Yi uttered a soft command, and the dark imprint surged forth like a thunderclap towards Jiang Yun. Boom. The two attacks collided in midair, unleashing a tempest of energy. A thunderous crash resonated as their figures appeared in the distance, with the previous spot slowly fading into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed over 100 times, the resounding force echoing like a storm raging across the heavens. Not enough. Not enough. Yun Yi bellowed frantically. His pitch-black eyes locked onto Jiang Yun as he let out a piercing howl. Is your power merely at this level? In the next instant, a long spear emanating dark demonic flames lunged mercilessly towards Jiang Yun's throat. Humph. However, faced with such a swift onslaught, Jiang Yun merely scoffed, as white flames surged from his palm, transforming into a blazing sword of fire. The fiery sword tore through the void, imbued with a terrifying force, striking fiercely against the black spear. Bang! An indescribable shockwave erupted, affecting both Dou Zun combatants in the fray, causing some to vomit blood and retreat. Even in their desperate retreat, their gazes remained fixated on the source of the shockwave, eager to discern the eventual victor. Ha ha ha, I am finally free. At that moment, a deep voice resonated throughout every corner of the star realm. The clash between Jiang Yun and Yun Yi had yet to reach a conclusion. Meanwhile, the 3,000 yin fire had broken free, causing a considerable commotion. At this juncture, the 3,000 yin fire was engulfed in purple-black flames. Behind it, an endless surge of stellar power flowed into its body, seemingly inexhaustible. In that instant, the energy erupting from the 3,000 yin fire astonished even the semi-saints, its overwhelming force appearing boundless and worthy of utmost reverence. Damn it! Upon witnessing the 3,000 yin fire regain its freedom and full strength, the second elder of soul cleansing struggled to fend off the assault, momentarily distracted and nearly struck down by a blow from soul cleansing. You dare to divide your attention while battling me? This round, your Alchemist tower has already lost. With a single strike, Soul Cleansing sent the fourth elder flying. Observing the erupting 3,000 yen fire with a smirk, delighting in the dismay of the Alchemist tower's members. In the Soul Palace, the second elder seethed with rage. Yet under the overwhelming pressure of Soul Cleansing's absolute power, the situation seemed perilous, with his anger yielding no strength. Boom. At that moment, as the 3,000 yen fire broke free, the infinite purple-black flames in the star realm appeared to have found their master, radiating a dazzling brilliance and exuding intense energy. Under the eruption of this fervent energy, the star realm space, previously used by the Alchemist Tower to seal the 3,000 yen fire, began to manifest cracks, as if on the verge of collapse. This is bad. The star realm is about to shatter. After driving back the three celestial sovereigns, Xian Kongzi turned to witness the impending collapse of the star realm, his expression darkening as he glared at the 3,000 yen fire. 3,000 yen fire. If you wish to leave, we shall allow you to depart. Cease your actions at once, or when our ancestor intervenes, you shall have no chance of survival. The enormous eye of the 3,000 yen fire glanced toward Xian Kongzi, a flicker of human-like wrath igniting within. And a deep voice emerged from its vast maw. You humans are cunning. How can I place my trust in you? The grudge of being sealed for a millennium shall be settled today. Roaring with rage, reminiscent of its dark, endless slumber, the 3,000 yen fire unleashed a furious roar, disregarding Xian Kongzi's threats. Its massive jaws opened wide, spewing forth purple-black flames like fiery columns, distorting the space in their wake. Crack! Rapidly, fissures spread across the surrounding star realm space. Clusters of purple-black flames began to flow outward from the realm. Fools! Witnessing this scene, Xian Kongzi and the second elder, along with others from the Alchemist Tower, burned with fury, their eyes aflame with desperation. They knew that beneath the star realm lay the sacred dance city. Should these flames descend, the Alchemist Tower would face utter annihilation. Upon reaching this point, their frenzied assaults on the venerable elder of the Soul Palace intensified. However, the members of the Soul Palace appeared to be exceedingly well prepared, tightly ensnaring the high-ranking officials of the Dan Tower, which only heightened the anxiety among the Dan Tower's people. Should the flames within the star domain erupt in their entirety, the entire Holy Dan City would likely be reduced to a mere ruin and desolation in an instant. It is sweltering. Look at the sky. What is that? Could it be Is the sealed by the Dan Tower about to break free? At that moment, in the outer world of Holy Dan City, countless figures flickered in the sky, their grave and tense gazes fixated above. The space there exhibited violent distortions, and faintly, violet-black flames were on the verge of seeping forth, emanating a terrifying heat that gradually raised the temperature of the surrounding realm. Run! As the 3,000 blazing fires were about to erupt, chaos ensued within Holy Dan City, with innumerable figures hastily fleeing towards the outside world, transforming the once prosperous scene into one of pandemonium. Little medic, let us retreat together. On a structure surrounding the Dan Tower, Chowing anxiously called out to the ethereal figure in white ahead. Hearing Chowing's words, Little medic gently shook her head and softly replied, Jiang Yun did not command a retreat. I must wait for him. You're... At her words, Chowing gasped, acutely sensing Little medic's feelings towards Jiang Yun, which were entirely different from her own. It was no wonder that Jiang Yun had consistently treated her with indifference. Gritting her teeth, pride compelled her to stay. Yet a voice from behind, a member of the Chow family, urgently urged, Miss, we must leave quickly. It will soon be too late. Ultimately, Chowing lacked the resolve to stay with Little medic. Her admiration for Jiang Yun was not profound enough to reach the level of life and death companionship. Casting one last glance at Little medic, she saw her gaze steadfastly focused on the trembling space above. Boom. Suddenly, the spatial rift within the star domain quivered violently, and a more ferocious violet-black flame surged forth like a tempest, plunging the entirety of Holy Dan City into an eerie silence in that instant. In that moment, a singular thought surged within the hearts of all present. It is over. Soul Palace, you have crossed the line. Just as despair enveloped the crowd in Holy Dan City, an extraordinarily aged voice resonated quietly, seemingly imbued with a peculiar power that soothed the turmoil within their hearts, restoring their composure. Subsequently, they beheld the violet-black flames descending from the heavens, seemingly frozen in midair, suspended above them. Meanwhile, from the distant void, the source of that voice unleashed an intense spatial fluctuation, and a green bull, treading upon the air, gradually emerged above Holy Dan City, revealing itself to the gaze of the onlookers amidst its low, rumbling bellows. Countless gazes instantly fell upon the azure bull. However, upon closer inspection, a look of bewilderment emerged on the faces of the multitude. Perched atop the bull was a diminutive figure clad in a simple coarse garment. with clear eyes and a youthful visage, appearing to be around 10 years of age. The crowd's astonishment was palpable, and a profound silence enveloped the Holy Pill City. For none could have anticipated that such an ancient voice would emanate from the lips of a mere child. In this moment of chaos, an awkward figure appeared beside the Elder of the Pill Tower, their voice tinged with sorrow. It was the Grand Elder of the Minor Pill Tower, who at that moment was holding the frail form of the Fourth Elder. Compared to the true Dou Saint that was the Grand Elder, the Fourth Elder, being only a half-saint, lacked sufficient means for self-preservation on such a battlefield. Had the Elder of the Pill Tower arrived even a moment later, the Fourth Elder might have perished at the hands of the Soul Palace. The Elder of the Pill Tower was taken aback to encounter this legendary figure. It was said that this Elder's true form was a 9th grade. Perhaps in this world, such an elixir existed solely in his possession. Yet, to refine it. Silence. Do you wish to court death? The Elder of the Pill Tower's power was unparalleled. Although there were those capable of defeating him, few could hope to safely refine him. With the revelation of the Elder of the Pill Tower's identity, an undeniable wave of astonishment swept through Holy Pill City. Seasoned beings, well-versed in the ways of the world, regarded the Elder with a mixture of awe and trepidation, their minds racing with possibilities. At long last, you have revealed yourself, thought the great celestial sovereign, his eyes flashing with deep-seated wariness. This was a being that even the palace master could not contend with. The Elder of the Pill Tower glanced at the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder, gesturing with his hand, unleashing a pure liquid suffused with a rich fragrance that flowed into their mouths, visibly healing their previous wounds. Now that I have made my appearance, this farce must come to an end. The Elder's remarkably clear eyes surveyed the starry realm, seemingly penetrating through layers of seals to behold the unfolding spectacle. Return to your places. With a delicate motion of his youthful arm towards the astral expanse, the surrounding space underwent a mysterious transformation. In an instant, the members of the Soul Palace and the Pill Tower found themselves positioned behind the great celestial sovereign and the Elder of the Pill Tower, whilst the enormous dragon form of the 3,000 flame fire loomed in midair. Its colossal eyes were filled with terror as it perceived the confinement surrounding it, rendering it immobile, trembling in fear. Both the Pill Tower and the Soul Palace were equally perplexed, bewildered as to how the battle had shifted so dramatically. Spatial displacement. 6-star Dou Saint. You truly have broken through to 6 stars. The great celestial sovereign's pupils abruptly constricted as he solemnly regarded the Elder of the Dan Tower, his expression grave. Elder. In contrast, the members of the Dan Tower, upon emerging from their initial bewilderment, displayed expressions of delight upon seeing their Elder. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder, they collectively addressed him with utmost respect. Since you dared to cause trouble in our Dan Tower, let the Soul Annihilator lead you back. After liberating both parties, the Elder of the Dan Tower gazed at the members of the Soul Palace, extending a hand. In an instant, the energies of the world surged violently, transforming into a colossal hand that reached towards the denizens of the Soul Palace. Realizing the binding power of the enormous hand, the great celestial sovereign's countenance shifted dramatically, a sense of helplessness rising within him. Just at that critical moment, a chilling voice echoed, "The Dan Tower certainly boasts great authority. Do you think my people from the Soul Palace can simply be detained at your whim?" The figure of the Soul Annihilator gradually materialized before the members of the Soul Palace, gazing skyward at the descending palm. A beam of purple-black light erupted from his mouth, swiftly morphing into a mirror-like purple-black barrier. The black barrier spread like lightning, consuming all tangible and intangible entities in an instant, plunging them into an abyss of nothingness. The enormous hand in the sky crashed down upon the black barrier, yet instead of a thunderous roar, it was mercilessly eroded within moments. Soul Annihilator. I never anticipated you had approached the threshold of the 5-star Dou Saint. With the attack thwarted, the Elder of the Dan Tower displayed no signs of regret, calmly regarding the Soul Annihilator as he spoke softly. The mention of the 5-star Dou Saint stirred a multitude, for the leader of the Soul Palace was on the verge of breaking through to that tier, an unequivocal calamity for the majority of Central Continent's populace. I shall not waste words with you. Recently, several branches of my Soul Palace were destroyed by your Dan Tower. If you surrender the perpetrators and offer 3,000 yen fire as compensation for my losses, I shall take my leave. The Soul Annihilator regarded the Elder of the Dan Tower with an impassive demeanor. Dream on, replied the Dan Tower. We did not attack your branches. It is you who are falsely accusing us. The Elder interjected, we cannot agree to this. If necessary, we shall fight until the bitter end. The moment those words escaped the Soul Annihilator's lips, the members of the Dan Tower were instantly incensed, each casting furious glares at him as if they wished to rend him asunder. This was nothing short of a humiliation of the Dan Tower's dignity. Humph. I believe it would be wiser for me to capture you, allowing the 4 demon saints to take charge. Even the elder of the Dan Tower, a figure of great renown, was rarely provoked to such a degree by the soul annihilator's words, a hint of anger lacing his weathered tone. The aura of the six-star Dou Saint erupted violently, destabilizing the surrounding space. Haha, should my clan's 4 demon saints intervene, old monster, would you still dare to show yourself? At that moment, an ancient mocking voice resounded. Immediately thereafter, an elderly figure, leaning upon a cane, appeared before the assembled crowd like a specter, with no warning whatsoever. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, astonishingly, not a single individual perceived the presence of this enigmatic figure. As this apparition materialized, its skeletal hand clenched into a fist, and with a sudden and forceful motion, it unleashed a punch imbued with fierce energy towards the members of the Dan Tower. The elder of the Dan Tower, upon witnessing this, opened his mouth and expelled a radiant beam of golden light, which erupted forth and transformed into an enormous luminescent barrier that enveloped the heavens. The forceful punch collided violently with the golden barrier, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that reverberated throughout the surrounding space, reducing it to a pitch-black void amid the cacophony of cracking sounds. The very fabric of the surroundings shattered completely under the intensity of their clash. Hun Qianmo, it is indeed you. Upon recognizing the figure with the cane, the elder of the Dan Tower's countenance grew grave. He solemnly addressed the elder. Are you truly willing to disregard the ancient pact between our races? Heh, a bunch of worthless fools. Do they dare question me, the elder of the Soul Clan? Hun Qianmo replied with a sardonic smile, a derisive sneer escaping his lips. His words left the elder of the Dan Tower momentarily speechless. For the Soul Clan's blatant violation of the ancient agreement left the other imperial clans hesitant to confront them directly. At most, they would merely utter a few impotent curses. Am I correct? This statement rendered the elder of the Dan Tower mute. Subsequently, Hun Qianmo's gaze flashed like lightning as he turned towards a distant void, chuckling lightly. The offspring of the ancient clans. Bang! Hun Qianmo's words captured the attention of all present. Following his gaze, they beheld a distant void shatter, and several disheveled figures tumbled forth. It was none other than the elder Tong Xian and Gu Qingyang, who had arrived to observe the unfolding conflict. At that moment, Elder Tong Xian regarded the members of the Soul Palace with a wary expression, while Gu Qingyang and the others behind him dared not even breathe. Who could have anticipated that what was initially perceived as a minor altercation between the Soul Palace and the Dan Tower would escalate to involve the intervention of combatants of the highest order? The appearance of a 6-star Dou Saint indicated that the situation had become far more precarious than expected. It is indeed members of the ancient clans. The elder of the Dan Tower and his companions exchanged astonished glances, realizing that even the ancient clans had been stirred into action. However, they could not help but note that the individuals arriving were rather weak. Hun Qianmo, do you truly intend to disrupt the covenant between the imperial clans? Elder Tong Xian positioned himself protectively in front of Gu Qingyang and the others, his expression darkening as he regarded Hun Qianmo, fear flickering in his eyes. Covenant? Hun Qianmo forced a grim smile, mocking. If this were a matter for the ancient path to discuss, perhaps I would exercise caution, but you, a mere half-saint, dare to question me? The ancient clan merely reaped the fruits of my clan's victory, a group of individuals living in the fantasy of being the strongest imperial clan. If they wish to interrogate me, let the ancient path come to the soul realm. Having spoken, he disregarded the grim expressions of the ancient clan members and turned to the elder of the Dan Tower, coldly stating, step aside. I seek to apprehend the murderer responsible for the destruction of my branch, along with the 3,000 flames of Yen. Do you truly believe your own words? You ancient wretch? The elder of the Dan Tower retorted, mocking him in return. Old ghost, opposing my soul clan will lead to your demise, just as it did for the once mighty Shao Xian. Your Dan Tower is not fated to fare any better. The strange glimmer in Hun Qianmo's eyes grew ever brighter, his voice oscillating between proximity and distance, his form becoming increasingly ethereal. Observing this, the elder of the Dan Tower's expression turned grave as he addressed the ancient clan members beside him. I implore the ancient clan to lend their support. The Dan Tower shall offer substantial rewards in return. Old fool, you dare place your hopes in those worthless ancient clan members? The annihilation of the Shao clan is imminent. You have truly lost your wits. Hun Qianmo suddenly appeared above the elder of the Dan Tower, raising his palm. Instantly, an intense spatial fluctuation rippled through the realm, as he conjured a chaotic domain that descended violently upon the elder. Dan Rongtian, the elder of the Dan Tower, raised a finger, allowing a drop of azure blood to seep from his pores, within which a faint golden sheen could be discerned. The azure blood surged toward the chaotic domain, transforming within mere moments into a multitude of nearly 100 azure beams, which, imbued with a rich fragrance, streaked across the sky and crashed into the chaos like lightning. In an instant, azure light spread forth, and the chaotic space erupted with a thunderous explosion. Within the chaotic realm, the Elder of the Dan Tower and Han Qianma engaged in a fierce confrontation, their clash erupting with the swiftness of thunder, unleashing terrifying power capable of shattering the heavens and earth with each movement. The overwhelming energy fluctuations resonated, akin to a heavy tolling bell, causing many to feel a tightening in their chests, even from a distance. As they observed the entangled struggle between the Elder of the Dan Tower and Han Qianma, the members of the Dan Tower felt a surge of anxiety, glancing at the Soul Hall members led by Han Mieshing, whose predatory gaze cast a shadow of dread over their hearts. If your ancient clan does not wish to intervene, then remain passive, otherwise. Do not blame my hall for its ruthlessness. Han Mieshing smiled at the members of the Dan Tower, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, before turning to the ancient clan members with a chilling grin. The scorn directed at them by Han Mieshing ignited boundless fury within the hearts of the young members of the ancient clan. How could their proud lineage be so contemptuously belittled by the enemy? Han Mieshing, you disregard the imperial clan's covenant. My ancient clan will not stand idly by. To Han Mieshing's surprise, it was not Tong Xian who reacted, but rather Gu Qingyang, who gazed sternly at the members of the Soul Hall and declared, as he clenched his palm, causing a resplendent silver jade tablet to materialize in his grasp, which he then shattered abruptly. Gu Qingyang was acutely aware that if the Dan Tower were to be annihilated by the Soul Palace, the latter would face no rivals on the continent, leading to an expansion of the Soul Clan's power, which would in turn place the ancient clan in an even more precarious situation. Furthermore, the number of alchemists within the ancient clan was limited, and the Dan Tower stood as one of the two prominent alchemical institutions on the Dou Qi Continent, facilitating a substantial volume of transactions for the ancient clan. The downfall of the Dan Tower would undoubtedly further jeopardize the supply of medicinal pills for the ancient clan. Therefore, he could not stand idly by as the Dan Tower faced destruction. Unexpectedly observing Gu Qingyang, who bore an expression devoid of fear, a soft chuckle escaped his lips. I did not anticipate that the ancient clan still harbored a young man of your caliber. Alas, you are destined not to lead the ancient clan, otherwise it would truly trouble my soul clan. As the jade token shattered, an overwhelming force of spatial energy surged forth, abruptly distorting the space beside Gu Qingyang to form a fissure. Just as the rift took shape, an elderly figure clad in blue robes, with flowing white hair and a perpetually warm smile, emerged from within. The old man's beaming demeanor exuded a sense of benevolence. However, Soul Mieshing perceived the hidden sharpness beneath that smile, causing his heart to sink. Upon the appearance of Elder Nanhai, the members of the ancient clan exhaled in relief and respectfully addressed him. Elder Gu Nanhai cast a glance at the battlefield beyond their realm, his pupils constricting sharply, and his expression darkening as he regarded Soul Mieshing and his companions. What is it that your soul clan seeks? The five-star Dou Saint is not to interfere in the disputes of the continent. Your blatant breach of this agreement. Do you wish to provoke war with the 6 great imperial clans? Do not label us unfairly, old man. Your ancient clan lacks the authority to represent all imperial clans. It would be prudent for your clan to refrain from meddling in certain matters, lest dire consequences ensue. Soul Mieshing retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Nanhai. Humph. Seeing this, Gu Nanhai snorted in response, his voice rising in anger. You, Soul Mieshing, do not possess the capability for such a confrontation. If you lack the ability, then what of me? Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed as the Soul Demon Elder, like a specter, emerged from the void, thrusting a hand that pierced through the fabric of space, aiming to strike down Gu Nanhai. Chapter 169, The Pinnacle Battle of the Young Generation. Upon witnessing the Soul Demon Elder's advance, Gu Nanhai's countenance darkened, and he retaliated with a ferocious palm strike. As Gu Nanhai was drawn into the void battlefield by the Soul Demon Elder, the expressions of the ancient clan members turned grim. Since the ancient clan chose to wade into this murky water, they would face it together. With Soul Mieshing's declaration, the chilling laughter of Gu Yao resonated as he charged toward the members of the ancient clan. I will hold back, Soul Mieshing. You all must flee. The legacy of the Dan Tower must not perish in our hands. The dire circumstances caused the Grand Elder's pupils to constrict. With no one capable of confronting the Soul Palace and the formidable Soul Mieshing, he realized he must strive for a sliver of hope. Grand Elder. The sight of the Grand Elder rushing towards Soul Mieshing, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, brought tears to the eyes of Xian Kongzi and the others, who cried out in anguish. Huh, old fool, do you believe you are worthy to contend with the Palace Master? In the sky, a chilling laughter echoed as the great celestial of the Soul Palace suddenly positioned himself before the Grand Elder, wielding a colossal bone knife that emanated an eerie aura. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the void, ruthlessly aiming at the Grand Elder. ignoring the battlefield of the fighting saints. Han Yesheng directed his gaze towards the distant Sanqian Yin fire, advancing step by step, his indifferent voice resonating. Will you surrender or perish? The Sanqian Yin fire trembled at the sight of Han Yesheng's formidable power. Its immense dragon form quaking as the instinct for survival whispered that yielding was the optimal outcome. However, the suffocating seal of darkness ignited an intense yearning for freedom within it, resulting in a moment of profound struggle reflected in its vast, dragon-like eyes. Chaos ensued throughout the battlefield, as the entire Holy Pill City descended into disarray, with countless figures fleeing to the distance. The members of the Soul Palace refrained from indiscriminately harvesting their foes, instead pursuing the members of the Pill Tower relentlessly. Amidst the tumultuous void, the little medicine fairy stood anxiously, her gaze fixed on the black figure rampaging through the battlefield. Turning to the side, she addressed Zhu Feng, Elder Zhu Feng. Do you think Jiang Yun will be alright? Zhu Feng, his entire being tense, focused on Han Yesheng, the Soul Demon Elder, Han Qianma, and the ancestor of the Pill Tower. Only these four possessed the capability to perceive his presence. Though the ancient dragon of the void exhibited extraordinary spatial talents, it could not compensate for the disparity in power. After a moment of silence in response to the little medicine fairy's concern, Zhu Feng asserted, I will ensure the young master remains unharmed. At the heart of the battlefield, Jiang Yun commanded the undying sacred flame, refining an unknown respected figure from the Soul Palace. When suddenly, a cold voice resonated from afar. What an arrogant brat! Witness as I reduce you to nothingness with a single palm. Blood Fiend Heavenly Demon Palm. A colossal blood-red palm imprint, nearly 1,000 feet wide, surged forward, radiating a deep crimson light, aimed viciously at Jiang Yun's back. Who do you think you are to challenge me? Jiang Yun abruptly turned, his eyes flashing like lightning, coldly fixing his gaze upon the Blood River Sovereign, causing the latter's body to momentarily freeze. The familiarity in Jiang Yun's gaze struck a chord, reminiscent of someone he had encountered before. White Tiger Divine Seal. With a swift counter, Jiang Yun unleashed a palm strike, the white tiger roaring forth from his palm, unleashing a terrifying gale that tore through the space towards the Blood River Sovereign. Blood Demon Robe. Sensing Jiang Yun's lightning-fast and ferocious attack, the four sovereigns were gripped by a surge of horror. Without a moment's hesitation, blood began to seep from their pores, rapidly forming a thick layer of blood shackles around their bodies. Simultaneously, one of them called out to the three sovereigns entangled with Xian Kongzi, Third brother, save me. Indeed, they arrived as swiftly as they fled. Bang! Jiang Yun's palm imprint crashed down like thunder upon the Blood River Sovereign's form. The unmatched ferocity of the gale shattering the blood shackles, encasing him into countless fragments. Even with the Blood Demon Robe's protection, the terrifying force still obliterated the vitality of the Blood River Sovereign, sending his battered form plummeting towards the earth below. As Lao Si observed the Blood River Celestial Lord being ruthlessly subdued by Jiang Yun, the eyes of the three Celestials narrowed in shock as they gazed at the composed Jiang Yun. With the demise of the Blood River Celestial Lord, the attention of all present on the battlefield instinctively shifted towards Jiang Yun, their gazes falling upon the corpses of several Celestial Lords beneath him, sending a chill through their hearts. So powerful, one palm was sufficient to repel a Soul Hall protector, and the ancient demon stared in awe at Jiang Yun's silhouette, trembling as if he were experiencing the same self-doubt as Gu Qingyang and others when they first encountered Jiang Yun, who truly was the heir of the imperial lineage. You have grown stronger. Gu Qingyang, having witnessed Jiang Yun's decisive strike against the Blood River Celestial Lord, could not help but murmur, so swift, it is utterly despairing. There is no hope of catching up. He then turned his gaze to the side, where Yun Yi wielded a pitch-black flame spear, effortlessly dispatching the members of the Dan Tower. With these two individuals standing before their generation, it truly was their misfortune. With all your might, surround and eliminate that brat. Following the deaths of the 8 Celestial Lord, the 9 Celestial Lord, and now the 4 Celestial Lord at Jiang Yun's hands, the anger of the 3 Celestials flared. He glared at Jiang Yun and let out a furious roar. In an instant, several Soul Hall Celestial Lords charged towards Jiang Yun with lethal intent. Earthly Flame. Jiang Yun calmly regarded the encroaching Soul Hall patrons, extending a single finger skyward and pointing downwards. Boom. As his finger pressed down, a peculiar wave resonated through the heavens and earth, and suddenly, a crimson pillar of light, hundreds of feet high, erupted from the ground, molten magma from deep within the earth, with crimson flames surging, appearing exceedingly ferocious. The raging magma, as if foreseeing the future, intercepted the path of the approaching Soul Hall patrons. Such a terrifying affinity for fire, even more fearsome than those of the Flame Clan. Out of the corner of his eye, Gu Qingyang could not help but feel his brow twitch. Had he not known Jiang Yun's origins, He might have doubted if Jiang Yun was a lost scion of the Flame Clan. Whoosh! A terrifying sound of breaking air pierced through, and Jiang Yun's expression sharpened, his gaze turning cold as he suddenly unleashed a Qinglong seal towards the rear. The space behind him warped, and a torrent of black flames surged forth as a dazzling black dragon charged at him, directly colliding with Jiang Yun's Qinglong seal. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a thunderous sound that resonated throughout the air as a fiery hurricane erupted, splitting the ground below into immense fissures. In midair, Jiang Yun stood firm against the wind, his body enveloped in white flames, his dark eyes solemnly fixed on the man wielding the spear before him. It seems you wish to determine a victor? I intend to kill you. Yun sneered, gripping the spear with one hand and unhesitatingly swinging it down towards Jiang Yun with immense force. The blinding edge of the strike shattering the very fabric of space into fine cracks. Humph! Jiang Yun let out a cold snort, his hands gathering pure white flames that coalesced into a long sword. The sword then sliced through the air, igniting a raging sea of fire as it clashed fiercely with the demonic fiery halberd. The resonant clangs of metal echoed like thunder, rapidly reverberating across the heavens and earth, creating sound waves that spread like a tempest, stirring a violent whirlwind in their wake. How terrifying these two are! In the distance, Gu Qingyang, Gu Yao, and the rest of the blackened army watched the fierce confrontation, unable to suppress their astonishment. They had not anticipated that the most formidable figures of this generation would turn out to be mere ordinary individuals from the outside world. Were they to be likened to the likes of the Pure Lotus Demon Saints or the Yellow Springs Demon Saints? The black and white flames engulfed the sky, as if the very heavens were about to ignite. Bang! Bang! The earth-shattering collisions exploded in the sky, and Jiang Yun's figure appeared diminutive amidst the myriad of halberd shadows. In the contest of long sword against halberd, the latter held the upper hand. However, the true extent of this advantage was known only to the two combatants. During the skirmish, Yun Yi's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he swiftly formed a seal with his hands. As the seal transformed, the dark, demonic flames of the world surged forth, enveloping everything in their path, coalescing in his palm. An extremely intense and violent wave of energy radiated outward, sky-swallowing palm. A fierce glint shot from Yun Yi's eyes, and with a thunderous shout, he brought his palm crashing down. Instantly, the void twisted, and a fiery palm imprint, nearly obscuring half the sky, shot downward with tremendous force. Upon impact, the buildings of Shengdan City crumbled to the ground, reduced to rubble, with some even turned to ashes. The sheer power was utterly overwhelming. Ancient Lotus Formation. Jiang Yun regarded the descending giant palm with grave seriousness, and suddenly, his hands moved rapidly to form a complex seal. A series of spiritual seals shot forth, and a milky white glow emerged from the void. Under the influence of this milky light, the flames on the ground rapidly extinguished. Purification power? In the midst of the tumultuous battle, the soul-extinguishing demon suddenly sensed a shift, turning abruptly to gaze at Jiang Yun. Surprise etched across his face for the first time. Purification power? Pure Lotus Demon Fire? In the sky, not only did the soul-extinguishing demon notice this, but even those from the ancient clan were aware of it. This power was all too familiar to them, something they had yearned for over millennia. Though still feeble, this purification power was possessed solely by the Pure Lotus Demon Fire in the contemporary world. Initiate the formation. Undeterred by the astonishment of others, Jiang Yun clasped his hands together in front of his chest, forming an exceptionally intricate seal, accompanied by a soft incantation. Suddenly, a milky white light coalesced into a pristine lotus, tinged with subtle pink hues, as countless beams radiated from within the flower, interweaving with one another to ultimately form a perplexing and dazzlingly massive array. A wave of unsettling energy rippled quietly through the air. Jiang Yun has ascended to the rank of Master of Spiritual Arrays, a title divided into 3 levels across 9 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. This formidable array is a simplified version of the ancient Heavenly Refining Array, potent enough to annihilate a 9-transformation battle sovereign, the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Upon witnessing that both familiar and foreign flame, the heavens fell into a hushed silence, as countless gazes, lost in astonishment, were drawn to the quietly rotating lotus, stirring immense waves within their hearts. No, this cannot be the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Soon, Han Mieshing regained his composure and asserted with conviction, for he, possessing the void-devouring flame, understood all too well the terror of the top 3 flames on the. It was certainly beyond the capacity of a mere battle sovereign like Jiang Yun to subdue. Yet, this young man might very well harbor the legacy of the Pure Lotus Demon Sage. What a stroke of fortune for him. The ancient powers, including Gunan Hai, snapped back to reality, gazing enviously at Jiang Yun. A flicker of fervor ignited within them. Could the sage's legacy contain methods to tame the pure lotus demon fire? Such a prospect was incredibly enticing. Even the 3,000 yin fire, which had contemplated surrender, found a glimmer of hope in the intertwining black and white flames, as well as the lotus. With a fierce roar, it summoned forth its purple-black flames, its dragon wings vibrating as it charged toward Jiang Yuan and his companion. Han Mieshing noticed this spectacle but refrained from interference, instead watching with keen interest. A mere imitation of the pure lotus demon fire cannot pose a threat to me. Within the array, Yuan Yi looked at Jiang Yuan with an air of arrogance, a confident smile gracing his lips as he extended his palm, bringing it down with force. The devouring hand seal. Bang! A black radiance coalesced in his palm, and countless black flames surged skyward. In the next moment, a colossal black hand, seemingly emerging from the depths of the underworld, appeared to traverse the fabric of space, heading toward the conflagration. Buzz! In the instant of collision, the world and space fell into an eerie silence, as if the universe held its breath. Yet, amidst this silence, the point of contact in space was rent asunder, revealing vast, gaping spatial rifts, akin to a dragon with bared fangs, emanating a disquieting aura. The black hand trembled violently, and the fissures quietly spread, culminating in a resounding explosion that shattered it entirely. At the moment of the hand's detonation, a milky white lotus emerged, now considerably dimmed compared to its former glory. Jiang Yuan and Yuan Yi exchanged glances, both infused with a fierce determination, though a streak of crimson appeared at the corner of Yuan Yi's mouth, contrasting with Jiang Yuan's resolve. Roar! Just then, a dragon's roar resounded as the 3,000 yin fire surged from the distant void, a frenzied look flashing in its dragon-like eyes, its gaping maw seemingly intent on devouring both the two men and the lotus whole. Get lost! Jiang Yuan and Yuan Yi reacted in perfect unison, unleashing a powerful punch that sent a dragon of black and white flames hurtling toward the head of the 3,000 yin fire. Boom! Already on the brink of collapse from Han Mieshing's relentless assault, the 3,000 yin fire was obliterated in the combined onslaught of Jiang Yuan and Yuan Yi. Whoosh! Amidst the shattered body, a small dragon of deep violet hue surged forth like a bolt of lightning, attempting to tear through the fabric of space to escape. But where could it flee? Jiang Yuan and Yuan Yi roared in unison, their figures darting forward with remarkable speed, as one of them ensnared half of the black dragon's form. Humph! The two exchanged glances, both emitting a cold snort, while simultaneously resisting the fierce backlash of the 3,000 yin flames, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Onlookers were left bewildered by the spectacle. Chapter 170. Shenong's Ceasefire. Seeking Death. Seeing Jiang Yuan seize the other half of the 3,000 yin flames, a chilling shout erupted from Yuan Yi. Dark mist enveloped him, followed by the clattering of chains. A sinister gust of wind targeting Jiang Yuan's face. Detecting the ruthless and cunning energy, Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, a flash of purple brilliance igniting in his eyes as a terrifying surge of spiritual power ascended. In an instant, a transparent purple longsword shot forth from Jiang Yuan's eyes, aimed directly at Yuan Yi's brow. What a terrifying force of spiritual energy. At the moment Jiang Yuan unleashed his spiritual might, the astonished expressions of those around him resurfaced. They had lost count of how many times Jiang Yuan had astounded them. His spiritual power had already reached the threshold of the heavenly realm. Surely, he must have begun his cultivation from the womb. The Grand Supreme of the Soul Hall, feeling the intensity of Jiang Yuan's spiritual energy, gazed in shock at the tempest of souls behind him, momentarily doubting his own existence. Soul techniques, of considerable caliber. In contrast to others, Soul Destroyer's focus was distinctly different. He gazed intently at the purple longsword emanating from Jiang Yuan's eyes, pondering the nature of Jiang Yuan's connection to some formidable entity. In the continent of fighting Qi, the knowledge of soul techniques was scarce, with only a few imperial clans possessing a relatively complete lineage, particularly the Soul Clan, which held the most information in this regard. Yet, even so, he could not discern the origin of Jiang Yuan's soul technique. Humph, do you think having soul techniques can truly affect me? In response to Jiang Yuan's assault, Yuan Yi snorted coldly, letting out a long howl, invoking the devouring armor. Buzz! Deep black flames seeped from his body, slowly coalescing into an extraordinarily menacing and terrifying black demonic armor enveloping his entire form. The armor was adorned with lines as sharp as steel, each curve radiating a sense of dread. Bang! The purple sword struck Yuan Yi, producing a crisp metallic sound. Strangely, as the force landed upon him, it gradually began to dissipate. In contrast, Yuan Yi's aura slightly intensified, as if he had absorbed it, with his attack seemingly devoured. Jiang Yuan remained unperturbed, raising his hand to deliver another ferocious strike toward Yuan Yi's face. The two resumed their fierce confrontation. transforming the heavens and the earth into their battleground. In the midst of battle, neither of the two combatants noticed the ominous trend of division within the captured 3,000 yin flames. Suddenly, a heart-rending roar reverberated across the battlefield. There, in the fray against the Soul Purity Sage, the circle of combat led by the two semi-saint elders of the Dan Tower saw one of its mid-level semi-saint elders brutally shattered by a single strike from the Soul Purity Sage. His flesh obliterated and his soul ensnared, swiftly captured into a soul pouch. Third elder. A wave of sorrow surged through the Dan Tower, causing the hearts of the onlookers to tremble in disbelief at the first casualty among their ranks. Indeed, the forces of the Soul Palace held an overwhelming advantage. Had it not been for the fact that soul destruction had yet to intervene, the annihilation of the Dan Tower would have been imminent. However, such an outcome would inevitably provoke the Dan Tower's ancestor, and the ancient clans might not acquiesce to it. In the Soul Palace, the irascible second elder, witnessing the demise of the third elder before his very eyes, felt his eyes redden with fury, and a tempest of battle energy surged within him as he unleashed a furious strike towards soul purity. If it weren't for your precious souls, do you think I would indulge you for this long? Soul Purity, having secured the third elder's soul, regarded the frenzied second elder with a cold smirk, effortlessly neutralizing the full force of his strike. The disparity between a Dou saint and a semi-saint is monumental. Before long, the fifth elder of the Dan Tower, a 9-turn Dou Zun, fell victim to Soul Purity's might, sending shockwaves through the crowd once more. As comrades continued to perish before him, the second elder's eyes widened with rage, wishing he could devour Soul Purity alive. Soul Palace, you have gone too far. At that moment, a youthful voice, tinged with indignation, echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the ancestor of the Dan Tower materialized before Soul Purity. The Dan Tower's ancestor, though weathered and bearing a semblance of decay, emanated an overwhelming aura of power, his eyes reflecting a faint but palpable wrath. He resembled a frenzied lion, poised to tear apart any adversary in his path. With a sudden, forceful strike aimed at Soul Purity, the very fabric of space trembled, causing the entirety of Holy Dan City to shudder as if it were sinking. Lord, save me. Feeling his body constrained, and witnessing the rampaging Dan Tower ancestor, Soul Purity's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he shouted in a shrill, fearful tone. Old monster, my people are not so easily slain. In that instant, soul destruction appeared before Soul Purity, gravely regarding the descending palm print, his battle energy surging. Within his eyes, a peculiar, devouring power emanated from the void-devouring flame, S-child fire, flickering as he extended his hand. An eerie black flame surged forth, roiling and coalescing into a visage of a human face, from which torrents of devouring energy erupted. As the face formed from the black flame emerged, the Dan Tower ancestor's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Void-devouring flame. Boom. Under the assault of the esteemed ancestor of the Dan Tower, a peculiar black flame flickered ominously, and soon, to the astonishment of all present, it was slowly consumed entirely. The void-devouring flame, impossible. You absolutely cannot refine the void-devouring flame. The ancestor of the Dan Tower cast a stern gaze upon Han Mieshing, shaking his head in denial. Having encountered the pure lotus demon fire countless times, he was acutely aware of the terror that such extraordinary flames embodied. It was nearly inconceivable for them to be absorbed or refined by anyone. Old monster, you nearly fell into your own trap. At that moment, a sinister voice emerged as Han Qianma, looking quite disheveled, gradually appeared beside Han Mieshing. He had just been outmaneuvered by the ancestor of the Dan Tower, tumbling into the chaotic currents of the void. For someone of his caliber, the void's turbulence posed no real threat, yet it left him in a rather awkward state. Like the ancestor, his internal fighting spirit had been depleted to a terrifying extent. Otherwise, such a minor ambush would not have occurred. The ancestor of the Dan Tower observed the predatory gazes of Han Mieshing and Han Qianma, and sensing the overwhelming suppression within the Dan Tower's battlefield, a heavy dread filled his heart. Today, the Dan Tower was in dire straits. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the heavens. The 3,000 yin flames, which Jiang Yun and Yun Yi had been grappling with, erupted explosively, with each of them seizing a substantial portion of the essence. In the void, a diminutive dragon fled in a panic toward the distance. Where do you think you're going? Seeing the opponent attempting to escape, Yun Yi bellowed, extending an energy-laden hand to grasp the little dragon. What a lively scene. Fortune favors me. Upon my arrival, I am met with such splendid gains. It seems I truly should take a stroll more often. Just then, a voice filled with the weight of time resounded from afar, reverberating throughout the realm. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of Han Mieshing, Han Qianma, and the others shifted dramatically, While the ancestor of the Dan Tower visibly relaxed, his heart finally at ease. In the next moment, an extraordinarily rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, causing anyone who inhaled it to feel a tremor throughout their body, as if their injuries had begun to mend. Then, everyone beheld a radiant green light streaking across the sky. In mere moments, a pale green medicinal cauldron swiftly descended from the heavens. Upon the cauldron sat an elderly man clad in simple hemp garments, leaning on a staff woven from medicinal herbs, adorned with numerous jade vials that jingled melodiously with each sway. The old man fortuitously appeared in the path of the fleeing 3,000 yen flames. With a gnarled hand extended, the flames promptly settled into his grasp like a docile kitten. As Yun Yi's hand reached toward the elder, it shattered into fragments the moment it came within 3 yards of him. Engaging with the little dragon, the elder seemed impervious to the temperature of the extraordinary flames. His gaze shifting to Jiang Yun and Yun Yi as he remarked, "Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Had I not come forth, I would have been oblivious to the plethora of prodigious talents that have graced this continent." As his gaze fell upon Jiang Yun, he nodded in satisfaction. A half-step to the heavenly realm soul, a 9-star Dou Zun, and an unknown exotic flame, combined with the faint fragrance of medicine emanating from you, clearly indicates that you are an alchemist. The presence of a junior like you in the alchemical world is indeed a great fortune. This little dragon shall be bestowed upon you. Casting a glance at the 4 portions of primordial flames in Jiang Yun's hands, the elder chuckled lightly, waving his hand as the 3,000 flames swirling in his palm descended into Jiang Yun's grasp. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Jiang Yun said respectfully, offering a polite bow. "Indeed. Indeed," the elder replied, a look of immense satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Yun like a proud mentor observing his prodigy. "The Shinong elder. How has this ancient one emerged?" Soul Qianma's pupils narrowed sharply at the sight of the elder, his expression darkening as he spoke in a grave tone. Turning his attention to the battlefield, the Shinong elder furrowed his brow, remarking, "The Soul Clan has indeed gone too far this time." As his words echoed, he waved his sleeve, and an instant upheaval ensued in the arena, rendering anyone present utterly powerless against the sudden separation. The opposing sides, now divided, looked around in bewilderment. While members of the ancient clan and the Dan Tower recognized the Shinong elder, their expressions reflecting surprise at one another. Even this esteemed figure has been stirred. "Greetings, Elder Shinong." The individuals from the Dan Tower and ancient clan respectfully bowed to the elder. What terrifying prowess in spatial manipulation. If he progresses further, he may reach the 7-star Dou Saint realm, Soul Qianmo remarked solemnly, sensing the subtle spatial fluctuations. "Old fellow, you seem to be in rather poor condition," the Shinong elder said with a smile, then turned to the ancestor of the Dan Tower with a teasing expression. Alas, the ancestor of the Dan Tower could only manage a wry smile in response. "Elder Shinong, do you intend to intervene in the matters between my Soul Palace and the Dan Tower?" Soul Mieshing asked, his brow furrowed as he regarded the elder with a serious demeanor. "I cannot idly watch the Dan Tower's demise, especially since your Soul Clan has already breached the sacred covenant. If I take action against you, even the Soul Emperor cannot contest my decision," the Shinong elder stated calmly, meeting the gaze of Soul Mieshing and the others. Hearing the elder's veiled threat, Soul Mieshing and the others furrowed their brows. The current situation had completely shifted in favor of the Dan Tower. Furthermore, they had gathered sufficient souls to cover their losses. And although they had only acquired half of the 3,000 flames, it was still within their expected outcome. With this in mind, Soul Mieshing glanced around the crowd with an air of tranquility, snorting coldly. He declared, "We shall take our leave." Soul Qianma smiled at the unfolding events, turning to the ancestor of the Dan Tower with a chilling smirk, saying, "Next time we clash, your Dan Tower shall not be so fortunate." As his words faded, he flicked his sleeve and stepped into the spatial rift behind him. As Yun Yi was about to enter the rift, he glanced back at Jiang Yun with an indifferent expression, stating, "This time it is a draw. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. I await your challenge." Jiang Yun replied with a serene smile and calm eyes. The people of the Soul Palace departed, their demeanor one of triumph. Had it not been for the intervention of the ancient clan and the venerable Shinong, the Dan Tower would undoubtedly have faced devastating calamity at the hands of the Soul Palace. As they beheld the retreating forces of the Soul Palace, the survivors of the Dan Tower released a collective sigh of relief, their hearts brimming with the elation of having narrowly escaped disaster. Some even shed tears of joy. The ancestor of the Dan Tower surveyed the heavily ravaged Holy Dan City below and turned to the Grand Elder beside him, saying, "Xiao Mo, please arrange for the post-war cleanup. Ensure that those who fought for the Dan Tower are well compensated." "Yes," the Grand Elder replied with a nod, his heart heavy as he glanced at the remaining 2nd Elder, 6th Elder, and 7th Elder. The battle had claimed the lives of 3 of the 7 elders of the Dan Tower, including 2 half-saints, leaving the clan severely weakened, with an uncertain recovery ahead. Meanwhile, as the Grand Elder organized the aftermath, the ancestor of the Dan Tower departed with the venerable Shinnong and the members of the ancient clan. Jiang Yun, who had not been assigned any duties, made his way home with 3,000 flames of yin-yang. Upon arriving, he was greeted by a figure in white, her face alight with surprise. Before he could utter a word, the little medicine immortal eagerly leaped into his embrace, her trembling form betraying her inner turmoil. Sighing softly, Jiang Yun wrapped his arms around her slender waist, offering gentle comfort. In just 3 short days, news of the fierce battle in Holy Dan City spread throughout the central continent. The outcome astonished all. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed Dan Tower would falter so dramatically before the true might of the Soul Palace? The ordinary populace remains unaware of the distinction between the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan. Without the timely assistance, the Dan Tower might have been obliterated entirely, leading to a precipitous decline in its reputation. A palpable sense of unease spread among the people, for the Soul Palace was no benevolent force. Chapter 171, Aftermath. In the ancient realm, upon returning from their expedition, Gu Nanhai and his companions were summoned to the council hall of the ancient clan by its higher echelons. Within the tense atmosphere of the hall, numerous elders of the ancient clan had gathered, with Gu Yuan seated at the head, listening intently to Gu Nanhai's report. Even upon hearing that the Soul Clan had disregarded the Imperial Alliance and dispatched powerful warriors beyond the 5-star Dou Saint rank, he remained unperturbed, his expression one of calm. To Gu Yuan's left sat 3 elderly men with white hair, their brows furrowed. They were the 3 immortals of the ancient clan, renowned on par with the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan, all 3-star Dou Saints. Following them were several 6-star and 5-star Dou Saint elders. To Gu Yuan's right, alongside a stern-looking man in black, was Gu Sun'er. The imposing figure was none other than Gu Lai, the second strongest of the ancient clan, an 8-star Dou Saint in the early stages. As Gu Nanhai concluded his report, the hall erupted in a cacophony of shattering wine cups. As the enraged elders lifted their heads in indignation, what are the intentions of the Soul Clan? They have brazenly violated our Imperial Clan's covenant, which forbids the 5-star Dou Saints from intervening. Do they hold us and the other Imperial clans in such low regard? Do they not consider my ancient clan at all? Chief, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. We must unite with the other 5 clans to hold the Soul Clan accountable. If we do not act now, today it is the 6-star Dou Saints, and tomorrow it may be the 7-star Dou Saints who take action. Indeed, within the Grand Hall, the sound of explosive voices reverberated, as many hot-tempered elders expressed their outrage, while others sat with furrowed brows, clearly displeased with the actions of the Soul Clan. Upon hearing the news from Uni, Gu Sun'er's calm eyes flickered with a hint of unusual color, and an uncontrollable wave of anger surged within her heart. However, upon learning that the opponent had already ascended to the rank of 9-star Dou Zun, even her fury could not help but be tinged with a sense of defeat. Listening to the heated debate around her, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. The void-devouring flame has reached 9-star Dou Saint, with its strength significantly increased. As for holding the Soul Clan accountable, I must consult with the leaders of the other clans. Indeed, upon hearing of the strength of the void-devouring flame, many of the outraged elders regained their composure. The situation was no longer what they had once perceived when they thought the ancient clan was the unrivaled power. Now, with the Soul Clan bolstered by the void-devouring flame's breakthrough to 9-star Dou Saint, coupled with the uncertain recovery of the Soul Emperor, the Soul Clan's strength had clearly surpassed that of the ancient clan. While many elders were reluctant to acknowledge this fact, they agreed to set aside matters concerning the Soul Clan for the moment, yet they could not afford to neglect the affairs of the Soul Palace. Gu Lai addressed those gathered in the hall, stating that the Alchemy Tower had suffered a severe blow, and the Soul Palace had become the dominant force in Central State. The Soul Palace serves as the Soul Clan's eyes in the outside world and must not be allowed to grow unchecked. The Black Yin Army has been in the eastern region for quite some time and could benefit from training in Central State. It need not involve too many individuals. Let Gu Lin take Qin Yang along to collaborate with the Alchemy Tower to curb the development of the Soul Palace. Gu Dao nodded in agreement, sharing his perspective. Agreed. With the consensus of Gu Lai and the 3 immortals of the ancient clan, the matter was thus settled. Any elder who held dissenting opinions could not oppose the will of these esteemed figures. At that moment, Gu Lai suddenly turned to Gu Nanhai and inquired, I have heard of the prowess of the Soul Palace's young deputy master, but who is this Jiang Yun, who stands as his rival? From which faction does he hail? Gu Lai's question immediately captured the attention of many elders within the hall. While Uni was indeed infuriating, all had to concede that his talent was formidable. Aside from the yet-to-flourish Gu Sun'er, it was likely that none among the younger generation of the ancient clan could rival him. Thus, the emergence of this Jiang Yun, who could contend with him, piqued their curiosity. Upon hearing Gu Lai's inquiry, Gu Nanhai was momentarily taken aback and shook his head in confusion, as he too was hearing of Jiang Yun for the first time, completely unaware of any details regarding him. At that moment, Gu Qingyang suddenly spoke. I am familiar with Jiang Yun. During my previous visit to the Northwest Continent, I had a brief encounter with him, and he seems to be somewhat entangled with the ancient dragon clan. I have already reported my findings to the Elder Council. As he spoke, Gu Qingyang's gaze shifted towards one of the elders present. Noticing the attention directed at him, the elder's face flushed slightly. Observing this scene, the others quickly averted their eyes. Having already grasped the outcome, they merely regarded Jiang Yun as an indigenous individual from the Northwest Continent, unworthy of the ancient clan's prideful focus. Consequently, this led to a lack of awareness regarding his existence among them. Having come to this understanding, Gu Lai promptly changed the subject, acknowledging that this was indeed the ancient clan's past reality and that it would be inappropriate to publicly admonish the individual, since he has connections with the ancient dragon clan. Qingyang, once you arrive in the central state, engage with him more. The ancient dragon clan has always been enigmatic. Even we know little of their true nature. With the Soul clan lurking ominously, it is always advantageous to have an additional ally. Qingyang understood. He nodded and returned to his place in silence. As the room fell into quiet once more, Gu Yuan spoke up. Let us proceed as Gu Lai suggested. I will meet with Yin Jin, Lei Ying, and the others to discuss how to seek an explanation from the Soul Emperor. You may disperse. With that, the assembly rose to take their leave. Once the others had departed, only Gu Suner and her father, Gu Yuan, remained in the grand hall. Gu Suner turned to her father and said, Father, I wish to accompany the Black Yin army to the central state. Glancing at his daughter and noticing the turmoil in her eyes, Gu Yuan calmly replied, Very well. Once you break through to the Dozun level, I shall permit you to venture to the central state for training. Thank you, father. Upon hearing this, Gu Suner nodded fervently. At this moment, she had already advanced to the Dozun level and was confident in her ability to reach Dozun within 3 years. 3 years was not a lengthy period. She still had the chance to catch up to Yun Yi and personally avenge herself. In the serene depths of Shengdan City, a stream meandered through the woods, ultimately cascading into a silver waterfall that plunged into a crystalline lake below. At the center of the lake, a figure sat cross-legged on the water's surface, utterly motionless. The ripples that emanated from him dissipated automatically within a 10-meter radius, as if an aura of profound tranquility enveloped him, creating an air of peculiarity. Buzz. This profound stillness persisted for approximately half a day before the figure slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. A faint flicker of flame danced in his dark pupils, and he lowered his gaze to the violet-black flame in his palm, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes. The figure was, of course, Jiang Yun. Since the battle in Shengdan City, he had begun absorbing the 3,000 yen flames, aided by the ancient dragon Zhu Feng. Coupled with the natural counteraction of the holy heaven demon flame, Jiang Yun effortlessly subdued and absorbed the 3,000 yen flames, thus achieving a breakthrough to the first level of Dozun. During this period, he comprehended the principles of the 9 dragons Thunderfire and the 3,000 flame of Yans, garnering profound insights. Within the starry realm, there exists a plethora of flames derived from the 3,000 flame of Yans. After absorbing them, he could elevate his level once more. Subsequently, a journey to the beast domain beckoned, for the essence of the dragon phoenix belonging to Xian was indeed of paramount importance. Following his breakthrough in cultivation, Jiang Yun meticulously contemplated his subsequent arrangements. Jiang Yun, you have emerged from seclusion. With this thought, he promptly rose and soared towards the outside. In the next moment, a familiar smile resonated through the air, and he beheld the serene figure of the little medicine fairy observing him from a distance. Jiang Yun smiled and inquired, Has everything been well at the Pill Tower during this time? What is the current state of affairs outside? After a moment of reflection, the little medicine fairy gently replied, The situation at the Pill Tower is unfavorable. Its prestige in the central continent has significantly diminished. The little Pill Tower has lost 3 elders at once, and it seems the Pill Tower's ancestor intends to replenish the 3 vacancies among the Pill Tower's 3 leaders. They appear to be planning a re-election of the Pill Tower's triumvirate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head affirmatively, stating, While it may be true that the Little Pill Tower needs to replenish its elders, the re-election of the Pill Tower's 3 leaders is certainly implausible, at least not all at once. Nodding, the little medicine fairy continued, As for the Soul Palace, it seems to have fallen silent during this period, returning to its former tranquility. Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. If not for the dual efforts of himself and Yun Yi, the Soul Palace would undoubtedly still be in a state of quietude, certainly not launching such a significant offensive against the Pill Tower. Now that the Soul Clan has stirred, it is likely their relations with the other 6 imperial clans will become increasingly strained, particularly with the Ancient Clan, which is now exceedingly wary of the Soul Clan. Though it may not escalate to outright war between the 2 clans, the subtle clashes between them are inevitable over time. With the occurrence of several pivotal events, Jiang Yun and Yun Yi can once again stoke the flames of discord previously sown. At that moment, the little medicine fairy seemed to recall something and softly addressed Jiang Yun. While you were in seclusion, it appeared that someone from the ancient clan sought to visit you. But I turned them away. Are they still at the Pill Tower? Jiang Yun nodded, his mind not overly concerned, presuming it was merely the reclusive Gu Qingyang seeking some words of encouragement. No, the members of the ancient clan departed the Pill Tower on the 3rd day. The little medicine fairy shook her head and gazed into Jiang Yun's eyes, speaking softly. I shall meet with President Xian Kongzi. I have a small matter that requires the assistance of the Pill Tower. Jiang Yun acknowledged with a nod, then, after issuing a brief admonition, he turned and swiftly made his way towards the central Pill Tower. Observing Jiang Yun's retreating figure, the little medicine fairy sighed internally, placing her hand over her chest, where a verdant seed lay quietly nestled within a pure white crevice. Reflecting on Xian, Qinglin, and Medusa, it appeared that the 3 of them were rapidly enhancing their powers. As if they had discovered their own path to sanctity, she herself seemed to have fallen behind, remaining at the 6th star Dozong, with no indication of when she would break through to Dozuan, and Doxing appeared to be an even more distant dream. Not only was she unable to assist Jiang Yun, but with the passage of time, she risked becoming a burden to him. The only swift means of elevating her cultivation was to sense the bodhi ancient tree and embark on a liberating journey of advancement. With this thought, the little healer's gaze gradually solidified with determination as she turned to enter the room, resolute in her desire not to lag behind her companions. With an unobstructed path, Jiang Yun arrived at the office of the Dan Tower's president, where he encountered Xian Kongzi. Compared to before, Xian Kongzi appeared considerably despondent, seemingly burdened by an inner turmoil that rendered him profoundly dispirited. Jiang Yun stepped forward to clarify his intentions. You wish to enter the star domain? Xian Kongzi inquired, mustering his spirits, his expression one of astonishment. Within the star domain lie the remnants of the 3,000 flames, which have burned for centuries. I have fortuitously refined half of these flames, yet if they are not contained, they pose a risk, especially since the star domain has already suffered damage. As he spoke, Jiang Yun raised his right hand, summoning a swirling mass of purple-black flames, with a small dragon dancing at its center. I understand. Xian Kongzi nodded at the flames in Jiang Yun's palm, then continued, however, prior to this, an esteemed senior expressed a desire to meet you. Who is it? Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It is Elder Shinong. Xian Kongzi's tone carried a hint of envy. Elder Shinong held immense renown in the alchemy realm. Having been a prominent figure a millennium ago, he could be considered a living fossil of the alchemical world, having crafted more pills than most would consume in a lifetime. The prospect of such a figure wishing to meet Jiang Yun was bound to evoke envy in Xian Kongzi, who, as one of the 3 pillars of the Dan Tower and an 8th grade 9-color alchemist, yearned for further advancement. Is that elder still here? Jiang Yun was now taken aback, not expecting this elusive figure, known for his wanderings, to still linger within the Dan Tower. In order to prevent the Soul Clan from resurfacing, both the Ancestor and Elder Shinong are temporarily residing within the Little Dan Tower. We should pay our respects together. It would be beneficial for you. Xian Kongzi regarded Jiang Yun with kindness, clearly treating him as an outstanding junior. Indeed, Jiang Yun replied. The Soul Clan's reckless actions may very well herald even greater turmoil to come. In a serene, idyllic setting, the ancestors of the Dan Tower and Elder Shinong, 2 of the rare 6-star Dou Shangs in existence, sat quietly beneath a towering tree, engaged in conversation, observing the once youthful visage of the Dan Tower's ancestor. Now etched with wrinkles, Elder Shinong sighed. In the great battle a millennium ago, the Shao clan was annihilated, and the Soul Clan also suffered significant injuries. For the next millennium, they adopted a strategy of recuperation. Given the current circumstances, it appears the Soul Clan has regained its strength, and the Soul Emperor likely has recovered from his wounds. The Soul Clan, indeed a perilous race, stands as a formidable force in this world, with only the ancient clan capable of countering them. The elder of the Danta looked troubled, nodding in agreement. The venerable elder of the ancient clan, Shinong, hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing silence. They, having lived for millennia, understood the intricate entanglements between the Soul Clan, the ancient clan, and the Shao clan. From their perspective, Gu Yuan seemed a touch too conservative compared to Shao Xian and the Soul Emperor. However, this was not necessarily a flaw. As the leader of his clan, Gu Yuan was competent, If peace were sustained, there would be no issues. Yet, it was evident that the Soul Clan was no longer content with tranquility. Let us not dwell on them. With the ancient clan present, the Soul Clan would not act with impunity. Although the Danta had suffered significant losses this time, they still possessed numerous promising talents. Shen Nong shook his head, looking at the elder of the Danta with a satisfied expression. As a senior figure in the alchemical realm, he hoped to witness its flourishing. Chapter 172, The Three Pillars of Danta. Ah, you must be referring to Jiang Yun. The elder of the Danta rarely displayed a smile. Continuing, that child hails from the Canaan Academy, emerging from the northwest continent, and has achieved remarkable heights. It won TB long before he vies for the title of the continent's foremost alchemist. I would be delighted to see that. It is always the same familiar faces. The alchemical realm requires fresh seeds, much like the once-renowned Yao Chun. Shen Nong chuckled heartily, stroking his beard without concern. Yao Chun? What a pity. The elder of the Dantan nodded in agreement, expressing a hint of regret. Jiang Yun has entered the sights of the Soul Palace. You must protect him from suffering a fate akin to Yao Chen's. Shen Nong nodded, unable to refrain from cautioning. You seem quite fond of him? The elder of the Danta couldn't help but inquire. The little fellow simply resonates with me. Shen Nong couldn't suppress his admiration. Well then, why not take him back for some guidance? Perhaps a mentor-student bond could blossom. Suddenly, the elder of the Danta glanced towards the outside, lightly chuckling at Shen Nong. Upon hearing this, Shen Nong paused in surprise, also gazing outward, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Within this small Danta, both being at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, Shen Nong appeared slightly more unfamiliar than the elder of the Danta. At this moment, Jiang Yun remained oblivious to the attention of these two six-star Dou saints. Following Zhuangkangzi to the entrance of the small Danta, the small Danta constituted a realm unto itself, serving as the true core of the Danta. Located in its most central position, Zhuangkangzi softly pressed against the wall at the end of the hall, and a subtle wave emanated from his palm, transforming the wall into a slowly rotating spatial passage. Let us proceed. As the spatial passage opened, Zhuangkangzi smiled and stepped in first. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yun followed suit with measured steps. After a brief transmission through the spatial channel, lasting no more than a minute, an unfamiliar realm unfolded before their eyes. In the distance, towering peaks loomed majestically, shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, evoking an ethereal ambience. A fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air, as numerous medicinal gardens adorned the mountains, cultivating rare herbs that were scarcely found in the outside world, now flourishing in abundance. These were indeed the lifeblood of the esteemed predecessors. Observing Jiang Yun's gaze, Xian Kongzi smiled and began to stride towards one of the peaks. As they traversed the lush fields of herbs, they encountered several elderly figures, each radiating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, the initial reaction of each elder was one of surprise, quickly transforming into warm smiles. Each individual here, if brought to Zhongzhou, could attract considerable admiration and support. A sect possessing such a skilled alchemist would reap immeasurable benefits. Jiang Yun remained humble and greeted everyone along the way, graciously accepting their goodwill. Eventually, Xian Kongzi led Jiang Yun to the abode of the ancestral master of the Dan Tower. As they paused, a voice, both youthful and ancient, resonated in their ears. Please, come in. Exchanging a glance, the two entered, where Jiang Yun once again encountered the ancestral master of the Dan Tower and the revered Shen Nong elder. Greetings, esteemed predecessors. Upon entering, Jiang Yun and Xian Kongzi bowed respectfully. Ah, young one, it appears you have refined the 3,000 yin fire. How remarkable. You are the third person I have seen in millennia capable of harboring two within your being. Shen Nong elder observed Jiang Yun with keen interest, a smile gracing his face. In response, Jiang Yun's expression remained unchanged. He recognized the two figures, the current patriarch of the Yin clan, Yin Jin, and the legendary Xiao Xian from a millennium ago. Addressing Shen Nong elder with gratitude, Jiang Yun explained, perhaps it is due to the fact that the 3,000 yin fire is only partially intact, has the capacity to consume one another. Since the 3,000 yin fire was damaged prior, I was fortunate enough to refine it. Had it been in its prime, I doubt I would have enjoyed such luck. Hearing Jiang Yun's explanation, the three nodded in acknowledgement, and Shen Nong elder stroked his beard with a chuckle, saying, that indeed speaks to your own fortuitous destiny. By the way, you are quite the lucky one to have discovered an unknown. In my estimation, its power could rank among the top 10 on the list. Truth be told, had I not been familiar with the form of the life flame, I might have doubted whether yours was indeed the life flame. As he spoke, Shen Nong elder gazed at Jiang Yun with envy. For someone of his age, The allure of the life flame surpassed even that of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame and the pure lotus demon fire. To have a similar before him, now refined by another, was indeed a source of envy for Shinong Elder. Certainly, given his stature, he would not resort to harming Zhang Yun over a mere flame. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart stirred. It seemed that the elder Shinong had yet to discover the spirit flame, which meant that the little medical sage still had a chance. The little medical sage, possessing the attribute of wood that generates fire, would find the spirit flame to be the most suitable for her on the continent of Dou Qi. Initially, Zhang Yun had thought that acquiring it from elder Shinong would pose a challenge, but now it appeared that he need not worry at all. The younger generation is simply fortunate, Zhang Yun remarked with a smile, shaking his head in reflection. At that moment, the ancestor of the Pill Tower turned to Xian Kongzi and asked, "Our Pill Tower has encountered great upheaval, with the absence of a seat for the young elders. I intend to fill that position with one of the 3 leaders from your generation. Do you have anyone in mind for the new triumvirate?" Hearing this, Xian Kongzi shook his head. Among the 8 elders, none possessed the requisite prestige or strength, and the younger generation had yet to mature, leaving no suitable candidates at present. In truth, Yao Chun would have been the ideal choice, but suddenly, Xian Kongzi thought of an old friend and shook his head in regret. Just then, Elder Shinong glanced at Zhang Yun and chuckled. "You all are truly befuddled by your own positions. Right before you stands an excellent candidate." At Elder Shinong's words, both Xian Kongzi and the Pill Tower ancestor turned their gazes toward Zhang Yun. The Pill Tower ancestor nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Zhang Yun is a fitting choice. Yet I wonder if he would be willing?" Surprised to hear that he was being considered for one of the 3 leaders of the Pill Tower, Zhang Yun hesitated before replying. "Naturally, I would be willing. However, I am accustomed to a free-spirited life, and am not used to remaining in one place like the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower could be immensely beneficial for him, whether in gathering intelligence, medicinal herbs, or exotic flames, as well as amplifying his own power. Yet, if it meant being confined like Xian Kongzi, that would indeed be a regrettable trade-off. Youth should indeed venture out more. However, I can bestow upon you the title of a candidate for the 3 leaders." The Pill Tower ancestor conceded with a nod, his tone remarkably generous. Nonetheless, he continued, "The significance of granting you the title is that our Pill Tower's prestige has been severely compromised in this battle. We need someone to step forward and invigorate the morale. Your outstanding performance in this conflict, coupled with your reputation as the foremost talent of the Central Plains, makes you the most suitable candidate. I understand, and I am eager to test the current level of my alchemical skills, and I would be honored to receive guidance from the 2 esteemed elders." Zhang Yun nodded. Grasping the essence of the Pill Tower ancestors' intentions, it was merely to create a significant stir to restore the Pill Tower's prestige. "But I am quite strict. Should your concoction falter, do not blame me for my harsh words." Elder Shinong remarked with a light-hearted smile directed at Zhang Yun. "Then please, esteemed elder, do keep a close watch." Zhang Yun responded with unwavering confidence in the face of Elder Shinong's scrutiny. Observing the intense standoff between the elders Wangkongzi and the youthful Dantai ancestor, a spontaneous chuckle escaped their lips, momentarily dispelling the somber atmosphere of defeat. The Dantai's actions were remarkably swift. Despite having succumbed to the Soul Palace, it remained the most formidable force in Zhongzhou. Within a mere day, news had spread that Zhang Yun would become a candidate for one of the 3 great leaders of the Dantai, a matter that would require him to publicly refine alchemical potions, igniting a tremendous stir throughout Zhongzhou. Who is Zhang Yun? Perhaps just a few years ago, he was an unknown entity, but in recent times, he has emerged as the most renowned figure in Zhongzhou, a Dozun powerhouse and an 8th-rank alchemist. Each of these titles alone is immensely captivating, let alone the fact that Zhang Yun possesses both at such a tender age. His remarkable performance in the previous battle has only served to embellish his legend. Presently, he and Yun Yi stand as the vanguards of the younger generation within the Dou Qi Continent. They are respectively the young master of the Soul Palace and a guest elder of the Dantai. And now Zhang Yun has been appointed as a candidate for one of the 3 great leaders. Many assert that the 2 are destined rivals, inevitably fated to determine a victor. In the years to come, both individuals will undoubtedly play crucial roles in the advancement of the massive vessels that are the Soul Palace and the Dantai. Today, the Sacred Dance City is particularly vibrant. The sun shines brightly upon the land, with throngs of people streaming through the city gates, a ceaseless tide of humanity flooding into Sacred Dan City, making today an exceptionally lively occasion for the Dan region. This day holds significant importance, not only for the Dan region, but for all of Zhongzhou and the Dou Qi Continent, as it marks the date Zhang Yun will publicly refine alchemical potions. Currently, Sacred Dan City is bustling with activity. The buildings that were damaged in the recent conflict have been restored, reviving the city's former vibrancy. Were it not for the earth-shattering battle that had transpired just days earlier, one would hardly believe this city had recently endured such turmoil. It is indeed awe-inspiring to witness the extraordinary infrastructural capabilities of this transcendent world. The streets are teeming with life, filled with unfamiliar faces as numerous renowned factions have been invited to witness the event. Those fortunate enough to enter the inner domain are predominantly powerful individuals with considerable backgrounds. Master, Sacred Dance City is abuzz with excitement. A familiar figure approached from outside the city, observing the bustling crowd and reflecting inwardly. I heard that just a few days ago, the Soul Palace invaded the Danta, nearly devastating Sacred Dance City. I wonder how Zhuangkongzi and the others fared. A frail voice echoed in Xiaoyan's ears. Master, the names of the 3 great leaders of the Danta were not found among the list of casualties. So it stands to reason that Zhuangkongzi and his companions are unharmed. Xiaoyan reassured, sensing Yao Chen's concern for his friends. Let us hope that is indeed the case. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen comforted himself in a similar manner. He then turned to Xiaoyan, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes as he softly remarked. When we first met in the Jiaomai Empire, I discerned Jiang Yun's exceptional nature. I never anticipated that within merely 2 years, he would ascend to such heights. Truly astonishing. Now, as he stands as a candidate for one of the 3 pillars of the Dan Tower, it is evident that he has garnered the recognition of those esteemed elders from the Little Dan Tower, indicating that his alchemical skills must have reached a remarkable level. His public demonstration of alchemy presents a splendid opportunity for your learning. After the 3-year agreement, Xiaoyan's progress had been nothing short of meteoric. He had discovered 3 rare flames: the Feng Nu Long Yan, ranked 18th on the flame ranking, the Xian Huang Yan, ranked 22nd, and the Gui Ling Di Hua, ranked 13th. Such extraordinary flames, typically elusive to the average person, seemed to converge around Xiaoyan, defying all expectations and propelling his strength to unprecedented heights. He had remarkably advanced from a great Dou master to a formidable 3-star Dou emperor, surpassing even Jiang Yun and his companions in an almost surreal manner. Indeed, master. Xiaoyan responded earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. He then added with conviction, however, I firmly believe that I am not inferior to anyone. Sooner or later, I will catch up to him. Observing the spirited Xiaoyan, Yao Chen's face broke into a look of contentment. By the way, master, I have now acquired 4 rare flames, fulfilling the conditions for your revival. At that moment, Xiaoyan spoke up, his words causing Yao Chen to tremble slightly with a mix of anticipation and emotion. He gazed at Xiaoyan with pride and said, there is no rush. Your alchemical skills still need to reach the level required for the bone rebirth blood fusion pill. After all these years, I am not in haste. Understood. Xiaoyan nodded silently. Striding resolutely toward the Dan Tower, silently vowing to revive his master as swiftly as possible, he had waited far too long. At noon, with the sun high in the sky, the sunlight intensified as time passed. The towering Dan Tower shimmered under the blazing sun, appearing as a magnificent pillar of light connecting earth to sky. The square around it was filled with throngs of people, and even distant buildings were adorned with numerous figures. Chapter 173, Celestial Realm. Whoosh. A flurry of armored figures wielding spears flew in, forming a protective circle in the central area of the square. Their formidable presence radiated an aura of strength, while their hawk-like gazes swept the surroundings, vigilant against any potential disruptions. What a grand spectacle the Dan Tower has orchestrated. If Jiang Yun fails to dominate the crowd and win the world's respect, it would be a sheer embarrassment for the Dan Tower. Remarked a man clad in a silver robe among the figures on a distant building, his gaze laced with mischief. He will not. A composed voice echoed, drawing the man's gaze towards the source. He beheld Gu Qingyang and Gu Zhan, alongside several others who had previously encountered Jiang Yun, all wearing solemn expressions as they observed the unfolding scene. I am curious to see what manner of individual could command such respect from you, my elder brother, he remarked, his previously frivolous demeanor replaced by a serious countenance as he fixed his attention below. Look over there. It appears a few intriguing characters have arrived. At that moment, another pointed into the distance, speaking with palpable interest. The crowd followed his gesture and saw several figures adorned with a pattern resembling a medicinal gourd on their foreheads, exuding an aromatic essence of herbs, gazing haughtily upon the throng below. They were members of the Medicine Clan, the only lineage on the Dou Qi Continent possessing not only a Dou Di powerhouse, but also a practitioner of imperial-grade alchemy, a descendant of the Medicine Emperor. The influence of the Medicine Clan ranks in the middle tier among the 7 great imperial clans, boasting 2 profound alchemists, Yao Dan and Yao Wanhua. Following the decline of the Dan Tower a millennium ago, the Medicine Clan has epitomized the pinnacle of alchemical expertise on the Dou Qi Continent. Surrounding the Medicine Clan were members of the Flame Clan, their foreheads marked with flames. Most of the Flame Clan are practitioners of fire attributes, and as a result, they boast a considerable number of alchemists, second only to the Medicine Clan in their curiosity towards Jiang Yun. It was somewhat unexpected for 3 of the 7 great imperial clans to attend Jiang Yun's alchemy event. Suddenly, the space before the square began to warp rapidly, and a spatial passage gradually formed under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. As the passage materialized, it emanated a rich and peculiar fragrance of herbs. In a moment, several figures appeared before the crowd, comprising the 3 prominent leaders of the Dan Tower, the remaining 4 elders of the small Dan Tower, and the event's focal point, Jiang Yun, along with 7 others. I did not anticipate the elders of the small Dan Tower would also be present. I recall that in the last session, they were notably absent, one mused. Jiang Yun, however, was not to be compared with the previous candidates for leadership. He was undeniably a formidable figure in his own right. Indeed, Jiang Yun had matured, perhaps rivaling the likes of Xian Kongzi and his companions. By previous standards, he was more than qualified to assume a true leadership position. Rumors spoke of the Dan Tower's ancestor emerging during the Great Battle, and one wondered if they might be fortunate enough to witness this legendary figure. Whispers and murmurs erupted below as Xian Kongzi and his companions settled into an area already occupied by a gathering of elders, leaving the stage to Jiang Yun. These elders were all reclusive alchemists dwelling within the small Dan Tower, each at least of the 8th rank. Xian Kongzi, Tian Lazy, and in a corner of the crowd, Xiao Yan, enveloped in medicinal dust, stared intently at those familiar figures, momentarily lost in thought. Teacher, Xiao Yan expressed with a hint of concern. Do not fret, Xiao Yan. Pay close attention. That young rascal, Jiang Yun, is bound to create quite a stir. Yao Chen replied, regaining his composure and gazing somberly at Jiang Yun. For Yao Yan, who has narrowly escaped death and unraveled the mysteries of the celestial realm, Jiang Yun's soul realm seemed utterly astounding. He had devoted a century to reach this stage. Yet Jiang Yun accomplished it in his early 20s. A sly grin emerged on Yao Han's face as he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Yao clan, anticipating their expressions. Upon Jiang Yun's arrival, the members of the Yao clan fell into a profound silence. After a moment of contemplation, an elderly man murmured in disbelief, "No. He has not fully transcended the celestial realm. He is merely half a step away." The elder soon shook his head, feeling a strange sense of relief. At these words, the Yao clan continued to regard Jiang Yun with incredulity. They had never imagined that their own prodigy, Yao Tian, was still struggling within the spirit realm while Jiang Yun was on the verge of breaking through to the celestial realm. The disparity between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. Indeed, a soul on the brink of transcending the celestial realm. What an extraordinary young man. I am quite curious to witness the expressions on the faces of those from the Yao clan. A middle-aged man with fiery red eyebrows from the Yin clan observed the Yao clan with a hint of schadenfreude. Sighing, the members of the Yin clan nodded in agreement. He was far too young, so young that it was almost inconceivable. Is this the individual that Brother Qingyang holds in such high regard? The silver-robed youth from the Gu clan gazed solemnly at Jiang Yun, pondering the formidable nature of Yun Yi, who was said to be his equal. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the Gu clan members sank. While Jiang Yun had no entanglements with them, Yun Yi posed a significant threat. Suddenly, an ancient bell tolled, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth, its sound reverberating across the entire plaza and soon spreading throughout the vast Holy Dan city. It has begun. As the bell's chime echoed, everyone was jolted into alertness, their gazes fixated on Jiang Yun standing at the center of the plaza. Alchemy has commenced. With bright eyes, Jiang Yun summoned forth the pristine, immortal sacred flames that erupted from within him. Instantly, the practitioners wielding flames in the vicinity stared in astonishment at Jiang Yun. It is an extraordinary fire. As the extraordinary fire emerged, countless flames bowed in reverence. To their surprise, Jiang Yun possessed a flame that was not listed among the known extraordinary fires. Could it be that a new extraordinary fire has been born in the world? Ignoring the murmurs around him, Jiang Yun swept his hand through the air, causing an array of medicinal herbs to soar forth from his spatial ring, densely filling the space above him. A cursory glance suggested there were nearly 1,000 varieties, leaving onlookers in awe. With a beckoning gesture, Jiang Yun retrieved the coveted one-beast cauldron. Dragons of fire spiraled around the cauldron, their deep roars resonating as if palpable. In an instant, the temperature in the realm surged dramatically. Go. In the next moment, everyone witnessed, under Jiang Yun's deft manipulation, a continuous flow of medicinal herbs cascading into the cauldron, akin to a stream. Such a rapid pace of herb extraction. Observing this scene, the alchemists present felt a subtle tremor in their eyes. Could such a swift refinement of numerous herbs truly be feasible? It is known that nearly 1,000 types of herbs each require distinctly different refining components. Can such hasty extraction truly succeed? Subsequently, Jiang Yun demonstrated through his actions that it indeed could. Within the cauldron, it resembled a colossal furnace, with small fireballs emerging from the cauldron every few minutes, ultimately swirling in midair around it. Each of these fireballs encapsulated medicinal liquids and powders of varying hues, all refined to their most pristine essence. As time progressed, the fireballs surrounding Jiang Yun multiplied densely, creating an illusion that he was engulfed in a sea of flames. On the square, numerous alchemists gazed at the elegant, flowing methods of refinement in the sky, their faces betraying a deep fascination, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Could the teacher discern what kind of elixir Jiang Yun was concocting? Xiao Yan, equally entranced, was unlike others, as he had a teacher, also an 8th grade 9-colored alchemist, beside him elucidating the process. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Yan inquired, "What kind of elixir is he creating?" "I am uncertain. I have no recollection of a similar elixir," came the somber reply from Yao Chun after a brief silence. "However, judging by the current situation, it is bound to be extraordinary." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yan looked at Jiang Yun with eager anticipation. This was the most advanced elixir he had ever witnessed coming to fruition. A similar question arose in the minds of the Yao clan, the Yin clan, and others. Yet no one knew what elixir Jiang Yun was crafting. 2 days later, as the extraction of the herbs neared completion, Jiang Yun opened his eyes, surveying the myriad fireballs densely suspended around the cauldron. With a deep exhale and a gentle wave of his hand, the multitude of fireballs surged back into the cauldron. Immediately, an astonishing wave of energy erupted from within the cauldron, shaking even the 10,000 beasts cauldron, which resonated with a low hum. Witnessing this, Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Unbeknownst to anyone, within the cauldron, the undying sacred flame released a pure essence of soul origin into the medicinal liquid. This was the result of Jiang Yun's plunder from the 4 earthly palace, of which he absorbed a portion, reserving the remainder for the creation of this 8th grade 9-colored soul sculpting pill. A momentous breakthrough into the realm of celestial souls. Congeal. With a gentle utterance from Jiang Yun, the purple medicinal liquid in the cauldron was instantly enveloped in a layer of peculiar radiance, emanating an extraordinary aura. He had succeeded in refining the pill. At that very moment, the thought pill congealment flashed through the minds of countless onlookers. The imprint of Jiang Yun's hand continuously transformed, as a remarkable energy wave spread across the sky, and a terrifying aura emanated from the beast cauldron. Boom! At that moment, a resounding roar erupted from the heavens, and the onlookers felt as if the world had plunged into darkness. Thunderclouds swiftly coalesced from all directions. The Danlei had appeared. Jiang Yun had succeeded. As they beheld the gathering of the Danlei, Xian Kongzi and others expressed their excitement. Boom! In the blink of an eye, 9 colors manifested simultaneously, and the surrounding landscape experienced a dramatic shift. It was indeed the 9-color divine pill. Gazing at the thunderclouds above, incredulous voices arose, particularly from the members of the apothecary clan, who stared blankly at the familiar yet unfamiliar thunderclouds, wishing fervently that it were not them witnessing this moment. The 9-color pill. Jiang Yun has indeed not disappointed us. Now, allow me to take over. The Grand Elder, who had watched for quite some time, stood up with a beaming smile at the moment the thunderclouds coalesced, speaking with a sense of ease. At that moment, Jiang Yun, gazing at the 9-color Danlei above, wore a calm expression. In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he inhaled deeply, swallowing the freshly forged pill into his abdomen. As the pill entered his body, the Danlei in the sky momentarily paused, seemingly unprepared for such an eventuality. A terrifying medicinal force erupted from Jiang Yun, and a purple ethereal figure gradually materialized behind him, exuding an overwhelming soul pressure. This was the true pressure of the heavenly realm. As the soul pressure enveloped the vicinity, many elders experienced a fleeting thought in their minds. It was indeed the soul-breaking mirror pill. This young man, Jiang Yun, aspired to knock on the threshold of the heavenly realm in one fell swoop. The appearance of the purple ethereal figure seemed to give the Danlei a target, and a thunderous roar resounded as a 9-colored lightning bolt struck towards Jiang Yun's brow. The dragon's 8 sounds. Jiang Yun's hand seals transformed rapidly, and the soul power within his brow surged forth. The purple ethereal figure erupted with a terrifying divine light, and the next moment, a dreadful and peculiar wave burst forth from its mouth like a tempest. Roar! The terrifying dragon's roar surged towards the Danlei in the sky, and the world appeared to fall silent in that instant. Moments later, the descending 9-colored lightning shattered with a resounding crash, and the thunderclouds above dissipated under the assault of that fearsome sound wave. A buzzing resonance echoed in the ears of the spectators. inducing a dizziness that swept through their minds. When they regained their senses, they discovered that the thunderclouds had vanished. Jiang Yun stood there, his demeanor tranquil, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion. What was that? Coming to their senses, countless individuals gazed at Jiang Yun's silhouette with a mixture of wonder and uncertainty. A soul attack. A sense of gravity enveloped the atmosphere as individuals regarded the situation with solemnity. Although soul attacks were not entirely absent, they were exceedingly rare. The revelation of Jiang Yun's capabilities was astonishing. Even though they had not faced it directly, the disorienting effects of the attack were palpable, evoking sheer terror. This manifestation of soul power was undoubtedly of a high tier. Many in their hearts began to categorize Jiang Yun's soul attack with a preliminary definition. What a remarkable little fellow, always surprising those around him. The Grand Elder, gazing in awe at the dissipating thunderclouds, addressed Jiang Yun with admiration. In stark contrast to the Grand Elder's reaction, the members of the Ancient Clan, Flame Clan, and Medicine Clan regarded Jiang Yun with increasingly grave expressions. He was formidable in every conceivable aspect. Such an opponent inspired a sense of despair. A thought flickered within their minds. Never should one become an enemy of Jiang Yun. Chapter 174, Xian emerges. Suddenly, the space where the thunder of pills had vanished began to twist dramatically. The very fabric of space churned, and an overwhelmingly vast wave of soul energy surged forth, crashing violently against Jiang Yun's own soul fluctuations. The terrifying collision caused Jiang Yun's gaze to sharpen, as a buzzing sound reverberated in his mind, accompanied by a slight sensation of dizziness. Jiang Yun swiftly regained his composure, compressing his soul power with great urgency, preparing to retaliate. At the same time, two equally immense waves of soul energy surged into the distant void, a faint voice echoing in Jiang Yun's ears. Soul Destroyer, does my pill tower merely allow your comings and goings as you please? As the Lord of the Soul Palace, I cannot overlook your ambush against a junior. Within the void, the two colossal manifestations of soul energy coalesced into enormous hands, reaching out to seize the retreating soul of the Soul Destroyer. Old fellow, do not underestimate my Soul Palace. A detached voice resonated, and several similarly massive dark hands took shape within the void. The clash unleashed a terrifying soul storm. Not long after, as the storm subsided, Jiang Yun's soul power returned to his consciousness. Meanwhile, the members of the Pill Tower remained oblivious to the cataclysmic confrontation that had erupted in the distant void, still marveling at the scene where Jiang Yun had summoned the nine-colored thunder of pills. Only a select few, ancient beings possessing formidable soul power, gazed with grave expressions toward the distant horizon. I hereby declare Jiang Yun as the new candidate for the three leaders of the Pill Tower. With these words from Xian Kongzi, the Grand Assembly of the Pill Tower concluded. On an unknown mountaintop, the Soul Destroyer furrowed his brow, the sting in his mind indicating that despite the overwhelming numbers of the Soul Palace, he had inadvertently suffered a setback in the recent clash. The Pill Tower boasted two pinnacle figures of the heavenly realm, while the Soul Palace had only him remaining. Moreover, the Elder of Soul Demons and Soul Qianma, both late-stage heavenly realm experts, had returned to the Soul Clan after the battle. Jiang Yun has successfully transcended to the realm of celestial soul, indeed a troublesome character. Huan Miesheng gazed into the distance at Yun Yi and spoke softly, eager to observe his typically composed reaction. As anticipated, upon hearing Huan Miesheng's words, Yun Yi fell silent for a moment before responding. I too am on the verge of a breakthrough. He shall be left for me to resolve personally. The forthcoming conflict between the Soul Palace and the Pill Tower, backed by our clan's support of a 5-star Dou Saint and a 6-star Dou Saint, has already ignited discontent among the various imperial clans. Moving forward, we must tread with greater caution. Once my master ascends to the realm of imperial soul, their reactions will no longer concern us, Yun Yi affirmed with a nod. This millennium-long contention will undoubtedly culminate in our clan's glorious triumph. Huan Miesheng, gazing at the undulating sea of clouds in the distance, spoke with eager anticipation. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed once more through the dark starry expanse. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Yun, freshly appointed as a candidate among the three great leaders. 5 days had elapsed since Jiang Yun concocted the 9-colored pill, and during this time, his remarkable achievements had spread across the continent like wildfire. As expected, Jiang Yun's exceptional prowess had revitalized the Pill Tower's reputation. After dealing with several representatives from the imperial clans, Jiang Yun retreated into the Starry Domain. Before departing, he had acquired the address of the revered Elder Shinong, arranging to visit him for guidance in alchemy. Prior to Jiang Yun's seclusion, members of the Yin clan and the Yao clan had already departed, while the Gu clan, seemingly with ulterior motives, engaged in lengthy discussions with the ancestors of the Pill Tower and temporarily settled in the Pill Domain. This unexpected turn of events caught Jiang Yun by surprise. Nevertheless, it was not the time for such contemplations. Jiang Yun gazed into the distance at the swirling violet-black sea of flames, a manifestation of the countless years of stellar energy absorbed by the 3,000 yin flames. With his purpose firmly in mind, Jiang Yun sat cross-legged in the void, attuning himself to the fighting spirit within. Thanks to the soul-shaping pill, not only had his soul ascended to the celestial realm, but his fighting prowess had also experienced a significant breakthrough. After all, it was a 9-colored pill. Even though its primary focus was on the soul, the residual energy had propelled Jiang Yun's cultivation to the second transmutation realm. With this thought, Jiang Yun inhaled deeply, unleashing a formidable suction force that surged forth like a tempest, drawing forth immense violet-black flames that transformed into pillars of fire, rushing towards his mouth. The terrifying suction formed a colossal vortex of flames, measuring 10 zhang in diameter. As the vortex spun with increasing ferocity, it nearly morphed into a violet-black light spiral, emitting a deep, resonant hum that reverberated through the space, causing ripples throughout. As the flames entered Jiang Yun's body, they were immediately refined into nothingness by the waiting sacred heavenly demon flame. Thus, a month later, Jiang Yun successfully advanced to the third transmutation zone. As the starry domain reverted to its emptiness, Jiang Yun's figure gradually dissipated within the expanse. President Xian Kongzi, he murmured. Jiang Yun hurriedly made his way toward the office of Xian Kongzi. Upon entering, he momentarily paused before regaining his composure and smilingly remarked, "I never expected to find guests here at Xian Kongzi's place. It appears I have been rather presumptuous. Ha ha ha, Jiang Yun, come here. This is the disciple of an old friend of mine. Though he may not possess your extraordinary talents, he is nonetheless a rare young prodigy." Xian Kongzi exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he rose to his feet, pulling a young man clad in black robes toward Jiang Yun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun stepped forward. Within the office, not only were Xian Kongzi and Xiao Yin present, but also Tian Lei Zi and Xian Yi, and even Xiao Ying, whom he had not seen for a long time, was among them. As he entered, Jiang Yun observed Xiao Yin and chuckled softly. "So it is you, brother Xiao Yin. I never imagined that in just 2 years, you have advanced to the Dou Huang level. Your cultivation speed is as astonishing as ever." At this moment, Jiang Yun regarded Xiao Yin with profound astonishment and a hint of affirmation. Xiao Yan's rate of advancement was even more remarkable than in the original tale, and he had already mastered 4 different types of. It seemed that Jiang Yun's earlier conjectures had been largely validated. The Dou Qi Continent also harbored its own spirit of the realm, likely in a state of awakening, continuously aiding Xiao Yin, the child of destiny. He. Compared to Master Jiang, this achievement is hardly noteworthy. Xiao Yin modestly replied, rubbing his nose. "Do you know each other?" Xian Kongzi inquired, his face reflecting confusion as he observed the two. "Indeed, we crossed paths in the Jiama Empire," Jiang Yun nodded, then teasingly added, "I fear President Xian Kongzi is unaware of Brother Xiao Yan's heroic exploits." A sudden apprehension gripped Xiao Yan as he noted the glint in Jiang Yun's eyes. Before he could intervene, Jiang Yun, under Xian Kongzi's inquiry, recounted the details of his 3-year agreement in full. "Ha ha ha, a young man should possess such vigor. Xiao Yan, you are quite similar to your master." Xian Kongzi bellowed with laughter. Tian Lei Zi and Xian Yi also stifled their laughter, provoking a rueful smile from Xiao Yan. Jiang Yun then addressed the group. "President Xian Kongzi, I plan to set off on my travels." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to Jiang Yun. Xian Kongzi nodded and cautioned, "Though the Soul Palace seems quiet now, one cannot be certain they will not resurface in secret. Remain vigilant." Jiang Yun acknowledged with a nod, then bowed slightly to the others. He cast a final glance at Xiao Yan's spatial ring before turning to leave the room. Xiao Ying, watching from the side, felt a surge of restlessness but, upon reflecting on her own abilities, was struck by a wave of despondency, especially when recalling her past choices alongside the little doctor. Sensing his disciple's expression, Xian Kongzi silently shook his head, choosing not to intervene in the affairs of the youth. He then turned to Xiao Yin and queried, "You old rascal. Why won't you meet Jiang Yin? How do you know I haven't made an effort to reach out?" Ye Chun's figure gradually emerged from within Xiao Yin, gazing at Xian Kongzi with skepticism. "When did you even try to reach out? Matters of the celestial realm are beyond your comprehension, spirit realm dweller." Observing the bewildered expression of Xian Kongzi, Yao Chen remarked with an enigmatic smile. Upon hearing this, Xian Kongzi's countenance darkened, and he retorted in frustration. "You are but half a step, merely half a step. Yet even half a step is still part of the celestial realm." As the two engaged in their verbal sparring, Xian Yi gazed tenderly at Yao Chen, while Tian Lei Zi found amusement in the antics of his 2 old friends. Only Xiao Yin and Xiao Ying exchanged glances. both rubbing their temples, pondering how they had previously overlooked their teacher's childishness. Meanwhile, within the confines of Dragon Island, Xian, in seclusion, seemed to stir. Atop a grand altar, a graceful silhouette sat serenely in the center, enveloped in a shimmering aura of purple and gold, radiating a dazzling light. As the altar resonated with Xian's breath, torrents of formidable energy storms merged into her being. In a fleeting moment, a terrifying presence awakened. Xian, with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her amethyst-like orbs. With a swift motion, beams of violet brilliance shot forth from her eyes, transforming a stone pillar within the hall into mere dust with a resounding crash. Concurrently, an overwhelming force surged from within her, escalating at a terrifying pace. 6 stars, pinnacle of 7 stars, and then 8 stars. In less than 10 minutes, Xian's aura surged from the 6th-star level to the 9th, with a clear inclination for further enhancement. Should a mortal warrior experience such a sudden escalation in power, it would undoubtedly lead to tumultuous energy fluctuations, potentially resulting in lifelong instability. However, Xian was different. Her transformation was rooted in the purging of her bloodline, and thus she was unencumbered by the need to suppress her growth as a human would. As time passed, Xian's rapidly escalating aura began to stabilize, ultimately resting at the second transformation of Dou Qi. A deep breath escaped her lips, followed by a resonant roar infused with a dragon's cry that echoed throughout the ancient hall, causing the very space around it to tremble. Ha ha ha, splendid. It appears that Xian has made remarkable gains during this time. At that moment, a jubilant voice resonated within the hall, revealing Dou Qi, who had mysteriously appeared beside Xian. As Xian excitedly rushed toward him, Dou Qi, with a gentle demeanor, prepared to embrace his beloved daughter. But just as she halted before him, she posed a heart-wrenching question. Father, where is Jiangyun? Dou Qi inhaled sharply, forcing himself to maintain composure as he gazed at his eager daughter. He replied slowly. That rascal left Dragon Island long ago, heading to the Central State's Dan Tower. Understood. Nodding lightly, Xian walked briskly towards the exit without a backward glance. Observing this scene, Dou Qi stood momentarily stunned, then hurried after her, inquiring, Xian, where are you headed? To find Jiangyun, Xian replied, turning to face Dou Qi with an expression of utmost certainty. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she scrutinized Dou Qi from head to toe, grasped his arm, and smiled. By the way, father, your cultivation is profound. You should be able to transport me to the Dan Tower faster and more directly. Please take me there. Dou Qi's eyelids twitched, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. However, seeing Xian's eager visage, he gently remarked, Jiangyun is gone to the Beast Domain. The Beast Domain? That's nearby. You needn't accompany me. I shall find him myself. Before Dou Qi could finish speaking, Xian impatiently leaped into the rift in space and vanished, leaving Dou Qi standing alone, inwardly vexed. Ahem. It is a rare sight to see the Emperor humbled. It seems that only Princess Xian could accomplish such a feat. At that moment, a series of coughs echoed, and an exceptionally aged figure gradually materialized behind Dou Qi, speaking with a hint of mockery. Humph, who else but myself shall dote on my own daughter? Dou Qi retorted, turning to face this loyal subordinate who had followed him throughout his life. Casting an exasperated glance at the smiling elder, Dou Qi inquired, how is your health? Jiangyun is now capable of refining the 8-rank 9-colored Dan, and I trust he will soon break through to become a master of the treasure Dan, with the mystic Dan master not far behind. At that point, your ailments may finally be addressed. No need for that. I, Shuming, have little time left. Merely to see your majesty once more is enough to leave me without regrets. It is a pity, however, that my strength is insufficient to rescue you. You insolent wretch. Without my permission, you shall not die? Dou Qi interrupted Shuming's words with a harshness that belied his concern. Hearing Dou Qi's brusque remarks, a flicker of emotion passed through Shuming's eyes. The old dragon emperor remained as stubborn yet tender-hearted as ever. Shuming was once the 3rd elder of the ancient dragon clan, with Chumu and Chu above him, holding the titles of the Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder, respectively. Together, these 3 had followed Dou Qi through thick and thin, becoming his indispensable right and left arms. In Chapter 175, The Relic, among the 3, Chumu possessed the greatest strength, being at the initial stage of 9-star Dou Saint, and was also the eldest among them. Since Dou Qi's return, he had repeatedly called for the trio, yet Chumu had not responded, leading Dou Qi to prepare for the worst. Chu, the most talented among them, was now lost to the sands of time. Meanwhile, Shuming, the youngest, had initially reached the 8-star Dou Saint and had since broken through to 9-star, albeit at the cost of injuring his foundation due to a forced breakthrough, resulting in his current plight. Just when he believed he would dissolve into the void, Dou Qi's summons rekindled the long silent rhythm of his heart. He was the only one among the three elders to return to Dragon Island. Very well. Your Majesty has decreed that I shall not perish, and thus I shall remain alive. I have yet to behold your Majesty's presence. So how could I so easily succumb to death? Zhu Ming declared with a serious expression, casting a smile at Zhu Quan. Both were acutely aware that the efficacy of the 9th grade treasure elixir on Zhu Ming's injuries was negligible. It seemed that only the 9th grade mysterious elixir could yield substantial results. As for the 9th grade golden elixir, they dared not even contemplate it, for it had been millennia since a master of the golden elixir had emerged on the continent. The existing formulas for golden elixirs likely remained solely within the legacy of the medicinal clan, rendering it an arduous endeavor. Whether Zhang Yun could ascend to the rank of mysterious elixir master before Zhu Ming's time ran out was a question even Zhu Quan could not confidently answer. Nevertheless, Zhu Quan nodded and regarded Zhu Ming earnestly, and for a moment, silence enveloped the grand hall. The beast domain is renowned as the realm of 100,000 mountains. Yet this is merely a figurative expression. The actual count of mountains is undoubtedly far greater than 100,000. These peaks stretch into realms beyond human reach. And as time flows on, innumerable treasures lie hidden within these endless ranges, awaiting worthy souls to discover them. The Skeleton Mountain Range within the beast domain possesses considerable renown, boasting a chilling ocean of bones where countless beast skeletons are cast aside. Over the passage of time, these remains gradually release the peculiar beastly energy contained within their bones. This energy holds little value for humans, yet serves as a remarkable supplement for magical beasts, thus rendering the Skeleton Mountain Range a favored gathering spot for many creatures. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of bones, the little medical sage was taken aback and could not help but inquire of Zhang Yun, "What brings us here?" Zhang Yun, while surveying the distant skeletons, responded with a relaxed demeanor, "I have perused ancient texts, and this place is home to the remnants of a battle saint. We have come today to seek treasures." Remnants of a battle saint. The little medical sage exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she regarded Zhang Yun. Observing her surprise, Zhang Yun smiled, a fleeting glimmer of purple light flashing in his eyes. His vast spiritual essence, now within the heavenly realm, extended outward, sensing the various spatial nodes surrounding them. In the days that followed, Zhang Yun led the little medical sage in a thorough exploration of the Skeleton Mountain Range, and eventually, Zhu Feng joined their quest. Before long, the trio found themselves at a corner of the Skeleton Mountain Range. "At last, we have discovered it," Zhang Yun exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with a distinctive energy as he gazed into the void. "Is this the place?" The little medical sage, equally curious, peered at the environment ahead. Beneath the azure sky lay a vast valley, where the skeletal remains were far more abundant than in other areas. Oddly shaped beast bones lay haphazardly strewn across the valley, forming towering heaps, a grim testament to the sheer number of magical beasts that had met their demise here. In the void, the little medical sage, who had only recently entered the spiritual realm, was unable to perceive any unusual presence. The sky above was a crystalline blue, clear and transparent. Although she did not perceive any anomalies, the little healer unconditionally trusted Zhang Yun. She turned to him and softly inquired, "Shall we proceed now? I will activate the relic." In Zhang Yun's eyes, a vast miniature world lay concealed within the void ahead, surrounded by chaotic turbulence that would be imperceptible to ordinary individuals. "Xiao Yun, you embarked on this treasure hunt without waiting for me." At that moment, a voice filled with authority and tinged with dissatisfaction resonated behind them. The two turned in astonishment, witnessing the void parting to reveal a familiar violet figure emerging from within. "Your Highness," Zhu Feng declared earnestly, bowing respectfully to the emerging Ziyan. The little healer gasped in delight, covering her mouth in surprise, while Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled with joy as he opened his arms, gazing tenderly at her. "Humph. Do not think this suffices to overlook the matter. Let me assure you, it is far from enough." As she spoke, Ziyan's actions betrayed her sincerity as she dashed into Zhang Yun's embrace, her long, powerful legs tightly wrapping around his waist, greedily inhaling his scent while murmuring, "I have missed you dearly." A gentle expression also graced Zhang Yun's face as he held the girl closer. The little healer observed the scene with a smile, deep within her eyes flickering a trace of barely perceptible envy, yet devoid of jealousy. After a long moment, Ziyan reluctantly withdrew from Zhang Yun's embrace, her gaze shimmering with violet light as she surveyed the void before her, as if perceiving tangible objects. This relic is indeed well concealed, yet it harbors numerous issues. The strain on space is becoming increasingly apparent, and should we not have arrived, it would have manifested within a decade. Turning to Zhang Yun with a smile, Ziyan said, "Leave this to me. It is the perfect opportunity for you to witness my current prowess. Then I shall take the chance to relax." Zhang Yun chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Nodding, Ziyin gracefully advanced, inhaling deeply, her expression gradually turning serious. I am about to take action. As her words fell, she uttered a command, and boundless purple radiance emanated from her, transforming the previously clear void into a spectacle of rippling waves. A veiled celestial curtain emerged, resembling a grand portal, slowly revealing itself before them, its heavy and vast presence palpable. Ziyin's countenance was grave as she delicately pointed, unleashing an invisible spatial wave that caused a minute fissure to appear in the void, which was soon engulfed by a swirling tempest that sent her violet hair dancing wildly. Open! With a soft command, Ziyin's purple aura intensified, and the initially narrow fissure suddenly expanded to a size ample enough for passage. Upon witnessing the situation, Ziyin hastily called out, Xiaoyun, little medical sage, quickly enter. Hearing Ziyin's urgent plea, Zhangyun glanced at the nearby Zhufeng. Before Zhufeng could utter a word, he spoke. This space is on the brink of collapse, unable to withstand the presence of a Dou Saint. I shall remain outside to assist the young master in stabilizing the void and conceal the circumstances here. I implore the young master and the princess to exercise caution within. Should the situation become dire, activating the dragon seal will prompt me to act immediately to shatter the space and rescue you both. Understood, Zhangyun replied without hesitation, taking little medical sage by the hand as they transformed into a blurred figure, rushing into the rift. Once Zhangyun and little medical sage had entered, Ziyin nodded at Zhufeng and swiftly followed them into the spatial crack. Immediately after Ziyin's departure, the rift began to gradually heal without her support. However, it appeared that the forced entry into the ruins had rendered the space even more unstable. The void door, resembling a celestial curtain, did not vanish as expected. Observing this, Zhufeng marveled, Princess Ziyin's talent is indeed formidable. Our clan shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights under the leadership of the two dragon emperors. In the next moment, he waved his hand, causing the void ahead to surge, stabilizing the space once more, and the seemingly imminent void door concealed itself again. Having accomplished this, Zhufeng surveyed his surroundings, his figure slowly fading until he vanished completely. Meanwhile, the trio of Zhangyun had just entered when they were met with a spatial storm. Fortunately, they were not mere mortals. The storm, potent enough to rend a Dou Zong and leave a Dou Zun in disarray, posed no challenge to them. Eventually, the three emerged unscathed within the ruins. Upon entry, the surrounding space abruptly turned crimson, and the ground beneath them began to crack, with scalding red magma surging forth. Simultaneously, vibrant blue fire pillars erupted from all directions. Be careful! Ziyin and little medical sage reacted swiftly, shouting as they summoned their Dou Qi to form a protective shield. Zhangyun, however, acted even more swiftly, conjuring a white flame barrier that enveloped the three of them. These blue flames were indeed extraordinary. Yet they could not withstand Zhangyun's immortal sacred flames. The barrier he created rendered the blue flames powerless. Look ahead, it seems to be a passage. Little medical sage pointed forward and whispered. Before them lay a long, dark tunnel, flanked by black stone, with a river of magma coursing alongside it. Exchanging glances, the trio stepped into the fiery path, and the temperature surged drastically. The surrounding hard red rocks glowed ominously, while the molten lava gushed forth like a spring. The magma contained scorching debris, possessing formidable lethality. A moment's carelessness could result in severe injury. For Zhangyun, none of these obstacles posed any challenge. With the protection of the immortal sacred flames, neither the azure fire nor the molten lava could approach the trio. This fiery path was merely a diversion. The true passage lay below. After traversing a distance, Zhangyun suddenly halted, gesturing towards the magma beneath them. I trust you, exclaimed the little healing immortal and Ziyin without a moment's hesitation, their eyes fixed on the searing lava as they looked at Zhangyun. Zhangyun chuckled softly, nodding in acknowledgement, then took each of them by the hand, leaping from the fiery trail into the depths of the molten lava below. Although the magma was intensely hot, it presented no difficulty for the three. After descending for approximately a minute, they found themselves suddenly on solid ground, landing on a cold floor. At this moment, they stood on the ground, with the scorching magma above them, resembling colossal serpents coiling and twisting in a circular formation overhead. Ziyin, it's your turn now, Zhangyun said, retracting his gaze and smiling at Ziyin. Leave it to me, Ziyin replied eagerly, her enthusiasm evident for the task of searching for heavenly materials and treasures. Observing her excitement, Zhangyun and the little healing immortal exchanged knowing smiles, and the three transformed into indistinct shadows, darting towards the distant plaza. Upon reaching the end of the square, they halted before an imposing stone door, where 10 figures stood rigidly like spears, unchanged for millennia. These 10 figures were puppets, their skin gleaming silver, their eyes hollow, and their expressions devoid of emotion, resembling ancient corpses. Are these puppets? Xian inquired uncertainly, glancing at Jiang Yun. These are Tianyao puppets. Do you remember the Demon Flame Valley? Jiang Yun replied, observing the puppets ahead. Oh, it's that thing. No wonder it looks somewhat familiar. Upon Jiang Yun's reminder, Xian recalled that within their findings from the Demon Flame Valley was the method for crafting Tianyao puppets. However, their rapid cultivation had rendered the creation of such trivial items unnecessary. They are merely puppets of the Dou Zong and Dou Zun rank. Let us not waste time, Jiang Yun said with a smile as Xian began to remember. He continued onward. As the trio approached, the 12 earth demon puppets, previously resembling silver sculptures, suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. In the next moment, a gigantic white tiger descended from the heavens, and before the Tianyao puppets could react, they were reduced to mere debris in an instant. With the puppets' disappearance, the bronze door ahead creaked open, gradually widening to reveal a vast expanse. An ancient, profound aura wafted forth from the door. I can sense the presence of treasures, Xian exclaimed, her nose twitching, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Following her lead, the three swiftly darted towards a passageway on the left side of the grand hall. Along the journey, there were several chambers. Yet Jiang Yun had no intention of wasting time. The most precious treasures lay at their destination, rendering everything else devoid of value in his eyes. After approximately 10 minutes of flight through the passage, the trio finally halted before an exceedingly ancient stone door. The door was adorned with a profusion of moss, its verdant hue evoking a palpable sense of the passage of time. Xian gazed at the stone door ahead, moistening her enticing red lips as she rubbed her hands together, murmuring, "This is the place. I can already scent a faint aroma of medicinal herbs. I wonder what flavors the ancient ingredients possess." Chapter 176, The Source Fruit of the Dragon and Phoenix. Upon arriving at the bronze door, Jiang Yun stepped forward and pushed it open with a single palm. Instantly, a fissure appeared, widening as a rich fragrance of herbs wafted out, almost materializing into a pale green mist. How delightful! Xian swallowed hard, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although the reserves within Dragon Island far surpassed what lay before them, the allure of discovering it themselves, especially alongside Jiang Yun, rendered the experience uniquely exhilarating. As the door swung wide open, a blindingly radiant light surged forth, causing the trio to squint slightly. Their internal energy began to circulate rapidly, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As the brilliance gradually diminished, a vast expanse of primordial forest, composed entirely of medicinal herbs, unveiled itself before them. So many herbs. Even the two women, Ziyin and the little Dr. Fairy, who had long been mentally prepared, could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Ziyin, now a seasoned dragon, was no longer the type to recklessly rush forward and seize herbs indiscriminately. With her formidable family background, she had become one of the wealthiest in the Dou Qi Continent, seeking only the highest quality and most delectable elixirs. At first glance, the herbs here, nurtured over countless years, radiated an exceptionally dense energy. A herb that was exceedingly rare in the outside world was now found abundantly in this place. Let us proceed. We have ample time to explore here at our leisure. Jiang Yun smiled and led the way inside, with the little Dr. Fairy and Zi Yin closely following. The expansive ancient forest was enveloped in fragrant mists, with soft fog shrouding the surroundings. Occasionally, small beasts darted from the underbrush, contributing to a serene atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial realm. This ancient forest, having evolved over eons, had become a world unto itself, inhabited by numerous formidable magical beasts, including those with ancient bloodlines, possessing remarkable combat prowess. They encountered many rare magical beasts along the way. Yet these creatures paled in comparison before Ziyin. Even in ancient times, the Tai Su ancient dragon remained the unrivaled sovereign of the beast realm. As they journeyed forth, they sensed a plethora of fierce energies, with several formidable magical beasts darting past them. However, due to Ziyin's lineage as an ancient virtual dragon, the faint yet palpable draconic aura deterred these creatures from approaching. This ancient forest was vast, and even with the speed of the trio, the borders remained elusive in the short span of their exploration. Along the way, they gathered an array of extraordinarily precious herbs, such as soul infant fruits, heavenly nectar, and shadow moon mystic grass, all of which were exceedingly rare in the outside world. At that moment, Ziyin suddenly halted, pointing curiously in a certain direction. "There. It seems something is calling to me," she remarked. "Could it be that an ancient void dragon elder has visited this place?" Xiao Yixian followed Ziyin's gaze, but only saw the endless expanse of trees, devoid of any unusual phenomena, and remarked curiously, "Isn't it better to investigate and find out?" With a light chuckle, Jiang Yun felt a sense of certainty. The dragon phoenix origin fruit, one of the most precious treasures of the Dou Qi Continent, was finally within Ziyin's reach. Let us proceed. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's response, Xia nodded, her toes lightly touching the ground as she swiftly advanced into the depths of the forest, followed closely by Jiang Yun and Xiao Yixian. The aura of magical beasts grew more ferocious deeper within the forest, yet the presence of Xian's draconic might kept them at bay. Be cautious. The magical beast energies have vanished around us. We must be nearing the heart of this ancient forest, Jiang Yun murmured as they arrived at the center. His gaze fixed intently on a nearby flat expanse of lush green grass, seemingly ordinary. As Xian approached, her small face turned serious as she extended her hand. Just as her fingers brushed against the void before her, a golden light materialized unexpectedly. The light formed a bowl shape, its upper section rounded and extending over an area of roughly 10 zhang, enveloping them in an oppressive aura. This is a beast spirit shield, a phenomenon that only the most powerful magical beasts can manifest at the moment of their demise, Xian explained to Jiang Yun and Xiao Yixian, who stood behind her. Gently caressing the shield, a hint of sorrow crossed Xian's features as she sensed the presence of an ancient void dragon. A mighty being had perished here. Exchanging glances with Xiao Yixian, Jiang Yun chose not to disturb Xian's contemplation. However, Xian's expression abruptly shifted, and she exclaimed, "No, there's an unpleasant scent within. It resembles the aura of an ancient Tianhuang. Not only has a predecessor of the ancient dragon clan fallen here, but so has an ancient Tianhuang," Xian stated, somewhat uncertain, for she had never encountered an ancient Tianhuang before. Yet, the legacy in her blood instinctively recognized the essence of such a magical beast. The beasts capable of manifesting the spirit shield are, in their lifetimes, at least of the level of the battle saint. Only such formidable creatures possess the extraordinary ability to transcend the heavens and earth. These beasts are scarce throughout the continent of Dou Qi, and it is indeed astonishing that the ancient void dragon and the primordial phoenix, sworn enemies, have perished together. There is no need for further contemplation. Let us venture inside, where the truth shall be unveiled. Since fate has led us here, it is only fitting that this esteemed elder of the dragon clan be returned to Dragon Island, to rest where he belongs. Jiang Yun gently consoled the sorrowful Xian, who nodded in agreement. She then bit her delicate finger, allowing a trickle of purplish-red blood to emerge at her fingertip, which she lightly pressed against the spirit shield, leaving a crimson trace. As the golden scar traced its path, the area began to ripple rapidly, and soon a golden fissure emerged, slowly tearing open. Let us proceed. Upon witnessing this, Xian waved her hand, boldly stepping forward into the rift, followed closely by Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy. As the three entered, the golden light pulsated, and the fissure swiftly vanished from sight. Upon stepping into the spirit shield, their surroundings transformed dramatically. The lush forest was replaced by a desolate plain. This expanse was considerable, covered in crimson sand that appeared as though stained by blood, interspersed with patches of pale, chalky hues. At the center of the plain stood an ancient altar, towering 100 feet high, exuding an almost imperceptible aura of majesty. As Xian entered, her gaze immediately fixed upon the colossal altar. After a moment of contemplation, she lightly touched the ground with her toes and soared towards the altar, seemingly unencumbered by any restraint. As they approached the massive stone altar, an ancient, weathered essence greeted them. At the heart of the altar lay a stone platform of gold and purple hues, on which rested a small indentation about half a foot in size. Within this recess, a young sapling emerged, slender as a thumb, yet winding like a dragon. Atop this sapling hung a fruit, roughly the size of a palm, radiating golden and purple colors. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the golden half resembled a minuscule ancient void dragon, while the purple half depicted a dancing phoenix. A terrifying pressure emanated from the fruit, as if confronting the formidable might of an ancient void dragon and a primordial phoenix. It is indeed the dragon phoenix origin fruit. An ancient voice resonated in Jiang Yun's ear. It was Qing Ming. The dragon phoenix origin fruit had even stirred him. Gazing at the extraordinarily precious fruit, Qing Ming turned to Xian with a smile, saying, "Yuner, your little wife is truly blessed. A dragon phoenix, indeed one of the most elite beasts in the vast world. Senior Qing Ming, in this vast world, has there ever been the birth of a dragon phoenix?" Jiang Yun's heart stirred as he gazed at the fruit and softly posed the question in his mind. It is said that during the Holy War, a dragon phoenix did indeed emerge from the beast clan, reigning over the true dragons, true phoenixes, and even the entire divine beast lineage of the mountain and sea continent. However, it ultimately met its demise. Qingming's tone was tinged with nostalgia. One cannot help but reflect. In such a battlefield, what does it matter if one is a heavenly supreme of sacred caliber? Ultimately, one cannot escape the fate of falling. Nurture your little wife well. She possesses genuine potential to ascend to the pinnacle this time. After speaking, Qingming seemed reluctant to delve further into the topic, offering a final piece of advice to Jiang Yun before lapsing into silence once more. The pressure emanating from this fruit was astonishing. At the same time, as she sensed the source of the pressure, the little physician gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with disbelief, and curiously inquired of Jiang Yun, "What exactly is this fruit?" "This is the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit." Before Jiang Yun could respond, Xian's voice suddenly interjected, laced with incredulity. "The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit?" The little physician furrowed her brows in contemplation, shaking her head. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the fruit. Although her alchemical skills had not yet reached perfection, she was well versed in the pharmacological compendium of the Alchemy Tower. However, even with the vast knowledge available at the Alchemy Tower, she found herself devoid of any information regarding the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit exists solely within the ancient texts of the ancient dragon clan. It can only manifest with a meager 10% probability at the site where the Taishu ancient dragon and the ancient heavenly phoenix perish together. This Dragon Phoenix origin fruit has only been recorded to have appeared 5 times in the annals of the ancient dragon clan, and this marks the 6th occurrence. Xian's gaze grew increasingly fervent. She understood that this item possessed the allure capable of inciting a war of annihilation for the ancient dragon and demon phoenix clans. The Dragon Phoenix origin fruit has but a single efficacy. It allows the Taishu ancient dragon or the ancient heavenly phoenix that consumes it to evolve into the legendary supreme beast. The Dragon Phoenix. This is the ultimate existence that transcends all ancient dragons, demon phoenixes, and indeed, all beasts. At that moment, Xian's gaze shifted toward the adjacent plane, where the pale hues within the crimson earth vaguely outlined the colossal remains of a gigantic dragon and a heavenly phoenix. Here, a Taiku void dragon and an ancient heavenly phoenix had once fallen simultaneously, resulting in this extraordinary sight, their massive bones forming a perfect circular cycle. With the great stone altar positioned precisely at the circle's center, the colossal remains, stretching thousands of zhang, evoked a profound sense of awe. "Xian, after collecting the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, please take our senior back to Dragon Island for safekeeping," Jiang Yun said, retracting his gaze from the bones and turning to Xian with a gentle tone. "Understood." Xian nodded, hastening towards the stone platform. She bit her finger, allowing her blood to smear across her hands before cautiously reaching out to touch the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. As soon as the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit came into contact with Xian's delicate hand, it erupted with a dazzling radiance, swiftly transforming into a golden-purple liquid that flowed through her fingers, quietly infiltrating her body. With the disappearance of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, a distinct pattern materialized in the palm of Xian, distinctly resembling the fruit itself. She gazed up at Jiang Yun and remarked, "The energy of this item is exceedingly formidable. This location is not suitable for further exploration. Once we have finished our investigation of the ruins, I shall return to Dragon Island, where my father will guide me in its refinement." Jiang Yun nodded in agreement, acknowledging her lower cultivation level and the rarity of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, which might harbor hidden secrets that warranted her uncle's supervision for a secure refinement. "Next, once I retrieve the ancestral soul of the elder, we shall continue our exploration of the ruins," Xian stated, collecting her thoughts and turning her serious gaze toward the plain. The process of reclaiming the ancestral soul posed no significant difficulties, although the remnants of the ancient celestial phoenix revived during the process. It was powerless against Xian without an energy source. Once Xian's hand produced a remnant and a lingering soul from her spatial ring, the trio swiftly departed from the beast spirit shield. After investing considerable time harvesting the ancient forest, they left the area behind. Observing the closed stone door behind them, Jiang Yun felt satisfied with their primary acquisition, regarding the other items within the great hall with indifference. However, witnessing the eager expressions of Xian and the little medical sage, he refrained from dampening their spirits. Since they had arrived, they might as well explore the entirety of the ruins. In the spacious corridor, lined with numerous pavilions, the three did not linger for trivial gains, but proceeded along the corridor toward the main hall. The passage within the great hall resembled a labyrinth, and following an intriguing fragrance, they halted before an ancient-looking chamber, where 2 grand characters adorned the entrance. Alchemy Hall. With the enhancement of their abilities, their perspectives expanded rapidly. Upon entering the hall of a Dou Saint, Xian's initial enthusiasm waned quickly as she exited, expressing her disappointment. What a letdown. A Dou Saint possesses so little wealth. Not even a single 9th-grade elixir. After leaving the Alchemy Hall, Xian, clutching a small snow-white beast, pouted in dissatisfaction. The creature trembled in her grasp. "Surely, Jiang Yun has raised our expectations too high. Now even 8th grade and 9-colored elixirs seem beneath us." The little medical sage stifled a laugh, her teasing gaze assessing Jiang Yun. You are now a second-tier Dozone. Ordinary elixirs hold no value for you anymore. When will you curb this gluttonous habit? Jiang Yun took the small beast from her hands, disregarding its struggles, and transformed it into a pristine elixir, placing it into a jade vial before handing it to Xian. In any case, this Dou Saint is simply a miser, Xian remarked, still somewhat disgruntled as she accepted the vial. Is it not peculiar? If this is merely an ordinary Dou Saint, then why have the ancient Tai Su dragon and the primordial Tian Huang fallen within his secret realm? Xiao Yixin inquired. A hint of perplexity in her voice. Jiang Yun and Zi Yin exchanged glances, their minds equally beset by this question. Shaking their heads, they temporarily set aside the mystery and continued along the corridor towards the main hall. Within the relics of the Saint of Creation, aside from the Dragon Phoenix source fruit, there was little else that caught Jiang Yun's discerning eye. Throughout their journey, the trio had not amassed much in terms of treasures. The main hall of the ancient ruins radiated a deep bronze hue, its color enriched by countless years, exuding an ancient aura that permeated from beneath each stone slab, evoking a sense of the profound vicissitudes of time. The hall was vast, and at its center floated 10 enormous orbs of light, suspended in midair. Among the blinding brilliance, one could faintly discern scroll-like objects within. At the heart of these 10 luminous spheres lay a stone seat, upon which rested a skeletal figure, entirely alabaster in hue, seated in a meditative posture with its hands forming seals, though long since claimed by the sands of time. The oppressive aura embedded deep within its bones felt as heavy as 1,000-pound weight, instilling a sense of suffocation among those present. Surrounding the towering stone seat were several shadowy figures, all of a chalky color, resembling stone carvings with their eyes closed. Their postures had likely remained unchanged for countless ages, serving as the final guardians of these relics. A glimmer of purple light flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes as he unleashed his formidable spiritual force to sweep across the hall, softly declaring, within those 10 orbs lie advanced Earth-level combat techniques and methods. The skeleton of the Dou Saint contains the essence of his energy, and etched upon the ribs of his chest is a low-level heaven-tier combat technique, the Great Creation Palm. Beyond this, there is nothing of value here. Is it truly so? For a Dou Saint to possess such scant resources? Zi Yin exclaimed, a note of astonishment in her voice. Not everyone is steeped in profound lineage. Perhaps he merely chose to pass down his most cherished technique, Jiang Yun replied, though it sounded somewhat implausible. Considering that a Dou Saint could be reduced to possessing only one low-level heaven-tier technique was indeed hard to fathom. Moreover, the Saint of Creation was suspected to have been a high-level alchemist. The trio shook their heads in unison. They were not in dire need of a low-level heaven-tier combat technique. Not to mention Zi Yin, who bore the ancient dragon-s legacy, Xiao Yixin, at present a Dozone, was yet unable to wield heaven-tier techniques. When her strength was sufficient, the 3 pieces of the Huang Quan set awaited her cultivation. Thus, they opted not to claim the Great Creation Palm and instead tore through the rift, returning to the entrance of the relics. Upon their emergence, the enigmatic figure of Zhu Feng reappeared. At that moment, as soon as Zi Yin stepped out of the ruins, she swiftly positioned her hands before her chest, forming a series of dazzling seals, and pointed towards the void with her right hand. With a hum, an invisible wave emanated from Zi Yin, rapidly expanding into the cosmos. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Feng was momentarily bewildered, gazing at everything unfolding before him. What was this? He certainly recognized it as the secret method of communication from the ancient dragon clan, which should only be employed in times of dire urgency. Yet, was this truly a moment of crisis? Zhu Feng immediately surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, only to find the area tranquil, devoid of any sense of impending danger. Having just left the island for a few days, has Zi Yin begun to miss her father? I knew it. How could that fellow Jiang Yun possibly compare to her father? A hearty laugh resonated first, followed by a sudden rift in the void ahead, from which a figure shrouded in silvery light emerged. Zhu Kuan, tall and imposing. Your Majesty. Upon seeing Zhu Kuan, Zhu Feng immediately adopted a serious demeanor, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities. Zhu Kuan's expression was far less genial towards Zhu Feng. The majesty of the Dragon Emperor descended upon him as he spoke with a grave countenance. Subsequently, Zhu Kuan turned his gaze towards Zi Yin, his expression momentarily stiffening as he noticed Jiang Yun standing beside her. Had the latter overheard his previous words? Feeling a twinge of embarrassment from the amused gazes of the trio, Zhu Kuan, despite being a venerable creature with millennia of existence, managed to maintain a calm facade. Smiling as he remarked, Jiang Yun is here as well. Excellent. Having attained the 3rd rank of Dozone, it seems venturing beyond the Dragon Island in search of opportunities was indeed a wise choice. Thank you for your kind words, uncle. We have acquired something of great significance, which is why we had to summon you. Jiang Yun replied with a smile, offering a respectful gesture. Oh, upon hearing this, curiosity lit up Zhu Kuan's face as he inquired, "What is it that warrants such caution from you all? Let me see it." At that moment, Ziyin stepped forward, extending her hand adorned with the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit towards Zhu Kuan, playfully stating, "Father, look at what I have." Zhu Kuan's face broke into a smile as he looked at Ziyin. However, as he glanced down, his pupils suddenly constricted. Grasping her hand tightly, he exclaimed, "What is this? Where did you obtain such a treasure?" Regaining his composure swiftly, Zhu Kuan's eyes shimmered with uncontainable joy as he regarded Jiang Yun and Ziyin. "From the ruins of the Dou Saint behind us." Ziyin pointed towards the relics behind her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuan's eyes gleamed as he directed his gaze towards the Dou Saint ruins. A vast surge of imperial consciousness erupted, instantly revealing the internal landscape of the ruins in his mind. To think that this place harbored the remnants of a Taishu ancient dragon and an ancient heavenly phoenix. Truly, the vicissitudes of fate are unpredictable. After a moment, Zhu Kuan withdrew his spiritual force, letting out a complex sigh. "Father, I have already collected the remnants of the senior's soul and remains. I will ensure they are not left to wander," she assured. Zhu Kuan nodded, his expression brightening considerably. He then turned to scan the others, his gaze lingering momentarily on Jiang Yun, a thought stirring within him. How could this young man possess such fortuitous luck? Now he has even procured the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. By the time Jiang Yun claims he has discovered the source of energy, he would hardly be surprised. Ceasing the tumultuous thoughts within his heart, Zhu Kuan's gaze turned grave as he solemnly declared, "Ziyin, you must refrain from wandering outside. We shall return to Long Island at once." "I understand, Father." Ziyin, not one to be oblivious to the gravity of the situation, regarded Zhu Kuan with a similarly serious expression. Zhu Kuan nodded at Ziyin, then turned his attention to Jiang Yun and the little medical immortal, stating, "The incident occurred abruptly. We will first return to Long Island, and thereafter, we shall deliberate on the subsequent matters." Naturally, Jiang Yun and the little medical immortal had no objections and nodded in agreement. Observing this, Zhu Kuan raised his hand and tore open a spatial passage leading directly to Long Island, prompting Jiang Yun and the others to step into it first. Unaware of the unfolding events, Zhu Feng followed suit at Zhu Kuan's silent urging. Remaining last, Zhu Kuan gazed at the concealed relic within the void, murmuring, "After all, this is the site of my clan's downfall, as well as the birthplace of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. I have yet to encounter it, and its research value is indeed substantial." As his words fell, Zhu Kuan extended his hand, unleashing an overwhelming force that caused the immense relic of the Dou Shang to rapidly diminish in size, ultimately cradled in his grasp as he stepped into the spatial passage. With their departure, the spatial passage sealed once more, leaving the Bone Mountain Range in its timeless state, where none would ever know that a grand Dou Shang relic once existed here. In the blink of an eye, the group transitioned from the Beast Domain to the Grand Hall of Long Island. Upon witnessing Zhu Ming seated in the foremost position beneath the Dragon Emperor's throne, Jiang Yun and his companions felt a sense of unfamiliarity, while Zhu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he respectfully bowed. "I pay my respects to the third elder." Surprised by Zhu Feng's words, Jiang Yun and the others were taken aback, realizing that a significant figure had indeed returned. During their time on Long Island, they had learned of the state of affairs when Zhu Kuan held power, and they knew that this third elder was once an 8-star Dou Shang. To their astonishment, such a formidable master had reappeared on Long Island during this interval. "We meet again, esteemed elder." Coming to their senses, Jiang Yun and his companions offered their greetings. Zhu Ming pays his respects to Her Highness the Princess. "I am but a trivial pawn in His Majesty's service. There is no need for such formalities, Your Highness." Zhu Ming replied, rising to his feet and addressing Ziyin with warmth, recognizing the potent Dragon Emperor bloodline that marked her as a powerful testament in his eyes. "Ha! Zhu Ming, when did you become so eloquent?" Following closely, Zhu Kuan emerged from the spatial passage with a hearty laugh. "Father, Your Majesty." Zhu Kuan acknowledged the assembly with a nod before taking Ziyin's hand and turning to Zhu Ming, saying, "This is the third elder of the ancient Dragon Island. My father's right-hand man." With a sigh, he continued, "Regrettably, Zhu Wu and Zhu Mu, those two old codgers, have yet to respond. I cannot help but wonder if they have met their demise somewhere, with no one left to collect their remains." Observing the sorrow in Zhu Kuan's eyes, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of how to offer comfort. Ultimately, it was Zhu Feng who broke the silence with a smile, saying, "If news from His Majesty were to arrive, even in death, I believe the spirits of the Grand Elder and Second Brother would find their way back." Humph. At these words, Zhu Kuan let out a cold snort, expressing his irritation. Even if they returned, they would not escape punishment, and if they failed to return, he would drag them back from the void upon his emergence. After venting his frustration, Dou Qi composed himself and gestured towards Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy, saying, "This is Jiang Yun, as you already know, and this is the little medicine fairy, a friend of Ziyin." Noticing Dou Qi's sudden reluctance, Zhu Ming couldn't help but find the situation amusing. It seemed that the emperor adopted a somewhat childish demeanor when matters concerning the princess arose. After extending a gracious disposition towards Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy, he felt a jolt of surprise. Jiang Yun was even more formidable than Dou Qi had previously described. Such talent, even in his extensive years, was truly unparalleled. Suddenly, Dou Qi's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he turned to Zhu Feng and commanded, "Zhu Feng, you may leave, without my orders. No one is permitted to enter." "As you command," Zhu Feng responded with a solemn demeanor. Dou Qi's serious countenance also rendered Zhu Ming serious. He gazed intently at Dou Qi and asked, "Your Majesty, has something transpired?" Instantly, the aging Zhu Ming emanated an aura of terror akin to an abyss, causing Ziyin and the little medicine fairy to glance at him in alarm. In their perception, the once decaying aura surrounding Zhu Ming had transformed into something exceedingly fearsome, surpassing even the terror they had felt upon encountering Zhu Zhou. With a deeper sense of awareness, Jiang Yun noticed the energy tides swirling in the void around Zhu Ming and was taken aback to realize that Zhu Ming was, in fact, a 9-star Dou Saint. At that moment, Dou Qi calmly regarded Zhu Ming, saying, "Nothing of great concern. I merely discovered a dragon phoenix origin fruit." "What?" After a brief moment of shock, Zhu Ming exclaimed, "The dragon phoenix origin fruit? It has reappeared. Your Majesty, where is it? I would risk my life to obtain it for our clan." In an instant, a fierce glimmer shone in Zhu Ming's eyes, reminiscent of the ancient glory of the dragon clan, where any adversary standing in their way would be ruthlessly torn apart. "Look at you. At your age, you should learn to be a bit more composed like your Majesty. The dragon phoenix origin fruit is already in Ziyan's possession, so do not get overly excited." As Dou Qi calmly admonished Zhu Ming, Ziyin, Jiang Yun, and the little medicine fairy exchanged glances, their eyes twitching. This was certainly not how Dou Qi had reacted when he first learned of it. To think it was actually in the princess's hands. Upon hearing Dou Qi's words, Zhu Ming was momentarily taken aback. His gaze shifted towards Ziyin as he excitedly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is indeed splendid news. You are currently trapped within the ancient emperor's realm, yet your power has already reached unparalleled heights, mere steps away from the Dou Emperor. Though escape seems arduous, should you attain the status of the Supreme Dragon Emperor, liberation may well be within your grasp." "Enough!" Dou Qi abruptly interrupted Zhu Ming. He then turned his attention to Ziyin, who, her eyes gleaming with excitement, anxiously inquired, "Father, does this mean that once you become the Supreme Dragon Phoenix, you can break the seal?" Jiang Yun, standing nearby, observed the exchange between Dou Qi and Ziyin with no trace of concern. He had already discerned the answer from Dou Qi's reaction. Indeed, should Dou Qi become the Dragon Phoenix and thus be freed, it would be beneficial not only for Ziyin, but also for the ancient dragon clan and himself. However, in the grand scheme of things, he preferred that Ziyin be the one to consume the dragon phoenix origin fruit. Dou Qi did not immediately respond to Ziyin's query. Instead, he continued to gaze intently at Zhu Ming until Zhu Ming sighed and remarked, "Since your Majesty has made up your mind, I have no authority to intervene, but I still hope you will consider it carefully." With that, Zhu Ming's figure gradually faded from the grand hall. Watching Zhu Ming's vanishing form and then glancing at Dou Qi, Ziyin, not one to be slow-witted, quickly grasped Dou Qi's intentions and earnestly stated, "Father, if becoming the Dragon Phoenix can truly secure your freedom, then the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit should indeed be yours." Dou Qi turned back, looking earnestly at Ziyin as he declared, "This Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is rightfully yours. I have already reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint, possessing an imperial soul, and am merely a step away from the Dou Emperor. Consuming the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit now would not allow me to fully harness its potential. You, however, are different." Suddenly, Dou Qi spoke gravely. "You are my sole bloodline, and in comparison to my contemporaries, Ziyin, your innate talent is far superior. Moreover, you have yet to surpass the most critical threshold, that of the Dou Saint." As he spoke, Dou Qi paused, surveying the crowd with a smile, and asked, "Do you know why all beneath the Dou Saint are but ants? Before reaching the Dou Saint, one can engage in battles across realms, Dou Huang against Dou Huang, Dou Huang against Dou Zong, and so forth. But once one attains the Dou Saint stage, at the peak of the half-saint, one can never hope to defeat a Dou Saint. Do you know why?" Jiang Yun and the others exchanged glances, and Ziyin curiously queried, "Is it because the energy gap between adjacent levels grows larger as one progresses in their cultivation?" Partially correct. Zhu Kuan chuckled, shaking his head as he continued. The transition to Dou Saint represents a leap in the very essence of life. Both one's Dou Qi, soul, and physical form undergo a comprehensive elevation. This is the fundamental disparity between the Dou Saint and those beneath. Thus, Zhu Kuan reiterated, this is why I assert that Ziyin, you are more suited for the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit than I. He concluded with a warm smile, patting Ziyan's shoulder. Yet, despite this, Ziyin gazed at Zhu Kuan with lingering hesitation, her heart caught in a tumultuous conflict. If you wish to assist Jiang Yun in the future after entering the vast expanse, then heed my words. Besides, a millennium has already passed. What are a few more years? Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Kuan softly whispered in Ziyuan's ear, I understand. Ultimately, Ziyuan cast a serious glance at Jiang Yun and nodded earnestly. Ha! As soon as Ziyuan resolved to act, Zhu Kuan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, excellent. Our ancient dragon clan shall soon welcome another supreme dragon phoenix. After his excitement, Zhu Kuan turned to Ziyuan and said, without further delay, let us commence our endeavor. With his words, Zhu Kuan waved his sleeve, reopening a spatial passageway, and addressed the three individuals beside him, follow me. Zhu Kuan was the first to step into the passage, and the three exchanged glances before proceeding into it one after the other. As the world spun, upon emerging from the spatial passage, they found themselves before a massive spatial barrier, a sight familiar to Jiang Yun and the others, formed in the ancient forest following the demise of the Taishu ancient dragon and the ancient phoenix. What is this? Ziyuan inquired, looking curiously at Zhu Kuan as they gazed at the spatial barrier. Zhu Kuan regarded the barrier with a complex expression and softly explained. I previously mentioned that our ancient dragon clan possesses 3 sacred grounds, the dragon tomb, the dragon blood pool, and this very place. The dragon phoenix origin fruit has manifested a total of 6 times in history, each time bestowing a supreme beast upon our clan and the ancient phoenix clan, marking the pinnacle of our glory. The fallen supreme dragon phoenix of our clan lies within that spatial barrier. What? Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's words, even Jiang Yun was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the barrier, astonished that the ancient dragon clan possessed such remains. Ziyuan, you must consume the dragon phoenix origin fruit. This is the optimal location for it. It will surely catalyze a transformative change within you. Zhu Kuan pointed towards the barrier, his gaze intense upon Ziyuan. I understand. Ziyuan replied solemnly, then turned to Jiang Yun, her expression shifting as she pouted slightly, discontented. Xiaoyan, we must part ways again, but wait for me. This is the last time. When I return, if anyone dares to bully you, I shall ensure they regret it. As she spoke, Ziyuan waved her fist, her expression fierce. I understand. I too shall utilize this time to diligently seek the path to the sacred realm. Otherwise, I'll fall too far behind. Jiang Yun said with a smile, gently tugging at Ziyuan's cheek. Displeased, she shook her head, brushing Jiang Yun's hand away and nestled into his embrace, lightly nudging against him. Soon, Ziyuan lifted her head and looked towards the little healer, who smiled serenely in response. Ziyuan, rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on Jiang Yun. After a moment of thoughtful contemplation, Ziyuan nodded earnestly, causing Jiang Yun's eyelid to twitch slightly. She then turned her gaze back to Zhu Kuan. Observing this, Zhu Kuan issued a reminder and raised his hand to form a series of intricate hand seals, causing the spatial barrier to erupt in a dazzling purple-golden radiance. In the next moment, a passageway large enough for one person to traverse was formed. Upon witnessing this, Ziyin immediately stepped into the beast's spirit shield. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged towards her from all directions, causing her bloodline to emit a mournful wail, as if it were ready to submit to the existence within. At that moment, the emblem of the dragon phoenix origin fruit on the back of Ziyin's hand erupted in a radiant purple-gold glow, dissipating the oppressive force she had just felt in an instant. Instead, a wave of comfort enveloped her, akin to being cradled in a warm embrace. During this process, under the influence of a mysterious power, Ziyin's bloodline began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Once Ziyin fully entered the beast's spirit shield, Zhu Kuan silently exhaled a breath of relief. Even as an Imperial Realm soul, he had felt discomfort from that previous pressure. Now, they would quietly await Ziyin's emergence. The three of them took one last glance at the now tranquil beast spirit shield before departing from the area. Chapter 178, Black Magic Thunder. Jiang Yun, is it true that the Elder Shenong resides here? High above, the little medical sage rested against Jiang Yun's embrace, gazing down at the countless towering mountains that reached into the clouds. Amidst the serpentine peaks, the myriad of life energies filled her with a profound sense of tranquility. Atop the colossal mountains, mist swirled, and the peculiar essence of life permeated the air, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Retracting her gaze, The little medical sage looked up at Jiang Yun and continued. We have searched for 3 days without discovering any trace of Elder Shinnong. Could it be that we have arrived at an inopportune time, and he is away? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's gaze fixed upon a distant location where the energy fluctuations were exceedingly subtle. Had it not been for his keen soul perception, he would not have noticed the anomaly. Yet, from that veiled disturbance, Jiang Yun sensed an incredibly terrifying energy vortex, suppressed to its utmost limit, alongside a familiar aura. A smile crept onto his lips as he looked down at the little medical sage and replied, We are in for a treat. With that, Jiang Yun made his way towards a distant valley. As they traversed the mist, the two found themselves enveloped in a valley shrouded in clouds, where lush greenery greeted their eyes and precious spiritual herbs grew wildly. At that moment, the little medical sage caught sight of the elder Shinnong in the distance. He had his eyes tightly shut, a pitch-black alchemical cauldron quietly hovering before him. So, the elder Shinnong is refining elixirs. That explains why he had not sensed their arrival. Or perhaps he simply lacked the time to divert his attention. However, soon the little medical sage turned to Jiang Yun with a hint of confusion, for she did not perceive any fluctuations of elixirs emanating from the cauldron, making the elder's actions somewhat peculiar. Observing the question in her eyes, Jiang Yun gently explained, Elder Shinnong is at a critical juncture. Let us wait patiently for a moment. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's response, the little medical sage nodded slightly, quietly observing every movement of the elder Shinnong. As time flowed by, half a day slipped away in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the venerable Shinnong opened his tightly shut eyes, rising slowly to his feet. With remarkable speed, his hands formed a dazzling array of seals. His soul, at the pinnacle of celestial perfection, surged towards the medicinal cauldron, keenly observing the changes within. A low hum resonated from the cauldron, which had been tranquil just moments before. It appears the elixir is forming. Jiang Yun chuckled softly, his gaze fixed intently on every movement of the venerable Shinnong, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He now discerned that Shinnong had yet to locate the fifth entity on the soul flame. This presented him, and the little medicine fairy, with a golden opportunity. Now, as Jiang Yun's words fell, Shinnong let out a low shout, his palm gradually rising to point towards the cauldron, then suddenly clenching his fist. A deep dragon's roar erupted from within, and unseen to the two, the fire dragon inside the cauldron exploded forth. A searing wave of flames surged violently, toppling the cauldron's lid and causing the temperature of the surroundings to soar. Jiang Yun reacted swiftly, pulling the little medicine fairy back hastily. In the sky, the flames expanded rapidly, transforming into a vast sea of fire in mere moments. Consolidating the elixir, Shinnong gazed at the fiery expanse above, his expression unchanged, releasing a powerful shout as his hand seals flickered with afterimages. As the seals continued to shift, the fiery sea began to contract, and simultaneously, a remarkable energy wave emanated from the heavens. Is this the ripple of the elixir? The little medicine fairy observed the fiery ocean in astonishment, realizing she had been oblivious to the preceding events. This is the method of material condensation into elixir, utilizing fire to solidify matter, a technique that only the most accomplished ninth-grade alchemists can master, Jiang Yun explained, his eyes fixed on the rapidly shifting flames. With a resounding boom, the fiery sea continued to shrink, and a thunderous sound erupted overhead. Under the watchful gaze of Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy, the world seemed to plunge into darkness as clouds swiftly converged from all directions. The clouds gathering this time were not the vibrant hues of 8th-grade elixirs, but a profoundly deep shade of black. The dark clouds filled the sky, devoid of thunder, and when gazing upon the obsidian depths that seemed to swallow the very light, one could feel their soul tremble slightly in response. This is the Black Demon Thunder. The venerable Shinnong has become a 9th-grade elixir master, the little medicine fairy exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement as she beheld the Black Demon Thunder above. Now, as a near 8th-grade alchemist herself, witnessing the emergence of the legendary 9th-grade elixir naturally filled her with exhilaration. At this moment, Jiang Yun's gaze was fixed upon the writhing black clouds, from which he sensed an overwhelming force of annihilation, far more formidable than the 9-colored Dan Thunder. This power could only be resisted by a Dou Saint. In the distant sky, the black clouds continued to undulate, enveloping the entire world in a profound silence, devoid of any thunderous sound. Yet, it was precisely this deathly stillness that rendered the atmosphere terrifying. As the black clouds writhed incessantly, after approximately 10 minutes, a circular void gradually emerged at the center of the cloud, revealing a pitch-black abyss, reminiscent of the most profound black hole. Upon sensing the emergence of this circular void, Jiang Yun's fighting spirit surged forth unreservedly, enveloping both himself and the little medicine saint in a protective embrace. A rumbling sound echoed from the void in the sky, followed by a black lightning bolt, roughly the thickness of a human arm, shooting forth with great ferocity, silently darting towards the concentrated energy core at the center of the sea of flames below. Observing the relatively small black lightning, Jiang Yun nevertheless felt an overwhelming force of destruction emanating from it. What a terrifying black demon thunder! The little medicine saint, sheltered behind Jiang Yun, also witnessed the black demon thunder, her eyes widening with horror. Yet, in the face of such a formidable force that even a Dou saint must treat with utmost seriousness, the venerable Shinnong displayed an air of nonchalance, gazing at the impending black demon thunder, murmuring softly, "The precious pill I painstakingly refined cannot be allowed to be obliterated like this." As his voice faded, the Shinnong elder appeared above the pill in a flash, his hand gradually tightening into a fist. With the clenching of his palm, the energy of the surrounding world seemed to be drawn to him, coalescing densely within his grasp. A Dou saint possesses the power to manipulate the energies of a realm. At such a level, even in the absence of fighting spirit, they can unleash cataclysmic attacks. This is the most terrifying aspect of a Dou saint. Moreover, the Shinnong elder was a pinnacle 6-star Dou saint. "Break," he declared, and with that, he struck forth. A crystalline palm imprint radiating with dazzling brilliance, crashing down upon the black demon thunder before the watchful eyes of Jiang Yun and the little medicine saint. Boom! As the two forces collided, a catastrophic storm of destruction erupted, centered around the individual and the thunder, sweeping across the heavens and earth. The very fabric of space shattered like glass, erupting with a cacophony of explosions. In the sky, a terrifying energy storm raged furiously, transforming the surrounding area into a pitch-black void, as the space itself crumbled under the weight of such a horrific clash. Yet, in the face of this chaos, the Shinnong elder remained unfazed, softly commanding, "Stabilize." In the next instant, the fractured space and the rampant storm seemed to be halted by an unseen force, freezing in the void before gradually dissipating before the naked eye. Though the black magic thunder of the 9-grade elixir possesses immense power, its quantity evidently falls short. After unleashing a single bolt of black magic thunder, the thick dark clouds in the sky seemed to dissipate slowly, as if their energy had been exhausted. As the clouds dispersed, warm sunlight once again poured down from the horizon, illuminating the valley below. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The energy orb amidst the sea of flames suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, releasing an astonishing wave of energy that surged forth from within. Bang! The concentrated sea of flames erupted violently, transforming into a torrential rain of fire that fell towards the earth below. Could it be that the refinement had failed? Witnessing this scene, the little healer gazed at Jiang Yun in astonishment, for after overcoming the thunder, failure seemed illogical. Jiang Yun's gaze remained fixed on the cascading rain of fire as he softly remarked, "No, it is merely a playful trick of the newly born little creature." Whoosh! Amidst the rain of fire, a streak of light suddenly shot forth, darting rapidly towards the sky, concealed beneath the shower of flames. Attempting to escape, however, just as this streak of light emerged, a glint of amusement flickered in the eyes of the elder Shinnong. In a flash, he appeared before the streak of light like a phantom, his large hand reaching out to grasp it. Sensing the overwhelming power of the elder Shinnong, the streak of light trembled violently, transforming into a quivering, naked figure. This figure, adorned with long flowing black hair and a delicate, fragile form, gazed at the elder Shinnong with wide, terrified eyes, exuding a pitiful allure that stirred the instinctive desire to protect. Yet, to the elder Shinnong, this was of no consequence. His hand descended mercilessly upon the figure. The delicate form quivered, and soon, it began to grow ethereal, ultimately transforming into a round elixir the size of a dragon's eye, enveloped in a variety of exotic fragrances. Indeed, within the realm of 9-grade elixirs, it stood as the pinnacle, not far from the Xiandan. Observing the elixir in his palm, the elder Shinnong smiled approvingly. He then retrieved a jade vial from the top of his staff, sealing it with several layers of soul enchantments before placing the 9-grade elixir within, securing it back atop the staff. Having completed these tasks, the elder Shinnong turned to Jiang Yun and the little healer, playfully inquiring, "What brings you young ones to visit this old man?" "Ah, elder Shinnong. It is a pleasure to see you again," Jiang Yun replied, bowing respectfully alongside the little healer. "Ah." The elder Shinnong regarded Jiang Yun with newfound astonishment, exclaiming, "In just 3 short months, you are on the verge of breaking through to the 4th transformation?" Having absorbed the flames left behind by the 3,000 blazing fires, "I merely managed to break through to the 3rd transformation, which is hardly praiseworthy," Jiang Yun replied with a gentle smile and a dismissive wave. The elder Shinnong chuckled, shaking his head at Jiang Yun, You rascal. Sometimes your words make me want to reprimand you. To reach the second transformation in merely 3 months is a feat that would drive many to madness. As he spoke, the venerable Shenong surveyed Jiang Yun from head to toe, chuckling softly. Moreover, with merely that scant residue, it is insufficient to sustain such a significant elevation. Your talent is indeed enviable. Upon hearing Shenong's praise, Jiang Yun merely smiled in silence. Now what brings you to seek out this old man? Shenong, bemused by Jiang Yun's demeanor, shook his head with a smile and led the way towards a thatched cottage below, quickening his pace to catch up with Shenong. Jiang Yun gently remarked, "In the Alchemy Tower, Elder Shenong stated that if there were any doubts, I could seek your guidance. Have you perhaps forgotten?" Pausing, Shenong regarded Jiang Yun with a curious expression and chuckled. "How rare it is that there exists something you cannot comprehend, Jiang Yun. Knowledge is acquired through the exchange of ideas. Stagnation is hardly commendable." A hint of a smile graced Jiang Yun's face as he gazed at the elder. "Ah, how intriguing." Shenong beamed at Jiang Yun and said, "If you wish to learn from me, it will be arduous. First, let us tend to the fields." With that, Shenong produced 2 hoes and handed them to Jiang Yun and the little medicinal sage, leading the way toward the distant medicinal fields. Jiang Yun and the little medicinal sage exchanged glances, took up their hoes, and followed in Shenong's footsteps. Shenong, worthy of the title of a grand elder in the realm of alchemy, truly embodied a living relic of the craft. In his medicinal fields, Jiang Yun discovered an array of herbs that existed solely within ancient texts, many of which had long perished in the outside world and were not preserved even in the Alchemy Tower. Throughout this time, Shenong would periodically enlighten Jiang Yun and the little medicinal sage on the art of alchemy. Jiang Yun's knowledge of alchemy originated from the Canaan Academy, supplemented by the inheritance he received from Han Feng, ultimately culminating in a unique style of his own at the Alchemy Tower. The alchemical techniques passed down from the medicinal clan allowed Jiang Yun to explore the pinnacle of alchemical heritage from both the Alchemy Tower and the medicinal clan, making his understanding remarkably extensive. However, even amidst such breadth, he still found considerable inspiration under Shenong's tutelage. Shenong marveled at Jiang Yun's innate talent and welcomed the emergence of such a promising figure in the alchemical world. Furthermore, Jiang Yun's occasionally whimsical ideas provided Shenong with significant insights as well. In a harmonious atmosphere, the two enjoyed each other's company, immersing themselves in a sea of fruitful discoveries. Chapter 179, The Flame of Life. In the Alchemy Tower, at the residence of the 3 grandmasters clad in dark robes, the sky crackled with thunder as multicolored alchemical lightning cascaded toward a blood-red pill, exuding a fragrant aroma. At that moment, a beautiful woman appeared in midair, and with a mere wave of her hand, an immense surge erupted, forming a terrifying canopy that repelled the descending alchemical lightning. Shortly thereafter, the canopy remained steadfast, forcing the storm clouds above to reluctantly dissipate. As the ethereal mist dissipated, the elixir suspended in midair had successfully materialized. A surge of rich spiritual energy swiftly emerged, transforming into a diminutive dragon, approximately half a meter in length, gracefully swirling around Xian. With a gentle motion, Xian sealed the elixir within a jade vial, casting a tender glance at the crowd below before descending towards them. Yao Chun, the lifebone fusion elixir has been successfully crafted. All the conditions for your resurrection are now met. Let us commence, Xian exclaimed, extending the elixir in her palm with eager anticipation. Upon hearing her words, Yao Chun gazed at the lifebone fusion elixir within the vial, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. However, he shook his head in regret. "We are still one step short. My soul was severely damaged when I self-destructed to escape. It has not fully recovered over the years. To resurrect me, the original essence of my soul must first be restored." Disappointment flickered in Xian Yi's eyes. Materials for soul restoration were exceedingly rare, and even she lacked them. "I shall search the small pill tower," she declared resolutely, though a pang of sorrow crossed her heart as she regarded Yao Chen's translucent form. "Xian Yi, following our previous battle with the Soul Palace, the elders of the small pill tower have sustained injuries, and their stock of medicinal materials has already been depleted. I have checked earlier and found no soul essence materials," Xian Kongzi interjected, blocking Xian Yi's path and shaking his head. "What shall we do now?" Xian Yi asked, a note of urgency in her voice. "I have already notified the pill tower personnel to search for it. I hope we shall receive good news soon." Xian Kongzi replied solemnly, "That is all we can do." The others nodded in agreement, realizing that they could only wait for news. Otherwise, their search would be as futile as finding a needle in the vast ocean. Amidst the crowd, Yao Chun felt a moment of inner turmoil. He knew of a place where the essence surely existed, and with a mere request, he could likely obtain it. Ancient Sunner. Coincidentally, the ancient clan was currently in Holy Pill City, presenting an opportunity to test his luck. However, the ancient clan had grown wary of his relationship with ancient Sunur, and he was reluctant to humble himself before them until they acknowledged him. An air of silence enveloped the group. Half a year later, in a secluded valley rarely touched by human presence, Little Medicine Fairy crouched on the ground, diligently examining a peculiar flower with 7 colors. The flower, over 3 feet in height, boasted a cluster of vibrant petals that danced together, forming a blossom of dreamlike hues. After a considerable time, a transcendent smile finally graced her delicate face as she called out to Jiang Yun in the distance. "Jiang Yun, come quickly. I have revived this 7-colored purple lotus." Upon hearing her, Jiang Yun lifted his gaze, a smile illuminating his face as he approached her leisurely, a hoe resting on his shoulder. As he crouched beside her under Little Medicine Fairy's watchful eyes, she excitedly pointed at the swaying 7-colored flower in the medicinal field. "Indeed, you have brought me back to life. Little Medicine Fairy, you truly possess remarkable talent in nurturing spiritual herbs." After a meticulous examination, Jiang Yun encouraged the beaming Little Medicine Fairy with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's praise, the Little Medicine Fairy beamed with a silly grin and replied, "I owe it all to your guidance. Hey, this little girl lacks gratitude. Does the old man not offer you any assistance at all?" At that moment, a slightly sour voice emerged from behind them. The Shinnong elder, having appeared unannounced, watched the flustered Little Medicine Fairy with a broad smile. The esteemed Shinnong had indeed provided significant help to the Little Medicine Fairy. However, without Jiang Yun, she would not have blossomed into who she is today, and the opportunity for the Shinnong elder's guidance would never have arisen. With a twinkle in her eyes, the Little Medicine Fairy cheerfully wrapped her arm around Jiang Yun's, saying, "You see, Elder Shinnong?" The Shinnong elder chuckled and playfully gestured towards the Little Medicine Fairy, then looked at Jiang Yun with a hint of envy, saying, "Sometimes, I truly envy you, lad. Not only do you possess extraordinary talent, but even the beauty by your side is exceptionally gifted. At times, I wonder if you are indeed the favored child of heaven." "I merely enjoy a stroke of good fortune," Jiang Yun replied with a smile, his tone slightly boastful. "I too feel fortunate to have met Jiang Yun." The Little Medicine Fairy blurted out, gazing affectionately at Jiang Yun. The Shinnong elder felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 grievances. The youth of today truly seem oblivious to the feelings of the elderly. "Allow me to examine this radiant 7-colored purple lotus." The somewhat disheartened Shinnong elder passed the two and crouched down to scrutinize the spiritual herb that the Little Medicine Fairy had revived. Observing the elder's actions, the two exchanged smiles. Then, a contemplative expression crossed the Little Medicine Fairy's face as her gaze wandered. In the next moment, she fixed her eyes on a spiritual herb and smiled radiantly. "Jiang Yun, I recall that within the Bodhi pill, there is a medicinal ingredient called the Xianling fruit, and there is a Xianling tree nearby that has just matured, meeting the requirements for the Bodhi pill. I will go fetch it for you." With that, the Little Medicine Fairy released her hold on Jiang Yun's arm and walked towards a spiritual herb in the adjoining medicinal field. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yun did not ponder much. He had indeed mentioned his desire to concoct the Bodhi pill. Although he had yet to locate the Bodhi ancient tree, it did not hinder him from preparing the necessary ingredients for the Bodhi pill. Under Jiang Yun's watchful gaze, the Little Medicine Fairy approached a vibrant, emerald green tree. Over a foot tall, adorned with lush foliage and teeming with vitality. The tree was laden with verdant fruits, one of which was particularly plump, exuding a faint fragrance. This was the ripe Xianling fruit. With a smile, the Little Medicine Fairy extended her delicate, fair hand and, with a gentle effort, plucked the fruit from the tree with ease. This act was not particularly noteworthy. However, at the moment the fruit was liberated from the tree, wisps of pale green flames flickered upon the Little Medicine Fairy's palm. The little healer was startled by the sudden emergence of flames. Instinctively channeling her internal energy to protect her palm, swiftly dispersing the fire that had ignited in her hand. The unexpected turn of events instantly captured the attention of Jiang Yun and the Elder Shinnong. This is the Elder Shinnong, who had been leaning down to examine the colorful purple lotus, was momentarily frozen in place as he beheld the fruit in the little healer's hand that was now ablaze with emerald fire. Even the shovel in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Yun's eyes. In a swift motion, he appeared beside the little healer, gently taking her hand to inspect it closely. Fortunately, her palm had not sustained significant injury, merely turning a shade of red. "Jiang Yun, I'm fine." Seeing Jiang Yun's concern for her, the little healer immediately broke into a cheerful smile. Shaking her head, she directed her gaze toward the seemingly unaffected Xianling tree, curiously inquiring, "What is happening? I didn't sense any magical beasts just now." "Little healer, you have truly encountered a treasure." Jiang Yun beamed at the Xianling tree, then turned to the puzzled little healer, saying, "You should gather it entirely. the truth will soon be revealed. Despite still harboring a hint of confusion, the little healer obediently stepped forward, waving her hand lightly. Suddenly, the Xianling tree ignited spontaneously, a strand of liquid-like green flame slowly rising and settling into her palm. The emerald flames surged with the wind, creating a sea of verdant liquid fire that spread forth, enveloped in layers of mist. As the mist ascended and dispersed, countless extraordinary herbs began to sprout, exuding a life force that was profoundly moving. The flame of life, it truly is. The elder Shinnong stared intently at the little healer's palm, transfixed by the emerald flame that emanated an abundance of life essence. His eyes reflected a mixture of desire and struggle, and his aura became increasingly erratic. The flame of life ranks 5th on the list of extraordinary fires. This particular flame is remarkably unique. While most extraordinary flames, despite their varied forms, are imbued with destructive power, the flame of life does not exhibit such formidable destructive capabilities. Instead, it is renowned for the life force it embodies. As this extraordinary flame spreads, surrounding plants can rapidly sprout and flourish. Even ordinary flora can metamorphose into peerless medicinal herbs, transforming the area into a veritable treasure trove of medicinal resources. With such a flame, one need not worry about foraging for herbs. As long as you possess sufficient seeds of medicinal plants, you can continuously obtain the desired herbs. The flame of life is also known as the fire of longevity. Those who possess it can expect lifespans comparable to those legendary for their longevity among magical beasts. If one were to point out a drawback, it would be that, among flames of the same caliber, it is not particularly adept in combat. This is the flame of life. To seek it out, one must rely on fate. Should this extraordinary fire take form, its intelligence would be remarkably high. In its ordinary state, it does not manifest as fire but instead transforms into various herbs, quietly taking root in the soil. The average person, even when passing by, would be unable to discern its presence. Only those fortunate enough would have the chance to unearth it from the ground. It appears that you are indeed that fortunate individual. At this moment, even Jiang Yun's tone bore a hint of surprise. Although he had brought the little healer to seek out the elder Shinnong with a notion of seizing an opportunity, he held no absolute certainty. For this life fire was truly capricious in its favor. As he spoke, Jiang Yun turned to the dazed elder Shinnong and inquired, "Elder Shinnong, do you believe my words to be true?" While speaking, Jiang Yun positioned himself defensively in front of the little healer, the purple gold dragon scales appearing in his palm, ready to shatter at any moment. Meanwhile, Zhu Feng remained cautiously vigilant, prowling near the valley. He usually kept his distance from the elder Shinnong's formidable power, but should Jiang Yun find himself in peril, he would disregard such caution. The little healer, too, sensed the unusual tension, her expression one of wariness as she regarded the elder Shinnong. In that instant, their bond forged over the past 6 months seemed to lose its significance. With Jiang Yun's inquiry, infused with soul power, the elder Shinnong immediately regained his clarity, casting a complex gaze at both the little healer and Jiang Yun. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply, revealing a hint of weariness as he spoke. "Young man, there is no need for such trepidation towards an old man. I am not one to seize opportunities from others. Forgive me, elder, but in the face of such fortune, it is only natural for Jiang Yun to exercise caution." Jiang Yun replied with a smile, retracting the dragon scales in his palm. In the distance, Zhu Feng's silhouette receded once more, while the elder Shinnong, seemingly sensing something, glanced toward Zhu Feng and jested, "Had I seized the extraordinary fire just now, it seems I would not be able to leave this valley." In response to the elder Shinnong's playful query, Jiang Yun wore a mysterious smile, offering no reply. A sudden realization struck the elder Shinnong, elevating his perception of the two individuals once more, pondering who might be behind Jiang Yun. Although he could not identify the origin of that aura, he was certain of its equivalence to the peak of a one-star Dou saint. This indicated the immense regard that Jiang Yun's benefactor held for him. As he contemplated, the elder Shinnong's gaze fell upon the pulsating green flame in the little healer's hand. Noticing her still fair palm, he shook his head with a rueful smile, saying, "To have such harmony without having refined it, you truly share a remarkable connection with the life fire. I have been hidden in this valley for countless years without discovering its traces, yet you have managed to acquire it in merely 6 months. Truly, it is both fate and fortune. Elder Shinnong, I too am fortunate. My wood attribute nurtures fire, and I possess a special resonance with plants. Perhaps this is what draws the life fire to me." The little medical immortal gazed at the elder Shinnong with a hint of sympathy and softly spoke. However, sympathy aside, the flame of life could not be relinquished. Fortune, at times, hinges on a mere sliver of luck. Destiny can diverge profoundly. Elder Shinnong shook his head. Having reached his current state, He recognized the existence of luck in this world. Moreover, as a mighty saint of combat without imperial lineage, he believed in this notion even more than those of noble blood. Perhaps, indeed, this was no longer his era. The vanguards of the new age were already poised and ready. The little medical immortal possessed the wood-fire attribute. Although I had utilized my connections within the Alchemist Tower to procure a beast fire of the same 8th rank for her, any further advancement would render her flames insufficient. Her inherent attribute destined her to resonate most harmoniously with the flame of life. Thus, I must concede, Elder Shinnong. Jiang Yun regarded Elder Shinnong intently and clasped his hands in respect. Truly, one ages. Elder Shinnong sighed, shaking his head, and then turned to the two, advising, the little medical immortal has only reached the pinnacle of 9-star Do Zone. It is utterly impossible for her to refine the flame of life hastily. It would be wise to seal it within her body for gradual refinement, and this endeavor requires the guidance of your guardians. Having spoken, Elder Shinnong shook his head with a sense of melancholy and slowly walked away, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Watching the vanishing figure of Elder Shinnong, the little medical immortal turned to Jiang Yun and inquired, Jiang Yun, do you think Elder Shinnong will be all right? Rest assured, Elder Shinnong has lived for over 1,000 years. He is not so easily disheartened, merely in need of time to regain his composure, Jiang Yun replied gently, ruffling the top of her head with affection. What matters most now is your predicament. Subsequently, Jiang Yun focused on the flame of life nestled in the palm of the little medical immortal. In response to Jiang Yun's words, the little medical immortal nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Jiang Yun swiftly took her hand, leading her towards a distant mountain range. Chapter 180. The ancient Bodhi tree approaches. Jiang Yun, what should I do? In the cave, the little medical immortal gazed at the vibrant flame flickering within, unable to suppress her glance towards Jiang Yun. As the fifth entity on the flame of life, despite its lack of combat prowess, brimmed with vitality. It was far beyond the capability of any practitioner beneath the saint of combat to refine. Moreover, considering the little medical immortal's current status as a mere Do Zone, even with an inexplicable affinity between them, the challenge was monumental. Jiang Yun did not respond immediately to her inquiry. Instead, he fell into contemplation, engaging in dialogue with Qingming. Senior Qingming, is it feasible? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's question, a smile graced Qingming's voice. If it were any other flame, the current strength of the little medical immortal might pose a risk, but as for the flame of life, it is indeed simple. With Qingming's affirmative assurance, Jiang Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to the quietly awaiting little medical immortal and gently reassured her, you may freely communicate with it and refine it. The rest is in my hands. Understood. Gazing into the affirmative depths of Jiang Yun's eyes, the little medical sage felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She nodded, her gaze shimmering with determination, and approached the spirit flame. Wait. At that moment, Jiang Yun suddenly called out to her, prompting her to turn back with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Observing her reaction, Jiang Yun chuckled softly. Since this is your first time refining an exotic fire, allow me to set up an array to lend you a hand. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the little medical sage paused for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile and nodding in agreement. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun raised his hand, unleashing hundreds of spiritual seals that swiftly coalesced into a grand formation in the air. The array was interwoven with faint threads of fire, subtly emanating a chill that seemed to permeate the atmosphere. This was the ice fire great array he had acquired from the pure lotus demon saint. The chill was not an ordinary frost, but rather a phenomenon that arose when temperatures escalated to a certain level, representing a peculiar blend of fire and ice, which exerted a restraining influence on the exotic fire. Pointing to the grand array above, Jiang Yun explained to the little medical sage, whose beautiful eyes reflected a mix of curiosity and understanding. With everything set, she resumed her approach toward the spirit flame, and as she arrived, the vibrant green flames began to dance in response. From within, she sensed a joyful essence that lifted her spirits, yet she was acutely aware of her objective, decisively traversing the outer flames to reach the core of the spirit flame. The essence of the spirit flame continuously morphed into various forms, and upon sensing her presence, it playfully swirled around her. Unfazed, the little medical sage gently extended her hands, cradling the essence and guiding it toward her mouth. Noticing her intent, the spirit flame became agitated, its internal temperature skyrocketing. Though I am fond of you and feel at ease in your company, it does not mean I willingly submit to being refined by you. These are two distinct matters. Thus, upon realizing her actions, the spirit flame erupted in turmoil. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun swiftly reacted, altering his hand seals, causing the grand array above to rotate rapidly. A dense wave of cold surged downward from the formation, precisely targeting the center where the little medical sage stood. Under the influence of this cold, the cave echoed with cracking sounds as a thick layer of frost began to solidify. At that moment, even the exterior of the spirit flame was coated with a delicate layer of frost. Outside, the frost within the cave rapidly spread further afield. Seeing Jiang Yun take action, the little medical sage, resolute in her commitment, hastily cradled the essence of the spirit flame and guided it into her mouth. A resounding boom echoed through the cave. Sensing the imminent danger, the flame of living beings erupted violently, expanding instantaneously into a roaring inferno that enveloped the entire form of the little healing fairy. The terrifying heat, potent enough to alter the very hue of the sky, surged forth abruptly. A sharp pain coursed through her, incinerating her pristine white garments into ashes, revealing a figure as pure as jade within the cavern. At that moment, Jiang Yun's mind was not preoccupied with the beauty before him. As the flame of living beings erupted, he swiftly traversed through the verdant curtain of fire, reaching the side of the little healing fairy. In her moment of excruciating agony, she instinctively murmured, "It will be all right soon." Witnessing her plight, Jiang Yun, filled with compassion, embraced her gently, whispering soothing words into her ear. Simultaneously, a formidable sealing force erupted from the back of his hand, and in an instant, the once ferocious flame of living beings was effortlessly subdued, akin to an infant before an adult, and was cast into the little healing fairy's dantian. A phantom tower's silhouette flickered within her dantian. As the flame of living beings obediently roamed about, vibrant tendrils of flame flowing through the minuscule fissures at the base of the tower, traversing her meridians. As time progressed, the little healing fairy would find herself easily capable of refining the flame of living beings. With the flame completely subdued, she languished in Jiang Yun's embrace, resembling a deflated balloon, utterly drained of strength from the profound agony she had just endured. "Phew, it's resolved," she gasped, breathless yet relieved. "Indeed, it has been accomplished. You may safely absorb and refine the flame of living beings from here on," Jiang Yun said, lifting his sleeve to wipe the beads of perspiration from her brow. His tone gentle. A soft, almost feline murmur escaped the little healing fairy's lips. In the wake of the crisis, it dawned on her that she lay bare in Jiang Yun's arms, her enchanting eyes, glistening with moisture, gazing at him with an intensity that could redden the cheeks of the most bashful. This glance sent Jiang Yun's heart racing, igniting a warmth throughout his body. His palm still rested upon her skin, smooth as jade, the sensation causing his breath to deepen involuntarily. While the little healing fairy's figure may not possess the same allure as that of Xian or Medusa, it was undeniably flawless. Moreover, her slender waist, reminiscent of the first willow in the realm of battle, radiated an irresistible charm at that moment. The once scorched little healing fairy, now flushed and vibrant, added an unexpected allure to her formerly ethereal purity. "Jiang Yun," she murmured, her eyes sparkling with a glistening moisture, fixated on him. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Jiang Yun had already leaned down, capturing that delicate softness. In an instant, the cavern was suffused with an atmosphere thick with unspoken desires. A gentle and soothing aura permeates the atmosphere here. Deep within the earth, an unknown spiritual resonance reverberates, unseen by any eye, as a colossal figure moves with astonishing speed. A thunderous rumble echoes as a massive fissure rapidly forms in the ground, shaking the very foundations of the earth. What is happening? The venerable Shinnong hastens to the scene, gazing at the trembling earth below, his expression one of astonishment. "Shinnong, Senior." At that moment, Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy arrived together, appearing seemingly unperturbed. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that the little medical fairy is pressing closer to Jiang Yun, while a shadow of gloom flickers between his brows. "So you are here as well. Do you know what has transpired?" Shinnong is momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy, surprised that they have not returned home to refine the spirit flame after obtaining it, but are instead wandering here. What Shinnong remains unaware of is that the little medical fairy has been gradually refining the spirit flame within her dantian. "We only arrived after hearing the commotion," Jiang Yun replies, shaking his head, nodding in silent agreement. The trio focuses intently on the unfolding events below. At this moment, the little medical fairy points to the ground in astonishment, asking, "Jiang Yun, Senior Shinnong, what is that?" Without needing her indication, both Jiang Yun and Shinnong have already observed the phenomenon. A dense and pure aura swiftly emanates from the earth, spreading throughout the area and invigorating all who inhale it. "This is a manifestation of ethereal spirit energy," Shinnong remarks hesitantly, a glint of incredulity flashing in his eyes. "This is pure energy," Jiang Yun expresses his surprise, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the object of their long pursuit has presented itself so readily. The Bodhi ancient tree. Shenong intoned solemnly, his gaze toward Jiang Yun filled with a complex mixture of admiration and envy. If one were to rank the rare treasures of the Dou Qi Continent, the Bodhi ancient tree would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. In certain ancient texts, the Bodhi ancient tree is referred to as the tree of wisdom and reincarnation. This tree matures only after a millennium, completing a cycle of growth, and only becomes fully ripe after 100 such cycles. Such an extensive passage of time is capable of eroding anything. Yet the Bodhi ancient tree exists beyond the grasp of time, making it one of the continent's most ancient species. The Bodhi ancient tree may not even appear once in a millennium. While it possesses the ability to elevate one to sainthood, historical records of successful instances are exceedingly rare, approaching the realm of the negligible. However, this does not diminish the fervent pursuit it inspires. Each appearance creates a tremendous stir across the continent, with powerful Dou saints having perished in the scramble for its possession. What complicates Shenong's emotions further is the realization that he has remained in seclusion here for a millennium without encountering such an opportunity. However, now, with Jiang Yun's arrival, the ethereal flame of life has been discovered within this valley, and even the ancient Bodhi tree has made its appearance. Jiang Yun, you claim you are not the favored child of heaven? Astonishingly, it is the Bodhi tree. The little medical fairy gasped in surprise, feeling an unusual resonance within her body, as if something from beneath the earth was beckoning her. Boom. At that moment, the ground trembled violently once more, as if a colossal entity were striving to emerge from below. This is not good. Jiang Yun and his companions silently acknowledged the peril, and in an instant he, along with the little medical fairy and the elder Shenong, hastened away to a safe distance. Just as the trio departed, a massive form erupted from the depths of the earth. Moments later, an ancient tree of such enormous stature, capable of casting a shadow over half a city, stood majestically upon the vast plain. Waves of intensely rich, pure energy rippled above the tree, occasionally morphing into various shapes, exuding an air of mystery and wonder. Is this the legendary Bodhi tree? Gazing at the ancient tree, replete with the scent of antiquity and towering between heaven and earth, even the elder Shenong, now a 6-star Dou saint, felt his heart race with trepidation. The Bodhi tree possesses 3 treasures, yet the Bodhi heart and Bodhi seeds have lost their significance for him. However, the enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree still holds great allure. The prospect of gaining the potential of a Dou emperor through such insight remains enticing. Even if he merely breaks through to 7 stars, it would be a considerable gain. What an immense tree, muttered the little medical fairy. Despite being mentally prepared, she was still overwhelmed by the magnitude of the Bodhi tree when faced with it directly. Its shadow spread across the heavens like an ancient sacred relic, steeped in the essence of age and experience. The trunk, towering thousands of feet high, resembled a celestial pillar connecting heaven and earth, adorned with an aura of antiquity. The grandeur of the Bodhi tree evoked a sense of reverent awe, compelling anyone to confront this ancient divine entity, which had existed for an unfathomable length of time, to abandon any semblance of composure. Sunlight cascaded from the sky, illuminating the ancient tree, imparting a translucent quality that evoked an overwhelming sense of vitality. About 100 feet up the massive, verdant trunk of the Bodhi tree, a brilliant sphere of light emerged, akin to a heart of energy pulsating powerfully. Is that the Bodhi heart? The gazes of Jiang Yun and his companions were drawn to the radiant light concealed within the colossal tree. Even the elder Shenong, a Dou saint and a master alchemist, regarded the Bodhi heart with great interest. Despite his status, he had never before encountered this rare treasure and was already contemplating how to acquire it for further study. Meanwhile, the moment the ancient Bodhi tree revealed itself, a flurry of information rapidly disseminated to various factions. Although the secluded mountains where the venerable Shenong resided were seldom visited, the extraordinary emergence of the Bodhi tree still captured the attention of many. As a result, the central continent was abuzz with excitement. Chapter 181. The Winds of Change. The news of the Bodhi tree's sudden appearance detonated like a deep-sea bomb, shattering the tranquility of the central continent's waters, which had only just begun to settle. Even the ancient imperial clans, once aloof and commanding, stirred with anticipation. Historically, the emergence of the Bodhi tree heralded celestial phenomena, allowing the various powers of the central continent ample time to respond. However, this time was strikingly different. The Bodhi tree's abrupt manifestation afforded no such luxury. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the southern sky of the central continent, where an extraordinarily unique aura of purity surged forth like waves, sweeping across the heavens and eventually diffusing into the distance. Anyone who inhaled this ethereal essence was met with a singular vision in the depths of their minds, that of an ancient, towering tree, exuding an aura of wisdom that enveloped all. Indeed, This was the legendary Bodhi tree. In the Dan Tower, key figures gathered, gazing at the towering silhouette of the tree on the horizon, their eyes betraying a mix of awe and astonishment. The Bodhi tree has emerged once more. I wonder how much turmoil it will incite this time, the Grand Elder mused, retracting his gaze. Grand Elder, should we send someone to investigate the emergence of the Bodhi tree? Xian Kongzi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing this, apart from the Grand Elder, everyone else was visibly stirred. It is important to note that they were not yet Dou saints, and the allure of the Bodhi tree was undeniably potent for them. Given the imperial clans will likely intervene, consider your options wisely, the Grand Elder replied gravely after a moment of silence. In truth, Jiang Yun would be the ideal candidate. However, I am unaware of his whereabouts. With such a significant event, you should be able to encounter him at the Bodhi tree. Upon the Grand Elder's words, the others nodded in agreement, each harboring their own thoughts. Meanwhile, the still recovering Yao Chun gazed at Xiao Yin with a tinge of melancholy, remarking, "Your strength is still somewhat lacking. Were you a Dou Zun, the opportunity might be within your grasp." Xiao Yin, upon hearing this, felt a pang of regret. Scratching his head and shrugging his shoulders, the allure of becoming a Dou saint was immense. Yet he was acutely aware of his current status as merely a fledgling Dou Huang, unable to partake in the competition for Dou Zun. Xianyi, you are but a step away from the semi-saint realm. This opportunity is exceedingly rare and must not be squandered. Observing Xiao Yin's demeanor, Yao Chen could only shake his head and chuckle, turning his attention to Xianyi. Xianyi, upon hearing the words, gently shook his head while gazing at Yao Chen. It was rumored that the Liu family possessed a 9-turns soul recovery herb, which their patriarch urgently required in order to concoct an 8-grade 7-colored elixir for his salvation. Alas, I fear I lack the time to embark on such a quest. Xianyi, upon hearing this, noticed Yao Chen's expression, which bore traces of emotion. Standing nearby, Xian Kongzi, feeling a pang of sorrow, addressed the Grand Elder, stating, "The Dan Tower cannot be left unattended to prevent an ambush by the Soul Palace. Tian Lei may go instead. Moreover, I have subtly grasped a breakthrough towards the semi-holy realm, and thus have no need for the Bodhi seed." Tian Lei, astonished, looked at Xian Kongzi, bewildered by his friend's newfound insight, pondering if it had perhaps been cultivated from his recent experiences. The Grand Elder nodded, turning to Tian Lei and said, "Then let Tian Lei lead the charge. Those who wish to accompany him may do so." Indeed, at the ancient sacred mountain, a revered site for the ancient clan, Gu Yuan stood serenely, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of void to behold the towering Bodhi tree situated in the southern region of Zhongzhou. Shouldn't Sun be given the chance to pursue her fortune with the emergence of the Bodhi tree? A calm voice resonated, revealing the presence of King Gu Lai, who stood behind Gu Yuan, his eyes fixated on the Bodhi tree as well. The Bodhi tree was unlike any other opportunity. Even the imperial clans could not provide the same benefits. Hence, they would act with urgency whenever the Bodhi tree appeared, no longer maintaining their previous lofty demeanor. Sun's power was vastly inferior to theirs. The presence of Gu Lin was ample. Gu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly as he shook his head. "If conditions are lacking, we shall create them. We can form an alliance with the major imperial clans, forbidding any actions from those above the Dou Zun rank." Sun has now attained the Dou Zone level, and she might yet have a chance to contend. As for the opinions of the Dou Zun in Zhongzhou, humph. Our clan's Dou Sheng shall descend. Would they dare to voice objections? A domineering glint flashed in Gu Lai's eyes, as he contemplated sweeping away the Dou Zun from Zhongzhou. Upon hearing Gu Lai's audacious thoughts, Gu Yuan felt a stir of temptation within. Even he could not overlook the profound effects of the Bodhi heart, a relic capable of enabling one to ascend to the Dou Sheng realm with no adverse effects in the shortest possible time. Let us first contact the Lei clan, Yin clan, and Yao clan, for they are in proximity to the southern region. Ultimately, Gu Yuan chose not to dismiss Gu Lai's suggestion, particularly in light of the two individuals who had recently emerged in Zhongzhou, Jiang Yun and Yun Yi. Their talents were nothing short of terrifying. Even Gu Yuan harbored doubts about proceeding methodically, worrying whether Gu Sun could keep pace with their strides. It had been some time since he had seen Lei Ying, Yin Jin, and Yao Dan, and he was uncertain of their progress and strength. Upon receiving Gu Yuan's consent, Gu Lai chuckled softly, his form gradually dissipating atop the ancient sacred mountain. In the Soul Palace, Yun Yi regarded the apprehensive figures of Han Feng and Han Yu before coldly inquiring, "Has your clan sent you to contend for the Bodhi tree?" At Yun Yi's frigid tone, both Han Feng and Han Yu shuddered, cautiously responding, "The clan has tasked us to do our utmost to assist you in seizing the Bodhi heart." He chuckled, acknowledging that although their strength may not rival his, it was still of some utility. Accompanying the two was the Soul Demon Elder, who regarded Yun Yi with a smile and remarked, after a moment of silence, Yuni nodded without uttering a word. It was perplexing to ponder what madness had seized the ancient clan, compelling them to unite and insist that the combatants refrain from contending for the Bodhi ancient tree. The Yin clan, Lei clan, and Yao clan all surprisingly echoed this sentiment. Observing this, the Soul Demon Elder stroked his long beard and commented with curiosity. Of course, the younger generation of the ancient clan lacks any capable contenders against the young master, which is why they devised such a foolish scheme to restrict him from intervening. Gu Yu sneered, expressing his disdain. To think they would attempt to deter the young master through an agreement. The ancient clan is utterly delusional. The Bodhi heart will undoubtedly belong to our young master. At Gu Yu's words, a cacophony of laughter erupted within the grand hall. Meanwhile, Yun Yi furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Is it true that our clan is the only one that has not acquiesced to the ancient clan's proposed agreement? Does the ancient clan truly believe they are the foremost of the ancient 8 clans and can command our clan?" The Soul Demon Elder shook his head, sneering. "What are you contemplating?" Soul Miesheng asked, observing Yun Yi's frown with curiosity. "Indeed, I have an idea," Yun nodded gravely. "But I must consult with my teacher and the clan leader first." "Is that so?" Soul Miesheng nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and with a wave of his hand, tore open a rift in space, saying, "I must trouble the elder to make another journey." The Soul Demon Elder solemnly nodded and swiftly entered the spatial passage with Yun Yi. "Senior Shinong, this location will soon attract a multitude of individuals. We should expedite our exploration of the Bodhi ancient tree." Jiang Yun withdrew his gaze from the Bodhi ancient tree and directed his attention to the Elder Shinong beside him. Indeed, Elder Shinong nodded, fully aware of the commotion that the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree would incite. While he did not fear complications, fewer troubles were always preferable. After all, if the Yao clan were to entangle him, it would be exceedingly troublesome. Subsequently, the three divided their paths, setting out together towards the exploration of the Bodhi ancient tree. Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy moved with remarkable speed within mere minutes. They traversed the thousands of kilometers and arrived several hundred zhang away from the Bodhi ancient tree, where the unusual phenomena were quite apparent. As they approached, even the little medical fairy sensed a subtle unease emanating from within her heart. Although this disquiet was faint, it was undeniably present. Frowning as she gazed ahead at the Bodhi ancient tree, she moved beside Jiang Yun and whispered, "Jiang Yun, something feels amiss here." Within those seemingly vibrant auras lies a chilling gray energy that evokes discomfort. Jiang Yun nodded, leading the little medical fairy onward toward the ancient tree. As they neared the extraordinary phenomenon, they began to perceive an increasingly subtle chill, as if it were gradually seeping into their very bones. As the two arrived beneath the ancient Bodhi tree, standing there, they gazed upwards, allowing themselves to truly appreciate the immense stature of this tree, which had endured for countless years. Upon reaching the base of the Bodhi tree, an unexpected burst of radiant light erupted from its towering trunk, transforming into a brilliant beam that enveloped both individuals within its embrace. The sudden turn of events did not instill panic in Jiang Yun. Instead, flames of pure white ignited in his palm, within which a verdant orb of light floated. Indeed, it was the Bodhi seed. A vast surge of life energy flowed into the Bodhi seed, causing it to emit an intense luminescence that enveloped Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy. In the next instant, the radiant beam swiftly contracted, vanishing with a whoosh back into the tree, simultaneously taking Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy along with it. Accompanied by their disappearance, the once silent Bodhi tree, standing majestically on the grassland, suddenly emitted a faint rustling sound. Branches, intricately entwined, descended from the canopy, and as they touched the ground, they gradually parted, revealing 5 figures who stepped forth with impassive expressions. As these 5 figures emerged, the very fabric of space around them trembled violently, releasing an overwhelming pressure that permeated the air. Just then, the venerable Shinong appeared on the scene, and upon spotting the 5 figures, murmured in disbelief, "I did not anticipate that 5 semi-saints would be controlled by the Bodhi tree. There is something amiss with this Bodhi tree." He too sensed the chilling aura emanating from the Bodhi tree's pure energy. However, after surveying the surroundings, he found no means to gain the Bodhi tree's approval. He had a strong intuition that any forceful attempt would lead to catastrophic repercussions. Puzzled, he remarked, "Strange. Where have Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy gone?" Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, his eyes twitching slightly as he inhaled sharply, staring incredulously at the Bodhi tree, exclaiming, "No, it cannot be." A blinding white light enveloped their surroundings as Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy stood hand in hand within this luminous realm, devoid of any other presence. "What has transpired?" The little medicine fairy murmured, pressing her forehead, feeling a disconcerting sense of confusion creeping into her memory. "We are currently inside the Bodhi tree. How do you feel? Jiang Yun, holding a glowing bodhi seed, gently inquired once he confirmed the little medicine fairy's presence. Jiang Yun, the little medicine fairy exclaimed in delight upon seeing him, her heart instantly reassured. Rubbing her disheveled thoughts, she softly replied, I am fine. Indeed. Jiang Yun nodded in response, lifting his gaze towards the distant luminous circle. There appears to be but one exit ahead. Let us investigate. The little medicine fairy had no objections to Jiang Yun's proposal. Subsequently, Jiang Yun grasped the hand of the petite healer and gracefully approached the luminous circle, stepping into its radiant embrace. The moment they crossed the threshold, the bodhi seed in Jiang Yun's hand emitted a faint, resonant hum, and a refreshing aura permeated their minds. As this invigorating essence flowed in, the surrounding space began to warp violently, resembling a shattered mirror, and with a resounding crack, it fractured open. As the world around them erupted, both of their spirits momentarily faltered, and they found themselves in a realm filled with vibrant emerald hues. In this verdant expanse stood an ancient tree, towering at approximately 10 zhang, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Its entire form was a deep green, akin to exquisitely crafted jade, exuding an astonishing vitality. The bodhi tree. The petite healer gazed at the magnificent tree ahead, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in astonishment. Though everything felt somewhat surreal, the bodhi tree before her was undeniably identical to the colossal, nearly 1,000 zhang tree in the outside world. At that moment, the luminous bodhi tree suddenly trembled slightly, and a massive orb of light floated out from within, finally hovering before them. Inside this orb, there existed a bodhi tree soaring to 10,000 zhang, and before the ancient tree, a figure clad in black stood suspended in the air, emanating an aura reminiscent of a celestial sovereign. Under this overwhelming presence, even the towering bodhi tree appeared diminutive. Chapter 182. Living off others. I am a professional. Is this a Dou Emperor? The petite healer gazed in awe at the shadowy figure, her voice trembling with disbelief. Although it was merely a remnant from an indeterminate number of years, the aura it radiated sent shivers through her very soul. A sensation even more intense than when she faced Ji Kuan, the father of Ziyan. In this realm, aside from those legendary Dou Emperors spoken of only in ancient tales, who else could possess such formidable might? Meanwhile, Jiang Yun squinted at the black-clad Dou Emperor, his mind racing with conjectures. Within the orb of light, the shadowy figure stood before the colossal bodhi tree. Suddenly, this figure launched an assault upon the tree, and in response, a torrent of terrifying energy surged forth from within the bodhi tree. In the midst of this cataclysmic clash, even the very fabric of the realm began to collapse. The petite healer watched in shock as the confrontation unfolded within the orb, scarcely able to believe her eyes. The bodhi tree could actually engage a Dou Emperor in battle? Today's revelations were astonishing. Who could have anticipated that the legendary bodhi tree possessed the might to contend with a Dou Emperor? No one answered her. Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with a violet glow, fixated intently on every movement of the Dou Emperor. Within the orb, the imagery accelerated and finally paused at the climactic moment. The shadowy figure suddenly surged forth from beyond a sphere of light, struck violently by a devastating gale, resulting in an explosion that rendered both its form and the surrounding realm into nothingness. Astonishingly, the ancient bodhi tree had allied with an emperor of battle to vanquish another emperor of battle. Upon witnessing the annihilation of the shadowy figure, a jolt surged through the heart of the little medicine sage, the foreign malevolent clan. Meanwhile, observing the scene, as the black-clad emperor of battle erupted in a burst of energy, a barely audible whisper escaped Jiang Yun's lips. At this moment, he was 80% certain that the black-clad emperor was an intruder from the foreign malevolent clan, likely injured during a confrontation with the experts of the Great Thousand Camp, unexpectedly discovering the bodhi tree and attempting to consume it for healing. Who would have imagined that the bodhi tree possessed such formidable power, and that the experts of the Great Thousand Camp would arrive just in time to jointly eliminate the foe? Within the sphere of light, the image did not fade. Rather, the black energy released upon the demise of the black-clad emperor swiftly surged into the bodhi tree. Accompanying this influx of energy, the previously pure aura of the bodhi tree now bore an unmistakable hint of chilling darkness. Jiang Yun, is the bodhi tree being tainted by negative energy? The little medicine sage observed the unfolding scenes and turned to Jiang Yun. Indeed, it appears that the sinister aura we previously sensed was the residual black energy left behind by the fallen black-clad emperor, leading to the bodhi tree's affliction. Her inquiry drew Jiang Yun's attention back, and he gazed at the vanishing image as he responded. In that moment, within the bodhi illusion, the sphere gradually dimmed, transforming into an intangible mass that surged like lightning into the little medicine sage's forehead, imparting a peculiar stream of information that enlightened her in many ways. Observing this, Jiang Yun's gaze flickered. Has she chosen to connect with the more amiable little medicine sage? She gently closed her eyes, digesting the strange flow of information. After a considerable time, she finally opened her eyes, now imbued with newfound clarity, having gleaned much from the revelations. The rarer the celestial treasures, the more challenging it is for them to develop sentience. It seems to be a divine limitation on such extraordinary entities. The Bodhi tree is considered the supreme treasure of the Dou Qi Continent, its existence stretching beyond imagination. Yet, despite countless eons of accumulation, the Bodhi tree has not evolved complete sentience, lacking true wisdom, and merely possesses basic functions typical of spiritual entities, such as self-protection or retaliation. Do you wish for me to assist in dispelling that malevolent consciousness? Having digested the information swirling in her mind, the little medicine sage turned her gaze towards the verdant ancient tree and inquired softly. Upon hearing her words, the Bodhi tree began to sway, as if nodding in agreement. Observing this, the little medicine sage sighed internally and shook her head, saying, "You overestimate my capabilities. That is the remnant of an emperor of battle's essence, and I have no means to resolve it. Perhaps it would be best to let Jiang Yun give it a try. He possesses far greater prowess than I do, and he may have a way to assist you." The little medical fairy lamented initially, then, with a hint of pride, she wrapped her arm around Jiang Yun. As her words lingered in the air, the Bodhi tree began to sway, and forthwith, the pure energy transformed from the Bodhi seed swiftly entered the ancient tree's core. With the influx of this energy, the chill that enveloped the Bodhi tree appeared to dissipate somewhat. Using the Bodhi seeds to dispel negative emotions, the little medical fairy pondered, but then shook her head, saying, "However, I do not possess that many Bodhi seeds." In response, the Bodhi tree shook once more, and a multitude of green orbs floated out from its body, eventually hovering before Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy. Under the illumination of these radiant orbs, the little medical fairy's expression turned somewhat dazed. These Bodhi seeds were far more translucent and pure compared to the one she held, their clarity seemingly magnified countless times. Upon a rough count, there were no less than 20 of these seeds. Even someone as composed as the little medical fairy could not help but furrow her brow. A single Bodhi seed was already sufficient to incite a frenzy among numerous powerful beings in the external world. Yet, before her lay more than 20, what extravagance! Contemplating the prospect of using these Bodhi seeds to alleviate negative emotions, the little medical fairy couldn't help but exclaim softly in wonder. After a prolonged wait, sensing urgency, the Bodhi tree swayed once again, as if urging them onward. Observing this, the little medical fairy instinctively glanced at Jiang Yun and inquired, "What should we do?" Jiang Yun responded with a smile, affectionately ruffling the little medical fairy's hair. "This is an extraordinary opportunity. You might even ascend to the Dou Sheng rank faster than I." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the little medical fairy's spirits soared. She reached up to caress Jiang Yun's face gently and said, "Then I shall protect you in return." With that, she opened her palm, and with a burst, the flame of life leapt within her hand, seemingly more animated as it sensed the presence of the Bodhi tree, a formidable entity of the wood element. With a light chuckle, the little medical fairy plucked a Bodhi seed and tossed it into the flames. The Bodhi seed contained an exceedingly potent energy. Even with the aid of her extraordinary fire, its refinement proved to be quite a challenge, especially given that her strength was still at the Dou zone level, making her efforts feel increasingly futile. Watching the beads of sweat trickle down the little medical fairy's forehead as she struggled to refine even a single Bodhi seed, the Bodhi tree began to sway again, and a surge of green light erupted from its trunk, forming an ancient emerald mat at the base of the tree. Subsequently, the Bodhi tree extended a branch, gently guiding the little medical fairy to sit upon the mat. Once seated, waves of incredibly pure energy surged into her body like an overwhelming tide. With a resounding thud, the little medical sage effortlessly transcended the Dou zone realm, entering the esteemed Dou zone stage. In the next moment, Jiang Yun beheld a perpetual motion machine, as the little medical sage tirelessly manipulated refining the Bodhi seed suspended in the air. Ultimately, after half a day, the seed transformed into a crystalline liquid, slowly evaporating into a wisp of verdant vapor. This essence gradually infiltrated the ancient Bodhi tree, which trembled in response. Soon after, a faint black mist quietly seeped out, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Observing the little medical sage now firmly on her path, Jiang Yun smiled as he scanned his surroundings, realizing he was still unable to depart. He eventually settled into a corner, sitting cross-legged and immersing himself in quiet cultivation. The Bodhi tree swayed, seemingly glancing at Jiang Yun, and after a moment of contemplation, erupted once more in a burst of green light, forming a new cushion. In the next instant, Jiang Yun felt himself silently shift positions. As he was drawn towards the ancient tree, feeling utterly powerless against its pull. He regarded the Bodhi tree with solemnity, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Bodhi elder." Upon hearing Zhang Yun's words, the Bodhi tree shook again, producing a rustling sound, and then appeared to turn its attention to the little medical sage. It seemed that Zhang Yun's special treatment was granted in deference to her. "Alas, I have become quite the dependent," Zhang Yun mused with a wry smile. Suddenly realizing he had indeed grown under the nurturing care of Xian. Was this a return to old habits? The verdant space around them thrummed with vibrant life, devoid of a precise sense of time. Meanwhile, the two beneficiaries remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. In the external world, the Bodhi tree stood at the center of a 1,000-mile radius, surrounded by countless factions, all reeking of blood. Scattered across the distant ground lay innumerable corpses, transforming what was once a serene paradise into a brutal battlefield, with rivers of crimson blood intertwining in abundance. The sight pained the old Shinnong, for this was his refuge for a millennium. Yet, in the face of the continent's overwhelming tide, even he felt powerless. At that moment, the multitude of factions coalesced, casting their gaze towards several groups ahead. Although the numbers were drastically uneven, no one dared to underestimate the opposing force, which comprised the ancient clans, the Gu, Lei, Yan, Yao, Ling, Shi, and Hun tribes. Any one of these factions possessed the power to upheave the entire central continent. Are you imperial clans truly so tyrannical? The Bodhi tree is a treasure for all cultivators across the continent, not solely for your few families. Suddenly, from the crowd emerged a venerable figure, glaring fiercely at the imperial forces ahead. Accompanying him was an overwhelming aura, as if he had already stepped partially into the realm of a half-saint. The Bodhi ancient tree is a fortuitous opportunity for all. One might mistakenly believe it to be the exclusive treasure of your imperial clan. While I may overlook other opportunities, the Bodhi ancient tree is non-negotiable. We have gathered here the majority of the forces from the central plains, and we cannot permit them to act recklessly. The elder's words immediately resonated within the central plains camp, eliciting a chorus of responses, particularly from the several nine-turn fighting sovereigns, who felt the most indignant. "Ah, dear friends, we have no intention of driving you away. However, the Bodhi ancient tree appears but once in a millennium. Let us, the old souls who are already half-buried, refrain from intruding. The stage should be left for the youth." Observing the fervent outrage of the Central Plains army, a white-haired elder from the ancient clan stepped forward with a smile. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed through the crowd, followed by a brawny man bellowing, "I have no descendants. To prevent me from seeking the Bodhi heart is sheer folly." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a colossal hand descended from the void, instantly reducing him to mere fragments, leaving a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Does anyone else have objections? After dispatching a fighting sovereign with a single strike, the elder cast a cheerful glance over the assembly. Upon hearing his words and sensing the emanating holy might from the elder's being, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd. "You have crossed the line this time." In the void, several figures stood still. The Shinnong elder gazed at the ancient clan members beside him, Gu Nanhai, Yao Wangu, Yin Luo, and others, speaking in a solemn tone. "This is merely a restriction on the strength allowed in the next round, granting the younger generation more opportunities. It truly makes no difference." Yao Wangu chuckled as he observed the scene before him. In truth, the Yao clan had initially intended to refuse the ancient clan's plans. But Yao Wangu managed to persuade them. By merely mentioning a name, he caused the council of elders to hesitate. That name was Zhang Yun. When it comes to Zhang Yun's rise, among the various imperial clans, none viewed him as a thorn in their side more than the Yao clan. This genius, who seemingly appeared from nowhere, had already reached remarkable heights at such a young age. 8th grade 9-colored elixirs, and a heavenly soul. Such accomplishments placed him beyond the reach of the Yao clan's contemporary prodigies. Even more astonishing was the terrifying level of his cultivation, reminiscent of the ancestor who single-handedly established the Pill Tower. The thought of the Yao clan being suppressed for yet another era was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 183, Yun Yi's Boldness. Upon hearing Yao Wangu's words, the Shinnong elder scrutinized him closely. As time passed, Yao Wangu began to feel increasingly uneasy under the elder's intense gaze. Being a 4-star fighting saint, it was chilling to be scrutinized by a 6-star fighting saint. You underestimate the people of Zhongzhou. It was not until the moment when Yao Wangu could no longer bear it that the elder Shinnong withdrew his gaze, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes as he spoke. "We have never underestimated the brilliant talents emerging from Zhongzhou. However, you have also underestimated the strength of my imperial clan." As he concluded, a trace of arrogance crept into Gu Nanhai's tone. No matter how much he tried to disguise it, the ancient elder Shinnong, a being who had lived for millennia, could still perceive it in his voice. Observing this, Elder Shinnong chose not to argue with them, casting a calm glance at the group as he stood quietly in the void, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. They may fear you, but I do not. Just as the crowd was captivated by the presence of the Dou Qi, a raspy voice suddenly broke through the tension. A gaunt figure emerged, leaning on a blood-red skeletal staff, stepping forth from the void. It was the blood zombie elder. Legends say he had reached the pinnacle of the half-saint realm 100 years ago, desperately seeking a chance to break through to Dou Qi. And he would never forsake the Bodhi ancient tree. The blood zombie elder, now several centuries old, was nearing the end of his days. Without a breakthrough, death was inevitable. Surprised by the appearance of the blood zombie elder, the Dou Qi of the ancient clan scoffed. Do you truly believe a mere advanced half-saint can challenge us? Are you seeking death? Heh, let the old fellows come forth. The members of the imperial clan shall not concede easily. Their pride is of utmost importance. The blood zombie elder, with murky eyes, surveyed the surrounding void before rasping. If it were not for your imperial clan's tyranny, I would truly prefer not to confront you. With my days numbered, I must take the plunge. One by one, weary elders emerged from the void, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The Dou Qi Continent was indeed a land of hidden talents, and they were all once formidable figures, each a half-saint master, constrained only by the insurmountable barrier of Dou Qi. Coupled with the oppressive dominance of the 7 great imperial clans, these elderly figures, known for their desire to preserve their lives, would seldom confront the imperial clan. Very well. Seeing the menacing half-saints before us, the elder of the imperial clan, filled with rage, could not help but laugh, saying, "Perhaps our prolonged absence from the world has allowed you to forget our terror. Today, let us reveal the vast chasm between half-saints and Dou Qi." With a thunderous shout, the ancient elder unleashed the imperial seal of the ancient clan. A mighty imperial decree surged forth, crashing towards the crowd. Kill. The blood zombie elder and his companions exchanged glances, their murderous intent surging, their auras radiating power. In that moment, they were far from the frail old men they appeared to be. They were determined to carve out a chance for survival. Boom. The opportunity for sanctification lay within reach. Charge. As the battlefield of Dou Qi and half-saints erupted into chaos, the arena of Dou Zun ignited in an instant. Accompanied by furious roars as the multitude of Dou Zun from Zhongzhou surged toward the coalition of the imperial clan. The two factions instantly clashed, unleashing a plethora of formidable combat techniques. It seemed as if a rain of blood fell from the heavens, with figures plummeting to the ground like dumplings, staining the earth beneath them a vivid crimson. How could this be? Witnessing the demise of the disciples of the medicine clan, Yao Wangguai glared at the battlefield in disbelief. Murmuring softly, they had never anticipated such fierce resistance in the presence of a Dou Qi, nor did they expect that anyone would dare to confront their imperial clan. It appears we have underestimated the allure of achieving sanctity, which eclipses the fear of death. Gu Nanhai observed the battlefield with a grave expression, solemnly stating, "They are a group utterly oblivious to their own insignificance. Allow me to remind them of the terror of the imperial clan." Yao Wangguai's countenance darkened ominously, his fighting spirit surging as he clearly intended to deliver a profound lesson to those who dared offend the medicine clan. "If you choose to intervene, I shall not remain idle." At that moment, a voice, both youthful and ancient, resonated from the void. The ancestor of the Dan Tower emerged, riding a green ox. Stepping forth from the ethereal realm, the old monster of the little Dan Tower. Upon the appearance of the Dan Tower ancestor, Gu Nanhai and the others were taken aback, exchanging uncertain glances between the Shinnong elder and the Dan Tower ancestor. Both were 6-star Dou Qis, and should they join forces, even a 7-star Dou Qi would find it challenging to contend with them. The gravity of their demeanor compelled even the most audacious to proceed with caution. The emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree had already stirred a tempest in Zhongzhou. Do you wish to propel Zhongzhou into outright opposition against the imperial clan? The Dan Tower ancestor gazed at the group with a serious expression, speaking in a low tone. "This is the order of the clan leader, and I advise you both against wading into these murky waters." Gu Nanhai, with a grave look, invoked the name of Gu Yuan, seeking to leverage its influence. Gu Yuan, the clan leader. Indeed, upon hearing Gu Yuan's name, a deep concern flickered in the eyes of the Shinnong elder and the Dan Tower ancestor. However, the Dan Tower ancestor soon spoke earnestly. "To avoid irreparable consequences, you must not enter the fray." In the conflict between Zhongzhou and the imperial clan, the Dan Tower ancestor naturally sided with Zhongzhou. Regardless of his lineage, the very nature of the Dan Tower demanded solidarity with the common people of the continent. Very well, let them contend. Let it be a battle of equals. Observing the scene, Gu Nanhai chuckled lightly, his voice brimming with confidence. The difference between a half-saint and a Dou Qi is as vast as heaven and earth. If this persists, ultimately, it will be the half-saints who perish. Once their half-saint falls, the remaining forces will be bereft of any capacity to resist. At that point, Zhongzhou will have no choice but to acquiesce to their demands. Naturally, Zhang Yun will be constrained from intervening, thus flawlessly executing the initial scheme. Observing the smile on Gu Nanhai's face, the Shinnong elder wore a peculiar expression, unaware of the clan's plot to restrict Jiang Yun's involvement. He contemplated that, at present, Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy had likely entered the Bodhi ancient tree, while these individuals remained here engaged in fruitless disputes. By the time they realized it, Jiang Yun would have already acquired the Bodhi heart. Both sides had likely achieved nothing in their endeavors. In the soul realm, how intriguing. You propose to initiate the plan ahead of time. Xiuwen Tunyin reclined on his throne of flames, observing Yuan Yi below with keen interest, a wisp of illusory black flame flickering in the palm of his hand, morphing into various shapes. The eyes of the entire continent were captivated by the Bodhi ancient tree. The ancient clan aimed to ensure their younger generation obtained the Bodhi heart, which would inevitably divert some attention. This was our opportunity. A profound light flickered in Yuan Yi's dark eyes. In the original tale, it was the Spirit and Stone clans, the two relatively weaker factions, that first took action, and both instances coincided with major events. The former occurred during the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony, while the latter unfolded at the emergence of the pure lotus demon fire. It can be said that the timing was quite opportune, and this moment presented another excellent chance. Moreover, for him, there were additional advantages. He could bypass the need for the Bodhi heart and swiftly embark on the path of the Dou Saint. Which clan do you believe we should target first? Xiuwen Tunyin inquired, curiosity piqued as he gazed at Yuan Yi below. The Flame Clan. Yuan Yi replied decisively, his tone resolute. The Flame Clan? Upon hearing Yuan Yi's words, Xiuwen Tunyin clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame in his palm, and regarded Yuan Yi seriously. Are you aware of the Flame Clan's strength? They are a formidable opponent. I expected you to suggest the Spirit or Stone clans instead. What is your reasoning? Chuckling softly, Xiuwen Tunyin leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Among the ancient 8 clans, aside from our Soul clan, the Shao clan is presently insignificant, and the ancient clan is slightly weaker than ours. With the presence of the ancient Yuan, they can only outsmart us, not launch a strong offensive. Thus, they are eliminated from consideration. The emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree in the southern region is perilously close to the Medicine clan, which is also inadvisable. While the Spirit and Stone clans are indeed weak, they present the best targets. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's analysis, Xiuwen Tunyin nodded in agreement. Even with Jiang Yun's plan, his inclination was still towards the Spirit or Stone clans. However, Yuan Yi paused for a moment, continuing, nevertheless. It is precisely because they are too weak that there is little difference between exterminating them first or later. Their clan leader is merely at the initial stage of 7-star Dou Saint, and below him, there are no 6-star Dou Saints, only 5-star Dou Saints. Such a level of strength can be easily obliterated by our 4 demon saints. The Flame and Thunder clans are different. Their alliance with the ancient clan could pose a threat to the Soul clan. We can only destroy 3 imperial clans at most, after which the remaining clans will be vigilant and form a coalition. At that point, the threat from the Spirit and Stone clans pales in comparison to that of the Flame and Thunder clans. We can seize this opportunity to annihilate the Flame clan first. Once the news spreads, the remaining Thunder, Spirit, Stone, and Medicine clans will inevitably harbor suspicions towards us and the ancient clan. This will be our chance to swiftly eradicate the weaker Spirit, Stone, and Medicine clans. By that time, even if the Thunder and ancient clans unite, they will pose no threat to us. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's analysis, Suwu Tunyin suddenly opened his eyes, fixating on Yuan Yi, while his mind wandered back to the words just spoken. If the Soul clan were to gather all the Imperial Jade, they would face formidable opposition from the 6 clans. Among these clans, only the Ancient, Flame, and Thunder clans could unite to contend with the Soul clan. Suwu Tunyin understood well that 2 of them alone would be insufficient to confront the Soul clan, even with the addition of the other 3 clans. Therefore, if one of the 3 clans were to be severed first, the Soul clan would secure an invincible position. At that moment, seizing the opportunity before they could react, they could annihilate the weakest of the 3 clans, leaving Gu Yuan to watch as the Soul clan achieve their ambitions. A more cautious approach would involve waiting for the Soul Emperor to ascend before dealing with the other 2 clans, while a bolder strategy would target the Ancient and Thunder clans next. How intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, Suwu Tunyin suddenly burst into laughter, gazing into the void ahead and proclaiming, Soul Emperor, have you heard? What is your decision? As his words fell, the figure of the Soul Emperor silently materialized by the nearby window, gazing quietly at the scenery of the Soul realm. Yuan Yi, unfazed by this appearance, offered a respectful salute to the Soul Emperor before quietly departing the Grand Hall. After a long while, the Soul Emperor let out a soft chuckle. What a daring idea indeed. To implement it, the most crucial aspect is how to outsmart Gu Yuan and the others, silently extinguishing the Flame Clan. If you have truly devised a plan, then those 4 old fellows can finally stretch their legs. Having been partners for a millennium, Su Wu-Tun Yin was well aware of the underlying intentions in the Soul Emperor's words. He looked at him and spoke solemnly. Then, that is certainly feasible. The Soul Emperor nodded and continued, when the time comes, I shall pay a visit to the Medicine Clan to divert Gu Yuan. And then it will be up to you. Excellent. Nodding in agreement, Su Wu-Tun Yin quietly moved to stand beside the Soul Emperor, unable to restrain his curiosity. You are truly resolved, yet Yun Yi's scheme is rather perilous. Gazing silently at the mist below, a fervent light suddenly flickered in the Soul Emperor's eyes as he confidently declared, Su Wu, 1,000 years ago, when the Shao clan perished, I had already emerged victorious. This prolonged struggle spanning millennia is ripe for conclusion, and I can hardly wait. I am eager to witness the spectacle of the Dou Emperor. You will undoubtedly succeed. Su Wu-Tun Yin remarked with a light laugh, observing the fervor in the Soul Emperor's gaze. Indeed, I shall succeed without a doubt. The Soul Clan shall rise to greatness once more because of me, the Soul Emperor affirmed, his eyes brimming with confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Wu-Tun Yin turned to gaze out the window, and in that fleeting moment, a shadow flitted across his eyes. Within the ancient tree's space, the little healer, tirelessly refining the Bodhi seed in a repetitive cycle, had grown numb to the passage of time. When she reached out once more to grasp the Bodhi seed, her hand met only emptiness, and it was then that she realized she had completely refined the seed before her. With a swift grasp of the air, the little medical fairy gently massaged her swollen brow and turned her gaze towards the ancient Bodhi tree behind her. At that moment, she observed a tendril of dark energy seeping slowly from the tree's trunk, ultimately fading into nothingness. Buzz. As this wisp of darkness dissipated, the Bodhi tree, glowing like jade, suddenly emitted a resonant hum. In an instant, a vibrant green radiance illuminated the surroundings as brilliant beams of emerald light burst forth from the tree, enveloping the space and enriching the already abundant life force here. Had it been thoroughly cleansed? The little medical fairy gazed at the Bodhi tree, a captivating smile gracing her features. The tree appeared even more verdant than before, and the chilling aura that had subtly pervaded it had quietly vanished. Now, the Bodhi tree exuded an extraordinary sensation of tranquility, sanctity, and wisdom. Chapter 184, Endless Cycles. At the same time, Jiang Yun emerged from his meditation, witnessing the rejuvenated Bodhi tree. Upon seeing Jiang Yun awake, the little medical fairy excitedly grasped his hand and exclaimed, Jiang Yun, look, the Bodhi tree has fully recovered. Jiang Yun nodded with a smile, gently ruffling the little medical fairy's forehead, and replied softly, I see it. You must be exhausted after all this time. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy felt a warmth in her heart. She pressed her lips together and replied softly, not at all. With the energy from the Bodhi tree, I hardly felt the depletion of my fighting spirit. Observing her, Jiang Yun chose to remain silent. How could she not be tired? Even though her fighting spirit was no longer a hindrance, refining the Bodhi seeds and controlling the strange flames was immensely draining. However, respecting her insistence, he refrained from contradicting her. Rustle. At that moment, the Bodhi tree nearby stirred, drawing the attention of both Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy. They turned to see the tree extending a branch, resembling a hand, that gently stroked the little medical fairy's head. From that branch, she could distinctly sense an emotion akin to joy. There's no need to thank me. It has been completely cleared, right? No remnants left behind. She teased playfully, tapping the branch of the Bodhi tree. Rustle. In response to her inquiry, the Bodhi tree swayed once more, followed by a peculiar wave of energy. The little medical fairy instantly felt a profound weariness surge from her very soul, causing her eyelids to droop and her head to lower gently. She leaned directly into Jiang Yun's embrace, succumbing to a deep slumber. Buzz. Witnessing the little medical fairy succumb to sleep, a strange sound emanated from within the Bodhi tree, followed by an explosion of verdant light, resembling countless tendrils reaching toward her. Understanding the nature of this opportunity, Jiang Yun did not intervene, allowing the Bodhi tree to draw the little medical fairy closer to its trunk. At the moment of their contact, the ancient tree rippled with waves of energy, while the little healer gradually melded into its essence, ultimately becoming like a statue, sitting cross-legged at the heart of the tree, utterly still. Observing the entire scene, Jiang Yun's mind was anything but tranquil. Qing Ming quietly appeared in his thoughts, watching the every move of the Bodhi tree and marveling at the little healer within it. To think that enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree could yield such a profound opportunity. even in the vast expanse of the world. I have only heard of such occurrences by chance, he mused. Senior Qingming. It is said that those who achieve enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree possess the potential to reach the rank of Dou Emperor. Is this truly the case? Jiang Yun inquired with a spark of curiosity. After a moment of silence, Qingming responded. It is rumored that within the great spirit mountain of the vast world lies an ancient Bodhi tree, their greatest treasure. Every 1,000 years, a Bodhi conference is held, and those fortunate enough may receive the chance for enlightenment from the tree, drawing countless seekers from surrounding continents. The efficacy of the Bodhi tree is evident. To be honest, I was quite astonished when I learned of the existence of a Bodhi tree in the Dou Qi Continent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun, intrigued, asked, "Is there any possibility for us to know?" Before Jiang Yun could finish, Qingming slowly shook his head and stated solemnly, "The power of this Bodhi tree is comparable to that of a quasi-heavenly sovereign. If it wishes to escape, even I would be unable to stop it. What a pity." Jiang Yun nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter, and murmured in resignation. At that moment, he looked towards the Bodhi tree in astonishment. After drawing in the little healer, the Bodhi tree seemed to hesitate, not immediately initiating the cycle of reincarnation, but instead emitting a rustling sound directed at Jiang Yun. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he might also have a part in this. "Yunner, this is an exceedingly rare opportunity. You must not let it slip away." Even Qingming, witnessing this development, became somewhat agitated, urging him with uncommon enthusiasm. Indeed, Jiang Yun nodded. Recognizing the opportunity, he was determined not to miss it. However, before proceeding, he addressed Qingming within him. "The Bodhi tree is no ordinary entity. If I enter its essence, it may discover the holy celestial demon flame and the Qingming tower within me. Just to be safe, Senior Qingming, please conceal the holy celestial demon flame for now." Jiang Yun was not concerned about whether the Bodhi tree would recognize his bloodline, as the evil spirit clan inherently possessed the bloodline of the great 1,000 citizens, capable of cultivating both spiritual energy and malevolence. As long as he did not actively expose himself, even a supreme heavenly sovereign would not detect anything amiss, let alone the Bodhi tree. You make a valid point. If one were to venture into its core, there would indeed be some risk. However, if we remain here, I am confident it will not discover my presence. Qingming nodded in agreement. With arrangements settled, a faint spatial fluctuation emanated from Jiang Yun's sleeve, and the next moment, he began to walk towards the Bodhi tree. The ancient Bodhi tree, upon observing Jiang Yun's proactive approach, wasted no time. It extended its branches, drawing him into its embrace and placing him beside the little medicine fairy. In the next moment, her delicate arms instinctively entwined around Jiang Yun's neck, and the two found themselves locked in a fervent embrace. As they both entered this shared realm, the verdant trunk of the Bodhi tree swayed, emanating a divine and wise aura that enveloped the surroundings. Together, Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy entered an eternal cycle of unity through countless lifetimes. Simultaneously, this space fell into profound silence, the only sound being the gentle rustle of leaves swaying in the canopy above. While tranquility enveloped this realm, the outside world was anything but calm. The Bodhi tree incited fierce conflict among the ordinary folk and imperial clans of the continent. Initially, the sudden opportunity caught many off guard, leading countless individuals to breach various defenses and rush toward the Bodhi tree. Yet, despite its divine presence being so near, they found themselves at a loss. Unable to take action, having regained its strength, the Bodhi tree exuded an aura of sanctity and peace, and would not strike without cause. However, in the absence of aggression from the tree, some ruthless individuals, frustrated by their lack of success, lashed out against it. Their attacks were met with swift retaliation from the Bodhi tree. In full view of the crowd, the assault from a semi-holy being failed to even disturb a single leaf. Conversely, the assailants suffered a devastating counterattack, nearly shattering their very soul. This incident deepened the reverence the onlookers held for the Bodhi tree, and henceforth, none dared to act recklessly in its presence. All were compelled to muster their courage and explore various means to communicate with the sacred tree. During this period, the various clans began to react, each dispatching a one-star dou sheng to the scene, swiftly altering the dynamics at play. After a tumultuous period of bloodshed, the numerous factions on the continent reached a consensus. Only those beneath the Dozun rank would be permitted to explore the Bodhi tree. Thus, the commotion triggered by the emergence of the Bodhi tree was finally subdued, while an undercurrent of new turmoil began to stir. For reasons unknown, the major imperial clans united to enact a treaty prohibiting Dozun from participating in the contest for the Bodhi tree, leaving many bewildered. Returning to the Dan Tower, the disheartened Tian Lazy rejoined his companions, expressing his frustration. He speculated that perhaps the younger generation of these clans was simply too weak, And the timing of the Bodhi tree's appearance was also somewhat unfavorable. Yao Qin's eyes gleamed with contemplation as he surmised. That may be true, but if that were the case, wouldn't Jiang Yun also be restricted? Xian Kongzi nodded in agreement. Then, with a look of astonishment, added, indeed. If so, Jiang Yun would be hindered as well. He was originally the most promising candidate to attain the Bodhi heart, yet he has been so unexpectedly sidelined. How could he possibly accept that? It now appears that their intentions extend beyond merely wishing for their younger generation to seize this opportunity. They also seek to stifle Jiang Yun's advancement. Are they gripped by fear? With a cold smile, Yao Chen spoke in a somber tone. Jiang Yun is currently untraceable. I can only hope he remains composed. After much contemplation, Xian Kongzi sighed in resignation. Under these circumstances, Xiao Yin may yet have a chance to contend. At this moment, Xian Yi turned his gaze towards Xiao Yin, who, under the tutelage of the esteemed 8th-grade alchemist, had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9-star Do Huang. With the full force of 4 unique flames unleashed, even a 9-star Do zone would shy away from his brilliance. Master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin felt a surge of motivation and turned to Yao Chen. Go forth. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet the prodigies of various clans. Moreover, your young lady friend is likely to attend as well. Yao Chen regarded Xiao Yin with a knowing smile, his tone teasing. Sonu? Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, murmuring as the memories of their farewell flooded his mind. Are they truly to meet again? Meanwhile, at a spatial wormhole in the southern region, the fabric of space rippled before a multitude of figures burst forth, aligning themselves with precision in the plaza. An aura of fierce determination emanated from them, erupting like a volcano. The spatial disturbances did not cease. A slender and enchanting figure gradually emerged from the warped space, stepping forth into the sunlit realm. The delicate girl clad in green raised her exquisitely charming face, gazing towards the distant Bodhi ancient tree, and then broke into a radiant smile. Her smile could captivate a city. Brother Xiao Yin, we are finally to meet again. I believe you will be quite taken aback upon seeing Suner. Brother Hunyuan, this time, Hunyuan Yu, Hunyuan Feng, and Lord Yun Yi could not attend due to their cultivation levels. Truly, the heavens favor you this time. In a similar spatial wormhole, a group of figures clad in black robes emerged, directing their admiration towards the leading figure, Hunyuan. He, the young talents of various clans are formidable. We must not tarnish our clan's reputation on this journey. Hunyuan's gaze was fervently fixed on the horizon, his voice resonating with determination. Yes. Upon hearing the synchronized responses behind him, Hunyuan's spirits soared. For reasons unknown, their clan had dispatched nearly all of its top 100 prodigies at the Dozong realm to vie for the Bodhi heart, under his command. At this moment, his heart brimmed with confidence as he gazed towards the Bodhi ancient tree, yearning to proclaim, I will take on 10. At this juncture, not only the great imperial clans, but also the forces of Zhongzhou were sending their younger generations to the vicinity of the Bodhi ancient tree. Even the distant Tian Yao Huang from the Beast Domain had dispatched young experts to partake in this contest. The competition for the Bodhi ancient tree had undeniably transformed into a grand gathering of the younger generation. Deep within the realm of alchemy, a towering mountain loomed, its summit obscured by clouds, where numerous grand halls and edifices could be faintly discerned. At the summit of the Medicine Mountain, enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, an enchanting fragrance of medicinal herbs wafts through the air, imparting a serene sensation akin to being in a celestial realm. Atop this mountain, vast expanses of medicinal materials converge like an ocean, and suspended above this sea of herbs is an immense plaza. At each corner of the plaza stand 4 colossal cauldrons, releasing fragrant vapors that ascend toward the heavens. A venerable elder, clad in a white robe with flowing white hair, observes a group of youths engaged in alchemical practices below. After a prolonged silence, he inquires of a nearby elder with striking red hair, who from our clan has ventured forth for the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree. This man is Yao Dan, the patriarch of the medicine clan, a 7-star Do saint and a 9th-rank alchemist. The red-haired elder, known as Elder Wanhua, the second in command of the clan and a 6-star Do saint, also a 9th-rank alchemist, pauses momentarily at Yao Dan's question before responding with a respectful gesture. It should be Yao Dian and Yao Xing leading the team. What of Yaoling, that girl? Nodding thoughtfully, Yao Dan casually inquires. I heard she is in seclusion? Elder Wanhua shakes his head gently and replies, indeed. In seclusion? Yao Dan murmurs, letting out a sigh. It seems our little one bears considerable pressure. With a wry smile, Elder Wanhua agrees. Indeed, with the emergence of the prodigies Jiang Yun and Yun Yi, the latter being formidable in strength, yet Jiang Yun is an 8th-rank 9-color alchemist. I still cannot fathom how someone of such youth could achieve this level. His words are laced with astonishment. Pressure is beneficial. It prevents arrogance, Yao Dan nods. Even he is astounded by Jiang Yun's talent. often lamenting the missed opportunities. This presents an opportunity to catch up. Elder Wanhua chuckles lightly, filled with anticipation. However, Yao Dan shakes his head solemnly. True geniuses cannot be easily surpassed. Besides, do you genuinely believe Yao Tian and the others can contend with the ancient clan and the Soul Clan? Elder Wanhua finds himself momentarily speechless at this remark. Yao Dan, compared to Gai Wang, your insight is notably sharper. Chapter 185, The Soul Emperor Gai Wang. Across the heavens, ripples emerge, and simultaneously, a soft chuckle resonates. The arrival of this voice instantly heightens the tension among Yao Dan, Elder Wanhua, and the formidable guardians of Yaoxing Mountain. Enemy attack. The Medicine Clan must be on high alert. Elder Wanhua reacts swiftly, his commanding shout reverberating throughout the Medicine Mountain range, echoing in the realms above. Immediately, radiant flashes dart through the expansive mountains as all members of the Medicine Clan reveal themselves at this critical moment. In an instant, the skies are charged with an overwhelming aura. A dozen Dou saints emerge, their fighting spirits surging like a torrent, ready to unleash a tempestuous offensive at the slightest provocation. At this moment, Yao Dan's expression momentarily faltered, yet no one noticed the fear flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, he gazed at the rippling space ahead and murmured softly, "The Soul Emperor?" The space trembled as a vortex slowly took form. Soon, from within the swirling depths, a somewhat elongated hand emerged, resting against the top of the vortex. A figure then stepped forth leisurely, ultimately appearing before the eyes of all the members of the Yao clan. The Soul Emperor donned a grayish-white robe, exuding an air of cultured gentility, reminiscent of a scholar if he were to hold a tome. However, upon his arrival, both Yao Dan and Elder Wanhua's expressions turned gravely serious, to the point where Elder Wanhua's body trembled slightly. The Soul Emperor paid no heed to the Yao clan members and strolled unhurriedly towards the summit where Yao Dan stood, observing his surroundings as he spoke softly. "Yao Dan, it has been many years since we last met. Your realm remains as picturesque as ever. Soul Emperor, what brings you here? This is not a place for you." The Emperor's words instantly heightened Yao Dan's tension. He stepped past the crowd to confront the Soul Emperor directly, his demeanor more serious than ever. The man before him was the strongest on the continent, at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint, an unparalleled master of imperial soul. Apart from the ancient clan leader, Gu Yuan, there was no rival to match him. What was even more alarming was that, regarding the Soul Emperor, Yao Dan had no confidence that even the protective grand formation of the Yao clan could withstand him. He was indeed a perilous individual capable of annihilating an entire clan single-handedly. In this world, there are no places I should not tread. Observing the anxious Yao Dan, the Soul Emperor smiled lightly. At that moment, he seemed to embody the true ruler of the Yao realm, his words imbued with an overwhelming authority. As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept across those below. Anyone caught in his line of sight felt an uncontainable chill surge from the depths of their souls, though his expression appeared calm. Beneath that tranquility lay a coldness devoid of emotion, as if in his eyes, all beings were no more significant than mere blades of grass. "Soul Emperor, we of the Yao clan did not invite your presence. Trespassing into another clan's domain is a violation of an ironclad rule. Even Gu Yuan has never contravened this." Yao Dan invoked Gu Yuan, hoping to instill a modicum of caution in the Soul Emperor, urging him to depart from the Yao realm. Among the imperial clans, Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor had always kept each other in check, vigilantly monitoring one another. Otherwise, the peace among the clans would not have been so stable. "You need not invoke Gu Yuan to intimidate me. What I, the Soul Emperor, intend to do cannot be halted even by Gu Yuan." The Soul Emperor's countenance suddenly hardened, his words laden with implications that sent a shiver down Yao Dan's spine. "I have heard from Xuanzi that the 12-grade 7-colored snow lotus is preserved within the Yao clan. I have come today to negotiate." Sensing the timing was right, the Soul Emperor gradually revealed his purpose. This time, his intent to restrain Gu Yuan and draw the attention of the ancient clan was genuine. Seizing some benefits from the Yao clan was certainly not out of the question. 12-grade, 9-colored snow lotus. Xuanzi. Upon hearing the words of the Soul Emperor, Elder Wanhu was taken aback, inhaling sharply. The 12-grade 9-colored snow lotus is the principal herbal ingredient for the 9-grade golden pill and the 9-colored snow spirit pill. Renowned for its miraculous ability to revive the deceased and mend broken bones, earning its title as the premier healing elixir of the Dou Qi Continent. Admittedly, no one on the continent possesses the capability to concoct a 9-grade golden pill at present. However, its lotus seeds can still be utilized to create a lesser 9-grade mysterious pill, which remains a top-tier healing remedy. Throughout the extensive history of the Dou Qi Continent, only the Apothecary Emperor had acquired 2 specimens of the 12-grade 9-colored snow lotus. one of which was transformed into a 9-grade golden pill, while the other was preserved by the apothecary clan as a vital asset. Thus, the astonishment of the two upon learning that the Soul Emperor sought the 12-grade 9-colored snow lotus is entirely understandable. While the apothecary felt a sense of inexplicable relief, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the informant, Soul Shuzi. Simultaneously, another query occupied his mind. Why was the Soul Emperor mobilizing such force to demand the 12-grade 9-colored snow lotus? Was a prominent figure from the Soul clan gravely injured? Apothecary, my patience wears thin. Will you yield the 12-grade 9-colored snow lotus, or not? As the apothecary pondered this, the Soul Emperor's countenance suddenly turned frigid, and the sky darkened ominously. The vast energies of the cosmos roared behind him, bridging the heavens and the earth, resembling an unending tide of energy. With the relentless sound of crashing waves echoing throughout, the formidable might of the 9-star Dou Saint could summon such a magnificent, rarefied energy tide in an instant. And as the Soul Emperor unleashed it, the apothecary's expression grew exceedingly grave. He had no doubt that should a confrontation ensue, he would be obliterated under the immense pressure in an instant. All members of the apothecary clan, heed my command. Activate the celestial apothecary formation. Elder Wanhu, sensing the Soul Emperor's intentions, called out urgently. Buzz. Without hesitation, the elders of the apothecary clan swiftly unleashed beams of light that pierced into the mountain range, causing it to tremble as colossal light columns erupted from the earth, ultimately intertwining in the sky to form an enormous, peculiar formation. Wait. Just as the formation was about to be executed, a sharp command from the apothecary halted everyone in their tracks. He then turned to the Soul Emperor and stated, I can provide you with the 12-grade 9-colored snow lotus, but you must guarantee that upon obtaining the herbs, you will immediately depart from my apothecary realm. Upon hearing the apothecary's words, Elder Wanhu shot a reluctant glance at him. The apothecary, with a piercing gaze, solemnly declared, herbs can be sought again. But should the ancestral protective formation be compromised as a result, it would be a grave sin for us all. Elder Wanhu shuddered and ultimately retreated behind the apothecary with a sense of resignation. Observing this, the Soul Emperor chuckled lightly and taunted, Apothecary, there is no need for your anxiety. Even after the demise of the apothecary clan, I could still procure the 12-grade 9-colored snow lotus. Since I have come to negotiate with you, it is not the apothecary clan that I seek to confront. Upon hearing the explanation from the Soul Emperor, Yao Dan inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although this did not guarantee the cessation of the impending crisis, it did instill a modicum of stability within his heart. The circumstances were beyond his control, compelling Yao Dan to retrieve a jade box from his spatial ring. Within it lay a pristine flower, the 12-rank snow lotus, pure as jade. Remarkably, its core radiated a spectrum of 9 colors, and even after millennia, it exuded the essence of vitality, releasing an alluring fragrance. The Soul Emperor observed this scene with keen interest. At his level of cultivation, ordinary items had long ceased to hold any allure for him. Excluding the likes of pure lotus demonic fire, void devouring flames, and 9 profound golden thundergrade spiritual materials, only a 9-rank golden pill could truly captivate his attention. As the primary medicinal ingredient for crafting a 9-rank golden pill, the 12-rank 9-colored snow lotus naturally piqued his curiosity. Here you go. Reluctantly casting a glance at the jade box in his palm, Yao Dan decisively pushed it toward the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor watched this exchange with an expression of calm, yet deep within his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of joy surfaced, quickly vanishing. A light chuckle escaped him as his figure flickered, advancing toward the approaching jade box. Gu Yuan, when did you become so stealthy? Boom. In the void, 2 hands, as white as jade, collided. The impact did not result in a cataclysmic roar. Instead, it merely disrupted the spatial patterns, unleashing a wave of destructive force. Had the spatial boundaries of the medicinal realm not been reinforced over millennia, this clash alone would have torn the space asunder. Gu Yuan, observing this spectacle, Yao Dan's expression relaxed entirely. He turned to the elder Do Sheng behind him and instructed, protect the sacred medicine mountain, ensure it remains unaffected. Understood. Boom. In the void, the two figures engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows over 100 times within mere breaths. The space around them flickered with life and death, and such fluctuations would surely gravely injure even an 8-star Do Shen caught within. After another intense exchange, the Soul Emperor grasped the jade box containing the 12-rank 9-colored snow lotus, his figure blinking to a distant location. He regarded the finally revealed Gu Yuan and remarked, Gu Yuan, why have you left the ancient realm to come to the medicine clan? Humph. After realizing his miscalculation, Gu Yuan scoffed, casting a cold gaze at the Soul Emperor. If you, the Soul Emperor, can visit certain realms, Then why can't I, Gu Yuan? Oh, upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor raised an eyebrow, a hint of regret flickering across his face as he inquired, "We have known each other for a millennium. Why have you not come to visit me in the Soul Realm, my old friend?" At this, Gu Yuan fell silent. The reason for not visiting the Soul Realm was simple. He feared meeting the same fate as Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian was indeed formidable, having once dominated an entire era. Yet he was ultimately beset and perished at the hands of the Soul Clan. Gu Yuan deemed himself not yet at Xiao Xian's level. He had no desire to share such a fate. He aspired to transcend to the Dou Qi realm and lead the ancient clan toward a renaissance of prosperity. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan retorted, "Then why, O Emperor of Souls, have you not graced my ancient realm for a millennium? Fear not, Gu Yuan. The opportunity shall soon present itself." The Emperor of Souls replied with a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. Upon hearing his words, Gu Yuan's heart raced, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Yet, in the next moment, he dispelled the feeling, his demeanor shifting as he flicked his sleeve, his expression icy. "Emperor of Souls, I shall not engage in debate with you. Your coercion of the medicinal clan today is unwarranted. Surrender the 12-grade 9-colored snow lotus, and I shall allow you to depart." "Allow me to leave?" The Emperor of Souls appeared to find this notion utterly ludicrous, responding with a cold laugh. "You, Gu Yuan, lack the capability." With that, he tore open a rift in space and turned to Gu Yuan, saying, "If you dare, follow me." Ignoring Gu Yuan's grim countenance, he stepped into the spatial passageway. Within the passage, a flicker of pitch-black flame flashed, seemingly mocking Gu Yuan. As the Emperor departed, the passage indeed remained open, lingering quietly within the realm of medicine. Gu Yuan, his expression darkened, watched as the Emperor of Souls swaggered away, paralyzed into inaction. The Emperor of Souls is cunning. There must be an ambush beyond that spatial passage. We must not be easily deceived. Sensing a shift in momentum, Gu Yuan clasped his hands behind him, gazing intently at the passageway as he spoke in a solemn tone. Observing this scene, Yao Dan understood that the 9-colored snow lotus was irrevocably lost, and with a sigh, he addressed Gu Yuan. "Thank you, Chief Gu Yuan, for aiding my medicinal clan in our plight. It is of no consequence. The Emperor of Souls, for reasons unknown, has not emerged from the Soul Realm for a millennium. Yet today he appears in the realm of medicine, truly perplexing." Gu Yuan waved his hand, a look of confusion adorning his face. "The Emperor of Souls has seized our 12-grade, 9-colored snow lotus. Could it be that someone from the Soul Clan has suffered grave injuries and is on the brink of death?" Yao Dan speculated, a flicker of thought crossing his features. At this, Gu Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be that the Emperor's condition, after a millennium of nurturing, had not improved but rather worsened, compelling him to take such reckless action against the medicinal clan? Contemplating this possibility, Gu Yuan felt a surge of determination. If his conjecture held true, then the Emperor of Souls was at his most vulnerable, presenting an optimal opportunity to eliminate him. His piercing gaze swept over the lingering spatial passage. Yet doubts began to cloud his mind once more. During their confrontation, he had not sensed any sign of weakness from the Emperor. And with the presence of the formidable void-devouring flame within the Soul Clan, if he were to lure the enemy in, he would undoubtedly fall into peril. Shaking his head, Gu Yuan resolved to keep a close watch on the movements of the Soul Clan upon his return, contemplating his next course of action. The actions of the Emperor of Souls were indeed excessive. I shall return and summon a decree to unite the clans in denouncing his conduct. Hoping to reclaim what was lost for the medicinal clan. In the depths of his heart, doubts arose as Gu Yuan vehemently reproached the Soul Emperor. Before bidding farewell to Yao Dan and tearing open a rift in space to journey towards the ancient clan. Once the two clan leaders departed, the spatial passage dissipated. An elder Wanhua approached Yao Dan, hesitantly inquiring, "Clan leader, do you believe Gu Yuan's strategy will prove effective?" Upon hearing this, Yao Dan let out a chilling laugh. "Do you truly think Gu Yuan is a benevolent figure? Would he turn against the Soul Emperor and the Soul Clan for the sake of my medicine clan?" The blatant words left Elder Wanhua momentarily speechless. Observing this, Yao Dan continued, "Consider the Shao clan, once so closely allied with the ancient clan. Yet when the Shao clan faced annihilation, did Gu Yuan ever make an appearance? Did the ancient clan extend a helping hand? In the end, they were all too eager to seize the spoils." With a disdainful scoff, Yao Dan, his countenance grim, swept away in anger. Elder Wanhua, witnessing this, let out a resigned sigh and set about calming the emotions of the medicine clan's members. Meanwhile, as the Soul Emperor and Gu Yuan confronted one another in the medicine realm, a legion from the Soul Clan was silently consumed by the void-devouring flame, stealthily making its way towards the flame realm. In the pitch-black void, the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan led numerous formidable warriors, quietly converging. A cursory glance revealed that the Soul Clan had mobilized no less than 30 to 40 battle saints, representing a significant fraction of their resources. Most crucially, among them lay 4 ominous coffins, from which billowed dense black mist, exuding a chilling and malevolent aura. These were the Soul Clan's other hidden assets, for living dead at the battle saint level. At this juncture, the Soul Clan was left with only the Soul Emperor to guard against the attention of the other clans. Should the ancient clan choose to attack now, not only would the Soul Clan's plans be exposed, but the Soul Emperor could find himself at risk of being besieged. Regrettably, Gu Yuan was a cautious individual and would not dare to recklessly invade the Soul Realm. This exemplified the stark contrast between Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was a decisive man. Once he set a target, he would strike with unyielding force, leaving no room for the enemy to resist. And he possessed a notable spirit of adventure. He had boldly launched an offensive against the Shao clan when they were gravely weakened. Despite the Shao clan being the preeminent clan of the time, even though Shao Xian had failed in his bid for the title of Battle Emperor, the strength of the Shao clan had not diminished significantly, and with the ancient clan as their ally, it was clear that the Soul Emperor had been prepared to risk everything in his audacious assault. Though he ultimately succeeded in slaying Shao Xian and dismantling the Shao clan, he himself was left severely wounded, and the Soul clan suffered substantial losses. This marked one of the weakest moments in the history of the Soul clan. Should the ancient clan decide to strike, all that the Soul clan had achieved would be rendered futile. Yet again, the Soul Emperor emerged victorious in his gamble, as Gu Yuan's reactions were entirely anticipated. Thus, on the continent of Dou Qi, the last obstacle in his path was obliterated. This time, he bore the intent of delivering a decisive blow, seeking to leave the Flame clan no opportunity for resistance, aiming to annihilate them in one fell swoop. A soft sound echoed, and the figure of the Void Devourer slowly materialized. In that instant, dozens of gazes fixated upon the Void Devourer, their eyes shimmering with an unprecedented fervor. Observing this, the Void Devourer calmly remarked, "Awaken Soulborn and the others, lay down the Death Realm formation. When the moment arrives, I will engulf the entire Flame Realm, and you shall act immediately to obliterate the living forces of the Flame clan." Yes, upon hearing the Void Devourer's words, the crowd's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as they chorused in agreement. Chapter 186, Assault on the Flame Clan. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as the lids of 4 black coffins were suddenly propelled open. Dark clouds roiled, and 4 skeletal figures emerged, their emaciated forms stepping forth with an overwhelming and terrifying aura that swept across the scene. After a millennium of slumber, has the final moment finally arrived? A frail voice emerged from one of the gaunt elders, his face ashen. "Ancestor." As the 4 appeared, several members of the Soul clan stepped forward, bowing respectfully to them. "Soulborn, how do you fare now?" The Void Devourer approached the 4, standing with arms clasped behind him, his tone serene as he inquired. Upon seeing the Void Devourer and sensing the vast energy within him, the 4, with eyes that conveyed an eerie stillness, revealed traces of astonishment and respectfully responded, "Congratulations, Master Void, on reaching the 9-star Dou Saint realm. The vitality within us is sufficient to sustain a great battle." Acknowledging their response with a nod, the Void Devourer stated indifferently, "We shall launch a lightning strike against the Flame clan. You will first set the Death Realm formation within my body. Once I have consumed the Flame realm, initiate the formation immediately, leaving them no chance to react, and sweep them away with overwhelming force." The Flame clan? Upon hearing the Void Devourer's words, the 4 exchanged surprised glances, not anticipating that they would confront the Flame clan first. However, they held no objections, respectfully nodding in agreement. At that moment, Yuan Yi suddenly stepped forward and inquired, "The Flame clan undoubtedly possesses a protective formation. Who will defend against it?" When the Medicine clan perished, they relied on their protective formation to summon the remnants of the Medicine Emperor's soul, which was formidable enough to contend with the 9-star Dou Saint. The Flame clan's protective formation will surely be even stronger. At that time, the Void Devourer will need to maintain spatial stability, while also dealing with the splintered Soul clan, leaving us without equivalent strength. Leave all of that to me. At that moment, a calm voice resonated from the void, and the serene figure of the Soul Emperor approached with measured steps. "Leader." Seeing the Soul Emperor, Yuan Yi was taken aback, but still joined the others in a respectful salute. Indeed, the Soul Emperor's agreement to attack the Flame clan first indicated he must have made thorough preparations. Is the matter resolved? Upon seeing the Soul Emperor, the Void Devourer was not surprised and gently inquired. Gu Yuan remains unchanged, now cautiously observing every move within my soul realm, yet he must avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. My spiritual avatar must return swiftly. The Soul Emperor nodded solemnly, stating that without the assistance of his Imperial Realm Soul Avatar, The void-devouring flame would not have been able to silently consume the flame realm without detection. It was precisely because he had divided his soul that Gu Yuan perceived his strength as somewhat superficial, creating an illusion of being gravely wounded. In truth, had Gu Yuan pursued him into the soul realm at that moment, danger would have surely awaited him, and the plan would have been thwarted. Fortunately, Gu Yuan did not disappoint him. "Let us begin," the void-devouring flame declared with a nod. His eyes ignited with fervor as he concurred with Yun Yi's proposal. Recognizing its mutual benefits, the Flame Clan possessed numerous unique fires and a vast population of descendants. Among the 7 clans, the descendants of the Flame Clan provided the most substantial assistance. This time, he would undoubtedly leverage the Flame Clan as progeny, coupled with the Soul Palace's millennium of heritage, to ascend to the realm of imperial souls. Contemplating this, the gaze of the void-devouring flame towards Yun Yi deepened. Soon, he would no longer be bound by the bloodline of the devouring spirit clan within him. The little flame known as Yun Yi would be at his mercy. In the flame realm, within a magnificent hall, a middle-aged man sat upon the throne, clad in a crimson robe. He appeared to be in his 40s. With a rugged visage, his fiery red eyebrows resembled 2 blazing flames, and his eyes shone a deep crimson, reminiscent of 2 embedded fire gemstones, radiating an aura that seemed to heat the very air around him. The man appeared as a living flame, calm on the surface. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a searing intensity reminiscent of a cataclysmic inferno. Patriarch, Huaxian and Huaji have engaged with the talented youths from the other clans. According to reports, they have encountered an intriguing individual capable of merging multiple unique fires. A voice laced with curiosity emanated from beside Yanjin. A captivating woman in a red gown gazed at Yanjin with a playful smile. Her alluring demeanor exuded maturity and charm, seemingly radiating an enigmatic aura that could induce a trance-like state. This enchanting woman was the second most formidable expert of the Flame Clan, the Fire Spirit Fairy. A powerhouse on par with the 7-star Dou Saint, renowned alongside the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan and the 3 immortals of the Ancient Clan. Hearing the words of the Fire Spirit, a glimmer of interest sparked in Yanjin's eyes. As a master who had fused 2 unique fires, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved, and it appeared that Huaxian and the others had encountered someone of their own age. Which clan's offspring possesses the ability to merge unique fires? Yanjin inquired softly, gazing at the Fire Spirit. It is said that it is not a disciple of any particular clan, but rather a young master named Xiao Yan, who possesses 4 extraordinary flames: the spirit fire of all beasts, the wind fury dragon flame, the Xian Huang flame, and the turtle spirit earth fire. Although these flames do not rank among the top, the mere fact that he has managed to fuse all 4 is quite remarkable. At this point, the eyes of the Fire Spirit Fairy were still filled with disbelief. The surname Xiao? Yanjin was particularly intrigued by the surname Xiao. He should not be a member of the Xiao clan. Regardless of whether they are descendants, their abandoned bloodline should not produce any prodigies. The Fire Spirit understood Yanjin's implication, slowly shaking her head and softly responding. However, the recent turmoil caused by Jiang Yun and Yun Yi is quite severe, and they do not possess any special bloodlines either. Yanjin looked at the Fire Spirit and shook his head, slowly speaking. Upon hearing Yanjin's words, the Fire Spirit Fairy momentarily fell silent. Indeed, according to current intelligence, neither of the 2 possesses any special bloodline, yet their achievements are astonishingly outrageous. Their rapid rise in strength has exceeded the expectations of all. Who could they be? Suddenly, a peculiar flame flickered in Yanjin's crimson eyes, a fierce glint flashing across them, followed by a loud shout. Witnessing this, the Fire Spirit Fairy immediately rose to her feet, her terrifying aura surging forth, her enchanting gaze transforming into one of fierce intensity, as her soul power at the pinnacle of the celestial realm surged outward. The Yin clan is on alert. At this moment, Yanjin also stood up, releasing a long howl. In an instant, streams of light surged forth from the land and mountains of the Flame realm, each figure being at least a Dou Saint, their immense presence causing the very energy of this realm to become tumultuous. All the streams of light converged behind Yanjin in a short time, who wore a grave expression as he gazed into the void. Clan leader, what is happening? An elder clad in a crimson robe, exuding the aura of a 6-star Dou Saint, inquired from behind Yanjin. Yanjin did not respond to the elder's question, but continued to fixate on the distant sky. Meanwhile, the Fire Spirit Fairy whispered gravely. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the distant horizon, and the sky suddenly darkened. In the far-off heavens, countless black beams flickered, followed by piercing screams echoing throughout. Rustle. Just as those black beams flashed in the distance, the crowd was horrified to witness an endless torrent of black flames seeping from the void, ultimately spreading widely and enveloping the entire realm, plunging everything into darkness. What is this? An elder of the Yin clan stared in terror at this scene, trembling as he asked, the void swallowing flame. A heavy glint passed through Yin Jin's eyes as he spoke each word deliberately. What? The void swallowing flame. Upon hearing Yin Jin's words, a profound sense of dread enveloped everyone's hearts, a potent feeling of crisis lingering ominously among them. An elder of the Flame clan, trembling in shock, swiftly retrieved a scroll and tore it open, unleashing a rapid expansion of spatial fluctuations. However, just as these fluctuations were on the verge of coalescing into a spatial passage, they were seemingly disrupted, resulting in a violent turmoil. The nascent passage dissipated in an instant. Witnessing this scene, many members of the Flame clan felt a chill in their hearts, utterly bewildered. How could this be? The ability to entirely seal off the vast realm of the Flame clan required an immense power. With a scoff, Yin Jin emitted a terrifying aura of an 8-star Dou Saint that surged into the sky, causing the very fabric of space to emit creaking sounds. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm into the void, intent on tearing open a spatial passage. Heh, Yin Jin, it has been a millennium since we last met, and you remain as impetuous as ever. Just as Yin Jin's attack was about to reach the spatial area, a light chuckle echoed in everyone's ears, sending a shiver down their spines. In the next moment, the figure of the Soul Emperor silently appeared before Yin Jin's assault, casually waving his sleeve, causing Yin Jin's full-force strike to dissipate into nothingness. Soul Emperor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yin Jin showed no signs of surprise, though his expression became exceedingly grave. Soul Emperor, what brings you to my flame realm? Despite his suspicions, Yin Jin could not refrain from inquiring. Yin Jin, why feign ignorance? The Soul Emperor lightly shook his head with a smile. Then, with his hands clasped behind his back, he looked down at the members of the Flame clan and uttered a chilling proclamation. Since you asked, allow me to inform you, the Flame clan is destined for extinction. Accompanied by the Soul Emperor's words, from the distant sky, a swirling black mist emerged, releasing an overwhelming and sinister aura. The 4 demon saints of the Soul clan, along with numerous powerful figures from the clan, wore malevolent smiles as they gazed at the Flame clan. Yin Jin's heavy gaze was fixed upon the Soul clan's army and the billowing black flames spreading across the sky, his expression exceedingly dark. All members of the Flame clan, heed my command. The Burning Heaven Great Technique. At Yin Jin's command, countless powerful warriors from the Flame clan swiftly formed their formations, unleashing a terrifying pillar of fighting spirit that surged into the clouds. Soul Emperor, if you wish to annihilate my Flame clan, then let us see your true capabilities. Yin Jin's cold gaze pierced through the ranks of the Soul clan, and with a chilling snort, torrents of flames erupted, seemingly intent on incinerating the very heavens and earth, ultimately transforming into a vast sea of fire that swept towards the Soul clan. Soul Burial Technique. Observing this spectacle, the Soul Emperor chuckled softly, waving his sleeve. Behind him, amidst the swirling black clouds, the sound of clanking chains echoed ominously. Suddenly, a hissing noise arose, as countless black chains shot forth from the murky mist, swiftly weaving a celestial net across the sky. Upon this net, the black fog surged, revealing a multitude of grotesque faces that emerged, each emitting chilling cries of despair. With a thunderous roar, the net took shape, and the fiery assault of the Flame clan arrived with a crash, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble violently under the weight of that terrifying impact, while the ground split open, gaping like a chasm from the abyss. As the horrific storm in the sky gradually subsided, the black net remained intact, although the inferno unleashed by the Flame clan had been extinguished, showcasing the formidable strength of the Soul clan in all its glory. Witnessing this scene, a resolute glint flashed in the eyes of Yin Jin. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed once more, Flame clan, heed my command. Activate the clan's protective formation. At his formidable shout, a tremor ran through the hearts of all Flame clan members. It was the first time since ancient times that the protective formation had been activated, a testament to the grave peril facing the Flame clan. The Soul Emperor observed the Flame clan's every move with keen interest. Elders of the Flame clan swiftly unleashed beams of light into the mountains, causing the earth to quake as colossal pillars erupted from the ground, ultimately intertwining in the sky to form a vast and peculiar array. Simultaneously, every member of the Flame clan channeled their inner flames, transforming them into boundless energy that surged forth, flooding into the great formation. In an instant, the formation blazed with brilliance, a terrifying pressure emanating from it, akin to a colossal dragon awakening from a millennia-long slumber. As this pressure spread, the entire realm of flames quaked violently, an immense reservoir of energy continuously converging towards the direction of the formation. Yet, if a solitary figure from the void were to attack, it could still pose some trouble, remarked the Soul Emperor, observing the emerging formation with a light-hearted chuckle. The pressure radiating from the formation had already reached between the initial and mid-stages of a 9-star Dou Saint. Had he not been cautious, unforeseen calamities could have indeed unfolded. Quite impressive indeed, and given that this Flame Emperor is a Dou Emperor who has attained enlightenment through fire, I find myself somewhat at a disadvantage. Beside the Soul Emperor, a mass of black flames began to writhe slowly, ultimately coalescing into the form of the devouring flame of the void. All fires unite, the progenitor returns. At this moment, Yan Jin rapidly altered his hand seals, his expression fierce, before suddenly letting out a sharp cry, with a resounding rumble, as his voice echoed. A vortex appeared at the center of the formation, and an endless stream of flames surged forth from it. Simultaneously, an ancient aura began to permeate from the vortex, slowly spreading outward. At last, an ethereal elder adorned in a red robe adorned with fiery patterns gradually materialized within this realm. A resonating hum echoed. As the figure of the spectral elder emerged, the souls of all present from the Flame clan trembled violently, overwhelmed by a pressure stemming from their bloodline, causing countless figures across the mountains to kneel. The ancestor, Yan Jin, leading the way, alongside numerous elders of the Flame clan, shed tears of fervent emotion, gazing respectfully at the spectral figure with eyes alight with fervor. The remnant soul of the Flame Emperor. Both the Soul Emperor and the void-devouring flame observed the figure with grave expressions. A Dou Emperor, regardless of the passage of years since death, commanded their utmost reverence. Ancestor, bless our Flame clan. Yan Jin knelt in the sky, intoning reverently. Within the grand formation, the remnant soul of the Flame Emperor emitted a soft murmur. The passage of time had rendered his remaining memories increasingly vague. Yet, thankfully, he still retained recollections of the race he had founded. His ancient gaze slowly swept over the gathered assembly, finally manifesting in a self-reflective whisper. Have we truly reached the brink of annihilation? Upon hearing the words of the Flame Emperor, shame washed over the faces of Yan Jin and the others. It was a testament to their incompetence that they had to summon the ancestor's remnant soul for salvation. Unable to voice a defense, they could only bow their heads further in humility. So there exists such a formidable being. No wonder the descendants have fallen to such depths. The Flame Emperor did not engage in dialogue with the Flame clan. He slowly raised his gaze toward the distant Soul Emperor, surprise flickering for the first time in his murky eyes. Even though the latter was merely a fragment of a soul, he immediately discerned the Soul Emperor's true essence, an unparalleled being perilously close to the Dou Emperor's realm, and astonishingly, it was the void-devouring flame. Such distant memories indeed. A remnant soul, drifting in a haze, lamented the fate of a once great Flame Emperor. Might it be better to fulfill my wish, allowing me to witness once more the splendor of the Dou Emperor's domain? In the heavens, the void-devouring flame regarded the remnant soul of the Flame Emperor with a calm smile, speaking in a tranquil tone. Spare me the pleasantries. My time is limited. The Soul Emperor coldly regarded the remnant soul of the Flame Emperor, raising his palm, where a black hole began to form. It swiftly expanded to an immense size, encompassing the entirety of this realm. Gazing upon the abyssal void, one could sense that being ensnared within it would lead to the obliteration of even the soul itself. Chapter 187. The Fall of the Flame Emperor. Ha ha ha, let us convene with this fire path Dou Emperor. Upon witnessing this, the void-devouring flame erupted in laughter, his fingers, inscribed with black runes, pointing downward. Boom. With the gesture of the void-devouring flame, the very fabric of this realm trembled, as the heavens and earth quaked. Amidst the swirling black flames, a colossal finger of dark fire, nearly obscuring half the mountain, descended with tremendous force, crashing down upon the grand formation, causing the very space of this realm to shatter beneath its weight. As the formidable attacks of the two supreme 9-star Dou Saints descended, many within the Flame clan turned pale, their confidence in the Flame Emperor's ability to withstand such onslaught wavering for the first time. In response to the impending assault, the Flame Emperor merely raised a hand, summoning a fire dragon of equal stature to the attackers, which roared skyward from the formation. The dragon's body was adorned with intricate and bizarre fiery patterns, resembling an ancient beast, emanating a fierce and archaic aura. With a thunderous crash, the assaults of the Soul Emperor and the Void Devourer collided with the fire dragon, producing a sound that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The terrifying force unleashed a torrent of energy waves that spread outward, causing those of lesser strength to spout blood on the spot, and some even suffered ruptured eardrums, blood streaming from their ears in a truly tragic spectacle. As the three forces clashed, the overwhelming impact caused their energies to dissipate, leaving the Void Devourer unsteady, clearly drained of considerable energy, while both the Soul Emperor and the Flame Emperor appeared increasingly ethereal. Just how many attacks can a remnant soul muster? The Void Devourer scoffed, sweeping his sleeve, which caused the entire flame realm to tremble. Instantly, the onlookers beheld a multitude of black flame orbs rising into the air, eventually merging with the ominous black flames that veiled the sky. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries, echoing throughout the realm. As the wails resounded, the energy the Void Devourer had just expended was replenished in abundance. "These are our kin," an elder of the Flame Clan gasped as he witnessed the dreadful scene. Within the dense clusters of orbs were countless struggling figures, all members of the Flame Clan. They watched helplessly as their kin were drawn into the billowing black flames, their bodies disintegrating into blood, ultimately consumed entirely by the Void Devourer. With clenched fists and eyes ablaze, Yanjin unleashed a long, mournful howl, a sound of deep resentment and madness that echoed across the expanse. At that moment, he resembled a raging beast, exuding an aura of brutality. Falling Fire Mystic Finger. In his fury, Yanjin's terrifying power as an 8-star Dou Saint erupted fully, the violent energies of heaven and earth coalescing at his fingertips. In an instant, a blinding firelight surged forth, darting through the void at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, racing toward the Void Devourer. "Yanjin, you are still too naive." In the face of Yanjin's frenzied assault, the Void Devourer scoffed disdainfully, clenching his palm to conjure a blood sphere that rapidly expanded at a horrifying velocity. The sphere radiated an aura all too familiar to Yanjin. Explode. When the blood sphere swelled to nearly 1,000 feet in size, the Void Devourer finally waved his hand, sending the sphere hurtling forth to collide violently with the fiery gleam emitted by Yanjin. In an instant, blood-red light veiled the horizon, rendering the ears of all present momentarily deafened, as if the world itself was engulfed in a sea of crimson. The Fire Calamity Palm. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor struck forward with both hands, and from behind him surged an endless inferno, rising to form a colossal hand of fire that reached thousands of feet in height, aimed directly at the void-devouring flames. The scorching winds from this attack caused the very fabric of space to tremble violently. Even a casual strike from a 9-star Dou Saint could effortlessly rend the dimensions apart. "Rest in peace, for this era is no longer yours," echoed the voice of the Soul Emperor, who appeared above the Soul Clan's army with a faint smile. As his words resonated, dark mist began to rise from the ranks below, quickly enveloping the Soul Emperor in a shroud of ominous energy. "The dead belong to my Soul Clan," he declared, observing the Flame Emperor and the descending fiery hand with a light chuckle. With a mere gesture, the black mist swiftly coalesced in his palm, transforming into a massive black seal that loomed overhead, casting a shadow over the mountains below. "Seal of Destruction," cried the members of the Soul Clan in unison. The black seal surged into motion, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, crashing heavily towards the fiery hand. Boom. In that moment, it felt as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing, an indescribable wave of annihilation ravaging the surroundings. Even the fortified dimensions of the flame realm began to fracture, yielding countless dark fissures. With despair etched in their eyes, the Flame Clan watched as the fiery hand succumbed to the tempest. The black seal, undeterred, pressed relentlessly towards the Flame Emperor. Ancestral. As they witnessed the Flame Emperor's defeat, a chill swept through the hearts of the Flame Clan. They had not anticipated that this grand formation, forged with the collective strength of their entire clan, would still falter against the Soul Clan. Alas, it seemed that this calamity was inescapable. Within the formation, the Flame Emperor gazed quietly at the rapidly approaching black seal, letting out a soft sigh, his murmurs drifting into the ears of all. As his voice faded, he suddenly surged from the formation, transforming into a blazing orange flame that swiftly cut through the black mist, ultimately colliding with the descending black seal. Boom! A muffled thud resonated, and under the fierce consumption of the orange flame, the dark seal was utterly dissolved. Flame Emperor? With the Flame Emperor's demise, the Soul Emperor's form dimmed as he quietly regarded the tranquil void, softly murmuring, "Even among the imperial clans that my race has annihilated, you would rank among the foremost of the Dou Emperors. Alas, you encountered me, the Soul Clan, destined to shine anew under my leadership." Ancestral. Flames flickered in crimson hues as he gazed vacantly at the sky, the eternal belief nestled within his heart, crumbling utterly in this moment. With a sharp crack, the dissipating essence of the Flame Emperor heralded the shattering of the protective array of the Flame Clan, exploding amidst a chorus of astonished gazes. Countless motes of light cascaded from the heavens, their reflections illuminating the dazed and wooden faces below. The vanishing remnants of the Flame Emperor left a void within their hearts. Yet Yanjin could not afford the luxury of sorrow. As the leader of his clan, he must guide them in their desperate search for survival. "People of the Flame Clan, do not mourn. Those wretches of the Soul Clan will not spare us." Our survival hangs in the balance. And our only path forward is to fight with all our might to preserve our lineage. Yin Jin approached the gathered members of the clan. His gaze steady upon the bloodthirsty eyes of the Soul Clan ahead, his deep voice resonating in the ears of every Flame clansman. Elders, stand with me. Let us carve a path through blood. As Yin Jin's final command echoed, a multitude of figures surged from the mountains. Not only the elders of the Flame clan, but also the younger generation, their eyes aflame with determination. They all understood that should they falter in this calamity, the Flame clan would be erased from history. The clan was their very foundation. Without it, they would be adrift, with all past glories and pride destined to dissolve into oblivion. Attack! As he beheld the mass of figures soaring into battle, Yin Jin's body trembled with fervor. An overwhelming surge of fighting spirit erupting from within him, coalescing into a colossal torrent of energy that roared forth, hurtling toward the void-devouring flame above. In rapid succession, countless streams of varying intensities of fighting spirit followed suit, all imbued with a sense of resolve, cascading toward the void-devouring flame. Hee, little cubs of the Flame clan, let us entertain you. The void-devouring flame, unfazed by the impending onslaught, awaited with a mirthless laugh, backed by the 4 demonic saints of the Soul clan, unleashing a barrage of attacks toward the Flame clan. The earth trembled as the battle raged on, chaos and intensity enveloping the mountains. Void, I leave this to you. I shall return to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. The Soul Emperor cast a sweeping glance around before turning to give a brief instruction to the void-devouring flame, after which the ethereal figure vanished entirely from this realm. Now it was my turn. Following the departure of the Soul Emperor, the void-devouring flame observed the battlefield in the sky with a light chuckle, then turned to the side where Yuan Yi had not engaged in battle, saying, "This is a rare and extravagant banquet. How far you progress depends solely on your own abilities." "I understand," Yuan Yi replied quietly, nodding his head. In his obsidian eyes, an eerie black flame flickered. After acknowledging the void-devouring flame with a nod, he vanished in an instant, heading toward the descendants of the Flame clan below. Devour, consume. The stronger you become, the greater the benefits that will accrue to me. The void-devouring flame murmured to himself as he gazed at Yuan Yi's retreating figure. Following this encounter, Yuan Yi had become akin to fish on a chopping board, ready for the taking. And the timing of his consumption would depend on when he judged that his opponent had reached a tolerable threshold. Retrieving his gaze, the void-devouring flame coldly scrutinized the people of the Flame clan. With a mere thought, the vast expanse of black flames gradually descended, forming numerous orbs reminiscent of embryos. The orbs, entwined in black flames, began to emit faint bloodlight that silently seeped from the cloud of darkness, ultimately infiltrating those embryonic spheres. Boom! The bloodlight surged, and the densely packed black flame embryos suddenly erupted, unleashing a chorus of piercing and anguished cries that reverberated through the sky. The multitude of black flame shadows cascaded down like a torrential rain, furiously surging toward the mountains below. Witnessing the relentless onslaught of black flame shadows descending from the heavens, the expressions of all within the mountains drastically changed, prompting them to hastily channel their fighting spirit. However, just as their energy began to rise, a flicker of black light flashed before their eyes, and many felt a sharp pain in their chests. Looking down, they were met with a gaping wound, blood and entrails bursting forth. The Devouring Spirit clan? Yuan Yi too observed the swarm of shadows, swiftly seizing one. This entity possessed a human form, yet its eyes brimmed with a murderous intent, and its hands were akin to those of a beast. The Devouring Spirit clan was notoriously savage. Yet the one within Yuan Yi's grasp, though still ferocious, trembled with a primal instinct deep within its bloodline, appearing remarkably docile in his hand. After a moment of observation, he casually tossed it back. The moment it left Yuan Yi's grasp, the creature reverted to its savage nature, roaring as it charged toward the descendants of the Flame clan. "It is time for me to intervene. I must ascend to the level of a battle saint." Yuan Yi intently observed the unfolding scene, then extended his hands, rapidly forming intricate seals. In an instant, a deluge of black flames erupted from behind him, exuding a terrifying devouring force, surging toward the descendants of the Flame clan in overwhelming waves. Faced with the dual onslaught of the devouring spirits and Yuan Yi, the entire mountain range descended into chaos, with fierce battles erupting in every corner. The air was filled with anguished screams, and the ground was stained a vivid crimson with blood. Amidst the turmoil, Yin Jin gazed upon the chaotic mountains, his expression dark and foreboding. His peripheral vision caught sight of the slain devouring spirits, causing his pupils to constrict sharply as he inhaled sharply. The devouring spirits. How could they still exist? Were they not eradicated in ancient times? It is your Soul clan's doing. The last chieftain of the devouring spirits was executed by your clan. And yet you dare to keep them captive. An incredulous growl escaped Yan Jin's lips as he suddenly lifted his gaze towards the trio of soul mirrors surrounding him, unleashing a furious roar. Ha ha ha. Yan Jin, you are not entirely foolish. It is not too late for your awakening. Now you understand why my clan has chosen to act against you. The trio of soul mirrors laughed in unison upon hearing Yan Jin's furious outburst. No wonder many races have gradually declined since ancient times, while your soul clan continues to endure. Yan Shinpalm. In an instant, Yan Jin comprehended the entirety of the situation, and with a fierce strike, he sent the three of them staggering back, coughing blood. With a resolute shout, he commanded, Elders of the Yan clan, self-destruct. Tear open the space and ensure that the news from here is conveyed. My clan must not sever ties with this. At Yan Jin's cry, the elders of the Yan clan in the sky trembled, their faces reflecting sorrow and determination. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from their bodies, and the fighting spirit within them surged violently at that moment. With menacing smiles, they soared towards the ranks of the Soul Clan, unleashing an extreme and tumultuous energy that exploded across the sky. Boom! The explosion triggered a chain reaction, with waves of intense energy detonating throughout the heavens. A terrifying storm of destruction laid waste to the mountain range in an instant. Some powerful members of the Soul Clan, caught off guard, were directly affected, resulting in them being violently thrown back, spitting blood. Vast chasms, thousands of feet deep, spread like a spider's web, and in the face of such a devastating self-detonation, the previously sealed space began to warp, with tiny fissures appearing ominously. Continue. Noticing this change, a glimmer of hope flickered in Yan Jin's eyes as he suppressed his grief and shouted sternly to the others. Yan Jin, you celebrate too soon. In the high skies, the orchestrator of the entire situation, Void-Devouring Flame, observed the scene with a cold smirk. Upon hearing Void-Devouring Flame's words, a chill of foreboding gripped Yan Jin's heart. Desolation of all sides, realm of death. Just then, a chorus of booming voices erupted from the very edges of the Yan realm space. Yan Jin suddenly turned his head, and to his astonishment, four colossal black gates, towering thousands of feet high, emerged abruptly from the horizon, suffused with an ominous aura of death. These gigantic portals stood sentinel at the cardinal points of the sky, exuding a malevolent energy that enveloped the realm. The spatial rifts, which had only moments before been rent open by the self-detonation of the Yan clan's powerful warriors, abruptly sealed once more. And Yan Jin sensed a newfound stability in the fabric of space. What would have been a cause for elation now plunged his heart into despair. The oppressive breath of death rolled in from the distant horizon, and under its malignant influence, the warriors of the Yan clan were horrified to discover that the vitality within them was gradually ebbing away. In Shengtian, Yin Yao, were you not dead? How could you possibly still be alive? Adding to Yan Jin's sense of hopelessness, for familiar yet unsettling figures materialized above the gates, standing with an air of ominous authority. The Soul Clan, indeed, had gone to great lengths to prepare for this confrontation against the Yan clan. Clenching his fists tightly, blood dripped slowly from his palms as he glared furiously at the encroaching troops of the Soul Clan. Even in death, you shall not find peace, Soul Clan. Chapter 188. Movements of the ancient dragon clan. A suffocating aura of death pervaded the atmosphere as the members of the Yan clan remained vigilant, their gazes wary of the encroaching black mist. They felt the deathly energy infiltrating their very beings, an insidious permeation that could not be staved off by either battle energy or spiritual power. Sensing the dwindling life force within them and realizing that the Yan clan was on the brink of a slow demise, Yan Jin erupted in a furious roar directed at the Soul Clan. Even if my Yan clan falls, you shall not fare any better, Soul Clan. All elders, follow me. Strike down our foes. Kill. Not far away. Upon hearing Yan Jin's furious proclamation, all the powerful warriors of the Yan clan surged forth, propelled by their resolute determination and indignation, charging toward the Soul Clan's forces. Their battle energy surged to a boiling point, amplifying their presence, signifying that this would be their final stand. At this moment, they did not hope for escape. They only wished to drag a few of their enemies down with them. Do you wish to perish together? You may not possess the qualifications to do so. In Shengtian scoffed, witnessing the boiling battle energy and heightened auras of the Yan warriors. Formation of the realm of death. With the furious shouts of the four, the ominous black energy in the sky began to boil with intensity. The warriors of the Yan clan realized that the Soul Clan had already retreated beyond the confines of the formation. Their faces twisted with mocking laughter as they seemed to deride the Yan clan's audacity. Come back, you filthy cowards of the Soul Clan. As the Soul Clan retreated, the warriors of the Yan clan, resolved to fight to the last, emitted cries of defiance. They could feel the deathly energy surrounding them, an insatiable tide that continued to erode their life force. If this continues, they will soon perish without value. Patriarch, we must urgently break through to the fire spirit fairy of the flame tribe. Her alluring cheeks were suffused with sorrow, and her breath was slightly labored, evidently a result of injuries sustained in the previous battle. Patriarch, please make a decision swiftly. We do not wish to die here in such obscurity. Indeed, Patriarch, we shall follow your lead. Upon hearing the chorus of agreement around her, the crimson tears flowed from Yen Jin's eyes. The deathly aura within the Death Realm formation could obstruct soul probing. These individuals were undoubtedly prepared to sacrifice their lives in search of an escape, all for the slightest chance to inflict harm upon the Soul Tribe. Very well, stay close to me, and I shall ensure your escape. The Soul Tribe will not depart unscathed from my flame realm. Yen Jin wiped the tears from her eyes and declared with fury, Patriarch, hiss. Just as the others were about to speak, a faint sound of wind tearing through the air emerged amidst the pervasive deathly aura, followed by a flurry of dark spears, imbued with a thick aura of death, shooting forth from all directions. Be cautious. The sudden onslaught caused a moment of panic among the group. The dark spears, laden with the essence of death, rendered even their defensive energies ineffective. Soon, several powerful members of the flame tribe were pierced through by the dark spears, collapsing into heaps of withered bones, from which wisps of black mist seeped forth. Damn it! Seeing this, Yen Jin cursed inwardly, too hurried to grieve, and shouted, Follow my lead and let us fight our way out. Yen, engulfed in flames, raised her hand, unleashing an unfathomable, terrifying energy that surged wildly through space. In an instant, it shattered the dense deathly aura, and the members of the flame tribe seemed to glimpse the dawn of hope. At that moment, as the Soul Tribe and the Flame Tribe clashed, the attention of the Central Continent and the remaining imperial clans converged upon the ancient Bodhi tree. A portion of power in the beast domain also began to flow quietly, in a canyon in the northwest region of the Central Continent. Stretching thousands of zhang and unfathomably deep, the bottom was unseen, shrouded in chilling winds and swirling black mist. Along the steep rock walls, where the black mist thickened, all was silent, devoid of life, a place where not even weeds dared to grow. This area was seldom visited. Even the most adventurous mercenaries would not dare to seek treasures in such a desolate realm. Yet, if one were to continue downward, venturing into the unfathomable depths, they would discover a spatial barrier, within which lay a cluster of pitch-black palaces resembling colossal beasts, lurking in the depths of the canyon. Amidst the black fog, the palaces flickered into view, and at that moment, several figures cloaked in black robes darted out from the palaces, revealing themselves within the mist. They were clad in dark robes, exuding an immense power, their low curses gradually carried away by the gusts of sinister wind. This was a branch of the Soul Palace in the Central Continent, and it was an exceedingly significant subterranean hall. The inhabitants of the Soul Palace certainly lack the discernment to find a suitable location, as they have chosen an exceedingly desolate area in the Central Plains. If one day a valiant warrior sought to visit the Soul Palace, this barren wasteland would almost certainly conceal a branch of the palace. In the canyon sky, where black mist swirled, a tear suddenly appeared, and a figure clad in a green robe silently stepped forth from the rift. The green-robed figure gazed upon the palace before him, chuckling softly. Is this the so-called Soul Palace? Indeed, it is but a gathering of unseen rats. If His Majesty were still present, there would be no need for such caution. This figure was none other than Zhu Zhou of the ancient dragon clan, a 6-star Dou Saint. Recognizing the splendid opportunity before him, Jiang Yun would surely seize the chance to claim the treasures accumulated by the Soul Palace over the millennia. Moreover, without the 1,000-year accumulation of the Soul Palace, the void-devouring flame would have no hope of ascending to the realm of emperor-level souls, especially before annihilating the stone and spirit clans. Zhu Zhou's gaze swept over the ground palace, and with a regretful smirk, he remarked, a 3-star Dou Saint. I presume this must be the vice-master of the Soul Palace. Well, that will suffice. With that, Zhu Zhou extended a broad palm from beneath his sleeve, and the power of space instantaneously severed the entire mountain range. A sharp, piercing howl echoed from within the ground palace. Zhu Zhou, upon hearing this, sneered dismissively, waving his hand casually. It then appeared as if he transformed into a black hole, tearing and consuming all the energy of heaven and earth within the canyon. His colossal hand, stretching for 1,000 feet, twisted and morphed into shape. The aura of sanctity radiated forth, causing the guardians and celestial beings below to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, overwhelmed by a vast and formidable presence that extinguished any thought of resistance, leaving their faces etched with terror, their eyes clouded with despair and unwillingness. With an earth-shattering crash, The giant hand descended with an unmatched force, obliterating all in its path. The very fabric of space crumbled inch by inch, and not a single sound of lament escaped. For both guardians and elders, as well as celestial beings, were reduced to mere dust beneath this enormous palm. The palatial complexes within the mountains, surrounded by countless sturdy black chains, disintegrated in that instant, plunging everything into ruin. Around the deep ravines, massive fissures erupted, shaking the ground and mountains as if an earthquake had struck. How outrageous! The earlier voice rang out again, now tinged with urgency. Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Dare you provoke my soul palace? Today, this hall shall ensure your return is nothing but a distant memory. In the moment of the palace's collapse, several formidable auras surged forth, predominantly from peak Dou zones, with the most powerful among them being a 3-star Dou saint. The vice master of the Soul Palace, upon witnessing Zhu Zhou, gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes nearly igniting with rage. He had been caught off guard, unable to respond in time to provide assistance, and could only watch helplessly as the entire ground palace was ravaged. Destroy my branch palace, and you shall pay with your life. The infuriated vice master of the Soul Palace, with little time to assess the situation, manifested a grotesque expression. With a flick of his finger, a torrent of black energy surged forth, ultimately transforming into a black dragon that lunged toward Zhu Zhou. With a sudden, forceful motion, his massive hand lunged towards Zhu Zhou, unleashing a torrent of dark mist that erupted from his fingers, transforming into 5 colossal chains that surged forward with a deafening clamor. Humph, a mere display lacking substance. Yet, in the face of the vice master of the Soul Palace's lethal technique, Zhu Zhou merely curled his lip in disdain. In an instant, his figure flickered, and without a sound, he traversed the space to appear directly before the vice master. In the astonished gaze of his opponent, Zhu Zhou delivered a straightforward punch that shattered all of the vice master's protective measures. A terrifying force erupted, and before the witnesses, several peak Dou zone, the vice master was obliterated by Zhu Zhou's blow. It was a true explosion, his form disintegrating into a radiant source of soul energy, convulsing and trembling. Such an opportunity could not be wasted. Under the directive of Zhu Kuan, Zhu Zhou was keenly aware not to commit the blunder of allowing his opponent's soul to escape. He swiftly captured the soul and sealed it within a jade vial. The motion was fluid and unimpeded, clearly indicative of specialized training. Impossible. The demise of the vice master shattered the courage of the remaining Soul Palace Dou zone, and with the vice master gone, so abruptly, they questioned their own efficacy. They immediately attempted to tear through the fabric of space to flee. However, the spatial seal established by Zhu Zhou was exceedingly stable. After futilely struggling for some time, they found the space unyielding. Before long, they followed in the vice master's footsteps, becoming trophies of Zhu Zhou. What an easy conquest. After effortlessly dispatching the few, Zhu Zhou expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, pursing his lips, and gradually descended towards the ground. The once grand hall had transformed into a desolate ruin, nearly devoid of life. The remnants of the grand hall revealed countless entwined black chains, at the ends of which hung numerous orbs of soul energy. He had not anticipated such a peculiar method of enhancing soul power, even feeling a stirring within his own soul. Zhu Zhou gazed at the thousands of languishing souls, unable to suppress his astonishment. He quickly quelled his avarice, swiftly extracting the essence of the souls and silently departing from the scene. To ensure the ancient dragon clan remained hidden until the opportune moment, allowing them to seize advantageous conditions, he refrained from employing Dou Qi this time, relying solely on his physical prowess and spatial abilities. He was certain that even if the Soul Clan racked their brains, they would never suspect the involvement of the ancient dragon clan. The Burial Corpse Mountains, situated at the junction of the southwestern region of Zhongzhou, were steeped in an oppressive aura due to the terrain, heavy with a chilling atmosphere. Amidst this gloom was a pervasive stench of decay. The mountains formed a peculiar range comprised of graves, and under normal circumstances, human presence here was almost non-existent. The Soul Palace's hidden domain lay concealed within these mountains. In the center of a ground littered with bones, a colossal black edifice loomed ominously, resembling an ancient beast lying in wait upon the earth. A chilling, fearsome essence began to permeate the air, rippling through this sealed space. Within the imposing black edifice, countless massive black chains extended deep into the ground. The architectural style of the Soul Palace bore a striking similarity, unmistakably lacking in thoughtful design. As the Earth Palace came under attack, the figure of Zhu Yu quietly arrived at this location. The Earth Palace was to be dealt with by the 6-star Dou Saint, Zhu Zhou, while this realm, the Human Palace, was to be confronted by him, a 5-star Dou Saint. With only a solitary 2-star Dou Saint present, Zhu Yu decided it was prudent to complete the task assigned by His Majesty without delay. Noticing the presence of merely one two-star Dou Saint, Zhu Yu wasted no words. Employing the same methods and steps, within the span of a single tea brew, the human palace of the Soul Palace was annihilated. After extracting the essence of the soul, Zhu Yu departed silently, leaving no trace behind. In just one day, all the major branches of the Central State's Soul Palace suffered catastrophic destruction, including not only the Earth Palace and the Human Palace, but also all other significant branches, which were swept away entirely. Since action had been taken, Jiang Yun and Zhu Kuan would not let this singular opportunity slip by. Aside from the Heaven Palace, which might be guarded by the soul extinction, they left no active branches of the ancient dragon clan unscathed. To ensure absolute certainty, even the Dou Zun did not intervene this time, leaving everything to the Dou Saints, resulting in a grand display worthy of the Soul Palace's demise. In the battlefield beneath the Bodhi ancient tree, several figures occupied their respective corners, quietly observing what appeared to them as a child's brawl below. Gu Nanhai, is that your clan's precious daughter? A robust man with lightning patterns on his brow inquired softly, gazing at Gu Suner below. Indeed, it is Suner. Brother Lei Chun, do not jest, Gu Nanhai replied. His attention fixated on Gu Suner as she wielded the Golden Emperor's blazing flame, causing the prodigies of various clans to flee in panic. He stroked his beard with a proud expression. To have subdued the Golden Emperor's blazing flame at such a young age is indeed a mark of extraordinary talent, he mused. However, as Lei Chun observed Gu Nanhai's smug demeanor, he inwardly scoffed, rolling his eyes and lamenting, "Yet, it seems your judgment leaves much to be desired." Upon hearing Lei Chun's words, Gu Nanhai's expression shifted dramatically. He watched as Gu Suner, having vanquished numerous formidable opponents, approached Xiao Yin, sweetly and submissively whispering to him. Witnessing this scene, laughter erupted from the gathered clans. The ancient clan had been exceedingly dominant in recent years, earning the reputation of the foremost imperial clan. And with so many prodigies emerging, it naturally bred jealousy. Thus, when the opportunity to witness their misfortune arose, the onlookers seized it eagerly. Although Xiao Yin had recently broken through to Dou Zone, barely matching the cultivation levels of the other clan prodigies, and had gained considerable recognition through his ability to fuse with, they still perceived him merely as an ordinary individual of decent talent, starkly contrasting with Gu Suner's status. For Gu Suner to disregard her own clan's prodigies in favor of seeking out wild men was, in their eyes, a monumental jest. Chapter 189. The Ancient Clan on the Verge of Ruin. The ridicule from the crowd left Gu Nanhai utterly speechless. It has become evident that Gu Suner's judgment is indeed questionable. This sentiment is shared throughout the entirety of their clan. Yet, who could have anticipated Gu Suner's unwavering determination? He could only snort coldly, turning away from the disheartening scene. Nanhai Elder, your offspring lack the capability. My Lei clan would wholeheartedly welcome Miss Suner as a bride. Donger is exceptionally commendable, sharing the same divine bloodline. Their union would undoubtedly be a match made in heaven. Lei Chen remarked, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Gu Nanhai. Our clan's princess has never married outside. Upon hearing Lei Chen's words, Gu Nanhai's countenance darkened further as he replied curtly, Gu Suner is the sole bearer of the divine bloodline in this generation, treasured by Gu Yuan, and is to be groomed as the next clan leader. How could the Gu clan allow her to marry into another family? By the way, there exists a connection between Donger and Miss Suner. Initially, our clan leader and Gu Yuan were on the verge of forming a marriage pact. I believe they are destined for each other, Lei Chun continued, his voice reflecting discontent at Gu Nanhai's rigid response. At that moment, a middle-aged man among the crowd, whose skin bore a grayish hue and whose forehead was marked with the totem of the Stone Clan, voiced his astonishment. That appears to be the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations of the Shao clan? What? The Heavenly Fire 3 transformations? Upon hearing the Stone Clan elder's incredulous exclamation, the crowd was instantly captivated, turning their gazes toward the unfolding scene, their eyes betraying their astonishment. Although the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations is widely regarded as the signature technique of the Burning Flame Valley, they were well aware that it was distinctly created by that man, perfectly aligning with the enhancement secret arts of the Shao clan. Now that Xiao Yin has mastered the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations, and moreover, bears the surname Shao, what an uncanny coincidence. However, soon enough, they each displayed gleeful expressions as they looked toward the shadowy figure cloaked in black at the corner. In the arena, Xiao Yin had just triumphed over several prodigies when he inevitably encountered the members of the Soul Clan. Clap, clap, clap. A resounding series of applause erupted, accompanied by the sinister voice of Hanya. You must be the descendant of the Shao clan. Who would have thought that such a discarded bloodline could lead you this far? However, your journey ends here. From afar, the space rippled as Hanya, flanked by several figures in black robes, slowly descended, an ominous aura quietly enveloping the area. Xiaoyan, be cautious. Gu Suner, observing the encroaching members of the Soul Clan, turned to Xiaoyan and whispered her warning. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoyan felt a warm surge in his heart, responding with a confident smile. Suner, I am no longer the person I once was. We are all at the same level of Dozong. Who is to say who is superior? Upon hearing Xiaoyan's confident words, Gu Suner offered a gentle smile, yet she felt compelled to caution him. Brother Xiaoyan, the leader of the Soul Clan is named Hanya. He is quite renowned among the younger generation of the Soul Clan and is exceedingly formidable. It is said that he has long been capable of advancing to the Dozun level, but due to the restrictions imposed by the ancient Bodhi tree, he was forcibly awakened from his seclusion, rendering him immensely powerful. I understand, Xiaoyan replied with a slight nod, acutely aware of the oppressive aura emanating from his opponent. Among the talented individuals present from various clans, Hanya appeared to be the most fearsome. The prodigies from these ancient lineages indeed possessed genuine prowess, far surpassing the so-called talents he had encountered previously. Xiaoyan, if you were to adopt a more ordinary demeanor, you might avoid many troubles. This middle state is not to be compared with your northwestern continent, Hanya remarked, his smile betraying a chilling undertone. And what of Yunyi? Xiaoyan inquired, his eyes glinting as he detected the blatant disdain in Hanya's voice. Indeed, the mere mention of Yunyi caused Hanya's body to imperceptibly tremble. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to counter. Ultimately, he could only take a deep breath, his smile re-emerging as he cryptically stated, Trust me, you do not wish to encounter him. Witnessing the profound fear in Hanya's eyes, both Xiaoyan and Gu Suner were taken aback, elevating their regard for Yunyi several notches. The mere utterance of his name elicited such a reaction, underscoring the deep impression he had left within the Soul Clan. Alas, Hanya lamented, smacking his forehead in frustration. How could I entertain such thoughts? Your journey concludes here. There is no opportunity for you to meet Yunyi. Then let us see for ourselves. Xiaoyan retorted with a cold smile, engaging in a verbal duel. As you wish, Hanya replied with a slight grin, a chilling curve gracing his pale visage. Let us strike together and annihilate them. Ha ha ha. At his command, the figures cloaked in black beside Hanya revealed sinister smiles, their indifferent gazes fixed upon Xiaoyan and Gu Suner, devoid of any emotion. Block Gu Suner. I shall personally drain the blood of the Xiao clan, Hanya declared coldly as he propelled himself towards Xiaoyan with lightning speed. Seeing this, Gu Suner instinctively cried out, but she was immediately surrounded by several figures in black robes. A fist imbued with a frigid aura surged towards her elegant neck, unadorned and direct in its intent. Confronted with this fierce assault, Gu Suner's eyes turned icy. Her jade-like hand darted forth like a flash of lightning, striking down just as the fist was unleashed. Boom! The collision of their strikes unleashed a terrifying gale, shattering the massive boulder beneath their feet with a resounding crack. The figure cloaked in black staggered back several steps. Despite being at a disadvantage, he still bore a chilling smile. In the next moment, multiple shadows surged forth, launching a tempestuous assault upon Gu Suner. As Suner found herself ensnared in their encirclement, Xiaoyan instinctively gasped. Yet the piercing whistle that filled the air demanded his undivided attention. It would be wise to focus on oneself. A cold laugh resonated, followed by the clinking of chains. As a dark, foreboding chain, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered from the void, aiming directly at Xiaoyan's throat. Flame-splitting wave staff. Observing the approaching chain, Xiaoyan's expression turned grave. With a sudden swing of his heavy staff, a massive fire serpent, 100 feet long, erupted forth from its tip. A mere parlor trick. What efficacy could such a combat technique possess? In the face of the grand conflagration, Hanya let out a cruel laugh. He opened his mouth, and a colossal black dragon surged forth, accompanied by a piercing, mournful roar, shattering the flame-splitting wave staff and charging fiercely towards Xiaoyan. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the surface of the black dragon was entwined with numerous souls. Such a vicious combat skill. As he gazed at the onrushing black dragon, Xiaoyan's eyes hardened, and he swiftly altered his hand seals with astonishing speed. Mountain cleaving seal. A surge of energy materialized in the palm of Xiaoyan. Yet as soon as the seal formed, a stirring in his heart compelled him to continue, his hand seals transforming at a dazzling pace. Ocean-turning seal. Another, albeit smaller, yet brilliantly radiant energy seal appeared in his palm, gradually merging with the mountain-cleaving seal until they coalesced. With the fusion of the two seals, the space before Xiaoyan began to ripple violently, fragments of space cascading down from the void, only to vanish into nothingness. Kill! Xiaoyan uttered a cold command. A glimmer of frost flashing in his eyes as the luminous seal in his hand sliced through the air, crashing violently into the black dragon's form. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, shaking the ground beneath him into countless shards, while a wave of terrifying energy rippled outward at an alarming speed. The Imperial Seal Technique? Observing Xiao Yan's display of the Imperial Seal, Han Ye's eyes flickered with surprise, but it quickly morphed into a derisive smile. You are still too inexperienced. Soul Destruction Palm. Han Ye sneered, his hand seals transitioning into a series of intricate formations, while the chilling black energy within him coalesced into a dark palm print. So deep in hue it instilled a sense of dread. Upon the imprint of the palm, chilling screams resonated incessantly, and amidst them, the ghastly visages of souls emerged faintly. Accompanied by his thunderous roar, the obsidian imprint surged forth like a lightning bolt, hurtling toward Xiao Yan. Celestial Fire Transformation. First transformation. Second transformation. Third transformation. Faced with the overwhelming torrent of energy embodied in the palm imprint, Xiao Yan's expression grew increasingly grave. In an instant, he summoned the Celestial Fire Transformation to its utmost potential, and the fighting spirit within him surged dramatically, reaching the prowess of a 7-star Dou Zong. Sensing the burgeoning power within, Xiao Yan lightly clenched his palm, a subtle arc of a smile gracing his lips. The Six Harmonies Wand. With a firm grasp, the dark and weighty wand materialized, and countless shadows of the wand began to coalesce, enveloping a Tianzhong radius around him in a dense tapestry of spectral figures. Boom! The myriad energy imprints collided violently against the protective barrier of the heavy wand, triggering a chain reaction of explosive force, akin to a roaring deluge sweeping across the battlefield. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted, sending a figure flying backward from midair, stumbling 2 steps before finally landing on the ground. The secret method of enhancing strength is not solely your prerogative. As the dust settled, Soul Cliff charged once more at Xiao Yan. Now adorned with a radiant clan mark upon his forehead, his power having breached the Dou Zong threshold to attain the realm of Dou Zun. Xiao Yan, perish. Soul Cliff's demeanor was frigid, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. With a sudden stomp on the void, he appeared above Xiao Yan as if by teleportation, his hand morphing into a claw, enveloped in a frigid aura of black fighting spirit, lunging ferociously toward Xiao Yan's crown. In the face of such a fierce assault from Soul Cliff, Xiao Yan maintained his composure, intertwining 4 distinct flames around the heavy wand and striking back at Soul Cliff with equal ferocity. Boom! The 2 attacks collided with the force of meteorites, unleashing a cataclysmic roar that reverberated across the land, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble, fissures spreading like spider webs in every direction. Puff! Ultimately, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Xiao Yan was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, his vitality swiftly waning. In the midst of battle, Gu Suner witnessed Xiao Yan's plight, and, in a moment of explosive fury, the Golden Emperor's flame surged within her, incinerating the Soul Clan assailants before they could utter a sound, leaving nothing but ashes. In that instant of eruption, Gu Suner transformed into a streak of light. Racing towards Soul Cliff, her icy voice slicing through the air. Soul Cliff, should anything befall my brother Xiao Yan, you shall not return alive. Xiao Yan, meet your end. Gu Suner's threat evidently failed to rattle Soul Cliff's resolve. A mocking smile crept across his indifferent visage as he concentrated his fighting spirit in his palm, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Yan. Soul Cliff, your joy is premature. At this moment, as Xiao Yan lay fallen upon the ground, he gazed at the Soul Cliff and erupted into a resounding laugh, pointing at the cliff with a mocking glint in his eyes. Soul Cliff immediately sensed something amiss. His heart filled with trepidation as his spiritual force began to search the surroundings. At last, amidst the remnants of the recently detonated flames, a delicate fire lotus, no larger than the palm of his hand, began to rotate slowly, with 4 distinct flames dancing quietly upon it. A force of annihilation subtly radiated forth. A cold sweat trickled down Soul Cliff's forehead. In his haste, he could only conjure a defensive barrier of fighting spirit around himself. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated through the air, and the energies of the world became tumultuous in an instant. A destructive force exploded before the eyes of the gathered clans. This Xiao Yan must be a descendant of the Xiao clan, correct? Elder Huijun of the Yin clan inquired, his tone laced with certainty as he directed his gaze toward Gu Nanhai. Although framed as a question, his words carried an undeniable affirmation. Indeed, he hailed from the Xiao clan. Acknowledging the scrutiny of the crowd, Gu Nanhai nodded. This matter was too transparent to investigate further. There was no need for concealment. The Xiao clan still had descendants among the living. Yet it was surprising that the noble daughter of the Gu clan would be acquainted with the young master of the Xiao clan. Gu Nanhai, your clan is quite astute, sighed Lei Chun, unable to restrain his thoughts. His tone shifted as he fixed an intense gaze upon Gu Nanhai. Lei Chen's remarks subtly altered the dynamics of the spectators' gazes. What could the Shao clan possess that the Gu clan coveted, if not the legendary Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade? They were all ancient foxes, who did not know one another. How could Gu Nanhai respond? Should he admit that the Gu clan was uncertain whether the Shao clan possessed the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade, having sent Sunner undercover since childhood only to find nothing? To voice such a thing would likely invite even greater ridicule. Rendered speechless, Gu Nanhai could only silently observe Shao Yin below, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Recognizing that no answers could be gleaned from Gu Nanhai, the crowd's attention returned to the combatants. The boy possessed 4 types of simultaneously, as Shao Yin summoned the 4. Even the Dou saints from various clans could not suppress their astonishment. Historically, apart from the Dou emperors, only 2 individuals had managed to harbor different types of within themselves. One was Shao Xian, who had integrated 3 types, while the other was Yin Jin, who had only succeeded with 2. However, the disparity in strength between them and Shao Yin was monumental. The mere notion of Shao Yin containing 4 was utterly preposterous. It must be attributed to his cultivation techniques. Huajun surmised keenly. Otherwise, he could not fathom that anyone at the Douzong stage could house 4 simultaneously. Upon hearing Huajun's conjecture, a collective sigh of relief washed over the hearts of the onlookers. It seemed this was indeed the foundation of his current prowess. Lycan gazed at Shao Yin and spoke softly, then burst into laughter, turning his attention to Gu Nanhai. This Shao Yin is indeed a fortunate lad. I must admit I hold a degree of admiration for him. If your ancient clan has no use for him, the Lei clan would be more than eager to welcome him. Old Lei, what nonsense are you spouting? Shao Yin is a master of the fire Dao. He is clearly a far better fit for my Yin clan, retorted Huajun, his tone laced with displeasure. Do you not understand the interconnectedness of thunder and fire? As Lycan and Huajun's quarrel reached his ears, Gu Nanhai found their bickering quite grating. However, their sudden shift in attitude was not entirely devoid of influence from Shao Yin's displayed potential. Moreover, the prospect of acquiring 4 distinct types of, along with the possibility of the elusive Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade, was enticing. Even if it meant sacrificing a prized daughter of the imperial bloodline, what of it? Had they not noticed Yuangu's expression, akin to that of someone suffering from constipation? The Yaos had only managed to inherit a handful of over the years, likely not surpassing the number possessed by Shao Yin alone. Yet, due to the stature of his mentor, Yuangu could not afford to lose face by engaging in conflict with Huajun and Lycan. The allure of was evident, and one could not overlook the allure of the extraordinary techniques associated with them. However, the situation was dire, from the current perspective. The ancient clan had gained nothing, yet had already lost a member of divine bloodline. The younger generation of the Soul clan appeared rather lackluster. Suddenly, Gu Nanhai recalled the scene of souls being reduced to ashes and the soul cliff being obliterated, and his heart swelled with delight as he cast a look of schadenfreude at Han Yeshing. In that moment, his fondness for Shao Yin surged. In an instant, the attention of the crowd shifted once more. Witnessing the soul cliff suffer losses at Shao Yan's hands, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. They were well aware that, despite their disdain for the Soul clan, one could not deny their formidable strength. Their younger generation was replete with prodigious talents. The fact that even a figure of Soul Cliff stature could falter before Shao Yin was indeed a testament to the latter's prowess. Nonetheless, Han Yeshing remained indifferent to the gloating gazes of the crowd, as if the fallen souls were mere strangers rather than his kin, showing no signs of sorrow. Such an attitude sent chills through the hearts of those present. At that moment, Han Yeshing's previously stoic expression darkened, and the aura of a 4-star Dou saint erupted forth, causing the sky to suddenly turn ominous. Han Yeshing, what do you intend to do? The shift in Han Yeshing's demeanor raised alarms among the group, prompting all 6 individuals to lock their auras onto him. Should he display any signs of abnormality, they would swiftly join forces to subdue him. Very well, Han Yeshing replied, still ignoring them, his voice low and gritted with rage. He then lifted his gaze, his stare as frigid as ice, sweeping over the crowd before he tore open a rift in space and vanished from their sight. As he gazed upon the vengeful figure of Han Yesheng, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the source of his ire. In Chapter 190, the annihilation of the Flame Clan, amidst the ruins of a colossal palace, several figures cloaked in black robes trembled as they beheld the chilling aura radiating from Han Yesheng. After a prolonged silence, his hoarse voice pierced the air, sending shivers down their spines. Have you discerned the identity of the assailant? Upon hearing Han Yesheng's inquiry, a half-saint who had narrowly escaped mustered the courage to bow and respond. Master, the attackers are extraordinarily formidable. Even the Vice Master and Grand Heavenly Sovereign fell tragically at their hands. I demand to know who is responsible. Han Yesheng bellowed, abruptly turning towards the group, his fury palpable. A tempestuous wind surged forth, and the overwhelming presence of a 5-star Dou saint erupted from him. compelling the others to kneel in terror, speechless. Witnessing their cowardice ignited Han Miesheng's wrath further. His eyes blazed crimson, resembling a ferocious beast poised to strike. Who, in the span of a single night, has obliterated my 22 sub-temples, including both the earth and human temples? Speak, Master, we have yet to, the half-saint began, but his voice dwindled under the intensity of Han Miesheng's glare. Must I wait until the enemy assaults the heavenly temple to uncover the perpetrator? Han Miesheng's tone turned icy as he surveyed the group. Fearful of his words, they hastily lowered their heads even further. Useless wretches. Han Miesheng scoffed, sweeping his sleeve with disdain. Instantly, a shroud of black mist enveloped the area, and piercing screams resonated from within. Moments later, only a few discarded black robes remained. Their former occupants vanished without a trace. After dispatching several of his own, Han Miesheng's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the desolate remnants of the Earth Temple. Though the Soul Clan was still embroiled in conflict with the Flame Clan, the current state of the Soul Temple remained uncertain. Should the Soul Clan divert their attention and learn of the temple's fate, Han Miesheng would undoubtedly face dire consequences. It could be said that this represented the most grievous loss for the Soul Clan since the annihilation of the Shao Clan, rivaling even the toll of the ongoing war against the Flame Clan. Yet, he found himself devoid of any leads regarding the assailants. His esteemed position within the clan, once secure due to his control of the Soul Temple, now teetered on the brink of collapse, threatening to render him a pariah among his kin. In his heart, he harbored an intense loathing for the forces behind this chaos, yearning to unleash a bloodbath upon the major sects of Zhongzhou to reclaim some semblance of his losses. However, at this critical juncture, he understood the necessity of restraint. A single misstep could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, exposing the clan's movements and resulting in retribution from the Soul Heavenly Emperor, who would not hesitate to end his life with a mere gesture. With a heart full of reluctance, the soul of Han Miesheng meticulously surveyed the desolate site once more, murmuring to himself, in this entire continent, there are few forces capable of launching such a comprehensive assault on my soul palace. Even the Dan Tower could not achieve such a feat. Thus, it must be one of the few great imperial clans. Han Miesheng swiftly narrowed his focus to the major imperial families. Although the Dan Tower possesses considerable strength, the magnitude of this disturbance would compel them to mobilize their full resources, necessitating even the involvement of their ancestral elders. There could be no chance of escaping notice. Excluding the Dan Tower, the only forces that came to mind were indeed the major imperial clans. It could only be said that the illusory ancient dragon had remained hidden for many years, and few would connect these events to them. However, a greater enigma surfaced in Han Miesheng's mind. If it were the imperial clans, what could their motive be? The absence of any residual fighting energy of other attributes, coupled with the corpses of the Deputy Hall Master and others, indicated that the assailants had solely employed pure physical and spatial powers. Such prowess could only belong to a 6-star Dou Saint. All signs seemed to point towards one target, the Stone Clan. Similarly, a deeper perplexity arose once more in his mind. Why would they undertake such actions? Unable to fathom the reasoning, Han Miesheng left with a grim expression. For the die had been cast. The heavenly palace must not falter. The matter of how to adjudicate within the clan would have to wait until the battlefield of the Yin clan concluded. The cries of anguish reverberated through every corner of the Flame Realm, with no one capable of breaching the realm of death. Those trapped within the formation could only await the inevitable arrival of their demise. This time, the well-prepared Soul Clan left no room for resistance from the Yin clan. Boom. Within the realm of death, an elder of the Yin clan suddenly radiated a dazzling fighting energy, and then, an extremely violent force erupted in the sky, exploding with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. Following the self-detonation of the first strong individual, it seemed to ignite the blood of many Yin clan members. Instantly, numerous powerful beings within began to glow intensely, soaring across the heavens like meteors, only to self-detonate at the same location. Rumble. A terrifying tempest of destruction ravaged through the space, as thousands of feet-deep chasms spread out like a spider's web. Faced with such a dreadful self-detonation assault, the surrounding space, firmly sealed by the realm of death, began to warp, with faint fissures appearing. Clan leader, it's effective. Witnessing the spatial changes at last, the beleaguered members of the Yin clan were filled with ecstatic joy, though beneath this elation lay an endless sorrow. Who could have imagined that just yesterday, their clan was in a state of peace, and now, millions, even tens of millions of their kin had been slaughtered, leaving their clan with grievous losses. The crisis of annihilation looms overhead, and in such dire circumstances, the only recourse available to them is to resort to the self-detonation of their kin to breach this space. This act is not solely a desperate grasp for the faintest glimmer of survival, but also a defiant refusal to perish in vain. leaving no trace of anguish for the Soul Clan. Their unwillingness to accept such a fate is palpable. Elders, the fissures are closing. Suddenly, an elder of the Flame Clan, in a state of urgency, pointed toward the rapidly healing rifts in space and exclaimed, "Hurry, continue." At the sound of Yin Jin's commanding voice, numerous powerful members of the Flame Clan unhesitatingly ignited their internal energies. Huo Ling observed the meager results of the self-detonation, while Yin Jin, in a state of anguish, cast a pained glance at the once alluring Huo Ling, now marred by blood and sorrow. "Clan leader, take care." Upon hearing Yin Jin's words, Huo Ling revealed a poignant smile to the crowd, her figure shooting upward in a surge. In the sky, a resplendent light burst forth, akin to a radiant sun, its blinding brilliance nearly enveloping the entirety of the Death Realm. Boom! An indescribable wave of destruction surged from the heavens, engulfing everything in its path. As the explosion at its core tore a rift several meters wide in space. "Break through. Even if we must perish, we shall leave a mark on the wretched souls of the Soul Clan." Observing the rift, Yin Jin trembled with resolve, dashing forth like lightning toward the opening, followed closely by the remaining elders of the Flame Clan. Their internal energies surged with fervor, their spirits ablaze, marking this as their final stand. Not good. A fissure has been torn open in the Death Realm, and several stragglers have escaped. The escape of the others did not go unnoticed by the 4 overseers of the Grand Formation, Sol Xingtian and his companions. No matter, the outcome is already determined. "A few stragglers will be dealt with personally," Sol Jing replied with a bloodthirsty grin. Boom. At that moment, a rift in space erupted, and Yin Jin, along with the remaining elders of the Flame Clan, burst forth. Warm sunlight cascaded from the heavens like a waterfall, swiftly dissipating the pervasive aura of death that enveloped them. However, above them loomed the ominous figures of the Soul Clan, their malevolent gazes fixed upon their adversaries. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly fierce upon meeting. And upon seeing the members of the Soul Clan, Yin Jin's already crimson eyes flared with a savage intensity, a roar echoing throughout the Flame Realm. "Soul Clan, prepare to pay with your lives. Yin Jin, as the leader of your clan, I shall grant you a dignified demise." Upon seeing Yin Jin, the eyes of Su Wu Tunyan glimmered with ruthless intent as he struck down with his palm, causing the fabric of space to shatter, the black flames surging forth like lightning toward Yin Jin. Kill. With Su Wu Tunyan's assault, the remaining few of the Flame Clan were swiftly obliterated in the blink of an eye. Boom. A battered and bloodied figure collapsed slowly upon the Inferno mountain range. The weakened Yin Jin gazing at the approaching Shiwu Tunyan with a grim smile. "Cough, cough, Shiwu Tunyan. Your Soul Clan attacks my Flame Clan merely for the power of bloodlines and the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor Jade. Alas, you shall never obtain the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor Jade." The Jade, sacred to the Flame Clan, was enshrined within the Ancestral Hall, protected by the most senior elders. Yin Jin was confident that they would never allow the Jade to fall into the hands of the Soul Clan. As this thought crossed his mind, a sense of relief washed over his eyes. The Dou Qi Ancient Emperor Jade? Shiwu Tunyan, with an impassive expression, cast a glance at his adversary and casually produced a piece of emerald jade, murmuring to himself, "Is this what you refer to? How could this be? The Dou Qi Ancient Emperor Jade, why is it in your possession?" Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Jin's pupils constricted sharply as he let out an incredulous roar. He had once studied the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor Jade, striving to glimpse the mysteries of becoming an emperor. He could not be mistaken. This was indeed the Jade of his Flame Clan. Naturally, it was I who gifted it to Lord Shiwu. A chilling voice echoed as a familiar yet strange figure approached from the distance, standing respectfully behind Shiwu Tunyan. "Elder Huofeng, why have you betrayed the Flame Clan? Can you truly face the ancestors of the Flame Clan with such actions?" Yin Jin's expression grew more tormented as he gazed sorrowfully at the newcomer. "Hee, clan leader. Take a good look at who I am." At Yin Jin's reproach, Huofeng, clad in black robes, could not suppress a mocking laugh, his eyes filled with a frosty disdain. "You are one of the Soul Clan." At this revelation, Yin Jin's gaze narrowed, a chill creeping into his heart. Huofeng had indeed been replaced by someone from the Soul Clan. Realizing this, he turned his eyes towards Shiwu Tunyan, filled with despair. "Ha ha. Your Soul Clan has such deep schemes. Everyone has underestimated you, underestimated the Soul Emperor. Surely other clans must already have your people among them." Upon hearing Yin Jin's words, Shiwu Tunyan merely smiled in silence. With the answer now clear in his heart, Yin Jin despondently shook his head, his eyes enveloped in desolation. He smiled at Shiwu Tunyan, declaring, "Even in death, you shall not take anything from me." Boom. In an instant, a far more terrifying explosion erupted within this blood-soaked space. A dreadful storm raged for several minutes before being quelled. Gazing upon the Inferno realm, The Soul Clan members' eyes widened at the massive crater left by Yan Jin's self-detonation, along with the lingering spatial rifts that surrounded it. Fortunately, Lord Xiwu had foresight. Otherwise, our Soul Clan would have suffered losses in this endeavor. The anxious Hunsha remarked, observing Xiwu Tunyan retracting his fighting spirit, offering praise. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us gather the power of bloodlines. With the support of the Flame Clan this time, I can advance further. Once we eradicate the Stone Clan and the Spirit Clan, it will be the moment for the Soul Clan to strike decisively. The Void Devourer waved his hand, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he looked down upon the countless descendants of the Flame Clan, the Imperial Realm's essence tantalizingly close. Indeed, upon hearing the command of the Void Devourer, the formidable souls of the clan erupted in a chorus of excitement. After a millennium of anticipation, was the final conclusion truly at hand? Observing the dispersing crowd, the Void Devourer lifted his gaze toward a distant, obsidian energy sphere, which now seemed to draw boundless energy from all directions. He could sense the rapidly intensifying aura within, perceiving the distinct sources of power it harbored. Greedily licking his lips, he murmured, "What an alluring little entity." With that, he turned and soared into the distance, joining the ranks of harvesters. Within the ancient Bodhi tree, Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy lay entwined in serene slumber, two emerald-green Bodhi hearts pulsating within them, as countless azure lights surged in to cleanse their bodies. While the outside world clashed violently in attempts to draw attention to the Bodhi tree, Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy had already embarked together on the cycle of reincarnation crafted by the ancient tree. According to legend, those who endure such trials possess the potential to ascend to the Emperor of Battle. Whether this tale holds truth or not, its transformative benefits are undeniably real, drawing countless powerful beings to the Bodhi tree. In this peculiar realm, the concept of time grew exceedingly nebulous, a month passing in the blink of an eye, while the Bodhi tree remained still and silent. On one ordinary day, the two figures that had been motionless at last stirred, breaking the stillness. Chapter 191, Awakening. In the space where the tree spirit resided, Jiang Yun gradually opened his eyes. As he did so, the life-infused ambience of the surroundings shimmered with peculiar fluctuations. At that moment, Jiang Yun's eyes reflected an ancient wisdom, a depth of understanding intertwined with the mysteries of life and death. As if embodying the very essence of the universe's primal forces, his aura receded entirely, revealing him as an ordinary man. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yun exhaled a breath of stale air, and within those extraordinary eyes, familiar vitality began to resurface. What a wondrous journey this has been. A voice, somewhat hoarse yet resonant with an ancient timbre, softly escaped his lips. The next instant, he gazed down at the soft form nestled in his embrace. Her radiant eyes and fair skin glistened with tenderness, and he whispered, "I am fortunate to have you by my side." The little medical fairy looked up at Jiang Yun's face, her smile gentle, yet this time her grip on his arm tightened. Throughout the cycle of reincarnation, they had traversed various identities, yet ultimately, their paths intertwined, steadfast and unwavering. This bond left an indelible mark upon their hearts. At this moment, the ancient Bodhi tree's verdant trunk quivered, and the two individuals emerged as if they were navigating through liquid, seamlessly passing through the incredibly solid bark. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your benevolence." Upon their exit, they turned to face the Bodhi tree, clasping their hands in gratitude. Their journey had yielded immense rewards. Jiang Yun had ascended to the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm, with his soul having reached the mid-stage of the heavenly realm, a remarkable leap forward. Additionally, within him lay an unrefined Bodhi heart, and once refined, the path of the Dou Sheng would no longer pose an obstacle. Furthermore, beyond his formidable strength, his advancements in alchemy, formation crafting, and the path of life and death were even more pronounced. Jiang Yun now brimmed with confidence, believing he could concoct medicinal elixirs on the Dou Qi Continent once his power increased. In the realm of formations, he stood unmatched. Had he possessed a formation diagram, he would have dared to challenge a master-level spirit formation. In merely half a month, he had undergone a profound transformation. However, while Jiang Yun's gains were substantial, the achievements of the little physician were even more astonishing. Favored by the Bodhi tree, she had received more care than Jiang Yun, even amidst the cycle of 100 lifetimes. With the Bodhi tree's assistance, her Bodhi heart had been fully refined, and she had now attained the status of a 2-star Dou Sheng. Recently acquiring the Lingji flame, she was also imprinted with its essence, requiring only a complete refining process for her to master it entirely. At that juncture, her strength would further ascend, rendering Jiang Yun's seals obsolete before they even commenced their function. If word spread, many would surely be envious. Within just half a month, the little physician had soared from a 9-star Dou Zong to a 2-star Dou Sheng, a feat almost unfathomable. Moreover, Her alchemical skills were now rivaling those of the venerable Shinno. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's expressions of gratitude, the ancient Bodhi tree's branches swayed, and the leaves rustled in response, echoing their thanks with a sound akin to laughter. Then, with a gentle motion, the tree erupted in a cascade of emerald radiance, producing faint thuds as green orbs shot forth, ultimately hovering in midair. Bodhi seeds. Jiang Yun and the little physician were certainly familiar with these. Yet as they gazed at the more than 10 seeds before them, the initial shock had faded. These seeds had become less significant to them. However, they wondered why only 15 seeds appeared when they remembered there should have been over 20 in the original tale. Could it be that more seeds were utilized this time? With a rustling sound, the Bodhi tree swayed once more, conveying information to Jiang Yun and the little physician that they had spent half a month within the cycle of 100 lifetimes. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the Bodhi tree and inquired, "Dear ancient tree, might I request a glimpse of the situation beyond?" The Bodhi tree swayed gently, and a flurry of luminous orbs began to emerge from its core, filling the entire sky. Is it truly this lively? Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy focused their gaze, only to behold an array of luminous orbs teeming with various figures, among which were several familiar silhouettes. Xiaoyan, Gu Suner, Gu Qingyang, and others. Yet, there were many whom he did not recognize. However, from their actions and the similar clan markings adorning their foreheads, it was apparent that they were all prodigies of the imperial lineage. Additionally, a multitude of renowned talents from Zhongzhou were present. At this moment, having endured over 10 days of fierce battles, the most elite among them had tacitly chosen to withdraw, gathering near the ancient Bodhi tree in search of its favor. Yet, the Bodhi tree had already regained its vitality, and even those possessing extraordinary flames, such as Xiao Yin and Gu Suner, found it difficult to earn the tree's genuine recognition. How does Brother Ancient Tree intend to handle them? Withdrawing his gaze, Jiang Yun turned to the Bodhi tree beside him, inquisitively inquiring. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's question, the little medicine fairy cast a similarly curious glance. The Bodhi tree had recovered, no longer influenced by the negative emotions of the Dou Emperor. Had it been in the past, these individuals would likely have been transformed into puppets by the Bodhi tree long ago. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's response, the Bodhi tree trembled slightly. Before the onlookers could react, a resplendent golden light erupted from its trunk, enveloping everyone within. Alarmed by the sudden turn of events, the exalted Gu Nanhai and others, who had been seated high above, were instantly thrown into a state of panic. In mere moments, they found themselves before the Bodhi tree. What is happening? Upon noticing the absence of those figures, they quickly grew anxious. After all, these individuals were the pinnacle of their clan's prodigies. If something were to happen to them, they would be held accountable. The irascible Lei Chun glared at the Bodhi tree, dark lightning flickering in his palm, emanating a fierce aura that startled the onlookers. "Do not act hastily. Do you wish to endanger us all?" Suddenly, Gu Nanhai interjected, speaking in a grave tone. His words snapped everyone back to their senses. The Bodhi tree was no ordinary entity. They had investigated it upon its emergence and had nearly met their demise due to various reasons. The Bodhi tree was far from the harmless being the outside world believed it to be. I surmise they have entered the trial of the Bodhi tree. If they succeed, they may reap significant benefits. After careful contemplation, someone suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd brightened, and exchanging glances, they resolved to observe the situation closely. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and the others, utterly defenseless, were drawn into the illusion created by the Bodhi tree, which was, of course, a manifestation of the tree's true essence. This illusion was born from the cycle of countless reincarnations, designed to temper one's mental state rather than to ensnare one in temptation. The Bodhi tree's illusion, stemming from its power to induce 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, though its efficacy was less than 1%, was nonetheless sufficient to refine the soul. The restored Bodhi ancient tree now possesses the ability to freely regulate the intensity of its surroundings, preventing individuals from becoming lost within its depths and transforming those who seek fortune into mere puppets. Those with exceptional talents, who succeed in passing the trials set by the Bodhi ancient tree, shall be rewarded, while those who fail will find that their experiences within the illusions are nonetheless valuable. Is it truly so? Within the space of the ancient tree, as Jiang Yun observed the members encased in bubbles entering the illusions for refinement, he suddenly comprehended why the Bodhi seeds offered by the ancient tree were so scarce. Some were indeed required here. Thus, Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy remained in the ancient tree's space, witnessing the illusions of the others. Ultimately, the Bodhi ancient tree distributed 10 Bodhi seeds, with Xiaoyan among them. A thunderous roar erupted, and before the astonished gazes of Gu Nanhai and the others, the Bodhi ancient tree tore open rifts in space, from which a series of disheveled figures were expelled. Suddenly appearing in this extraordinary realm, the expressions of all present shifted. Many bore traces of shock, as they realized that everything they had experienced was but an illusion. What a fearsome, bodhi ancient tree! Those with stronger mental fortitude, such as Gu Suner and Xiao Yan, found it difficult to maintain their composure, recalling the previous illusions, and were overwhelmed by an impulse to break into a cold sweat. Suner, at this moment, the delighted voices of Gu Nanhai and others jolted the dazed individuals back to reality. A few figures, feeling something in their chests, suddenly revealed expressions of joy, only to quickly suppress it, their faces returning to confusion. In the ancient tree's space, ignoring the external circumstances, Jiang Yun turned to the Bodhi ancient tree and inquired, "Brother ancient tree, where do you intend to go next? Since you and the little medical fairy share such a bond, why not accompany us on our journey?" Observing Jiang Yun's attempt to entice the Bodhi ancient tree, the little medical fairy tactfully interjected, "Indeed, it seems that esteemed Bodhi is quite solitary. Why not travel with us and witness the beautiful landscapes of the continent?" Upon hearing the suggestions from Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy, the Bodhi ancient tree gently swayed, producing a soft rustling sound. However, both Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy sensed its refusal. "Very well, should the opportunity arise, I and the little medical fairy shall visit brother ancient tree again." Recognizing the need for patience, Jiang Yun clasped his hands in respect towards the Bodhi ancient tree. With that, a dark rift in space appeared behind them. Jiang Yun bowed once more to the Bodhi ancient tree, taking the little medical fairy by the hand as they stepped into the spatial passage, deliberately ensuring that the other end of the passage was located in a distant mountain range to avoid encountering anyone outside. Just as they were about to vanish, a concealed, tower-like luminescence stealthily descended into Jiang Yun's palm, unnoticed even by the Bodhi ancient tree. As Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy departed, the Bodhi ancient tree trembled violently. A circle of emerald light emanated from the base of the Bodhi tree, creating an illusion where the ground appeared fluid, as the ancient tree slowly sank into the earth. Once the Bodhi tree descended, even the mightiest of celestial beings could not unearth it without extraordinary means. One would have to wait for the next emergence of the Bodhi tree, which might be centuries away. With a resounding hush, the Bodhi tree gradually vanished beneath the surface. And as the last glimmer of green light faded, the meadow returned to its desolate state. In the distant void, at the precise moment the Bodhi tree entered the ground, a pair of murderous eyes abruptly opened in the dark cosmos, surveying the realm with indifference. A tempest of demonic energy surged forth, revealing a figure cloaked in shadows. With blood-red hair billowing in the wind, he appeared strikingly handsome, yet the aura of devastation radiating from him made the surrounding void tremble beneath his feet. His beautiful visage bore no hint of emotion, as his crimson gaze swept across the landscape, cold and unfeeling. Simultaneously, countless crimson winds howled around him, and an indescribable pressure began to spread, filling the dark void with gathering blood clouds that transformed into a torrential downpour, enveloping the man. Such vibrant life force, he mused, his gaze fixed intently on a certain direction, his low voice echoing through the void. He had not anticipated such unexpected fortune on this journey. With that thought, the blood-haired man transformed into a streak of crimson light, swiftly darting ahead. Upon returning to ancient Dragon Island, the island's power had undergone a remarkable transformation, with formidable presences lurking within. Jiang Yun speculated that the strength of ancient Dragon Island now rivaled that of the Yin and Lei clans. "Every encounter with you leaves me astounded, as if the common barriers of mortals do not exist for you," Zhu Kuan remarked, gazing at Jiang Yun, who had reached the pinnacle of semi-saint level, unable to suppress the envy swelling within him. Merely fortunate to have garnered the favor of the Bodhi tree." Jiang Yun replied with a light chuckle, devoid of any arrogance. "Your luck is indeed extraordinary," Zhu Kuan grumbled, holding back his frustration as he glanced between the little healer and Jiang Yun. The emergence of the Bodhi tree was not lost on Zhu Kuan, a soul of the imperial realm. However, according to their strategy, the ancient dragon clan remained in seclusion and ought not to act, as they had more pressing matters to attend to. Yet, Jiang Yun had provided him with a tremendous surprise. Jiang Yun, unable to form a response, simply smiled at Zhu Kuan. Observing this, Zhu Kuan raised his hand, casting forth varying sizes of luminous orbs. "Here, take these. Even I find myself envious of you. These treasures are ones I have yet to indulge in. You'd best treat Zi Yin well in the future." Chapter 192, Battle Saint. Within these primordial sources of souls lies a certain means left behind by the Soul Clan. It is advisable to cleanse any impurities within before absorbing it. Despite his grievances towards Jiang Yun, Zhu Kuan could not help but offer this advice earnestly. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, uncle," Jiang Yun replied with a smile. Nodding at Zhu Kuan, raising his hand to gaze at the floating essence of souls. He noted that its quantity far surpassed what he had acquired during his previous assault on the 4 subtemples. However, after a mere glance, Jiang Yun turned to Zhu Kuan and inquired, "Uncle, what is the current status of Xian? Has she not yet emerged from her seclusion?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuan's gaze towards Jiang Yun softened considerably, and a hint of excitement graced his features as he responded, "Xian has yet to emerge, but I can sense a vibrant life force emanating from within. Jiang Yun, my boy, when Xian finally reappears, she is likely to surprise you greatly." At this, a knowing smile crept across Jiang Yun's face. In the original tale, Xian had achieved a breakthrough to the 4-star Dou Saint level without the guidance of the ancient dragon sovereign. Given the more favorable conditions this time, coupled with the legacy of the previous generation's supreme dragon phoenix, Xian's emergence would surely exceed everyone's expectations. That is splendid. In that case, I shall attend to my matters first, Jiang Yun said, nodding amicably at Zhu Kuan before preparing to depart with the little medical sage. However, just before leaving, an idea struck him. He retrieved a lengthy list of medicinal herbs and presented it to Zhu Kuan, stating, "This haul is quite substantial. The semi-saints on the island will be fortunate." Upon receiving the list, Zhu Kuan glanced over it, noting the dense array of herb names. Remembering that Jiang Yun and the little medical sage had obtained the bodhi heart, he felt a stir of delight and remarked, "It seems your gains are indeed significant. I shall extend my gratitude on behalf of those little rascals." With a faint smile on his face, Jiang Yun chose not to elaborate further and, accompanied by the little medical sage, vanished from the Grand Hall. On Dragon Island, atop a mist-shrouded peak, Jiang Yun sat cross-legged upon a massive stone. Before him, a luminous orb, several feet in diameter, floated gently, radiating a soft, pure light that spread outward, illuminating the surrounding blades of grass, making them appear even more lush and verdant. As he beheld this essence of souls, absorbing the vast power that permeated the luminous orb, even after witnessing it once before, Jiang Yun and the little medical sage could not suppress their astonishment. With a sudden exhalation, Jiang Yun released a plume of pure white flame, which gracefully ascended and enveloped the soul orb in a roaring blaze. Skillfully, he refined this essence, as faint wisps of black mist billowed forth, only to dissipate into nothingness. In a brief moment, Jiang Yun gazed at the soul light sphere before him, shimmering like crystal. Utilizing his soul power as a blade, he severed a portion and handed it to the petite physician beside him, saying with a smile, "This is for you. After experiencing countless reincarnations, your soul realm now teeters on the brink of the heavenly realm. This should be sufficient to elevate you to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. With the wisdom gained from 100 lifetimes, you shall not feel the urge to rush your growth." The petite physician, observing the floating essence of the soul, shook her head with a smile towards Jiang Yun. "You should absorb it instead. Perhaps you could achieve a breakthrough to the imperial soul realm in one fell swoop." Ouch! The petite physician, who had just moments before looked at Jiang Yun with gentle eyes, suddenly winced, clutching her forehead and casting a reproachful glance at him. "What are you doing? Foolish girl, have you become dull-witted from your 100 lifetimes of reincarnation? Even if this soul essence were doubled, it would not suffice for me to touch the edge of the imperial soul realm. Trust me, just obediently absorb it." Jiang Yun replied with a bemused expression, gently elucidating. "Humph." At his words, the petite physician's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a haughty snort, she accepted the soul essence and turned to soar towards the distant peaks. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile, cutting off another portion of the soul essence. Observing the remaining half of the soul light sphere, he swiftly stored it away. After securing it, Jiang Yun made a hand seal, causing the soul power at his brow to surge forth, transforming into a figure resembling himself. Seated before the soul light sphere, the figure's mouth slightly parted, emanating a drawing force. As this force emerged, the soul light sphere trembled slightly, releasing an exceptionally pure essence of soul power that enveloped Jiang Yun's soul. Gradually, it flowed through his mouth, nose, and every pore, continuously merging with him. With each influx of this soul essence, Jiang Yun's soul began to shimmer with a crystalline layer, reflecting an ethereal beauty. The soul light sphere undulated gently, producing a series of melodious sounds akin to splashing water, as streams of pure soul essence flowed ceaselessly into Jiang Yun's spirit. As the absorption intensified, invisible waves emanated from Jiang Yun, gradually expanding outward. This unseen disturbance rendered the vicinity of the mountains silent and still. At this moment, Jiang Yun's commotion did not go unnoticed. Sensing the anomaly, gazes from within Dragon Island turned towards him. Upon recognizing it was Jiang Yun, they averted their eyes once more. The pinnacle of the heavenly realm. There are scarcely a few at this level on Dragon Island. Within the Dragon Palace, Zhu Ming's gaze pierced through layers of void. Observing Jiang Yun sitting in meditation, he turned to Zhu Kuan beside him, exclaiming in astonishment. Noticing Zhu Ming's attention, Zhu Kuan waved his hand with a cheerful demeanor, clearly in high spirits. In the tranquil passage of time, days slipped by in silent cultivation. Half a month later, atop the mountain peak, Jiang Yun sat cross-legged, facing a figure enveloped in a peculiar crystalline layer resembling purple crystal. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Yun himself. Before this crystalline apparition, the once massive essence of the soul, which had measured a full 10 feet, had now vanished without a trace. At that moment, Jiang Yun, seated in meditation, exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. As the fragment of his soul merged into his body, a blinding brilliance erupted forth from within him, unleashing an invisible wave of energy akin to that of the heavens. It surged forth like a tempest, sweeping across the surroundings with overwhelming force. In this instant, the sky darkened ominously, clouds swirling as thunder rumbled violently. The heavens were cloaked in darkness, with lightning flaring like silver serpents, while the sound of thunder reverberated throughout the space. Simultaneously, a vast and intangible wave of energy, centered around the mountain peak, spread quietly like a storm. Clearly, the breakthrough has been successful, remarked Zhu Kuan with a smile, turning to Zhu Ming, who nodded in agreement. With the aid of the precious essence of the soul, if one could not achieve a breakthrough, it would indeed reflect a deficiency in talent. Undoubtedly, Jiang Yun possessed the utmost innate gifts known to the world. Having attained the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, Jiang Yun remained in a deep slumber, yet within him, a monumental transformation was unfolding. An aura of impending twilight emanated from his being, as if a flickering flame of life was on the verge of extinguishment. Yet, beneath this precarious facade lay an indescribable and terrifying pressure. Observing this scene, Zhu Kuan and Zhu Ming momentarily fell into silence. Zhu Kuan was the first to regain his composure, chuckling lightly. What a young lad. He is indeed breaking through to the saint of combat. With his bodhi heart, Jiang Yun's success in this endeavor was all but assured. Yet, was the absorption of the bodhi heart for the breakthrough truly meant to manifest in this manner? Zhu Ming nodded, then gazed curiously at the deathly aura surrounding Jiang Yun. Zhu Kuan cast a deep glance at Jiang Yun, sensing the slumbering terror within, and solemnly remarked, Jiang Yun likely harbors his own intentions. He is not a reckless individual. Let us observe the unfolding events. Within Jiang Yun's body, two streams of energy representing life and death swirled as colossal black and white dragons, while within his cyclone, a black and white fish eye slowly floated. Jiang Yun had, beneath the ancient Bodhi tree, comprehended the laws of life and death. This time, he aimed to forge a unique martial art, transcending the saint of combat through the path of life and death. In the vast universe, the master of immortality stands as the consummate embodiment of the life-death doctrine, his immortal form ranking 12th among the 99 supreme forms. Jiang Yun was uncertain whether he could ever reach the heights of his counterpart. Yet he understood that in order to surpass the holy heavenly demon emperor and achieve a level beyond mere excellence, he must forge his own path resolutely before the celestial sovereign. 3 long years have swiftly elapsed. During this time, the upheaval in the central continent, triggered by the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree, had waned. The chaos instigated by the conflict between the Soul Palace and the Pill Tower had also subsided, returning to a semblance of tranquility as time marched on. However, the outside world remained oblivious to the recent incident involving the Soul Palace. Following the theft of their stronghold, the Soul Clan, after dealing with the Flame Clan, had yet to reveal their plans for the captured individuals, leading to an atmosphere of ominous secrecy surrounding the Soul Palace. Even former adversaries, such as the resurrected Yao Chun, who had vowed to seek retribution against the Soul Palace, displayed no signs of action. Amidst these 3 years, Yao Chen's disciple, Xiao Yan, had begun to shine brightly across the central continent. Not only had he repelled numerous prodigies from various clans on the battlefield of the Bodhi ancient tree, but he had also left the native talents of the central continent utterly humbled. Remarkably, he had not only advanced in his cultivation, but had also mastered the art of alchemy, inheriting the true legacy of Yao Chun, and was beginning to rival Jiang Yun in prowess. One significant development eased the worries of the Soul Clan. In the span of 3 years, no one had yet discovered the closure of the Flame Realm passageway. To ensure that this information remained concealed, they had dispatched individuals to eliminate those returning from the Bodhi ancient tree, including Huijun. Consequently, no representatives from other clans had ventured into the Flame Clan territory. This situation had left the Soul Clan, who had buried their heads in the sand, in a rather precarious position. The Ancient Clan, the Thunder Clan, and the Medicine Clan seemed solely preoccupied with their own affairs, a gross underestimation of their ambitions. Now, having assimilated the Flame Clan, The Soul Clan was re-energized and poised to strike once again. The time had come for them to sharpen their blades and prepare to feast upon the next reservoir of blood. After 3 years of seclusion, had this young man finally stirred? Within Long Island, Dou Qi gazed upon the figure sitting quietly in meditation. Suddenly, thick, dark clouds gathered ominously in the azure sky, and a tempest erupted, howling violently across the heavens. "Uncle Dou Qi, what is happening?" inquired the petite and elegantly clad healer, observing the distant commotion. Having emerged from her seclusion ahead of time, she had, during these 3 years, refined the spirit flame and ascended to the pinnacle of the 3-star Dou Saint realm, achieving a consummate level of celestial mastery. This is a phenomenon of the heavens, typically manifested only when celestial-grade techniques are born. That young man has even created a celestial-grade technique himself, and it appears to rival the celestial manifestation scene when our clan's broken army dragon hand was unveiled. Dou Qi explained, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding spectacle, tinged with awe. Dou Qi's evaluation is far from negligible. The breaking army dragon hand is a pinnacle combat technique of the ancient dragon clan, categorized as a high-tier celestial art, and once unleashed, it is utterly terrifying. Generally speaking, celestial techniques and combat skills are crafted by initial, mid-level, and advanced Dou Saints, though there are exceptionally gifted individuals who, at the Dou Zun stage, have created low-tier celestial techniques, albeit such occurrences are exceedingly rare. A person like Jiang Yun, who has forged a high-tier celestial skill at the peak of semi-saint, is something Dou Qi claims he has never witnessed in his lifetime. Celestial techniques, you say? Upon hearing this, the little medical sage smiled gently, harboring no doubts about Jiang Yun's talent, and felt genuinely happy for him. Boom. Under the gaze of countless spectators, a pillar of black and white light surged into the sky, within which swirled an overwhelming aura of death. Yet amidst this deathly energy, a semblance of life emerged, embodying the profound mysteries of existence and annihilation. Bang! Following a resonant hum, the thick black clouds above ceased their tumultuous rolling and gradually dissipated in the astonished eyes of the onlookers. As the last vestige of black cloud vanished, the somber darkness of the sky also faded away, and warm sunlight once again poured down from the heavens, illuminating the figure standing aloft. The peak of a 2-star Dou Saint is quite satisfactory. With the clouds dispersed, Jiang Yun felt an unprecedented surge of Dou Qi racing through his body and murmured to himself. At that moment, a celestial and gentle voice whispered in his ear. Jiang Yun looked up to find an exquisitely beautiful face before him, with an expression of palpable excitement that was truly captivating. Jiang Yun smiled at the little medical sage, extending his hand to naturally grasp her delicate one, to which she expertly responded by embracing his arm. "You little rascal, come here." Chapter 193, The Moment to Strike. Just then, the familiar voice of Dou Qi reached their ears. Turning to look, they saw Dou Qi not far away, wearing an expression of displeasure directed at the two of them. Uncertain of why his elder was once again upset, Jiang Yun smiled and flew towards Dou Qi, softly greeting him. "The more I cultivate, the more I sense the terrifying power of my uncle." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's flattering words, despite his inner skepticism, Dou Qi's expression was nonetheless one of satisfaction, and he looked at Jiang Yun with pride, saying, "Indeed, you still have a long way to go." Seeing this, Jiang Yun and the little medical sage exchanged knowing glances, their eyes brimming with mirth. However, before Jiang Yun could revel in his joy, Dou Qi immediately retorted, "What is wrong with you? Why did it take you so long to break through? How much longer must I wait for your elixirs? Now that you are out, hurry up and get to work." Dou Qi regarded Jiang Yun with disdain, seemingly unable to tolerate the duration of Jiang Yun's breakthrough, and promptly handed him 2 spatial rings. The Void Ancient Dragon is a cherished creature of space. The internal capacity of their rings surpasses any advanced ring Jiang Yun has ever encountered, and thus, upon seeing the 2 rings brimming with materials, even he could not help but be taken aback. The profundity of the ancient dragon clan is truly unfathomable. It rightfully stands as the foremost aristocracy of the continent. Since my uncle has urged me so insistently, I shall respectfully acquiesce. With a smile, Jiang Yun gazed at Dou Qi, then took hold of the little medical fairy, walking as he spoke. "You have now attained the pinnacle of the heavenly realm in terms of soul power, coupled with the cultivation of a 3-star Dou Saint. Crafting a 9th-rank elixir is well within reach. Given my uncle's haste, you cannot remain indifferent." "All right." The little medical fairy nodded gently, harboring her own desire to attempt the 9th-rank elixir. Previously, she had only refined 8th-rank pills, a considerable distance from the 9th rank, yet after experiencing the cycle of reincarnation, and supported by her complete mastery of heavenly realm soul power, although she felt uncertain about the Shindan, she was confident in her ability to handle the Bao Dan. Moreover, it was Jiang Yun's request, and how could she bear to refuse? In the following days, the skies above Dragon Island were dominated by the black magic thunder, surging in waves. With the Bao Dan crafted by Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy, the internal strength of Dragon Island saw yet another enhancement. After 3 years of anticipation, many clan members returned to Dragon Island, including an 8-star Dou saint named Zhu Hong, whose father had been the Elder of Justice during Zhu Kuan's tenure. However, over the millennia, his father had ultimately succumbed. Upon returning, he assumed his father's role, becoming the new Elder of Justice for the ancient Dragon clan. Today, the strength of the ancient Dragon clan can be deemed the most formidable force beneath the ancient and Soul clans, and once Zhu Kuan is rescued, they may even surpass the Soul clan in power. Furthermore, with Jiang Yun having broken through to Dou Saint, the time is ripe to accelerate the progress among the clans and hasten the gathering of ancient jade. Within the shattered flame realm, a pitch-black energy cocoon ominously lingered, beneath which lay a mountain of tattered garments, creating an eerie tableau. As the cocoon pulsed with breaths, the surrounding energies roared, gradually coalescing into a vast sea of flames. With each intensified breath, the inferno surrounding it surged, and when its breathing steadied, the flames subsided, returning the flame realm to tranquility. In this rhythmic inhalation and exhalation, time slipped away like sand through fingers, until today, a sudden disturbance rippled through the serene flame realm. At that moment, dark flames surged violently around the energy cocoon, enveloping the heavens and causing the fractured realm to tremble violently. The black flames gathered at a terrifying speed, and within mere breaths, a rapidly spinning black flame vortex manifested in the sky. Finally, the tightly shut eyes of Yun, closed for 3 long years, quivered slightly, then slowly opened. With a soft hiss, the moment his eyes opened, they resembled 2 black holes, exuding a captivating power. The deep voice of the Dou Saint reverberated throughout the flame realm, causing ripples to cascade through the surrounding space. Boom! As Yun awakens, a breath akin to that of a colossal dragon suddenly surges forth, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The mountains beneath him quake as if in the throes of an earthquake. Yun's boundless soul force sweeps across the flame realm, and in an instant, he realizes that a considerable amount of time has elapsed. At that moment, the space begins to undulate, and his old acquaintance, Han Qing, gradually materializes. Upon gazing at Yun, a profound respect emanates from Han Qing's eyes as he clasps his hands in reverence and states, "Young master, you have finally awakened. Lord Xiuhua has instructed that you return to the clan for a meeting at your earliest convenience." Previously, Han Qing revered Yun for his status, but now, it is his formidable prowess that commands respect. The devouring black hole that Yun manifested during his recent breakthrough instills in Han Qing a chilling intuition. Should he fall within, he would surely not emerge alive. What time is it now? Yun's gaze flickers as he approaches Han Qing with an air of indifference, his hands clasped behind his back. It has been 3 years since the fall of the Yin clan. With Yun's approach, Han Qing's demeanor becomes even more deferential as he bows respectfully. 3 years, you say? Yun nods slightly, a spark of contemplation flashing in his eyes before returning to normalcy. He turns to Han Qing and calmly replies, "Let us return to the clan." Indeed, at last, he has broken through to the 9-star Dou Zone. Within the Starfall Pavilion, a youth clad in a black robe slowly opens his tightly shut eyes, and a formidable aura briefly flares before dissipating. As he senses the power within, a light-hearted smile graces Xiao Yan's face. It seems that refining the Red Lotus Karma fire has yielded significant gains. The space before Xiao Yan ripples, and Yao Chen's figure gradually emerges from the undulating air. Observing Xiao Yan, Yao Chen's face breaks into a smile as he remarks, "You have indeed made remarkable progress." Xiao Yan chuckles, rises, stretches languidly, and softly states, "Since arriving in the central state, I feel as though I have not paused for a moment. In just 3 short years, I have ascended from Dou Huang to Dou Zun. Reflecting on it now seems almost surreal. With the continent rarely at peace, I might finally enjoy a period of leisure." Upon hearing this, Yao Chen gazes at Xiao Yan with a hint of astonishment. Even as a witness to Xiao Yan's journey, he finds the events of the past 3 years incredible. After returning from the Bodhi ancient tree, Xiao Yan first encountered the relics of the Dou Shang, gaining the complete heritage of the other party, along with a 9-turn soul revival herb that replenished his soul's essence. His revival propelled him to the threshold of the half-saint realm. Subsequently, while riding the Soul Palace, which for some unknown reason had contracted its power, he defeated a fallen adversary and thus subdued the 8th-ranked, the Red Lotus Karma fire. It seems that since arriving in the central state, Xiao Yan's cultivation has never stagnated. A series of fortuitous encounters has propelled his power skyward. Unable to fathom it, Yao Chen chooses not to dwell on the matter, for it is, after all, not an unfavorable situation. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Yao Chen gazed at Xiao Yin with a hint of mockery in his eyes and said, "You must be restless. While you were in seclusion refining the red lotus flame, someone delivered an invitation." "An invitation? From whom?" Xiao Yin inquired, astonished. "The ancient clan," Yao Chen replied softly. Upon hearing these two names, Xiao Yan's hand trembled violently, and a visage of unparalleled beauty, exuding a subtle elegance akin to a lotus flower, slowly materialized in his mind. Sun Er. Taking a deep breath, a surge of fervor welled within Xiao Yan's dark eyes. That girl had always occupied his heart. Every 20 years, the ancient clan holds a ceremony for adulthood, and although there were still a few years until the appointed time, it seems they cannot afford to wait that long. At this juncture, Yao Chen paused in his speech, stating, "This era is one where prodigies abound, with giants like Jiang Yun and Yun Yi overshadowing the landscape. The ancient clan has also produced numerous formidable talents. The current generation of geniuses is growing at an astonishing pace, with some even reaching the level of Dou Zun. If we were to wait for the customary 20-year ceremony, by that time, they may well become Dou Sheng. The significance of this ceremony lies in the bestowal of clan insignias, and if the Dou Sheng status is not conferred upon this generation's talents, it is likely that certain elder members of the ancient clan would become quite restless." "Is that so?" Xiao Yin murmured softly upon hearing this. "The forces capable of receiving invitations from the ancient clan are few. Had it not been for my recent ascent to the semi-holy level, perhaps the Starfall Pavilion would not possess such privilege. If this invitation were not granted, you would have to rely on the Alchemy Tower's goodwill to make the journey." As he spoke, Yao Chen retrieved a black jade tablet from his storage ring, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns that imparted an extraordinary aura. Hearing Yao Chen's self-deprecating remarks, Xiao Yin took the jade tablet with confidence and smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Master, I shall not tarnish the name of the alchemist sage. During this grand ceremony of the ancient clan, the Yao clan will undoubtedly attend, and I shall ensure to vindicate your honor." Upon hearing Xiao Yin's words, a look of satisfaction illuminated Yao Chen's face as he regarded his disciple with pride. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of pride for having taken Xiao Yin as his pupil. Yao Chen laughed heartily, patting Xiao Yin on the shoulder, and said, "Then I shall await your prowess. In a few days, you shall set forth. Moreover, your relationship with Sun Er may present some challenges. You have dealt with the Imperial clan before. Although you surpass most of them, being with her will not be an easy endeavor." Xiao Yin nodded silently, fully aware of this reality. However, he now possessed the capability to stand beside her. The Imperial clan was no longer an unattainable dream. In the Soul Realm, a 2-star Dou Sheng, your gains have been significant indeed. The void-devouring flame sat expressionless in a dark chair, observing the entrance as Yun Yi walked in. "It is solely thanks to the support of the Soul Clan that I have ascended to Dou Sheng so swiftly." Feeling the boundless void and the engulfing flames that still resided within the soul realm of the great perfection, Yun Yi instantaneously comprehended the situation and humbly spoke. After exchanging a single phrase upon their meeting, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. The Soul Palace had been attacked. After a lengthy pause, Zuotunyan uttered through clenched teeth. Filled with rage, the century-long accumulation of the Soul Palace, save for the Heavenly Palace, has been utterly annihilated. Given the strength of the Soul Palace, the only entities capable of such devastation, aside from the great imperial clans, were likely the Dan Tower and, as Yun Yi's eyes glimmered with astonishment, he quickly began to analyze. And who else? Upon hearing Yun Yi's hesitation, Zuotunyan immediately straightened, a terrifying killing intent swirling around him. Furthermore, there is the power of the beast domain. Yun Yi spoke slowly. The beast domain? Upon hearing Yun Yi's words, Zuotunyan pondered deeply before gradually shaking his head. Only the 3 great races of the former demon beast realm could accomplish such a feat, but today the 9 nether underworld python is feeble. The celestial demon phoenix clan is inconsequential, and as for the enigmatic ancient void dragon clan, they have been silent for millennia. Moreover, the beasts have never cultivated their souls. They lack the ability to dismantle the measures we have put in place. Observing Zuotunyan dismissed the plausible answer. Yun Yi slowly nodded and then remarked, "Then it must be the great imperial clans that harbor suspicion." Humph. Witnessing this, Zuotunyan scoffed coldly and declared, "Whoever is responsible. Once we eradicate the Spirit Clan and the Stone Clan, none shall escape. Have you made a decision?" Upon hearing this, Yun Yi's eyes sparkled. "We were lamenting the lack of diversion to shift the ancient clan's attention. Now, they have delivered themselves to us." Zuotunyan casually tossed out a jade token with a mocking smile. "Indeed, this is an opportune moment." Casting a cursory glance, Yun Yi nodded in agreement. "Now that you have also attained the rank of battle sage, do not hold back. Allow me to witness the prowess of your vast world." We must eliminate the two clans during this period. Show me your capabilities. Zuetunyan glanced at Yun Yi, his words laden with significance. After departing from Zuetunyan's grand hall, Yun Yi reflected upon his words. Is this a test? He seeks to ascertain what unique abilities I possess, to gauge my true strength and discern the limits of my power. Shaking his head, Yun Yi mused inwardly. Alas, you shall never uncover my trump cards. While I have long seen through yours. In this game, how could I possibly lose? In the pitch-black void, turbulent spatial currents raged, intertwined with ferocious storms, creating a realm so perilous that even ordinary battle sages would hesitate to tread. At that moment, a brilliant light flashed, surging through the chaotic spatial currents, altering the violent storms. Its might was beyond words. Within the radiance, a man and a woman soared side by side, Jiang Yun and the little medical fairy. Chapter 194, The Void Thunderpool. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap erupted, subtly resonating in the ears of the two. They exchanged glances, and from the expressions in each other's eyes, it was evident that they had reached their destination. Before long, a deafening thunder enveloped the vision of Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy. In the pitch-black void, the distant thunder pool resonated with a rumbling sound, while at the edge of darkness, a brilliant silver light surged forth as colossal bolts of lightning roared like mighty dragons. Countless silver flashes converged to form a vast sea of thunder. Surrounding the void thunder pool, dark bolts of lightning surged wildly, intertwining and colliding like serpentine shadows of darkness. Each of these bolts had the power to obliterate all existence beneath the sacred realm. The sheer quantity of black demon thunder present in the void was astonishing. Despite having prepared herself based on Dou Qi's descriptions, the little medicine fairy was still taken aback upon witnessing the reality. Although she had encountered black demon thunder before, whether during Jiang Yun's alchemical endeavors or her own, those instances were but a mere handful. Now, witnessing such a grand, thunderous expanse evoked a profound admiration for the wonders of the world. Truly remarkable. Jiang Yun gazed at the distant thunder sea and nodded in acknowledgement. After they completed the alchemical concoction for the ancient dragon clan, Dou Qi had revealed the news about this place, which surprised Jiang Yun. Reflecting on Dou Qi's spiritual realm and the presence of numerous high-ranking celestial beings on Dragon Island, it became less perplexing. Upon informing Jiang Yun of the location of the void thunder pool, Dou Qi mentioned that a surprise awaited him within. In an instant, Jiang Yun realized that Dou Qi was likely referring to the 9 profound golden thunder. He believed that Dou Qi was still aware of the current state of the 9 profound golden thunder, though it held little significance for him. And no one within the ancient dragon clan could harness it. Dou Qi, aware of Jiang Yun's ability to devour extraordinary items to enhance his cultivation, orchestrated this journey into the void. Let us venture inside. Jiang Yun retracted his gaze and turned to the little medicine fairy. Smiling gently, she extended her hand to grasp Jiang Yun's. With a thought, a plume of black flame enveloped them, forming a protective layer. As they ventured deeper into the thunder pool, they inevitably drew the attention of some black demon thunder. In an instant, a massive black bolt, resembling a giant serpent, shot forth, crackling with electricity toward the duo's heads. With a thunderous roar, the dark lightning struck the surface of their black, demonic flames, which suddenly unleashed a peculiar suction force, consuming the black demon thunder entirely. Immediately, an exceptionally pure energy surged forth from within, permeating through their limbs and bones. As this pure energy coursed through their veins and muscles, it brought about a subtle tingling sensation, akin to a gentle current, that invigorated all their organs, resulting in an overwhelming feeling of delight and comfort. Feeling the surge of pure energy within him and the slight enhancement of his physical form, Jiang Yun shook his head, remarking that it was insufficient. In his estimation, even if he were to devour all the black magic thunder within this vast sea of lightning, it would not suffice to elevate him to a 4-star Dou Saint, for excessive consumption would lead to resistance within his body. Much like the numerous elixirs that enhance cultivation, a person may only consume a single one throughout their lifetime. For Jiang Yun, the prospect of a mere 1-star increase was negligible and not worth the expenditure of time. Having reached this conclusion, Jiang Yun no longer hesitated. He and the little medicine fairy plunged directly into the depths of the thunderous sea, an action that immediately provoked a tumult within the thunder pool. Thick strands of black lightning surged towards them, crackling with a ferocity that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, even the fury of the black magic thunder could not impede Jiang Yun's advance. In the serene yet tumultuous depths of the void thunder pool, the resounding thunder echoed as countless serpentine black bolts of lightning surged forth, their might overwhelming. Even the mightiest of Dou Saints would feel a sense of insignificance before such grandeur. A swirling tempest of darkness raged within the thunder pool, hastening towards its deepest recesses, forming a vortex amidst the blackened sea of lightning, where fierce bolts coiled and roared. However, no matter how violently they struck, this place resembled an insatiable abyss, devouring every surge of black magic thunder that came its way, only to vanish in a flash of darkness. Such extraordinary phenomena eventually elicited a primal sense of danger from the black magic thunder above, which surged en masse towards a central dark area, seemingly seeking solace. At the heart of the thunder sea lay a colossal dragon, its body shimmering like gold, coiling majestically. Golden lightning erupted from its surface, as black serpents rushed forth to pay homage, beseeching the protector of the thunder realm for their safety. The golden arcs upon the dragon's body flickered incessantly, a devastating power subtly radiating, warping the very fabric of the void. The stirring of the black magic thunder roused the slumbering emperor of the thunder pool. Its tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing pupils that crackled with electric fury, as if the entire universe was reflected within those immense orbs. A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the void thunder pool, its terrifying sound waves rippling outward. A peculiar pressure emanated from the depths. The 9 Xian golden thunder was present. At last, Jiang Yun and the little medicine fairy arrived in the depths of the thunder pool, and upon witnessing the 9 Xian golden thunder, the little medicine fairy gasped in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Jiang Yun. She was aware of what Zhu Kuan knew and felt a genuine joy for Jiang Yun's fortune. As for the question of whether he could subdue the 9 Xian golden thunder, neither the little medicine fairy nor Zhu Kuan had ever doubted. They believed wholeheartedly that Jiang Yun was capable of achieving it. Indeed, it is the 9 Xian golden thunder. I must confront it sooner than anticipated. Jiang Yun gazed at the distant, oppressive thunder, a smile flickering in his eyes. The 9 Xian golden thunder manifests only when one forges a 9th-grade golden pill, implying that Jiang Yun is destined to encounter this royal lightning before he successfully creates his golden pill. Among the myriad terrifying flames and thunders in the world, the 9 Xian golden thunder holds a position akin to that of the purity lotus demon fire or the void-devouring flame in the hierarchy of exotic fires. For formidable beings like Gu Yuan and the Soul Heaven Emperor, possessing any of these three would enable them to ascend further, becoming terrifying half-emperors like the purity lotus demon saint, dominating an era. Should Lei obtain the 9 Xian golden thunder, he would instantly break through to the 9-star Dou Saint realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with Gu Yuan and the Soul Heaven Emperor. Such celestial wonders possess an awe-inspiring enhancement. Suddenly, the golden thunder dragon opened its maw, unleashing a colossal bolt of golden lightning, approximately 100 feet in length, which shot forth with an almost light-speed swiftness towards the two. Jiang Yun maintained a serene demeanor. With a mere thought, the vast holy sky demon flame surged forth, enveloping the golden lightning in an instant, devouring it whole. Crackling, golden arcs of lightning danced upon Jiang Yun's body, resembling writhing worms as they incessantly sought to burrow within him. However, with the holy sky demon flame safeguarding him, their efforts proved futile. Simultaneously, an exceptionally pure energy radiated from within Jiang Yun, exceeding tenfold the might of a black magic lightning bolt. He deftly controlled this immense energy, guiding it along his meridians. And wherever this energy flowed, an exhilarating tingling sensation coursed through his veins, bringing unparalleled comfort. Upon absorption, Jiang Yun assessed his internal energy and realized that this singular surge had nearly shattered the barrier of his impending breakthrough to the 3-star Dou Saint realm. Are you all right? Upon witnessing Jiang Yun regain consciousness, the little medical fairy inquired softly. I am well, though the 9 Xian golden thunder is fearsome. It remains within my capacity to endure. Jiang Yun chuckled lightly, nodding as he contemplated the golden dragon. Boom. At that moment, a violent rumble echoed through the air, as if the depths of the thunder sea had been incensed by Jiang Yun's actions. There, the colossal body of the golden thunder dragon erupted with massive arcs of lightning, accompanied by a chilling dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the realm, sending the surrounding black magic lightning scattering in fright. Spiritual energy began to coalesce. The 9 Xian golden thunder was gathering spirit. The movements of the 9 Xian golden thunder prompted the little medical fairy to regard it with caution. Yet after observing intently for a brief moment, her gaze flickered with astonishment as she turned to Jiang Yun. Boom, boom, in the distance. Whenever a surge of spiritual energy manifested within the eyes of the 9 Xian golden thunder dragon, the backlash within its being grew increasingly intense, the deep rumble of thunder echoing continuously from its body. It seemed we could conserve some energy now. Jiang Yun nodded, looking at the little healer with a smile. He then raised his hand, and a series of spiritual seals erupted forth, forming an enormous gathering formation that enveloped the center of the thunder pool. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun released a wave of benevolent spiritual energy. With a pointed gesture, a stream of violet light shot forth like an arrow, traversing countless voids and piercing directly into the dragon's brow. The golden dragon's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance as it let out a mighty roar, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy towards itself at a terrifying speed. In the heart of the thunder pool, the 9 Xian golden thunder emitted a series of mournful growls, while the surrounding black magic thunders scattered far away, maintaining a distance of 1,000 zhang. They were acutely aware that the 9 Xian golden thunder was at a pivotal moment. As the dragon's eyes grew increasingly animated, its body rapidly diminished in size, and beside it, a golden thunder pearl, about the size of a fist, was swiftly coalescing. As time passed, the spiritual energy in the 9 Xian golden thunder's eyes intensified, culminating in an unprecedented brilliance. A wave of spiritual energy gradually emanated from its being. It succeeded. Noticing this change, the little healer gazed at Jiang Yun in astonishment. Indeed, the first sentient 9 Xian golden thunder of the Dou Qi Continent had been born. Jiang Yun smiled, nodding as he regarded the golden dragon, now reduced from 1,000 zhang to merely 10. Welcome to this world. With a gesture, Jiang Yun collected the golden thunder pearl beside the 9 Xian golden thunder, observing its weakened energy signature, now at the Dou Zun level, and offered it a kind smile. He then turned and, alongside the little healer, transformed into a radiant streak, soaring away. In the depths of the thunder pool, the 9 Xian golden thunder blinked its eyes. Watching the retreating figures of the two, the first sight imprinted indelibly in its nascent soul. Elder Huiyang, please pass the jade token of the Yin clan to clan leader Yin Jun. Our clan's coming-of-age ceremony cannot proceed without the presence of our friends from the Yin clan. Even if the heavenly tomb has yet to open. 100 miles from the Yin clan's outskirts, Elder Huiyang fortuitously encountered the ancient star sent to deliver the jade token. Naturally, the ancient star handed over the token, reminding him, rest assured, my brother. Not only do we belong to the foremost imperial clan of today, but our two clans have maintained a cordial relationship for generations. I shall present this to the clan leader at once. Such an important event as the noble's coming-of-age ceremony will certainly see our Yin clan in attendance. Elder Huiyang promised with utmost sincerity, bowing slightly. Seeing this, the ancient star nodded in satisfaction, saying, then I shall await the arrival of our friends from the Yin clan in the ancient realm. I must also pay a visit to the Thunder clan, so I bid you farewell. Safe travels, my brother. Elder Huiyang nodded gently in response. After Guxing's departure, Huiyang's expression shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly somber. Gazing at the jade token in his hand, he crushed it with casual disdain and remarked coldly, the fate of the Gu clan and the Yin clan will inevitably befall you. We must hurry. News from the Ling clan indicates that the Gu clan has already departed, and Lord Xihua is prepared. We shall proceed to monitor the Shi clan. A chilling voice resonated from behind Huiyang, and a figure clad in a black robe emerged from the spatial passage, speaking in a grave tone. Very well. Huiyang nodded and stepped into the dark spatial corridor. In the eastern region of Zhongzhou, the powers that thrived were predominantly vassals of the Gu clan. Previously, due to the major imperial clans residing within the Grand Realm and seldom venturing beyond, even the leaders of the prominent forces in the eastern region were largely unfamiliar with the supreme emperor of this domain. However, following the arrival of the Bodhi ancient tree and the subsequent unveiling of the imperial clan's formidable prowess, the various forces in the eastern region suddenly became invigorated with ambition. With such a powerful elder brother, if I, as a younger brother, were to appear too feeble, it would be a disgrace to my elder brother. Thus, should not the Gu clan extend their support to aid the development of their younger brethren? Consequently, upon the announcement of the Gu clan preparing for a coming-of-age ceremony, the previously quiet eastern region erupted into a flurry of activity.